Oh, gosh, Dan, I can't believe that that's actually happening. Really? I promise you, go look at the Twitter. If the botting that does happen, and again, it's not all botting. The botting that does happen is very well organized. It is totally synthetic. It is all anti-Jewish nonsense comments. It's from like, I hate the Jews 101 and stuff. Just look at it. You can see it. It's so clearly fake. But it's an organized movement of people, and it's not a very large group of people, who've learned to amplify social media to attack anyone in the administration or outside who doesn't go and attack the Jews. 100%. Look and just read the comments. Don't take my word for it. Just go and look. Go look. You'll see it. It's everywhere. They all have the same goal. It is to dismantle this movement, take it apart from the inside, cause disruption, pick up the pieces, and rebuild it into something far different than a movement that actually conserves liberty. They all have the same goal. Libs, the anti-Jew crowd, and the Doomers. The exact same goal. Once you see it, you'll never unsee it. Look at the people sending out the messages. Look at who they associate with. Just listen to it. Just read the comments. Read their head. They don't even hide it. I'm starting to question whether or not Candace Owens raises her kids. She says something here that not normal mothers say, and I'm going to point it out. Let's see if you can spot it when it happens. And if you can't, I'm going to help. At 2:45 in the morning, and apparently he was so loud, the apartment's small, and maybe it was his excitement. He's like, yeah, you, yeah, I'm so excited. Who knows? Okay, we're not clear on that. But the implication is that's what woke up our 3-year-old daughter at 2:45 in the morning. That's not when toddlers at the age of 3 wake up, okay? These are sleep-trained toddlers, okay? Gigi wakes up at 2:45, 3-year-old kid, who should be in the REM stage of sleep. Did you catch it? Did you catch it? Did anybody catch it right there? Did you catch the clue? Did you catch the clue right there? Let's just see one more time. Sleep-trained toddlers. Sleep-trained toddlers. Okay. Children wake up all the time in the middle of the night, Candace. Even sleep-trained toddlers wake up from time to time. Candace Owens, I'm not sure she's woken up a night ever since she's had kids. That is spoken like a woman that they got a nanny that's been getting up with her kids her entire life. Or her entire time being a mother. What do you mean a 3-year-old won't wake up at 2:45?
Do you know how many times your 3-year-old will wake up in the middle of the night?
He doesn't know what sleep training is then.
Yeah, I don't believe in sleep training. I don't either.
And Laura talked about how it creates trauma from the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But how does she know that Erica does sleep training?
She doesn't know. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't know anything.
And the guy who's talking is so appalled. I mean, I agree. I agree with you. I agree with them. Him.
Yeah, but children
he doesn't
have
know
growth
that
spurts,
people
and
like
even
Candace do this.
Yeah, but even children that are sleep trained, when children have growth spurts, they have irregular sleep patterns during growth spurts because of brain activity, or they get sick,
puberty,
or they get what?
No, I know.
And puberty.
Well, yeah, but this is a
Some
4-year-old
parents
baby.
don't care.
Right.
And we would be surprised that that's how she thinks.
It's even more than that. So now it's the accusation. I think Stefan, excuse me. I think you were bringing up. Okay, this is this Nikki? Nikki's up here. Nikki's here. This is what you were talking about in regards to. Oh my gosh.
There's that celebrity couple who admitted they just locked the door of their kids from the outside. Like, 3-year-old toddler, bedroom door.
Say that again?
Makes me want to cry.
There's what?
Oh, what's that guy's name? Dax and the blonde one.
From Twitter Spaces?
No, celebrity. No.
Oh, yeah. What about them? Couple. What about they're crazy? What about
Dax
them?
Shepard, the quarterback?
They admit, like they would just, I don't know the exact age, but like 3-year-old, they just would lock the bedroom door from the outside all night and just,
No,
whatever.
they talked about locking their bedroom doors so they can have hanky-panky. I remember seeing that clip. I think maybe.
No. There's more to it. There's more. I mean, I watched a whole analysis of it.
Okay, so.
Wait, they locked their bedroom door or the kid's bedroom door?
The kid's bedroom door. I'm just saying. Yeah, it's shocking. What?
Do they have like a baby monitor? Like, was the kid like a sleepwalker? Like, what's the deal? This is weird shit.
They don't want to have to wake up in the
There's
middle of the night.
intense sleep training, guys. It's sick. I don't
Yes.
even like calling it sleep training because that's not sleep training. That's stress training.
You're literally inducing trauma and relational trauma and all kinds of, and attachment issues. Yeah, just cry for hours and hours until you're so dehydrated and exhausted you just fall asleep. That's what they do.
And then
That's what
their
those babies do.
vagus nerve is always programmed to
There's
feel
no
unsafe.
parent involvement. Yeah, they just leave them.
Okay. The memes about sleep training is all over the. It's kind of very funny to me. Okay. I just want an update. Does Cyber Do or Reliable know what happened to the boy that was attacked from Yeshiva University? Does you have an update on this? He's in the hospital right now. He's beaten up by eight men covered head to toe.
Is one of them Zorhan
Balaclavas.
Mamdani?
What? Is a yeshiva student, 18 years old. They attacked him brutally in New York. He's in the hospital. I don't know if he's in a coma. I don't know anything. So I don't know if Reliable. Are you asleep on this face? Mm-hmm. Everybody falls asleep on this face, per usual.
I'm not.
I just appreciate that you have a night space. Otherwise, there'd literally be nothing.
The West Coast is wide awake up in here.
If you're talking about the Epstein files and you aren't discussing names like Sergei Belikov, Oleg Deripska, Lord Peter Mandelson, Vitaly Churkin, Rafat Al-Sabag, Green Beret. I love Green Beret. He's the best. I'm so glad he's on it.
Green Beret has turned out to be like an underratedly good writer. Like his posts
he's
have
an
gone
amazing
from being
writer.
short
Green
to being
Berets,
like
Green Berets are unbelievably smart. It's a very interesting phenomenon from Special Forces guys getting to know their different personalities. The Green Beret guys are incredibly smart. They can speak and they can write like very well. And he writes much better than me. So, unless his wife is writing this for him, Cyber, he writes very well. And they're funny. Green Berets are very funny.
I think he writes himself, but like he didn't used to write such long posts, and then he started to Substack, and he's gotten like really good. Like I have to give him credit if he's listening, or if not, and if not, people just go check him out, give him a follow.
Yeah,
He's 100% worth
I'm
a follow.
trying to get him at some CPAC events and to get trained up and to get him some help with his podcast too with Carolina. So, but he helped me. He was the first person I reached out to in the middle of the night when Tony Aguilar came out with his lying propagandist ass, and he started the research, and then it took about 28 hours, and then Matt reached out after Saturday night, but in the middle of the night, Thursday night, so it would be like Friday morning, like 3 a.m. Green Beret responded, and he was like, "I'm on it," and he was like on it, researching already all this Tony Aguilar stuff for me. So he was great. His Substack came out right away. We ran with that story. It was great. It was very helpful, very helpful. And he responds to people and goes back and forth and like subtweets back and forth to morons.
I'm talking a bit above my pay grade, but I think part of the reason Green Berets are so good at communicating is because their job is to like set up resistance networks behind enemy lines. So they have to be expert communicators and like convince people to work together and work with them and whatever. So I do think that there's an element
They
of
have to be clear communicators.
Are you talking about Green Beret nap time?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, great account. We actually, how we got accounted is that one of my haters had told him some fake news that like somehow I was like some super anti-DeSantis person for some random reason. I don't even know where the hell
That's
that
like
could
the
possibly
opposite.
come
That's
from.
the opposite.
I know. I freaking yeah, very bizarre. And so he got hot, and I'm like, dude, I've met the guy half a dozen times. Like here's proof. I don't know who the hell told you. And he's like, oh, okay, well that's super cool.
Yeah, he's not
And then
like
we like
that.
hit it, and then we hit it off. But like that's how we got acquainted. So I'm like, wait a second, is that who
I
you're
think
referring
I
to?
was in the
Yeah,
space with you when the first time he said
yeah,
something. I was like, whoa,
dude. I'm
whoa,
like,
deep
what
breath.
in the
I think
world?
maybe this is turned inside out.
That was so wild. But there's some weird cartoon
But he
characters on this app.
corrected super fast when he
He
realized he'd
did.
been given bad
He's a really
information.
good guy.
He was super cool.
He's
Yeah,
a
and
really
I've
good guy.
followed him. I've followed him ever
I want
since.
to.
And yeah, he has great
I want to
content.
help him as much as I can. He's a really good guy.
Yeah. Very cool.
Very cool. And he's a big patriot. I want to make him famous. Um,
Hey, you want it on
Did you
podcast? I
see?
can hook that up for you.
Absolutely not, Josie. Did you see Britta
And
no
they're
soup
not
for
all
Knowles?
raging rage baiters, okay?
no, well, he's like you have to see he's like a calm intellectual guy, and he's very structured and stuff. And
You know how you don't introduce your like well-meaning, like smart, kind of nerdy friend to strippers because you know that it'll lead to bad things? We don't introduce Green Beret Nap Time to like Nazis and neo-Nazis and
Not
neo-Nazis.
not all the people in my network are like that. A lot of
well,
No,
you would
just your
actually
favorite.
like them.
well, what would be interesting though is if said Nazis end up um, airdropped into Afghanistan and Taliban territory after speaking to Green Beret, not by him obviously, but I'm just saying. You're supposed to laugh. Nobody gets my jokes. It's fine. Okay. It might. I mean, it might be a strategy. To put the fear of God in some. Anyways, Cyber, you're not getting my joke, are
Look
you?
at No Soup for Knowles. She just tweeted out the best meme.
Brit,
I sent it to
Britta,
you.
Britta did.
Yeah.
Did
She's.
Emily Saves America ever had him on?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so.
What does no soup for Knowles refer to?
It's no soup for Michael Knowles from
The Daily
Seinfeld.
Wire, the podcast
But what's the
guy.
no soup thing? I'm sorry, I'm
like
showing my age or
like
something.
No soup for
no
you.
soup for you.
Oh, the soup Nazi
The soup
guy
Nazi.
from.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
I can put Emily Austin's manager in touch with him.
Okay, I'll speak to him. I'll speak to him. I'll ask him.
Okay.
Definitely, I'll ask him for sure. I wonder if he's done Doron Kedar's podcast. Should do that one too. I want to get him over to Israel. I think he's. Trained. I think he's still active service. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm mistaken. Scratch that. Maybe not.
Just to circle back to the Kirk thing.
Oh yes. Let me get to it. That's
It's
what. That's what I was looking for. Yes. Go ahead.
yeah. Sometimes it still hits me the Charlie thing. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I was inner circle or anything, but Charlie was basically woven into the fabric of Nebraska politics. He had been to this state, probably 8 or 10 times over the past 10 or 12 years, and saw him over and over and over. And he was here at so many consequential political tipping points and events, and he was extremely helpful for grassroots and rooting for change within the party infrastructure. And he would help us, rage against the establishment, the lobbyist control that they had on the legislature, and the consultant class that didn't care win or lose. They just made money. And he was an institution, part of conservatism in Nebraska, and he was a special guy. And I got to see him, from start to finish. Just shortly after he got started with Turning Point, Creighton, which is here in Omaha, was one of the very first major chapters, and got a lot of national attention because even though it's a Jesuit school, they were very anti free speech and did a lot of things to try and prevent it, and ended up being able to have the biggest campus political event in Nebraska history, bringing Ben Shapiro to Creighton, and it was a huge success. And he's just been here constantly. You guys have probably heard about Nebraska's second district with the electoral vote and winner take all and all that stuff. I mean, that concept was just dead. And he basically turned it into, Nebraska becoming a national topic. And even though the legislature couldn't get it done because there's just not enough, actual Republicans, he brought so much attention and so much energy. He's truly an inspiration and a warrior, and we miss out on him. We miss out on so much not having him. I really mean that, and it's just incredible to me to see someone who I can only imagine is just feeling pain beyond wildest dreams, losing the love of your life, being accused of such sick things. It's unbelievable. I mean, and I'll be honest with you, it's not just that national program. It's not just her. It's on this app. There are literally space hosts that just all the time, almost every day, just say the most horrible things about her and the organization, and it's terrible. And I don't even care if this recorded. I'll just say I've talked to people at Turning Point and said, you guys got to look into this. This is literally, there's like 1,000 people who hear this stuff almost every night.
Yep.
And it's sick. It's pure evil. And I don't know. Sometimes it just really, really hits me.
I can't even
And I'm not.
listen to those rooms in the anonymous mode, Stephen. It is so hurtful. It is so gut-wrenchingly hurtful. I am too much of an empath, and I can't even begin to imagine what Erica is having to go through right now. I'm sorry, Stella, Mrs. Kirk.
Yeah, I don't call her by her first name. I call her by Mrs. Kirk out of respect to her as a widow. It's okay. You don't have to worry about it. I say it. You don't have to feel bad, Angela. Don't worry about it. It's late at night and people forget. So it's just everything else. Like I never went to TPUSA events. I never really listened to the Charlie Kirk show. None of that matters to me. It's a husband and wife and a family, and he meant a lot to young men, and he was brought in a lot of young men who didn't have an older brother or father figure, and he made things fun again, and he was highly educated young man, like very smart and very good, and he studied and he learned, and he had great mentors, a lot of great mentors. What matters to me is a family, and a woman whose mother has cancer is ill, and they look like they had a beautiful marriage and they loved each other incredibly. And I said it on the space. It's recorded. We were live on the space when he was assassinated. And about maybe I mentioned on my concern was I said, can you imagine if she's pregnant? She later says in an interview, I was hoping I was pregnant because we were trying for a third. And I just like couldn't handle it. I was like crying because I had this feeling instinctually that they were trying for another baby. And I thought to myself, I hope to God she's pregnant so she has something like, to carry her through this, right? Like, because obviously they're not the type of people that are going to freeze their
To
eggs
be
and sperm.
honest, Steph, do you think she'd have been able to carry
Yes,
baby healthy to
yes,
term
yes,
through
yes.
this?
She's a personality type. She's a very unique person. There's you can tell by her personality. Like she's devastated and everything, but she has, she has this energy like
I just
Charlie did.
mean what the evil ones are doing to her.
It doesn't
She's
matter.
deep, and that's why they're doing it to her.
She's what?
It's pathological envy that cluster bees have.
Yeah.
They suffer a lot in their own weird way. They can't admit it to themselves, but they have to tear down people who have deep personalities, empathy, capacity for deep
For
love, that kind of stuff,
forgiveness.
deep
Yeah.
faith,
Yeah.
all that stuff. They can't stand it. They can't stand
Well,
it.
they perceive public figures as fictional characters. They can't remove the screen that's in between them, and like their brain just cannot process that. So a lot of public figures are treated as fictional characters that people don't really mind just
Yeah, but we're
bashing on
talking
because
Candace Owens,
it's
and she's also a public figure.
oh, if you're talking about her, then yeah, totally. That's like, and I mean, I didn't even like TPUSA like that. I was like very, I mean, I used to call it like cringe point USA. Okay, like Charlie Kirk, great guy, I've met him. Very, very nice. A little too nice for his own good, unfortunately. But like, what they're doing right now to Erica is like that's just straight up awful. Like, what the hell is going on? Y'all get the cringe card from now on. I'm
It's not
sorry.
even cringe. I don't know how they have no fear of God. Like I would be afraid. I would be afraid to even walk my kids outside. I would think, oh my God, God's going to send down a lightning bolt on me. These are things. These are
Yeah,
sins that are not just like
I would just,
regular
I
sins.
would just respectfully say,
he's a the time traveler. You're gonna tell me that wasn't cringe as hell?
Josie, I would just very respectfully say, I know that you meant it well. he wasn't too nice for his own good. He truly tried to live out his faith. He was kind.
I mean, sorry. Okay, I gotta correct that. Okay, it's when we met. It was in the context of like a dating show, and the advices that he gave to the girls who were like sex workers. Let's just say it was like a very. It came from a very naive perspective, which was very sweet. You could tell that it's like, okay, it takes a good guy to give an advice
But
like that. But then,
Josie,
unfortunately, the world is a lot darker than
but
that.
Josie, even Jesus told the prostitute to just go and sin no more,
Yeah,
right?
okay,
Yeah, I'll just
that
be
doesn't
honest
mean
with
we
you.
have to. That
He
doesn't mean
wasn't a
guys have to date them. Would you let your son date a former sex workers where her videos are all over the internet? Probably not.
Who's a sex worker? What are we talking about? How did we go so
No,
Well,
far?
and Angela, I'm asking you a question. Would you let your son date a sex worker that her videos are all over the internet, former
My
sex worker?
sons are adults. I don't get to control who they date.
But would you be cool with that? Probably not. Let's face
Josie,
it.
let's put it this way, okay? There are both male and female sex workers. There are both men and women who can make bad choices in their life. They're both
But
entitled
why
to
are we
a
talking about
second
sex
chance.
workers? I don't understand.
No, no, no. They're both entitled to a second chance. To the point, there are plenty of people that make bad decisions in their life, and to say that this person, this particular kind of person, is irredeemable and unworthy of love and a family, I think is a very harsh indictment.
Yeah,
And as
that's
I
much
did
as
not say that.
mm,
I did not
that's
say
what
that.
you just said. You said, "Would you let your son do it?" Meaning, like, no one should do it. I'm sorry. Well, I think we
No,
should get off this
if we
topic.
brought back the idea of having to forgive everyone, that was not that was not what the topic of discussion when Charlie was there. It was something
wait a
else. So I
second.
don't even know why we're going down that road.
Wait a
Let's
second.
let me say it this way, okay?
Uh,
There's a guy named Jesse James, okay? He was a kid in California. He stole cars. He did all kinds of crime. He then became very successful as a motorcycle builder, right? As a blacksmith, he made a lot of money. He's very successful. He went and married an adult film star. They have a very happy relationship. Would I marry one? No. Do I have the right to tell that person that he shouldn't find someone to build a family with and that they shouldn't try to build a better life for themselves that's not involving those kinds of industries that I think are unhelpful to society? No, I think that's completely unfair, and I think that Charlie was like living out, like was said
And
before,
your
the
logic is
best of his.
inconsistent, but that's not the
Why?
point
Why is
here.
my logic
okay,
The point
inconsistent?
is that Charlie.
okay. Why does everything that starts out nice turn to crazy trash garbage? Why are we talking about sex workers?
I just wanted to say Charlie was a great guy. That's all
Oh,
I wanted to
that's
say.
a better statement. Thank you. Okay, we're good. Okay, so Il Donaldo Trumpo, just to change the energy because I don't know where we get to this.
I know
And
all you guys want to know what happened during my meeting with Erica. So here it goes. We met in Nashville because I didn't want to fly anywhere and have my plane shut down by Israel. So I told her to come here instead. She gets here, and first thing she does is she gives me some homemade cookies. And I'm like, bitch, I ain't eating those poison chocolate chip cookies. She tried to poison me. Anyway, I'm still alive after almost dying from the poisoned Israeli cookies, and we start talking. Then, you're not going to believe what happened next. The waiter asks us if we want something to drink, but he's wearing the Star of David. So I'm like, I ain't about to drink no poisons lemonade from you, you Mossad agent. So anyway,
Oh
I
my.
almost die again from Israeli lemonade poisoning. And Erica is like, I'll just have some water, please, which is obviously code for you better kill this bitch right now. Am I right? So we talk and we talk, and she tells me I'm acting crazy or whatever. So I asked her to show me pictures of her of when she was younger. And she's like, why? So I'm like, oh my God, she doesn't have any. So I just discovered she's actually a man, and I'm now talking to this man who is probably an Israeli spy sent here to kill me. So I get up, I go to the bathroom, I dig a hole under the shitter like El Chapo, and I finally made it back to tell you guys the story and get paid millions by YouTube to keep you guys stupid and against Trump and Turning Point, because I'm just a piece of shit like that. Anyway, thank you for your views, retards.
Can you
And
send
that's the
them
most honest she's ever
10,000
been.
gold?
Shabbat
Okay,
shalom.
Il Donaldo Trump. I want to make out with you, but like in the kosher way, which is we eat ice cream from across from each other, and I'll buy you a double scoop. And this is adorable, and you make me happy, and I love you. If you're listening, Il Donaldo Trump. I don't know who's making it. I love it. I don't know why I said I want to make out with you in a kosher way. That's just weird. I was just very
Official
excited.
filet.
I
That's
wanted
what
to
it
give him
means.
a big hug, a kosher hug, but I'll just buy him ice cream. or her ice cream. Maybe it's a guy. Guys are funnier than women. I'm sorry. Keep hearing me. It's because I'm jealous. I keep saying it. I wish I was funnier. Guys are almost they're better
You're
at this
funny.
stuff.
You're pretty funny.
Not really. Not compared to these men. Who comes? This idea is great.
Your brain turns left, their brains turn right. It's cool.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I want to get this video. So it was posted. What time was it posted? It was posted 21 minutes ago. How did this? I survived my meeting with Erica Kirk is what it's called on Il Donaldo's feed. Hold on one second. Let me hear it one more time because I just like to hear her talking about herself horribly. Let's see. Where is it? This is hilarious.
I know all you guys want to know what happened during my meeting with Erica, so here it goes. We met in Nashville because I didn't want to fly anywhere and have my plane shut down by Israel, so I told her to come here instead. She gets here, and first thing she does is she gives me some homemade cookies. And I'm like, bitch, I ain't eating those poisoned chocolate chip cookies. She tried to poison me. Anyway, I'm still alive after almost dying from the poisoned Israeli cookies, and we start talking. Then, you're not going to believe what happened next. The waiter asks us if we want something to drink, but he's wearing the Star of David. So I'm like, I ain't about to drink no poisoned lemonade from you, you Mossad agent. So anyway, I almost die again from Israeli lemonade poisoning. And Erica is like, I'll just have some water, please, which is obviously code for, you better kill this bitch right now. Am I right? So we talk, and we talk, and she tells me I'm acting crazy or whatever. So I asked her to show me pictures of her of when she was younger. And she's like, why? So I'm like, oh my God, she doesn't have any. So I just discovered she's actually a man, and I'm now talking to this man who is probably an Israeli spy sent here to kill me. So I get up, I go to the bathroom, I dig a hole under the shitter like El Chapo, and I finally made it back to tell you guys the story and get paid millions by YouTube to keep you guys stupid and against Trump and Turning Point, because I'm just a piece of shit like that. Anyway, thank you for your views, retards.
This is I survived my meeting with Erica Kirk. This should be streamed all over every single channel. Anybody who is for TPUSA or for Trump should stream it as their opening intro on every single one of their shows. I don't know, maybe for like 4 weeks straight. I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
I think anyone who's got like any basic morals, like the bar doesn't have to be high. Like I'm right there at the bottom with y'all. If you've got basic morals, you should retweet it.
It's amazing. I'm going to post it right now.
I knew Cyber would laugh at that.
What's your numerology number? I'm just asking.
I'm a six. I'm a six. My sixth life path or an 8.
I thought you were gonna say 88.
What does that mean?
1688.
What does that mean?
8.
Wait, so
Fugazi.
okay, okay, so this
If
is
my daddy was born on a Friday the 13th, what does that make me?
oh my gosh.
What year?
And by the way,
Well,
still nobody. Not even
tomorrow is a Friday the 13th,
Oh, it
by the
is?
way.
Oh shit.
It's gonna be fine, everybody. Don't worry. It's okay.
I don't think
Wow,
there's
a
anything wrong
spooky
with
day
it.
before the day of love. What an interesting
I can't
dichotomy.
believe it's Valentine's Day on Saturday. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Valentine's Day is like pagan.
I understand that.
He's
But I also
What?
Valentine,
think
not Pete.
it is. It's fine. It's gonna be everybody's gonna be fine. Don't worry. Let me play this.
And by the way, still nobody. Not even on Tyler Robinson's defense team, you would think I would be like number one they'd reach out to. They'd be like, her inbox the tips. I've got the names, the people who said this person lied. Here's where it was. No, they're not interested. They are just not interested. They got their guy. They have got their guy, and it is Tyler Robinson. With not a shred of evidence. Just they're the ones really going off of vibes in a dream, if we're being honest. And by the way, still nobody. Not even on
Yeah, she said that. 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 Hold on one second. Oh, Fort Huachuca, why it suddenly really matters. When was this? Oh, this is a different space. Okay. Leaked text messages suggest she does. George, can you tell the nannies to shut the kids up? I don't give a F. They're hungry. I'm working on destroying a grieving widow. Let me go, Max. This is very funny. This family made a a tweet, like as if she made the post. See, this is where, yeah. Okay. This is hard evidence. Wait, let me see here. There's like a clip that I think Natalie put out. I like Natalie too. She's another good egg. There's some really good women on the conservative side. Really, there's some really wonderful women, I gotta say. I'm very proud of my conservative ladies. Like I'm meeting more of them and I'm very proud. Natalie Denise, that's her account. I like her too. Pretty girl too. Like her. So she LARPs as if, okay, so is this it? No. Actually, no. Julian to this day doesn't view herself as okay, I don't know. There's like a whole weird thing going on with all these Candace Owens people, like these culters. Okay, here's Cantifa. This is even worse. Cantifa is the new name for Candace Owens.
Curiously, get this. She tells me that she and Erica actually never hung out in person beyond that first meeting. So this was purely meant to be a platonic relationship where Erica said stuff even like this to her on Instagram. Jillian, that dime piece beside the car, though, she's referring to Jillian, just so we're clear. She's referring to Jillian beside a car. And curiously, get this. She tells me that she and Erica actually never hung out in person beyond that first meeting. So this was purely meant to be a platonic relationship where Erica said stuff even like this to her on Instagram. Jillian, that dime piece beside the car, though, she's referring to Jillian, just so we're clear. She's referring to Jillian beside a car. And curiously, get this. She tells me that she and Erica actually never hung out in person beyond that first meeting. So this was purely meant to be a platonic relationship where Erica said stuff even like this to her on Instagram. Jillian,
Wait a second.
that dime piece beside the car, though, she's referring to.
She says that Erica Kirk was grooming a 15-year-old girl, and then it turns out that she interviews a girl and confirms that they only hung out once and nothing ever happened. Is this wait, what?
Groomed a 15-year-old girl, or at least that's what all of her haters across the internet want you to believe. I have spent the last 2 days digging through old Twitter accounts, looking through all the communications so that I could break everything down for you. All of the accounts that I have seen that are making videos about this topic are intentionally leaving a lot of information out, and that's intentional. So this starts all the way back in 2013. Erica was living in LA. She's dating a basketball player. He's living in Michigan. She actually rents a place to be able to go and visit him in Michigan. She goes to have sushi and happens to meet the people that own the place that she's staying in, meet their granddaughter, but her granddaughter also has a friend with her, which would be 15-year-old Jillian. But first of all, I think it's important to know what type of a teenager Jillian was, what type of content she was posting, and how Erica is interacting with her, right? So first of all, let's just start with the fact that she seems insanely lost. This girl is engaged in a lot of stuff that she really should not be. She is posting very inappropriate things, giving references to a lot of partying, drinking, MJ use. She's referencing these types of exchanges with boys and her sexually explicit interactions with them. This tweet here is just one example of multiple that I saw all throughout her feed. You very much get the vibe that this girl does not have a lot of parenting going on in her life. She's being raised by a single mom. And it's very clear that her mom is giving the whole, I'm a cool mom, I'm your friend, not your parent type of vibe. Another thing that became very obvious very quickly is Jillian has massive body image issues and self-esteem issues. She is constantly posting that she is fat. She is posting pictures of very, very sickly, skinny girls, saying that she wishes she looked like that, how beautiful they are, how gorgeous they are, how she wants to lose weight, things like that. Here's another example of her saying, but why can't I have this, referencing this very sickly, skinny girl's body. On the same post, her friend literally says, I'm actually really okay with my body than having no fat on me whatsoever. And Jillian responds, honestly wish I could say the same, LOL, but that's great for you though, Jade. And it becomes clear that her body image issues start to latch on to Erica because Erica is modeling at this time. She's coming right off of being Mrs. Arizona. So she's in the pageant world. Obviously, Erica is a beautiful woman. And so she is constantly...
This goes on for another 2 minutes. I've retweeted it. I don't know what this all means. I just know that wait, that Candace has zero contact with this Jillian
Seems
girl?
pretty simple. It seems like there's a girl who has very severe issues about like identity or whatever, and Erica, being a grown up and someone that she looked up to, took it upon herself to keep her out of like the bulimia, anorexia, like black hole, and now she's being like trashed for it, and that's really disgusting.
Okay, so this is a whole week of. Okay, so yeah, she was helping her.
Obviously, like I said, is our last episode before we take a week off air, pulling things together for our Erica Kirk biographical series. Working title, Fatal Attraction. I'm kidding. Maybe I'm kidding. We don't know. Speaking of, obviously, like I said, is
Oh
our
my
last
God.
episode before we take a week off air.
She
Pulling
called
things
it.
together for our Erica Kirk.
What, how, where's the lawsuit status of this? Do we know where?
So, you know I said it, and I will say it again. Mrs. Kirk and the TPUSA team waited way freaking too long. They needed to stick this bitch with a cease and desist order 24 hours after Charlie passed and the ugly that was coming out of her mouth. It just kept growing. And how do you get it under control now?
Oh no, they're letting her dig her own grave. Like they get every single day. It's more and more material they can sue her butt
But
with.
people are going with the information. So it's not just that they stop it coming out of her mouth, it's now pouring out of tons of people's mouth because she has a what do we call it? The Owensology, the cult. She has a cult following.
Listen, anybody who
It's called gang
embraces
stalking.
Charlie being a time
Hold on,
traveler, I think we can all.
Josie, it's considered. So one woman put the law here. So Candace is gang stalking and regular stalking Erica, her kids, and her family members, and extended family and friends. You can apply. So they're saying she can apply for a restraining order, like a permanent restraining order, even. The wedding photo is gone. This is a very funny meme that she puts. It's that guy who's at the computer, at the keyboard. 3,300 missing children have been picked up in Minnesota by
Yes,
ICE.
did you see that? That was what the operation was there to do.
Oh.
In addition to taking public safety threats off the street, ICE here in this state have located 3,364 missing.
Oh my God.
Children. Children in the last
And those deadbeat blue hairs were trying to stop
That's
it.
because the leadership of President Trump, these children were located.
Oh
In
my
addition to
God.
taking public safety threats off the street,
I want to cry,
ICE
vomit, and
here.
I've got chills. I can't even believe this is what was going on, and we didn't even know.
They lose their mind about all the conspiracy theories around Epstein, but when actually 3,000 like living children are
Real
identified,
people.
found, right, potentially taken away from abusers or whatever, no one wants to say thank you to the president, right? All those people that say all the worst things about President Trump, I haven't heard a single one of them say thank you.
And I haven't seen that anywhere on the news except for Tom Homan's announcement.
Okay.
Man, there needs to be a counter, a page with a counter of all the kids. Because, I hear the things here and there, like the 3,300. They come up with the announcement. I'd like to know the total number and a counter. That would be a good PR. You know what I mean? Where it moves.
So Laura.
Oh, look. Now it's another 500 kids.
Okay, we should do that. Somebody make a note. Remind me. Start a page. Tom Homan saves children, right? Kind of a page, right? And we go by, or Donald Trump, whatever.
Yeah.
ICE saves children page.
Children saved.
Children
Yeah,
saved.
by, I don't know if it'd be ICE or Trump
Yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, this
Where
is yesterday.
Where to begin? I'd like to start with a special shout out to Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer this afternoon, our resident Zionist psychopath. She's amazing. After yesterday's episode, she took to X to demand that Erica Kirk sue me. Here is what she wrote. She said, "It is time for Mrs. Erica Kirk to sue Candace Owens. She has gone too far."
Way past
Original, a Zionist threatening to sue. Ooh, that's so new. It feels so brand new. Hey, Laura, welcome to the Candace podcast. It sounds like you might be new here. What we've been doing these past 5 months is trying to figure out who killed Charlie Kirk. And while we have definitively uncovered a lot, that process has been somewhat delayed and complicated by the fact that we don't have access to Charlie's phone, Erica's phone, Dan Flood's phone, Mikey McCoy's phone logs, Frank Turek's phone. Were we actually granted by the power of the courts the right to subpoena all that information? I suspect we would have maybe solved this thing even before his memorial. Before
Do you know what she just said? She just said the
so
only
thank you.
people she wants
Welcome
to
that
access their
opportunity,
phone
Laura.
are his
That
team.
is literally.
Say that apart again. What?
She just said that the only people that she needs access to their phone or information from are his family and his team. And if she can find that out, then she'll know who killed him. That is like a huge accusation. Like that is a clip. Like if you want to talk about like Megyn Kelly, right? The grandma Groiper, right? She's like, oh, well, did Candace actually say it? Yeah. If I make a list of all my suspects who I need to get evidence on, and all of them are his family and his team, that's accusing them. Like that's so disgusting.
I gotta hear it.
We would have maybe solved this thing even before his memorial, before the quote-unquote event of the century. So thank you. We welcome that opportunity, Laura. That is literally what we are doing here. That aside.
Event of the century?
One wish well. In addition, well, you only get one wish. I wish Nikki Freeman loved me more than anyone in the entire world.
I love you so much.
I thought it was a good game. I thought in the beginning.
So hold off on that for me. Be cool. Maybe I'll play a bit of this Scott Ritter interview for you guys while I'm setting up. It'll take about 5 minutes. But yeah, guys, if you can do me a favor, if you can retweet, and by the way, can you hear as well? Just make sure you can let me know if you can hear in the comment section down below. If you can let me know if you can hear, because you don't want your boy to be talking and you can't hear. So let's make sure, can you hear or not? Let me see. Okay. Hopefully somebody can give some kind of confirmation if you can hear. the space? Okay, let's see the comments. Anybody commented? Yep. Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Ted, for letting us know that you can hear. Okay, guys, retweet, reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Lots to get into, quite a bit to speak about. So retweet, reshare the space. Let's try and get as many people into this space as possible. Epstein files is what we'll be speaking about. A lot of movement in that regard from a wide range of sources. So this is what we're going to be speaking about, but just give me 5 minutes while I'm setting up. Let me play this and let me know if you can hear this because I'm on my headset and I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hear this through the headset while I'm setting up. Can you hear that? Let me know in the comments if you can hear Scott Ritter. Experts on what's happening in Iran right now, or even from a geopolitical perspective. But I want to speak to him about the. In the comments, can you hear Scott Ritter? Between Iran, Israel, and the United States of America. Scott Ritter, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. Thank you very much for having me. Well, it's an honor and a privilege. Awesome. Scott, so people saying they can hear. All right, so I'm going to play the bit of the Scott Ritter while I'm sorting it out. For the audience, explain what the USS Abraham Lincoln is from a military perspective, what kind of munitions and weaponry it has, and then what are the possible frailties within it?
Well, I mean, the Abraham Lincoln is an American nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, one of the more modern ones we have in the fleet. It has an embarked air wing on it that gives it its lethality. It has the F-A-18 Super Hornets. It has F-35Cs, I believe, the stealth fighters. It has EA-6 Growlers, which are electronic warfare aircraft. E-2 Hawkeye, which is like a naval version of AWACS. The bottom line is it has the ability to project power. It's like a floating air base. It can project military power, within the striking distance of the aircraft it has. Some refueling capability, etc. And for the most part, it's impressive. If it goes up against Somali pirates, and if it goes up against people that lack the ability to reach back and counter strike, but it's a legacy weapon system. People need to understand that. It may have a nuclear power plant. It might have a advanced catapult system. That's Gerald Ford. It might have fancy airplanes and all that, but it's a weapon system whose utility dates back to the Second World War. It's a means of power projection. And as we learned in the Second World War, when the other enemy has the ability to project power in a countervailing or fashion, they can sink your aircraft carriers. The Battle of Coral Sea, Midway. The United States lost aircraft carriers to the Japanese, even though we'd sunk Japanese aircraft carriers. Today we see the United States being unmatched in terms of its ability to project aircraft carrier-based, carrier battle group-based power around the world. China is starting to develop some capacity, but nobody else has anything close to resembling what the United States has. The problem is, though, it's not the aircraft carrier that threatens the Abraham Lincoln. It's ballistic missiles. We have entered an era where nations have developed ballistic missiles that can defeat any air defense system that exists in the carrier battle group, has the range, has the speed, and has the accuracy to reach out and touch the aircraft carrier, sinking it. The United States began to recognize this, I think, a few years ago. General Berger, he was commandant of the Marine Corps, came in and he reviewed the national security strategy and the national defense strategy documents that were promulgated by the White House. And he was honest. He said, we cannot fulfill the mission that's been given to us by our leaders, our civilian leaders, because they're asking us to project.
Anyway, that was the interview with Scott Ritter. Some people in the comments are saying it's not great to hear, so obviously I won't continue playing that. If you want to check that out, the tweet is in the nest. I interviewed Scott Ritter about the forthcoming war with Iran, and there was an interesting point and perspective he had, a bit different to the other military experts that we interviewed over the last few days. So do check that out. That tweet's in the nest. And just to let you know, the YouTube channel, the tweet in the nest, guys, do give it a follow. Give some support, because we're basically doing three things on the YouTube. We're putting out daily videos at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. Those are generally interviews with military experts or information videos. So like one of them was the evidence of the direct Mossad connection with Epstein, or we did a video on the 6 core conspirators. We've done videos on various other things. So the information videos. So that's one section. It's on the video section. Then we have a different section, which is the live section that happens after the space. And that section, what happens is it's like the X news. It's like news of the day, like 5 or 6 important pieces of news that happened, and we speak about them. And it's like, again, a short 10-minute clip, 8 to 10-minute clip, 8, 12-minute clip, something like that, where we go through some of the most important topics, and then I explain, elaborate, illuminate on those issues. So, for example, yesterday, straight after the space, what did we do? If we look at the lives on my YouTube, we did Religious Liberty Freedom Fires Catholic Woman Carrie Prejean Bola. As you know, she was fired for being a Catholic by the Zionists. So that one was one of the videos. The other one we did was Howard Lutnick admits to visiting Epstein Island. The third one was, as you know, Epstein Files, Pam Bondi destroyed by the House Committee. We did Netanyahu arrives at the White House. Will he force the US into war? We did Iran protests, Baal set on fire. And the other one, which was Venezuela sends oil to Israel. So we covered quite a few different topics. So yeah, do check those out. YouTube channel, lots of content going out every day. If you want something to go through, if you want something to listen to, brobs, the YouTube channel is the place to be. It is the place to be. Right, let me just make sure we're live on YouTube on this as well. And we stream the X Spaces on YouTube as well. Forgot about that. It's like everything in one, guys. It's literally everything in one. And I do need you to help me boost that channel, because apparently the feeling is that it has been shadow banned. And so if you can do that for me, that would be awesome. Let me just get up this streaming thing, and then we're ready to go. Apparently I need to copy this code across. So just give me 2 seconds. It could be boys like multitasking like no other. So let me just quickly do this, and then we're ready. Oh, wrong one. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then start the streaming. Okay, if the YouTube guys can let me know if this is working, that would be awesome. Have gone live on YouTube. It does look like it's live. Because normally we do have technical issues when we switch between the different styles. Yeah, guys, retweet, reshare the space. I think we're almost ready. Retweet, reshare the space. Quote, tweet it. Let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people into the space as possible. Yeah, we got Fiery Scott in there immediately saying all things are good. Let me just put the... Yeah, guys, retweet, reshare this. Okay, we've got that ready. We've got that ready. What else do I need? I think we're ready, but your boy's getting confused. Okay, guys, we've got things up. We've got things ready. Beatrix is here as well. How you doing, Beatrix? Okay, cool. Manko, give us your thoughts about what's what's happening with the
Good, I'm good. Oh my God, you're so impatient. Just give me a second. I was just looking at something. Hi, Manco. Go to Manco.
Oh, you burned my ears with that scream, bruv. Chicks, bruv, Manco.
We
Right.
can hear an echo, Suleiman, in the background from you. I don't want to listen to two Suleimans.
What's better than listen to one Suleiman is two Suleimans. But yeah, let me sort that out. Go ahead, Manco.
Well, you didn't finish. What is it that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, listen, Epstein files, we've seen a huge amount of movement. A lot of people have been arrested in Europe. People have stood down in the United Kingdom, like Peter Mandelson. We don't see anything at the moment that's happened in the US. Are we going to see some head rolls? Is something going to happen to Howard Lutnick, or is everyone going to go scot free? What's your thoughts?
I think everyone's going to go scot free. And the reason is we have an extremely partisan society. It wasn't always this way a long time ago. So you would have a situation where when someone, got bad PR on the Democrat side or the Republican side, both sides would just kind of throw them into the fire. And what started happening in the last 10 years is with the Democrats is they're going to stand by other people and they're going to fight, and they're not going to, give up any points to the other side. So it's like, okay, cool. Well, in the Trump version of the Republican Party, we're going to do the same thing back. So generally, you're going to stick to your people. Like with who was the guy a year ago? Big Balls, right? With Doge. They tried to cancel him, and Trump and Elon stuck by him. And that's the right move. That's the move that the base wants. So people might be unpopular for other reasons, but to fire someone in response to pressure from your enemies, it, as a general rule, is not going to be happening anymore in American politics. There's going to have to be some massive changes to the political system before that starts happening again. That ship has sailed. It's over. As far as the Epstein allegations themselves, I have been reading a lot of, who was that guy you mentioned the other day? There's like this guy who's basically, his whole Twitter is that Epstein's no big deal and it's all overblown and almost none of it's true and all that stuff. There's this guy who's like on Twitter who's saying that all the time, and everyone's calling him a pedophile.
Michael Tracy.
Michael Tracy. Yeah, and I've been seeing him pop up on the timeline and looking through his posts, and I don't see anything wrong. Like the stuff he's saying checks out. I looked into some of it. He's like, hey, look, there's all these victims were over 18. Here's all the names. You could look it up. And I looked it up and I was like, yeah, it certainly looks like there's a lot of mass hysteria to exaggerate what was, as far as Epstein Island and all that stuff. It looks like almost entirely it was adult prostitutes that he was taking to the island, and the quote unquote victims are being very coy about how they're victims and all the details, because if they came out and said, well, this is what actually happened, right? When you look at all their statements is like the abuse began in this year or at this time or on the island or something. You're like, wait, no, that's a very vague statement. What abuse are you talking about? And the truth is, when you look deeper into it, you're like, oh, wait, you're just a prostitute. And you don't want to talk about any more detail because it would come out that you were a prostitute and you received a lot of either flat out money or gifts and favors and other things in exchange for what you were doing. So that doesn't change any of the underlying dynamics of Epstein still being able to use blackmail and stuff like that, because obviously guys being caught with prostitutes is still embarrassing for them and can still be used against them and is sort of a way to control them. But it does certainly look like there's like a lot of things being said about very young ages that doesn't seem to check out when you look into it. That's all.
Beatrix?
So Marcus, are you saying are there not some look, I can't, do you know what? There's been so much that's come out on these files and so many claims made on the spaces and things. Are you saying that from what you've seen, there's no definitive evidence that someone was like 7 or 8 or 9 or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. And even the one that I saw that was a younger age, well, there were two. There were two that I specifically looked into because I was like, these are the ones that are younger, like 14. One of them, he didn't actually do anything with her. This was the bigger one. He didn't actually do anything with her when she was 14. He moved her and her mom to New York. He put her in a very expensive private school, paid for all their rent, all the stuff. It was spending lavish amounts of money on these people. And I believe the age of consent in New York is 17. And she said in her allegations that he waited until that time for when the abuse began. So it was like, oh, okay. So she doesn't even say that he was trying to have sex with her when she was actually not legal. He moved her to a state where she would be legal at a certain age. And then at that age is when he started doing stuff with her. And obviously, that's like being a sugar baby, right? He's spending enormous amounts of money on her. So I don't believe there was anything like non-consensual. It was like part of the package. That was one. The other one, when I looked into it, it was a woman who she was underage, around the same age, I think like 14. But the only allegation was that she gave Epstein a massage, that nothing sexual happened, and that when she went to get hired to do the massage, she said she was 18. And I was like, what? So every time I've looked into it, it's all come back that it's not nearly as salacious as people are saying. And there's been maybe a half a dozen other victims that I looked into manually based on things I read online and stuff like that, and looked up the information about them, looked up their birth dates and like the years of the allegations and that kind of stuff. And it all looks like they were like 17, 18 plus and of legal age at the time, or in the state wherever they were. And that's why I'm like, where's all these like super young victims that everyone talks about? But then when you go into the details, I'm not finding them.
Yeah, funny you should say that, because I've just seen a post, right? And this is what confuses me. And it says, breaking. Latest Epstein files reveal that Israeli billionaire Leon Black allegedly raped a 7-year-old girl, bit her private parts, jammed sharp objects inside her, and made her bleed. So that's what the tweet says, right? Then it's got a screenshot from the Epstein files, allegedly from the Epstein files. And I say allegedly because there's a lot of fake screenshots going around. And this is an email, right, Mancos? I don't know who it's from. I don't know who it's to. It's blanked out, right? And it says, May the 26th, 2023, call with Jean Christensen, some referral. I think it's a law firm referral. And it says, Leon Black, Wall Street person, 72 or 71 years old now, blah, 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 what he did. And it says, so it blanks out the name, and I'm guessing the name it blanks out is the alleged victim. And it says 7 to 8 years. Black was sexually violent with her. So it says 7 to 8 years. Okay, so it doesn't actually say 7 years. And then it's got another blanked out name, which is another victim. And it says, victim said Black raped her around 20 years ago, 2001 or 2002 in Epstein townhouse. So the details are really, really vague. There's another victim. It says 16 years old when raped by Black, and there's a lot of stuff blacked out. So we just don't know. When I look at things like this, and I have seen that a lot of people have said that some of the victims wanted their names put out there because they've spoken about it publicly, but even their names have been blacked out. I was having a discussion with somebody yesterday, right? And do you know what they said to me? I'm just telling you what they said to me. They said to me that when they look at the picture of Prince Andrew, right, with the who was it that Prince Andrew was with? Was it Virginia? What was her name? Let me have a look.
Virginia Giuffre.
Yeah, if it's the blonde girl, it's her.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one with Virginia Giuffre. They say that picture, that infamous picture, does not look like she was forced into anything. This is what somebody was saying to me yesterday, right? When you look at that picture, She is there, happy as Larry. Number one, she was 17 years old, apparently, in that picture, which under UK law is legal age, because legal age is 16 in the UK, and she was 17 in that picture. And he looks as though she's happy to be with the Prince of England. And this person was saying to me that you don't know, a lot of these girls signed up to this. They were happy to do it. They were probably paid handsomely for it. And then now it's quite trendy for them to say, oh, I was 17 and I was groomed. And where's the evidence for that? So I think there's more people that think this way, the Michael Tracy kind of opinion of what you're saying, Mancos, then we probably realize on X. And this is not somebody who was on X that I was speaking to. So I don't know what you want to say about that, Mancos. Do you think there's more people that actually have that opinion?
Yeah, I think a lot of people haven't really looked into it too deeply, and they just repeat things that they've heard. And one of the posts that was out there today was some like woman that's in Congress who was like, "Oh my God, they did a 7-year-old or something like that, and now I'm so outraged. I didn't realize it was like this." And it was apparently a reference to some email that had a typo in it or something. Like it wasn't actually that wasn't correct. So there's all sorts of weird stuff like this.
I saw Tracy's post on that. Apparently, the claim was it was a 7 or 8-year-old, and what the email actually meant was that they were together for 7 to 8 years. Is that what you're talking about?
Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's one that I didn't look. I have not seen the underlying email, but there have been. On the other hand, Epstein absolutely did break the law, getting involved in sexual conduct with girls that are underage. He lived in Florida primarily. In Florida, the age of consent is 18. So like most states in the United States, it's 16. And there's a few states that are 17 and then some states that are 18. But some of the big states, California and Florida, which are two of the biggest states, are 18. And then New York is, I believe, 17. And he was doing his stuff mostly in Florida and New York. And then also like whatever, the Bahamas, his island. And he was doing a lot of massage. Like he was having girls that he would find, and then he would have them recruit other girls and then try to get as many sort of in the teenage years, although some of them were over 18, to do massages. And then with some of these girls, he would try to sort of escalate and see, if they would be willing to go further or whatever. But he didn't do that with all the girls. And some of them were underage. And then there were allegations from earlier, like in the 90s and stuff, where he was being caught by, like, there were some women, Virginia Guthrie, I believe, is one of them, where their parents were in on it and they were supportive and they were like, they knew about Epstein and they weren't stopping them because there was money coming in. But then there were other parents, the ones that found out about it with their daughters trying to hide it from them. And then they reported Epstein to the police, and that's how he got caught. So there was definitely some stuff going on, but there seems to be a disconnect between. So Epstein definitely was doing stuff for himself, right? In Florida, getting girls to come over and give him massages, and then maybe something more and stuff, trying to do like that sort of grooming, right? And then people assume that those same girls were the ones that he was flying to the island and having like be escorts with these rich and powerful men. And that part doesn't seem to be true. It seems to be separate sets of girls. And the ones that were going to the island seem to be adult prostitutes for the most part. That's what I can see, at least.
Yeah, thanks for that, Manko. Just to give you some updates, guys, there has been a video released today that shows Epstein. So let me just go through this. Newly released DOJ files include grainy footage from a hidden camera inside Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach office, showing him at times engaging in sexual acts with women who appear to be either very young or underage. For years, victims and investigators there was always claims that he was partaking in these activities in his home and recording them for blackmail purposes. But there is a video showing that he was partaking in this basically inappropriate behavior with people as young as, well, we don't know the age, but the person in the video looks extremely young, if not underage. So there is that first video that has come out. Let me just give you some more news as well. We have Declassified UK revealed the top nationalities to have served for Israel during the Gaza genocide, and the top is USA. So the most of the dual nationals or multinationals who served for Israel came from the United States of America. French and Russians are second and third in that list. The United States has withdrawn its forces from the Al Tanf military base in southern Syria. So there is a withdrawal from Syria. We also have. Let me just quickly go through the news. And guys, in the meantime, we haven't got many quote tweets. If you can quote tweet the space, that would be awesome. There's two voices. 1 second. Okay.
I've got some news as well, Suleiman.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Go for it, bro. Tell us the news.
Okay, so Israel's arrested several people for allegedly using classified information to place bets on Israeli military operations on Polymarket. Like literally, they use classified information to put bets on Polymarket. So I don't know if people want to look at what Polymarket bets were, but they've used classified information to bet on it, isn't it? Crazy mancos. And that was per the Wall Street Journal. Trump said that Attorney General Pam Bondi did a fantastic job at the DOJ oversight hearing yesterday. Trump has just been asked about whether he knew that Howard Lutnick went to Epstein Island, and he says, I wasn't, but from what I hear, he was there with his wife and children. I was never there. It's quite funny, actually, because I'm going to play this clip because I think he's just asked about Howard Lutnick and he decides to address himself first. Let's play this. Hang on 1 second.
I was never there.
The Secretary of Commerce visited Epstein's Island. Do you continue to have?
No, I wasn't aware of it. No, I didn't. I actually haven't spoken to him about it. I wasn't, but from what I hear, he was there with his wife and children. And I guess in some cases, some people were. I wasn't. I was never there. Somebody will someday say that. I was never there. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so that's a clip of him. What else was there? Russia will send crude oil and fuel to Cuba. The Trump administration secretly delivered about 6,000 Starlink satellite terminals to Iran. That was the Wall Street Journal again. This is, I think you might have touched on this yesterday, Mancos. I can't remember, but I think this discussion was going on yesterday or the day before. A Kremlin memo reportedly details proposals for Russia to re-enter the dollar-based financial system as part of a wider economic partnership with a possible Trump administration, and that was Bloomberg reporting that. Let's see if there was anything else that I bookmarked to go through really quickly. I think that's it for now, to be honest. There's a bit of a variety of news.
Okay, I hope this is not an echo for the YouTube people. I haven't even put the YouTube link out yet. I forgot to. I've tried one more thing because they said they can hear me twice, which is a dream come true for them, but we can't allow heaven to happen on earth for them. So let me just go through this news, which is Epstein's ex-girlfriend says Trump groped her in Trump Tower in 1993. His hands are all over her breast and butt as Epstein watched. He also said, I don't get why there's a fault. Anyway, I'll get someone to sort this out. Got it, guys. Sorry. 1 second, guys. Do retweet.
Go deal with that, Suleiman, because I cannot deal with listening to you twice on YouTube. Let me go to Ryan in the meantime. Ryan, jump in. Thanks for joining.
Oh, thanks, Beatrix. Is my microphone working okay?
Yeah, it is. It's working great.
Love that. First of all, I just want to say thank you to you guys. I've been listening in on the spaces probably since the original 12-day war there with Iran. I kind of started using X at that time, so I've been hovering. But I appreciate you guys doing this. I've heard and learned an extensive amount in that span of time from all of the guests. Even the people I disagree with, I usually enjoy listening to them because they at least have some type of constructive thing to say. But anyways, I wanted to mention in response to what Mankos mentioned earlier, I think that there's definitely a lot of sensationalism, and I think it's happening on both ends of the debate. I think you have on the one hand you have people who are exaggerating because they're looking to make Epstein look more wild and crazy maybe than it really was, or they're looking to cover for other people. And then on the other hand, I think that there's the same thing happening where people are trying to maybe step too far in downplaying the reality of the situation because they're trying to exonerate maybe people that are close to Epstein as well. So I think but the evidence taken in whole, and when I say evidence, I don't mean like in, a court of law evidence. I mean just kind of the information that we've been given so far. I think it's pretty difficult to make a very convincing case that that Epstein wasn't involved with minors in any way. For me, the most convincing, and maybe you guys have taken a look at this as well, but there was a let me see if I can find it here. There was a memorandum that came with the documents when they originally got dumped, and I think after it had been out for a while, it was taken down. It is let's see, it's like an 86-page document. It's a privileged attorney work product and deliberative process form. And in the form, it basically to do with the indictment from July in 2019. And I'm saying all this to say that if you want to make the case that Epstein wasn't involved with minors, you pretty much have to take the extensive witness testimony from both victims and people close to Epstein at the time in 2019. And you have to say that all of that is either made up or they were delusional or they were wrong. And I think if you look at the amount of witness testimony that they collected, the type of stories that they were told, the specificity of them, the details that they included, I mean, in my opinion, I think it's impossible to really make that case. But I do think that there are aspects to the story as well that people are missing that are extremely important. And one of those is that it's actually likely, and I don't remember where I read this from, but it's likely that some of the victims that have taken a special kind of plea called an Alford plea, and that type of plea basically allows them to maintain their innocence in public, but they've actually agreed to plead guilty to some of the ways in which they participated in Epstein's crimes as co-conspirators. So that'd be something interesting to look into. I don't know if anybody else has heard about that, but that's generally all I wanted to say. If you wanted to look at the memorandum, I can probably send that to whoever's interested. It was sent originally to Jeffrey Berman. He's a U.S. attorney, and he was obviously one of the people working the case in 2019. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys a lot, and looking forward to hearing what everybody has to say.
Thanks for that, Ryan. Just a quick question. What's this thing about the co-conspirators conspirators pleading guilty to working with Epstein? In what sense was that?
Okay, so I was reading, I think it was Johnny Vedmore's recent article. It's called The Pottinger Ultimatum, and he's actually researching I believe it's one of the lawyers who was either defending or prosecuting the case, and they were associated with Maria Farmer, who was one of those original victims and witnesses that was doing the kind of the rounds on the podcast. And in his article, he talks about how Maria Farmer and some of the other victims might have taken this special kind of plea. And he describes it probably in better detail than I could. But generally, what I got from it was that in a given circumstance like this, somebody can plead guilty to certain crimes that they participated in, but also remain a viable witness, meaning that their testimony has to be believed in terms of the court of law as a witness. So it's a unique circumstance and a unique type of plea, and it's called an Alford plea. So I thought that was interesting, and I hadn't heard it anywhere else. So I'd be curious to hear what everybody else thinks.
So they get kind of immunity, providing that their testimony is thought to be the truth, basically.
Yeah, it seems to be something like that, or it's kind of like it's a way of pleading guilty to some crimes while still being able to basically commit your testimony to to the rest of the court case. It's that's as far as I can understand. But I mean, I don't have a law degree or anything, so I
It's
would want to hear what other people think.
yeah, it's similar to, if you guys have heard of it, pleading no contest, where you're like you're basically saying you're guilty, although you're not officially saying you're guilty, and 90% of the consequences are the same, but there are some differences. For example, if you formally plead guilty, that can be used against you in a civil case, but if you just plead no contest, you still count as a criminal in your criminal case, but in a civil case, they can't use it against you in the same way. So there's stuff like this that it's basically like guilty, but with an asterisk after it.
Yeah, that exactly. You've said it a lot more articulate than I could, but that's basically the understanding that I had. I could read you the quote from the actual Vedmore case. He says one of the most troubling aspects of the Epstein case has been the recategorization of those involved and affected. It should be easy to categorize the people who inhabited Epstein's world, criminally speaking. There were perpetrators, accomplices, and victims, three very easy to define categories. However, many of the perpetrators have been redefined as accomplices, many of the accomplices have been redefined as victims, and many of the victims have been forgotten. The use of the Alford plea in the Epstein case has allowed the architects of the case to redefine who is innocent and who is guilty, thereby undermining justice. And just as a context for the quote, he's making the case in the rest of the article that Stanley Pottinger, and I believe he's one of the lawyers who's working the case, is actually trying to subvert the case in a clandestine way on behalf of the intelligence apparatus. That's basically the gist that I got.
Interesting. So first of all, I'm just testing, guys, if this is working. Sorry about this.
So, Suleiman, your voice is fine now on the YouTube, but we can hear the space in the background, so you need to mute one of the mics or something.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. That's because I was testing on the phone myself. Okay, cool. I think we're sorted. Right, guys, do retweet the space, reshare it. I think we're sorted. Let me give you the. Sorry, Ryan and Manko, did you guys finish the conversation you're having? Because I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure the mic was working. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for
I
sure.
kind of helped to fix the mic, didn't I? Really, to be honest.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Awesome. Okay. Let me just put this volume down. Okay, we're gonna go through this. Let me just quickly put the YouTube link out. And guys, like I said, in the nest is the interview we did with Scott Ritter. Guy is awesome in terms of from a geopolitical analysis. Do check that out. Later, follow the YouTube and
Just while Suleiman does that, right? So, you know what, Ryan, while you were talking, I was thinking of something, okay? It's the sentence you started off with, where you said that you reflected on what Mankos was saying. I'm paraphrasing here. And yes, there could be an element that this whole thing, like with Epstein, was sensationalized, right? And I'm just trying to think back to when was the first time I actually heard of Epstein and in what context. And do you know what? I can't remember. Obviously, I've known about him for a while, but I can't. Suleiman, your hot mic. Thanks. But I can't remember when the first time was that I actually heard of him and thought, who is this guy? So that's kind of strange, and I don't know if you guys can. And then I think, okay, and the reason I think that is because I think, was it sensationalized? If there is no truth in this, why didn't they just do a massive data dump of all of the files day one? Why was there this delay and this cover up and this redaction and all of this, the games that they played around this? Is it because it is damning what happened? And at least a massive percentage of these allegations are true? Or is it because from day zero, this whole thing was built up and sensationalized by rumor after rumor after rumor after rumor and, just like allegations with no substance, that now to release the files would have just, without any context around it, would have gone to prove that. And I'm thinking, okay, well, if that was the case, when was the first time I heard of Epstein? And I can't tell you. I don't know when I first heard of him, but I've obviously known about him for a while. Kind of strange.
I definitely do not remember when I first started learning about Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. I'm trying to think. Um, hmm.
Strange, isn't it? When you think about it like that.
It is weird. I do know that I remember the Bear Stearns situation. I think that might have been the first time that I heard about him because I remember reading, this might have been like Occupy Wall Street time, probably somewhere around then. I think that would probably be the first time that I remember hearing about him, but it would have just been in relationship to reading about like what happened at Bear Stearns and how that situation kind of played out. But I think what you're saying is so true about it seems like every time the intelligence agencies are involved in some type of event or whatever we're left to interpret and try and make sense by context of what's going on, it always has this murky element where you can't really tell for sure where you sit on the spectrum because it's obviously true that the story's being sensationalized. Like we know that it's possible that there's a lot of fake information that was in the documents and everybody, I think we all know that, people who are trying to analyze it, but it always, the intelligence agencies always use this to their advantage because it makes it a lot easier to pit people against each other and it's a lot more difficult to get to the bottom of things. But that's always a telltale sign from my perspective that we're in the midst of an operation, is when you're always left with this murky, not sure.
Yeah, I think that's a.
Yeah, that's a really good point,
Yeah,
actually.
go ahead, Beatrix.
No, I was just going to say, Joanne, I think that's a really good point because, like, they could potentially be using the way that they've actually just done, a part of a data dump and the way that it's been framed to blackmail people to say, look, we can frame it whichever way we want to. I don't know. Like, I'm at that point now where I just think anything and nothing is believable. I don't know. But yeah, I think you made some key points, Ryan. Suleimani, your tech issues done with? Did I help
I
fix
think you
them?
did.
Beatrix, I first came across Epstein during the Netflix series. That's when I first got exposed to it.
Have they got a Netflix series on it?
Yeah, for the 2008 trial. And who's making the argument that it's a little sensationalized? Because I feel like maybe Mankos is kind of undermining or underselling possibly what happened back in 2006, or who's making that argument?
What?
I don't think he used those words, but I think Ryan said that it could be like his kind of takeaway from a lot of what Manco said was that there could be an element of this that's sensationalized, not the
Well, I
whole
think
thing.
Manco
But
isn't Manco like more amiable to Tracy's position. He was saying from reading it, but there is something that I'm finding a bit strange, and I know and you got look. I do think that there is you all know my view on this. I'm not in this position that you just automatically believe all women. On the other hand, there does seem to be something that's clearly happened. We've seen some videos of it now with the Channel 4 release, so there is visual evidence of it as well, and therefore this needs to be investigated. And the fact that it's not being investigated, the fact that names are being redacted, that's a big problem. And also, I'm seeing some of the people. I know one of them was a fake, but one of them's not a fake. A fake in terms of she claims to be. So fake in the sense of, so one person claimed that she was Epstein's ex girlfriend, pulled out this kind of meme coin, promoted it. I think Mario, Alex Jones, Benny Johnson, and a few others were trying to get an interview with her. Then after a day of get accidentally promoting her in the way that they were replying to her and asking for an interview, they pumped that meme coin, and then afterwards they said, "Ha ha ha! You all got done." Now that wasn't an Epstein survivor or victim, but there is another person who is allegedly an Epstein survivor who is pumping a meme coin, and so that doesn't mean that she's not telling the truth. She still may be telling the truth. She may not, but meme coin isn't a way of making money. Meme coin isn't a way of you getting support. You can open a GoFundMe, you can open these various other things, but a meme coin is you give people this false sense of belief that you're going to make some money, and then you essentially scam them off the money. So this idea that so that one is a question mark on those people. I think anybody who's there's a big problem in terms of me. I don't there's a big problem in that regard. So I think there is a lot more to this, where if you're going to start automatically thinking that these people are right or believe them, you're going to get problems in that regard. So that was my thoughts on that, Avi.
One thing I found very interesting. There was one of the politicians. I have to go find it because I found it so strange. Right, she comes out, she looks at some of the unredacted files. This was yesterday or 2 days ago, and she comes out and she talks about like how horrific the information was that she found. But what I found very strange was how she, for some reason, like imagine being traumatized. You're seeing like some damning like information. You're seeing women being abused, and then you come out in front of media, and the one nation that's like probably the most compromised in the files, which is Israel, isn't the country that she specifically highlights, saying and specifically she implicates Russia being involved. And like we know that like the country that's the most compromised in this outside of American like people and obviously the UAE freaks and whatnot and the king and all that, it's Israel, right? And I don't know, I'm just thinking like if you're so traumatized, are you still like pushing Russian propaganda? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, this doesn't make sense to me. I just found that very weird by that one politician who was like trying to implicate Russia when we know wholeheartedly the one country that's compromised the most was Israel. And even like after watching all of that, being sympathetic towards those individuals, the victims, the survivors, she still has it in her to push some propaganda. I don't know. I just found that very odd.
Well, I wouldn't even say they're the most compromised. They are the compromised. I think everybody else is, I don't even think they're involved in so much as it was for them. It was more so that they were maybe used. The intelligence apparatus was taken advantage of. But there's no doubt whatsoever this was done for Israel. It was done for this foreign nation. And this entire blackmailing ring was for that purpose. And Maria Farmer, I do believe her statement in terms of the way they were treating her. Like, you have to remember, she was saying it in a climate where she probably didn't even know what the ramifications of those words were, what the implications were. The Great Awakening hadn't happened by then, but she was talking about they were calling her goy and saying you're not a Jew, so you're not allowed to do this, and you're less and you're lesser and you're cattle and these type of things. So quite clearly there was this supremacy, and quite clearly there was all of these different factors involved.
Just
Yeah,
can I just push? Oh, sorry, go. You go.
Oh yeah, no worries. I just wanted to say about the Russia situation because I run into this a lot. I kind of traffic in the Eastern Orthodox community, so I run into a lot of people talking about Russian propaganda and that kind of stuff quite a bit. So I've spent a good amount of time kind of looking into it, and the reality is that there is an element of kind of Jewish Russian influence that is participating both in the kind of the conflicts of intelligence agencies, and they do have alliances with Israel and they do have alliances with the CIA and stuff. So but it is also true as well that Putin has definitely done some damage to certain oligarchs in Russia. So I just wanted to say that there is this kind of rift that's happened in the intelligence of Russia, and there is undoubtable that Epstein, in some sense, was operating with the KGB or trying to compromise them or work with them in some sense. And the only reason I say that is just that it's obviously true that Epstein was a supremacist. Like he obviously he was oh so very Jewish. Like the way he sound, like everything about him was obviously Jewish. But I think when
Ryan,
we yeah, go ahead.
honestly, what is your strongest evidence? Just lay it out. What is your strongest evidence that ties him to the KGB? Like that's a big claim.
Well, no, my point is not to say that Epstein is necessarily like working for the KGB. My point is that at the level that Epstein is operating, from his perspective, like the idea that he would be working for Israel, I think is just not capturing the nuance that's present there. And my point was just that when you get to the level of intelligence agency, there is some national interest, but there's also this element of transnational capital that participates in that world. And I think Epstein was more along the lines of being a Jew, but also operating at that nexus where there's a transnational element. And so I think it's important that we investigate all the Israel influence. But I just think that it might be a mistake to say that he was working for Israel specifically. That was my only point.
That makes sense, and I actually do agree. Like we have to be careful saying, and Sully, this isn't me specifically pushing back on you, but like we have to be kind of careful saying that he was a Mossad operative before we understand exactly what his connections were to US intelligence. And we're not ever going to probably know what his connections were to US intelligence, because then I believe in the Transparency Act explicitly, it states that if there is a threat to national security, information will be redacted. And we don't know what that actually implies. Like, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean? What is national security? Presidents that were connected, or current presidents, intelligence bureaus that were in the US that were connected to potentially be compromised for national security integrity. I'm just not sure what exactly that is the definition of national security, because there'll be a lot of information we might not ever see that implicates US intelligence.
Yeah. There's also this. I just wanted to add to what I was saying before. There's an element of it's an undisputable fact that the majority of intelligence operations, the power and the influence that the world of intelligence kind of exerts on the world in the West, is predicated on a Jewish presence. You know what I mean? So when I say that I don't think that Epstein was working for Israel, I'm not trying to discount the fact that he was obviously Mossad involved and he was Jewish himself. So I'm not trying to say that none of those things are real. I'm just saying that at his level, the nuance of who Epstein worked for, I don't know that we really can say that. That's all I wanted to say.
But when you say we don't know who he worked for, and when Avi, you say in what was a very big pushback on Suleiman.
It was a little
right?
pushback. It's tiny.
Huge. I felt it all the way in London. But when you say we don't know who he worked for and it could have been the American intelligence, aren't they one of the same? Like literally?
I agree, but they're not exactly explicitly implicated just yet. So it's easy for us because of our not anti-Semitism, but our emotions already existing towards Israel, and obviously their influence on politicians and what they're doing in Gaza. We're just naturally inclined to just automatically blame Mossad. But we could potentially, like, if we understood the full picture, Mossad could be operating at the behest of US intelligence. Because look, my whole position is very similar to Simon's to some degree, where I do believe, like, the Mossad and Israel do a lot of the dirty work for US intelligence and US arms industry and the military industrial complex. I believe they're almost like hitmen for hire. Like, it's just, you do the dirty work, we'll let you take the blame, but you're actually operating, things at our behest, whether that's just to sell more weapons or have more control in the region or whatnot. And so for me, until we kind of get more redaction and kind of understand exactly what his connections were, like, I don't know, I have too much respect for US intelligence. Maybe I just don't understand how he could have been operating in New York and in Miami without, like, the CIA, FBI, and all the other intelligence agencies, like, across all of his movements, especially after 2006. So that's where I kind of am like, whoa, like, we're not seeing them implicated at all.
Yeah, I think just to respond to what you're saying, I think the problem is when people, first of all, I don't think Mossad are just hitmen for hire, because that makes them sound like mercenaries, and it makes it seem like everything we've seen is happening for the United States of America, not for Israel. So when we look at the Greater Israel Project, or we look at the expansion of the Israeli project, which isn't a physical expansion of land, but it's a physical expansion of control, the claim is that's for the United States of America, when in reality it's for Israel. The US would serve, or be served, a lot more better if they didn't have if they didn't have these conflicts in the Middle East. And part of the reason why the US has been harmed, and you've seen the diminishing of the US empire, is because of spending so much money, spending so much resources on conflicts that didn't benefit the US people. It benefited the corporations, but the corporations are Jewish Zionist billionaires in the end, so it's almost a rotation of the same money being sent back to the same people. So someone like Larry Ellison makes money, you'll be like, oh, it's an American corporation, but who is that American corporation? He then sends that money to the Friends of the IDF and to other Jewish Zionist initiatives. So that's the first thing. The second thing is when one says, oh, they're one and the same, there's an easy answer to that. And it's this: if you look at it historically, I can give you a plethora of instances when Mossad has acted in its interest, in Israeli interests, over the interest of the United States of America. For example, stealing the nuclear secret. And even to the extent where someone like Ben Shapiro, who is probably the most Zionist person ever, knows that the numbers are so high. So he's like, actually, let's do a cut off of 1990, and that's when Mossad stopped acting against the United States of America. I think he said in 1987 or 1990 or something, because they stole nuclear secrets, they stole technological advancements, they would steal intelligence secrets and steal and give them to Russia, and steal the Russian secrets and give them to the United States of America, because at that time they were playing both sides because they didn't know who was going to win the Cold War, but they wanted to make sure they won. So that's just a small piece of examples. JFK assassination, and so on and so forth. So those are just some examples of where Mossad has acted in the interest of Israel and not in the interest of the United States of America, or not in the interest of the CIA. Whereas the other way around, give me a scenario where the CIA does that the other way around. They steal things from Israel, they harm Israel, and give it to the United States of America. That's, you won't be able to come up with an instance. So that shows you the lack of equal relationship they have. It's a relationship where there's a tiered system between the two. That's the second thing. The third thing about Epstein, what I would encourage is, and just like you said about the KGB, and you were right that you laughed it off. It's the same as the CIA, and actually, I would say with the K. By the way, I don't agree that the KGB or the CIA. But if you were to look at either one of the two, there's more of a chance it would be KGB than CIA, because if you look at it, many Russian, Israeli, Jewish Zionist oligarchs were linked to the KGB. But I don't think it was the KGB anyway. But I'm just giving you, if you one was to make the argument. What we're saying is, we're not just saying, oh, guess what? Epstein was a Jew, so therefore, and he loved the IDF, and therefore he was Israeli Mossad intelligence. As you know, we have so much evidence, actual evidence, that demonstrates he was Mossad. What's the evidence he was CIA? So we have, and that he acted solely in the middle. So we have, for example, you saw my video, and I'm not the first person to say it. People said it well before me. Ari Ben Menashe, an actual Israeli intelligence operative. We have evidence that he was an Israeli intelligence operative. He did important leaks, which the Times wouldn't disclose. Who has confirmed, without a shadow of a doubt, that Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Epstein were Mossad operatives. They worked for Israeli intelligence. That's not the only evidence. We look at, and we know Les Wexner is very much, again, connected to the entire Israeli Zionist apparatus, and he made him. And you look at his entire life, and the way he basically upgraded in terms of how he accelerated, it was all done by Jewish Zionist billionaires. Now, if the claim is that Jewish Zionist billionaires don't act in the interest of Israel, okay, we can have that conversation. But I just don't agree with this notion that, but guess what, they're one and the same, or they act in American interests. It's always Israeli interests, and there is this kind of tiered system.
Yeah, I do. I agree with what you're saying. And I just in response to that, that's all really good points. And what I wanted to say is
This is what happens when I push back. This is what happens when I push back just a little bit. So he has to just destroy me.
I wouldn't do that to you, Avi. I love Australia. I need to come and see the kangaroos, bro.
No, I think for Suleiman, I think the idea that I have in my head is that, like, historically, the creation of all the intelligence agencies in America was kind of it was the fruits of organized crime, and a lot of that organized crime was originally perpetrated by Jewish mobs, you know what I mean? So you have, like, the intelligence network itself is implicitly Jewish to some degree, even in the CIA, because that relationship has always existed. So it's kind of like the
more Jewish than WASP.
What's that?
More Jewish than WASP?
Well, I didn't say more Jewish than anything. I'm just saying that there's a Jewish element implicit in the CIA that comes from its roots, and that's been maintained kind of over time. Like the fact that what Suleiman was saying, when you look at the products of what the CIA does, or when you look at the products of what Mossad does, they basically look the same. And I'm just saying that that's not by accident, but it doesn't. My point is just that it doesn't necessarily mean that you can say explicitly that Epstein works for Mossad. I think you might say that Epstein did work for Mossad. You know what I mean? But the fact that he's able to operate in America and in the networks that he was kind of, frequenting, there's no doubt that he was connected to Western intelligence. I mean, the idea that he would even be here and doing what he was doing without being connected to that network would be insane. I just don't think that whatever the evidence looks like and whatever we want to say about what we found in the documents and what connects him to Mossad, like I totally accept all of that. But I definitely don't think that he was doing this in some mysterious way without the CIA being aware of it.
Oh yeah,
And
if
from
your argument is that the American intelligence had some kind of or some form of knowledge, then you ain't gonna get any pushback from me because I agree. What we do know is the entire American intelligence, which many people may call the deep state, is without a shadow of a doubt infiltrated, controlled, and occupied by the Israelis. And so whenever there is a scenario where maybe the intelligence apparatus want to act differently to Israeli interests, you see what happens. Those people are either fired or they disappear.
Yeah, definitely agreed. And I think too that when I think about the intelligence, I think it's more supranational. I know that we get a lot of the events and the things that happen, especially in recent times, are pointing in the direction of Israel. I don't think it'll always be that way though. So I'm just more hesitant to say that the deep state is just Jewish through and through. I do think that there's
Yeah, that's not my
factions that
position.
participate.
I never said they were
Oh, okay,
Jewish.
okay.
I never said they were
I
Jewish.
see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, my position isn't that they're Jew. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Avi.
No, I was just gonna just randomly, just off topic. I have to share this. I just saw a Theo Von interview with RFK Jr. and RFK Jr. literally said this in the interview. He said, I don't have issues with germs. I used to snort cocaine off toilet seats." This is the head of public policy in America, RFK Jr. He just said that in an interview with Theo Von.
So like someone
I've
like
got the clip.
Sorry, off topic.
I've got the clip of it, right? I literally just saw it. And I'm telling you, if that was said in the UK, there would be serious repercussions on this. The amount of heads that have rolled in the UK over the Epstein files, unbelievable, right?
Beatrix. I used to party, okay? I used to party. Let's just say I'm not going to implicate myself, but toilet seats? Like, what? Are you joking me? Toilet seats? Like, how? Why? Like, how is that your only option? That makes no sense to me.
He's just trying to be relevant, isn't he? He's feeling left out, RFK Jr. is, because everyone's being talked about but him. So he thought he'd throw his hat in there as well. I mean, I just
well,
have no
isn't
respect for this guy.
he was on the Epstein flight, right?
Was he? I don't know. I just
Yeah, he was
I've lost
because
count of who.
when I interviewed Ian Carroll admitted that he was, and we know anyway that he was on the Lolita Express. He just that the claim was that he hadn't actually gone to the island.
But you know what? Number one, this focus on the island is like, Trump is so proud that he wasn't on the island or whoever. That troubles me. And the reason it troubles me is because there were loads of residences that Epstein had, right? He had the flat in Paris where Lord Mandelson was caught in his underwear. He had places across America. This stuff didn't just happen on the island. It happened across his residences, okay? So when anybody stands up and says, but I was definitely not on the island, it just makes me suspicious and says, well, why aren't you saying I never went to any of his residences? Number one. Number two.
Exactly.
Yeah, why are they on the flight? What was he doing on the freaking flight then? This RFK Jr. dude. And he's probably feeling left out because nobody's talked about him.
The time that RFK Jr. admitted to have spent with Epstein was apparently a trip that they took to hunt fossils in the Dakotas. I just thought that was really funny. I was like, oh, well, that's kind of weird. You just went with Jeffrey Epstein to find fossils. All right, I guess we're just gonna move on past that.
This whole thing.
Ryan Dawson was on. Ryan Dawson explicitly highlighted that, right? Remember we were talking about Elon Musk and how he basically got ignored from the island, the autistic fuck. Oh, sorry for swearing. And he explicitly said, like, we even saw photos of Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg having dinner together with Woody Allen. I think it was with Woody Allen or whatnot. Like, so there are obviously engagements happening in America extensively with Jeffrey Epstein.
I think too, with as far as Elon goes, the Edge billionaire dinners that Epstein originally financed and hosted, there was Johnny Vedmore covered this too quite a while ago about Elon Musk. There was actually a time where Epstein was using these billionaire Edge dinners, and they were using him to teach these like breakout kind of courses with smaller groups of the people. And one of the courses was actually about how to basically how to manipulate thoughts and behaviors through social technology. And there's actually a picture on the website, the Edge Billionaires website, where Elon is in the picture, and behind him, kind of off in the back, you can see it's kind of, you can't really make it out that it's Epstein, but I mean you can tell that it's Epstein. And then we found out from other sources that those dinners were a thing, and that, you know, that Elon was obviously there. We know that for sure, but it just wasn't stated explicitly on the website that Epstein was there, that he was involved in financing it. But we found out now that that's true. And I wanted to say too, to what Beatrix was saying about the people not acknowledging the other properties. I think one of the, I guess, quote unquote skills you could say that Epstein had, it seems to be that he would get these young girls, or I guess you could say women, when they were above 18 or whatever, but he would basically train them to become like girlfriends and wives for other
Groom's
royalty
the right
rules.
word.
Yeah, groom. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, and I think that his obsession with genetics and eugenics and all this stuff is very interesting. And it's just one aspect of the story that I haven't heard much about. But when you look at the situation in New Mexico, I mean, whatever was going on there, whatever type of transhumanist, technocratic, futuristic science is certainly weird. And I don't want to be sensational, but you know, the little bits and crumbs that we have from whatever he was doing in New Mexico is extremely odd and has to do with pregnancies and babies and genetics. So not quite sure, but interesting.
Just going back to 2008 for a second, I just want to clarify some of the details that I've just recently learned over the last 24 hours. In regards to Epstein getting implicated initially in 2006 or whatnot, it was, as we all know, it was a 14-year-old that ended up coming with the first case on Jeffrey Epstein. The way the 14-year-old apparently got identified, it was actually that she was at school and she had a fight with one of her friends who was calling her a prostitute for what she was doing. And it was from there that the headmasters got awareness of the issue and questioned her and got more details. And from there, it was the parents that then took the case forward to police. And in addition to that, one of the elements of this case was that it was 15 girls that have been confirmed so far from that school that had a relationship with Epstein. 15 girls. And just on the details about like 17-year-old, 18-year-olds, as you know, I read Michael Tracy's investigation, and in his investigation, he said the main girl that got implicated to the plea deal, yes, she was 17, but she had sexual encounters with him 15 times, and she could have been 16, and she brought friends with her, who could have been 15 or 14 as well. All of this is evidence that's been submitted in the actual testimony of the 17-year-old that was actually tied to that plea deal. And one thing I know, Mankos did say, oh, like with, you know, the details, they're probably not as transparent as they need to be. Well, you know, we got to actually like do some research into like what Acosta actually did in the plea deal and how he handcuffed the state prosecutors from actually going after Epstein. Like the state prosecutors were handcuffed in terms of actually trialing him for sex trafficking and whatnot by going with this non-disclosure plea deal, from my understanding. But I'm not a lawyer, so I don't actually understand exactly the mechanics of how he handcuffed them. But I would love to hear a lawyer go into those details and actually tell us like exactly how he handcuffed the state prosecutors, because if we're going off the conviction in 2008, we've got to understand exactly what were the handcuffing I guess it's like how exactly that investigation was handcuffed to actually understand the severity of what it could have been.
What I would like to understand is if someone could please explain to me how those 13 or 14-year-olds, the example you gave, Abby, about the ones that got into a verbal fight, and then the headmaster heard about it, and then the parents heard about it. I'm trying to comprehend how a 14-year-old is being used as a prostitute, and the parents don't know about it.
I wouldn't say prostitute explicitly would be the word, but let's just take it from the example. These girls that were targeted in Miami, and this is explicitly from the Netflix
Yeah.
series. They weren't from wealthy families, or actually from poorer communities. And if you're offering $200 for a massage to women who don't have much money, it's a huge incentive just to get them, initially, on that grooming journey. That's how
Yeah,
I'll
I
connect
think
it.
I
It was
remember.
more. It was massages. They started off with massages and then kind of groomed their way from there.
I think I remember watching that Netflix thing years ago, and I've seen it pop up again. I can't bring myself to watch it, but I'm trying to remember what the victims were saying. I'm trying to understand, because it's I how does a young girl go to an island, which presumably means leaving either the mainland or something, without her parents knowing? And I think I remember something about them, the daughters going with friends. So it always sounds, probably sound to the parents like, oh, you and your friends are hanging out. But still, I'm trying to understand how, I don't know. I mean, the whole thing is such a freaking mess. It's such a mess.
I think as sad as it sounds, I think oftentimes the victims, because of what you just said, a lot of the times the victims are brought to the perpetrator in some fashion. So they're either, you know, and that could be like a parent or guardian or something. If you look at the
Yeah.
emails where people were talking to Epstein, I mean, there's one woman that was, desperate to get her to meet her daughter, and so it's just, yeah, I think his cunning was, I think that he was, not just that he was smart, but if you look at the books that he read, and like I've looked through his whole Amazon library and stuff, and this man was obsessed with how to manipulate people mentally and emotionally. He's very interested in that. And so you think about a teenage girl, they're impressionable, and if you,
Very impressionable,
yeah.
and that's understated. Like extremely in a society that kind of, promotes wealth and promotes like all these kinds of, let's just say,
Yeah.
degeneracy type behaviors.
Yeah.
It's natural for a 14-year-old who doesn't have money, who sees this mansion, to kind of, let's just say, be
Yeah,
impressed.
but you see, some of
Does
the
that make
girls,
sense?
some of the girls did say, if I remember correctly, and you read some of these testimonies, some of them did say they immediately felt uncomfortable. They immediately did not want to do it. But I think to your point about them feeling impressionable, I think that there's pressure, but there's also not being able to get out because they're in the man's house and they're on an island and they're surrounded by other girls who are going along with it, even if they feel like saying no. You see what I mean? So somebody said something I found, it shouldn't be profound because it's true. So the lady said we have to educate children on how to say no in the face of, sometimes, kids want to say no, but they don't want to come across as not polite. We try to get kids to be polite and respectful, and sometimes I think that stops them from either screaming out loud or just saying no, or just being outrightly rude and saying no. you know and the more you look into what Epstein was into, I don't care how smart Epstein or how well read he was. I think the bottom line is that, especially in the face of impressionable young girls, or even those who are from, maybe poor backgrounds or a different, less privileged background, what he represented was affluence. He looked like he was smart. The guy was clearly a dumbass, an evil person, and people who get intimidated by that kind of presence sometimes don't know how to extricate themselves out of that situation. And once they've gone through it once, it's either they feel shame, or they don't want to talk to anybody about it. They don't know how to deal with it. I can just imagine how traumatic it must be for so many of the victims and survivors. I know what people have said about Virginia Jeffrey as an example. So she wasn't just a victim. I think it's my understanding that she also helped to bring young girls. And I think that there has to be a level of understanding of how sometimes when people get into that situation and they can't see, I want to say the wood for the trees, but that almost sounds like making an excuse. But I'm sure even in that, even when she was doing that, and I just don't mean Virginia Jeffrey, I mean any other young girl in that situation that brings their friends, somehow they've tried to rationalize that it's okay. Well, it's just $200. It's not so bad. But at some point in her life, the true her true feelings about it and how traumatized she was from it started to speak up and probably impacted her in a way that as we can all see, I think she was very, very vocal about how it impacted her life. I just think the whole thing is so sad, and it makes me so angry that the people who are responsible for this, all of those men, all of the other women, not just Ghislaine Maxwell, but the lady that I said lady, the woman that Avi mentioned that wanted Epstein to come see her daughter. I think another one, his sister, her daughter's going to come with friends. That kind of nonsense. All these people are not being held to account. None of them are being. I think all of them, every single one of them, we should know them by name. They should be shamed, and those who should be arrested should be arrested. But all of them.
But doctor, the Dow Jones is at 50,000 right now.
Oh,
so
that Pam Bondi is she's a piece of work. I mean, with all of them saying, oh, well, we have to just think about the victims and survivors. It's such bullshit because they clearly don't care about the victims and survivors. It's all of it. What
she didn't even look back. She didn't even look back at any of the victims,
no,
and they're yet to interview any of the
not
survivors, which is just
Which
insanity.
is
In
why
her words, the system would
love the fact
collapse.
that- I love the fact that Jasmine Crockett read her for filth, dragged her through the mud. That was so satisfying to see, because clearly I think that Trump has emboldened his subordinates to be so disrespectful of process, of rules. Because how can you, as the head of DOJ, not answer questions? How can you, as head of DOJ, deflect, distract with nonsense?
Jim Chalmers was just a horrific. What's the word? He was the one who was overseeing that Pam Bondi little spill, right? He was horrible in how he managed it, in my opinion. Like he just let her just deflect, just non-stop deflection. And like what was really fascinating, did you guys see that image of how Pam Bondi was there's an image where she was basically, they're tracking how some of these officials were reviewing the Epstein files. They were actually tracking it to see what they're watching and see what they're not watching. And there's actually an image of one of the officials, and yeah, they've got like full digital footprint of what they actually saw, which is wild. They're tracking officials that are looking at some of these unsealed, unredacted documents.
Wow.
So just really quickly, Dr. Shola, I want to come back to you with something, but guys, and I'm going to come to you, South, in 1 second. Please, can everybody retweet the space, quote tweet it, and if you quote tweet it, Suleiman will retweet you. I would, but there's no point because my account's private. But we will retweet you if you quote tweet it. Please make sure you retweet the space and share it with other people. You know what, Dr. Shola? This is something, so there's two things, right? Firstly, the person who gets me most angry with the way they've reacted is, the whole Trump administration, because they haven't mentioned like survivors, victims once. None of them. Not Kash Patel. I saw his testimony the other day. I missed Pam Bondi's yesterday, but I did see some clips of it, and the arrogance was just oozing. But Elon Musk, because he's managed to kind of talk about this, I don't know what it was. I'm going to build a whole village on the moon soon in 10 years and stuff nonsense, right? And people have fallen for it, like, and then he's like, oh, I'll fund any victims and stuff. And it's just like, you were on that freaking island, right? At the risk of getting Suleiman's space even more shadow banned. You were on that freaking island, and it's disgusting. But what I want to say to you about Virginia Giuffre is, like, I hear what you're saying, okay? About the fact that, when hypothetically speaking, when they're young, the money means a lot to them. And then when they're older, they realize that they were groomed and stuff. But she had a chance when she was older, right? When she, a few years ago, built up that case against Prince Andrew, and he was at the point of being extradited, she took the money. She took the freaking money. And for me, I just thought, well, it was never about justice. You sang a big dance about, I need justice. This is about nothing else. This is about the principle. There were many more victims. But when through the Queen's, whatever, Prince Andrew, what did they give her? $7, $8, $10 million? She took it. So it was never about justice. It was about more money. That was just disgraceful. And it was a slap in the face of anybody else. And it actually discredited her completely, in my opinion. Do you not think?
I have a difference of opinion to that. And I say this with my lawyer hat on. I say this with I'm just with my lawyer hat on. I'm thinking of the advice she was probably receiving. I'm thinking of the advice she was receiving as to the not to the merits of her case, but the probability of her getting the justice she seeks in a court of law. Because I think, if I recall at that time, it was her word. Maybe she'll be able to get some witnesses. Yes, whatever comes out in court would definitely tarnish Prince Andrew, because there'll be a whole lot more information out there. She may have received, because it was civil, not criminal. So he would never recruiter. I'm just a part of me, not part of me. I know a part of me is angry about that. And a part of me knows that Virginia and any other girl that did that knew what they were doing was wrong. But they probably, at some kind of subconscious level, probably pulled other people in to make themselves feel better, so that they're not the only ones. At that level, I'm understanding what is going on. But also at the other level, I'm thinking they were also groomed. They were young, they were groomed, and they were repeating a cycle.
But did she say that, though? Did she ever admit that, Virginia, that I recruited other people for them, and I felt bad for what I did in my part?
I don't know about the. I think, from what I recall, I think she never denied her being part of bringing people on board. Yeah, I think it wasn't with a secret. That was openly, that was an open, piece of information that everybody knew. So as far as I'm aware, and I don't think she ever denied it.
Thanks, Dr. Shola. Good discussion. South, jump in. Thanks for waiting.
Hey, thanks for having me. I mean, wow, these past couple of weeks have been completely insane with all the information coming out, and the congressmen and women going in and reading the unredacted files, and all the information, or at least additional information, coming out. Pretty wild. I put my hands up, Beatrice, because I wanted to talk about your statement when I first came in regards to the narrative of, hey, they didn't fly to the island, as if that's a way to take away any blame, right, or tie them to Epstein. But just before I do that, this Virginia Giuffre conversation here, in regards to her taking the settlement. I mean, that's a tough one, man. You know what makes me really mad? What boils me is the fact that our legal system, the underlying institutions, the framework, allow people that have a lot of money to really get away with things, right? The fact that you have statute of limitations that will take the possibility of having any kind of criminal charges put against you because time passes. That alone, to me, I never understood. I mean, if you do heinous crimes or any crimes, you should be accountable for it, regardless of the amount of time, maybe you have time isn't in your favor because through time itself, it's harder to convict you. I can understand that. But the whole underlying statute of limitation boggles me. And the fact that people can go to civil court and these men can get, or women, or these people with money can get these settlements, whether it's personal or corporations that also undermine, right, or do things that are nefarious. It just boggles me. Like, we need to change the underlying institutions and these common laws that we have to really hold people accountable, whether you have money or not. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of, I mean, that it's a very frustrating system that allows people to get away from
What
it.
is the statute of limitations, South, in America for this kind of stuff?
So yeah, when you asked me, because I did a little research on this, when it comes to, I'm not sure about murder because a lot of other things came out of this. I mean, we have not only rape, we have now murder, now we have like cannibalism, right? It's nuts. I mean, it's kind of funny. I think I was listening to Solomon's video the other day, and he was talking about satanic cults, and I'm thinking like, is he taking it too far? And then I heard some of the shit this past couple of weeks. I'm like, oh shit, I think he's right. So anyway, it's nuts. But as far as the rape and sexual abuse, I think the states that I looked at, which was Florida, right, and New York, where a lot of the crimes were committed, it was 7 years for rape and sexual abuse. And then in New York, they passed a law that took away the limitation, basically, especially if it was, I don't know if it was done if it get against a minor or just in general. Right? I know they took away the statute of limitations, which is great. And I feel like that's something that needs to be done across every state. Like, I know they want to pass a SAVE Act to require ID, right, to vote or to prove yourself that you're a citizen. But how about we pass a national law that removes the statute of limitations on any crimes? And if not any crimes, how about the big crimes? Rape, sexual abuse, murder, all the big ones. I mean, to me, that's what it should be. But to answer your question, I think all crimes are different. But I do know, like, sexual abuse and rape was 7 years in New York. I originally came from New York. I grew up with Trump. So not that I knew Trump, I just grew up, hearing him in the news all the time. But yeah, 7 years over there.
That's disgusting. Do you know, in the UK, we have no statute of limitation for rape. I mean, what kind of a society says if you don't report a rape within 7 years, then
Exactly.
that's it. The man got away with
That's
it.
insane. It's insanity. It's insanity. I don't get it. It drives me nuts that
Well, it's not.
any crime you can get away with. But I did want to bring up one thing, because one of the narratives that has bothered me from like day one with Jeffrey Epstein is like they didn't go to the island. And the reality is, Beatrice, and you brought this up, that the island only came into being, I think he purchased like in the 2000s. But before that, they were doing this in New Mexico, in New York, in his mansion in New York, in Florida, of course, right, in Palm Beach. And I know he had a place in Paris too. I'm not sure. I don't know any information about Paris. But there's also, like, from Sasha Riley, that they also had a lot of other locations that they would bring people together, right, and have these parties and whatnot. So this didn't only happen on the island. And in regards to the island,
Seth, just a quick point. There were witness testimonies that have corroborated activity in the Epstein Island in the early 2000s from witnesses that got abused. So before he got convicted, intelligence were informed of the island by multiple witnesses who didn't know each other at different timelines in the early 2000s.
Yeah, and there was a whole lawsuit with the Virgin Islands, right? Like St. Thomas and whatnot, against Jeffrey Epstein, and Chase was J.P. Morgan Chase was involved too, right? And funding him, and it didn't, and it went far back, way back before the 2008, 2009, where he got convicted, right, in Florida. So yeah, I agree with you. I mean, this has gone way back. There's probably a lot more witnesses. There's probably a lot more witnesses in a lot of different places, and it was never reported, right? I mean, the fact, this is one thing. Like the Pam Bondi testimony. Oh my God! I mean, that was just like that was like O.J. Simpson all over again. It was disastrous. I mean, the fact that you have a woman here, honestly, I was like, is she a lawyer? I mean, I was looking at Jack Smith. I've watched other lawyers, right?
Is she a woman, South? I mean, that should be the first question.
What's that? No. It's that it's like she was not acting like you didn't get a sense she was a lawyer. The way she was speaking, responding.
Or a woman. Like the lack of empathy.
Oh yeah, the lack of empathy is crazy. But I'm like, she's like an influencer. She's literally like Cash Patel, right? Now, like Cash Patel has nothing to do with law enforcement. He's literally, an influencer, and that's how she was acting. I'm like, I mean, this woman was actually the AG of Florida at some point. It was nuts. Just the way she was responding. But going back to the island piece of it, one thing that no one really looked into, at least I don't know, is like, you didn't have to get to Epstein's island just on his plane, right? The way to get to his island, you go to St. Thomas, and then you take a helicopter or boat over to his island. And all these billionaires have planes. Like, have they looked to see Trump's plane, how many times it visited St. Thomas? Have they looked at Leon Black's plane to see how many times it went to St. Thomas? Have they looked at Bill Gates' plane? What's that? Oprah, no, yeah, Oprah, whatever, right? It's like everybody that's listed in his emails, in the files, they should be looking at everyone's flight logs, right? They should be releasing everyone's flight logs to see who went there. And of course, again, it's not it just happened there. I mean, remember Katie Johnson, the 2016 case that came against Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump happened in the New York mansion. So they should be looking at all these flight logs. And by the way, I don't know if anyone knew this, but and I don't know if there's a relation to this, right? Who knows? I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm not even speculating. It's just a known fact that everyone should know is that Epstein's island, right, Little St. James, half a mile from his island was another island called Little St. Thomas. And guess who owned that island?
Richard Branson.
No, it was Paul Soros, George Soros' older brother.
There's one that Richard Branson also owned. What was that called?
Yeah. I don't know if like the proximity to. I don't know the proximity to Jeffrey Epstein's island. I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, you tell me. I just know that Soros was right next to it.
There's one called that's a Necker Island.
Necker. Was it close by to his island?
Necker.
Yeah.
That's Branson's. Necker's Branson's.
Yeah, I knew of his island. I just didn't know its proximity to Jeffrey's island. But we know Branson, right? I mean, obviously participated or in the files. So I'm sure they visited each other.
It's basically right next to. It's right next to Epstein's island.
I have a question to ask people.
And apparently
he had
a similar. According to Ryan Dawson, he's got a similar type of ring as well, but people are not aware of it.
Okay, I have a question to ask, please. And I know my question might sound really naive, but South talking about the island just triggered it back to my mind. I need someone to please explain to me because I've been struggling with this for a while now. What is it with rich men coming into huge wealth and then turning into these? I mean, were they always this? So, for instance, when you look at Diddy's situation, Diddy came from relatively. I don't think he wasn't poor, but like working class and middle class, right? But he was not particularly wealthy. But the moment he became wealthy, he turned into this monster. With all of this abuse of women and what seemed to me like ritualistic sexual, I don't know, tendencies, all this BS he was getting involved in. You look at the same with all of these Epsteins and his cohort of fellow ritual killers and sexual abuse. What is it with making that kind of money that will turn your head and make you so bored with doing normal things that you think, oh yeah, this is what I have to do? I don't get. I don't know if my question is more on a spiritual level because I find that behavior really demonic, really
It is.
demonic.
It's
So
definitely demonic.
yeah.
Yeah, but I think actually, Doctor, it might be just that you've got it reversed, and I think actually what's happening is that there's there's an infrastructure already in place that protects the capital from people who don't want to be compromised in that way. So I don't think that it's necessarily people get rich and then they all of a sudden become spiritually demonic. I think that the system is there and they walk into the system and are required to participate if they want to go any higher. So, and it's kind of like this thing with Jeffrey Epstein, you know, it's obviously bewildering and it's confusing for everyone, but if you're doing your analysis properly and you look at the system the way it's designed, Epstein and this whole situation is actually a feature. It's not a bug of the system. It's not really an aberration. It's actually an expression of how the whole thing functions. And the reality is that, you know, if you want to get to a certain level of influence and capital, then you have to do these things. So I think it's people are predisposed to it. And when they get to a certain level, they're confronted with the opportunity to compromise. And people who are spiritually broken, they say yes. And I think that's more of what's going on.
I cannot disagree with you, Ryan. I think you articulated that so well that, quite frankly, I think that's the answer. I think that's the answer right there, because clearly these people are predisposed to it, and clearly these people were asked to choose between the red pill and the blue pill. They made a choice in order to be able to, get to the next step. And this is where I go. All these people then turn around and tell the world that they're Christians, and some of them who may be Muslims. I'm like, how do you not fear God? How can you call yourself a Christian and get involved in things like this and not fear God? How can
Well, Dr. Elon Musk had an interview with Stephen Miller's sister. I mean, his wife. Sorry, my apologies. So he had an interview with her, I think today or yesterday, and he's found God. Just FYI, he found God.
Oh, no way. What did he say, Abby?
Literally, he says he believes in God. I'll go find the clip. I kid you not.
No
It's really
way.
public.
I mean,
Wow.
that guy is
That's
grifting.
super grift.
First, he's taking us all to the freaking moon to live on the moon. Then he's going to fund all the victims' legal costs. Now he's found God. It's a new ploy every day. I don't want to get Suleiman's Spaces shadow banned, because every time I slate him, Suleiman's Spaces get shadow banned. But just while Abby finds that clip, South, I want to come back to what you said, right? So,
Oh
firstly,
my
that
God, he's found
flat
God.
in
Why are you
Paris.
guys attacking him?
But wait.
You got
Beatrice, before you go there,
to defend him,
Don't ban
Suleiman.
my
Beatrice,
space.
before you go there, I just want to mention about the finding God thing, because that's another thing. That's another thing that annoys the hell out of me. Right? It's the finding God. Like when people are against the wall, they find God, and I think that's because they're going after the evangelical Christians, right? That always, for some reason, and I don't know why, right? Always forgive people, like the most heinous criminal people, the minute they find God. It's like they're card out. And it just like the statute of limitations, it's one of those things that I just don't understand about Christians. In essence, I was brought up Christian. I am Christian, but this, like, hey, you get forgiven. You commit a crime, you get forgiven. You commit a crime. It's like, how many crimes do you have to commit continuously, right, before you can't be forgiven anymore? It just boggles my mind. Anyway, I'm sorry, Beatrice. Go ahead and ask the question.
No, off
It's in the
topic,
comments.
South, but
I tagged you too, Beatrix.
Oh, let's have a look at this. I'm gonna try to play this. Let me have a look in the comments quickly. But South, you know what that reminds me of? What you just said. Let me find Avi's. Okay, let me just send it to my other device, and I'll play it for everybody in a second. But just what you were saying there, South, right? A little bit off topic. It's not the point I wanted to make to you, but when you talk about people found God, right? what that reminds me of is there are certain like self-styled Muslim kind of, they like to see themselves as religious leaders / influencers in the UK, right? They're all just YouTube streamers, really, to be honest with you. And they only do it on religion. They don't go into politics. They don't make the sacrifices Suleiman made. They don't stand up and talk about Israel boldly. They just try to preach religion. And every single time some girl exposes them for saying, this guy slid in my DMs, he's married and he's been doing XYZ in DMs to me.
Yeah.
They turn around and invoke religion and say, God says you shouldn't judge brothers, don't judge me. You know, women. And I just think, oh, freaking get the hell out of here. So I assure you it happens in every faith, South, to different degrees. But the point I was going to make to you is, on this, I'm probably going to get absolutely slated for even saying that on this space by some of these chicks that are listening, because they're self-styled icons, these guys, but I don't care. So the Paris flat, right? That's the one where Peter Mandelson is stood there, and he looks like he's wearing a diaper, but actually I think it might just be his underwear. Oof. And he stood there in his underwear. That was in the Paris flat. That's the picture that came out on which he's had to resign, right? So a lot of this stuff went on in the Paris flat, and they've blanked out the girl's face who stood with him, the woman's face who stood with him. I saw somebody, I'm not commenting either way, but I did see somebody ask Rock if that picture was of Meghan Markle, because it looked like Meghan Markle with her face blacked out. So that was
Oh,
that was the
August,
picture.
you,
But the
you,
other thing
you need to
is,
keep
right, and
cutting up
this
every
is to
time.
all of you guys, right? So when we're talking about the fact that, like, the amount of times that Trump says, I didn't go to the island, I didn't go to the island. Why didn't anybody say to him, why were you on his flight log for Lolita Express 6 times? Where the hell were you going 6 times on that flight? He was on that flight log 6 times. Look it up.
Oh yeah,
Where was he going?
He
Why
also
didn't
said he
somebody
didn't
ask
have
him?
the
absolutely.
privilege of going.
Guys, can I speak next, please?
And just one more point
Yeah,
before you
yeah.
speak, just one more point. And a lot of the sexual abuse happened on those planes, right? It was, I mean, you're 50,000. I think you're out of anybody's jurisdiction, right? When you're 30,000 feet up, etc. So, or especially when you're out at sea. So, a lot of that crime happened on those planes. So that alone does not excuse you from from being implicated with Jeffrey Epstein. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
But journalism's gone down the pan because nobody's asked him that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, what were you doing on the plane? Many times. But then again, how many times was Jeffrey Epstein in Trump's plane? Right? How many times was Trump's plane going to St. Thomas? Like, have we looked at his logs to see what he owned planes for the longest time. He could have been doing this for the longest time. I want to see his logs. I want to see the people that came on his plane. I want to see if Epstein was in it, Casablanca was in it, right? What's the other dude's name? LeBlanc, Le something. Diddy. Like, I want to see that flight log. I'm actually more interested in Trump's flight log than I am of Jeffrey Epstein's flight log.
Do you know what I will say, South? If there happened to be a journalist, right? Let's just hypothetically assume a woman, a female, brave journalist who went and looked this up and made it public, this information public, I really fear that their life would be in danger in America. That's how toxic Trump has made America.
Oh, absolutely.
They would be baying for that woman's blood.
Absolutely. I completely agree. And that's why so many of these victims have not come out, right? Like, when I hear, like, hey, these victims haven't implicated Trump, that doesn't mean anything to me, right? These victims had the courage to come out because probably the people that abuse, either A, they don't remember who abused them, right? And they're trying to figure it out because they were all drugged up. They were very young. It was very traumatic. And you're just not going to remember. You're going to remember faces, but you're so traumatic that you block a lot of that out, right? So a lot of these people, a lot of these victims are looking for the evidence. They need to see the videos. They need to see themselves to understand who these men were that actually abused them. I mean, to me, that is, it really pisses me off. To even the fact that they block this out, they don't even know who it is for those people right there. And the other ones probably don't have that much to fear, right? So when I hear, like, yo, the victims didn't come out and say anything about Trump, I'm like, yeah, how many victims are probably scared shitless of crossing Trump, especially now that he's president, or even when he was president and the influence that he had?
Okay.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's like a mafia. I'm coming to you, Mr. Luba. Just 1 second, guys. Please share and retweet the space. And now Suleiman is here. If you quote tweet it, he will retweet it. I'm going to go to Mr. Luba. And after Mr. Luba, Ryan, I know you wanted to jump in earlier. Come to you and Dr. Shola. And of course, Abby, feel free to jump in. Mr. Luba, go ahead.
Did you want to just quickly play that short clip of
Oh,
Elon?
yeah, let me
It's
play
like
that clip,
12
actually. Let me
seconds.
see where I sent it. Yeah, let me play that clip. Elon found God. Freaking hell, miracles happen.
Look,
Elon found
we
God.
all are on a path to God, and each person's connection is different, and the time it takes is different. So W to Elon Musk. I'm so happy to hear he found God. Elon, can I have my blue check mark? Go ahead.
Hallelujah. But I'm your co-host, so I slate him so much, he probably ain't gonna give you nothing back,
Disavow
Suleiman. He's gonna
Dietrich.
keep.
She don't represent me.
Let me play this. Let me play this clip. I can't stand this guy. Do you know what? I cannot stand this guy. But anyway.
Who do you look up to the most? The creator. What's your current position on God? God is the creator. You don't believe in God, though, do you? I believe this universe came from something. People have different labels.
Oh my God, he believes in the creator. Oh, this guy, and he doesn't even look sincere.
The man doesn't
Guys, go
believe
and have a
in God.
look in the comments.
The guy is such a daft asshole. The man doesn't believe in God, and if he has found God, he found God with a small G. He's of the synagogue of Satan. So let's not even bother with him. It's a total waste of humans.
Someone did a tweet. They said that when atheism was a thing, Elon Musk was a proud atheist. When LGBTQ was a thing, Elon Musk was a proud LGBTQ activist. And now when Christianity is a thing, he's now become a Christian. I found that very funny.
Oh, yeah. Can I speak, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Luba. Go ahead.
Fantastic. All right. I'll make this 1 minute at the most. There is so many.
No problem. Thanks for waiting. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Right. There are so many different avenues that in the last 5 minutes, this can go down. All right. Okay. It started off talking about where men and women come into financial wealth and they then start abusing it. And fundamentally, that's how they've been brought up. If they think women are whatever, then they take advantage of them. When they've got power and money, like Jeffrey Epstein and whoever, okay, because they get money and I think they can do whatever they want because no one's going to touch them. But what goes around comes around, okay, and it's coming around. The other thing is, God is a get-out clause. If you're about to die, you think you're going to, I believe in God. No, fuck you don't. It's your past that's going to end you up in hell. God is a get-out clause.
So just 1 second, Mr. Luba, please. I want to ask you not to drop F-bombs on the space because we do have family listening to it. But no problem. I'm going to give the mic right back to you. I got breaking news, guys. I think Suleiman's team is about to put it out now. Israel has joined the United States Board of Peace. Israel has joined the Gaza Board of Peace, right? I know, Dr. Shola. I cannot believe it. I cannot freaking believe it.
Keep up with the times. You may or may not know this while you were typing away in the comment section on YouTube stream yesterday. We did one stream on that. Netanyahu, it was confirmed from his official page that he'd accepted an award by Marco Rubio and he was officially on the Board of Peace.
I missed that stream of yours.
More like the Board of War. How were you typing in the comments then?
I was asleep in it and I was just typing in my sleep. But Suleiman did a lot of good streams yesterday, guys. Go check out his YouTube, the little 10-minute nuggets on different subjects. And I caught up on a lot of the news, but I must have missed that one. But do you know what? Right? Like, I tell you what it is, Dr. Shola. Man's gone to Trump's White House to say, freaking get me on that board or I've got a few more tapes to put under your pillow. You know what I mean?
I think it's even more than that. I think it's, listen, guys, what we are witnessing is so evil that it's hard to comprehend. It's hard for my soul to even digest How do you create a board, just as an example, that would include the perpetrators of a genocide, that makes no room at all for the people that have been genocided? These people are literally, to me, they're mocking God in front of all of our faces. And I, for one, I'm a believer of God, and I believe in divine justice. And I swear to, I cannot wait for divine justice to happen. I hope it happens in my lifetime, because there has to be an end to this. Somehow I can't stop it. I don't have the might or power that America as a state has. I come from a country that's got might and power, but refuses to use it, because the United Kingdom is just like America, in Israel's pocket and Israel in their pocket, all of that. And all of this power structure is being led by human beings. It's not states. It's being led by powerful men predominantly, and powerful Christian and Jewish men predominantly, and powerful white men and white women predominantly. All of them are just worshiping at the altar of power. And this does not smell, it doesn't, it just, there's just a huge foreboding. There's that I feel this is not good for any one of us at all. And it's not just that, Israel is on this board of peace. It's everything. I mean, did you guys just read about this the other day, that Israel is now using weapons that evaporates Palestinians? It's too much. It's too much. It is too much. And somewhere in my brain, I'll just quickly say this, and I don't know if anybody else agrees with me. But before October 7th, I could not have told you what Zionism was, right? And so much of the time we hear these Zionist Jews, they weaponize the Holocaust, they weaponize the fact that Jews were exiled from so many countries before they finally settled in their country. And now in the last 2 years, many people are going, oh, we see why you were exiled. We understand why you were exiled now, because if you were doing all these things, or the equivalent to, we know that, of course, it would be the Zionists amongst them that would be doing stuff that would have impacted those Jews who were not part of it. And when people, when you start to think what led up to the Holocaust, what happened all those years that led up to the Holocaust, right now they're screaming that, oh, everything is anti-Semitic. You can't speak out against Israel's anti-Semitic. They're throwing people in jail. They're stripping people of their rights and their liberties. Or they just building resentment left, right, and center with impunity. And somewhere in my mind, I'm thinking the writing is on the freaking wall. This is. I just kind of feel like this whole thing is moving in one direction, and there's going to be some kind of revolution against all of these power constructs, that these power constructs serve. They serve the mighty against the weak. They serve the rich against the poor. And all of these rich and mighty people weaponize religion. They weaponize every single tool at their disposal. So at some point, I think that, I don't know, I can't even put to words what I'm trying to articulate. I'm just sick to the back teeth. My soul is weary and tired. I feel so angry. And I suppose I'm really, really impatient. I just saw another video today of Israelis demolishing Palestinian homes and then beating Palestinians down for protesting, and telling them not to. And there's only so much any human being can take, and it's too much. And I'm not even Palestinian. It's too much for me, and I'm just tired of not seeing justice being done. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop now.
No, that's fine. Dr. Shola, do you know what, right? I've got to just say something. And I was going to go back to Mr. Luba, but I'm so sorry, Mr. Luba. I know I said I was going to give the mic right back to you, but this Gaza border peace thing obviously was quite upsetting, and Dr. Shola just needed to get that off her chest. But Dr. Shola, you know what? I am I'm really against this whole thing of typecasting Jewish people. And I always say it's a Zionist problem, but this thing of them being the Jewish people back in the day being asked to leave so many different countries, I didn't realize it was like, I thought it was like something that everybody openly talked about. And I asked a rabbi this question on a space once, right? And I said, I know Suleiman's laughing. And I said, and I was being really nice. And I said, I was trying to sympathize with him, right? And I was basically saying that it must be difficult because you're asked to leave so many countries. And you know what, Dr. Shola, he flipped his rag. He was like, you filthy anti-Semite. You filthy anti-Semite. And I'm thinking, what is going on? Why is the guy calling me an anti-Semite? So I had a showdown with a freaking rabbi on a space because I asked him that question. And I was talking like really sincerely, do you know what I mean? But obviously it's anti-Semitic to ask that question now.
They lead with
It was
it.
crazy.
They're the one, wait, they told us they've been kicked out of what?
I
100
know.
countries.
And he went mental. Dr. Shola, he went
Randy
absolutely
Fine.
berserk.
Randy Fine told us why did they get kicked
They
out.
use it at
Remember?
every opportunity, just like they used the Holocaust. They weaponized Holocaust. They weaponized, oh my God, we've been kicked out. And you know the funny thing is, before October 7th, I just assumed that them being kicked out had something to do with something similar to what happened in the Holocaust. I never questioned it. And now, for the last 2 years, I don't need to freaking question it. And people get angry with me when people go, especially because I'm a Christian, and people go, I mean, there was a time I tweeted, I said, you know, I think Israel had done something else that I swear to God, my brain and my soul, I was so angry. And I think somebody said something about, oh, biblical Israel. I think some Christians and trying to connect it to present-day Israel. I said, oh, you people are mad. I said, let me just make this clear. If biblical Israel did what present-day Israel is doing, then I understand why God destroyed it. Let's be very clear. I understand why God wiped it off the face of the freaking earth and gave power to its enemies to get rid of it. And I'm done with this bullshit because I don't know what Christian in their God-forsaken mind would equate biblical Israel to present-day Israel. And it's clear to me that the Zionists that created Israel, they were very smart. They didn't believe in God, but they knew that these dumbass Christians who can be easily manipulated will fall for anything that has the word Israel within, and because they're Jews. And you know, again, I don't know if I was a dumbass Christian. I just wasn't a Christian who was paying attention. But I'm a Christian now who realizes that I've been living in a freaking matrix. And that matrix that was a movie was not a freaking fiction. It was actually actual reality. Because now I'm waking up to things that, how did I not know any of this was happening? What kind of bubble was I freaking living in? And all of these things were happening. Look, all of us finding out.
Well, Shola, doctor, you can't be hard on yourself. You know, we're put in a situation where we have to study and educate ourselves and find a job and pay our rent and just survive. Like you can't hold yourself accountable for not being across what was going on in Israel. Like you can't blame yourself for
Now I
that.
hear you, but when I now see, okay, and I agree to some extent, but I also say to myself that I should have been more, I should have been paying more attention to things, because now that I realize that everything that we see happening in Palestine is actually what it has been happening in London, in New York, in Madrid, in every other part of the world, but we didn't realize it, and that this Zionist state of Israel has its tentacles every freaking place. We just did not realize it. And now that we realize it, of course, we should say something, we should do something, and we should probably exhale like I'm trying to exhale on this space. And I apologize, guys. I'm sorry if I'm taking, it's just that I swear to God, sometimes I want to scream. If it wasn't for the fact that there's a cost of living crisis, I would have broken my TV 10 times over, but then I won't be able to replace it with another. And I have to feed 3 kids. So I need to be realistic with
So
how
we
I
got
used to
something.
They don't
say
worship in
before,
the God
Dr.
of
We
Abraham.
Shola,
got something to keep the chicks under control. Then
Did you just say cheeks again? I swear to God. Look, Beatrix, you and I need to go over to his place and smack him upside the head.
like a gypsy, Dr. Shola. He's never in one place long enough for anybody to catch up with him. He's like a freaking gypsy. But Dr. Shola, I used to say back in the day,
why
and
are
then
you
I'll,
being
I'll come
racist
to
to
you
my
too.
heritage?
Well, I used to say back in the day, Dr. Shola, right? I used to say that, look, and people used to think I was crazy, especially freaking these American little Zios that used to come up on my space. This is pre-October the 7th. I used to say the only difference between Palestinians and ours is that we're all occupied, but they're fighting, right? They've got a resistance. We've got no resistance. We're just as occupied as they are. They'd be like, how can you say that? They're terrorists. We're not occupied. We got democracy. How's that democracy working out for you now, huh? How's that with all your freaking in the UK? We've got everything now. We've got the whole suite coming out, the digital ID, the facial recognition, the national police force, everything. They can download everything from your phone, even the encrypted stuff. They don't even need your passcode. They don't even need anything. They just take your phone and do it. It's all legal. I mean, we've got the 15-minute city started in Oxford. First one, and they're going to roll it out across the country. We got the full suite of democracy coming out. It's going to be a proper little jail cell. Let's go to Truth, and then Del, who haven't spoken. Then I'll come to you, South. Go ahead, Truth.
Hi guys, how are you? Can you hear me?
We
Oh,
can,
thank you.
yeah. We're spectacular. How are you?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Khaleesi. Thank you guys for listening. Well, just since we're on the topic of religion and spirituality, I mean, I remember like in the 2000s, the modern kind of world that we are living in tried to drive us away in spirituality for the longest time. But these guys who were on Epstein Island in the 90s and 2000, they were committing so much evil, and they were all about their religion and spirituality and talking about how Jews are the best and black and white people are nobodies and that they're all goyim, and they were doing all this Baal worship and child sacrifice and that they have some kind of special blood. So they were all about their religion. In the United States, across the world, you have these evangelical Christians who they firmly believe that Jesus is going to return once Israel takes full control of Palestine, of all that land, which means they have to support the genocide, and they do. There's been many Christian pastors who've come out and say, we support this, we're going to wipe them out, because they believe that that's how Jesus is going to return. And Jews believe that their Messiah is going to return, and they believe he's the Antichrist, and he's going to, the whole world is going to bow down to the Jewish people, and non-Jews are going to, each Jew is going to have 2,800 slaves. This is what they say, their rabbis and their religion. So these people, they're always talking about how they want to bring about the end because the evangelical Christians want Jesus to return and the Jews want their Messiah to return. And you hear this from religious Jews and secular Jews. Even Roseanne Barr, who's a secular Jew, she's a comedian, she was saying the other day that the Bible is their book, like the Jews' book, and it's their stories. Elon is friends with Satan Yahoo, and I mean, my main sources of the genocide happening in Gaza has been X and Telegram channels. And like the last speaker was saying, it's made a lot of people hate Israel. So why would Elon Musk allow this when he's friends with Netanyahu? He's been there to Israel. And now you have these people coming up like Nick Fuentes. If you do a little bit of digging on him, Ryan Dawson had said that he received $250,000 from a Frenchman. And
Truth, can I just stop
yeah,
you there? Because you're literally repeating what you said last night. And I feel like this is a massive deja vu in my face. Like you're not talking about the topic. You're not talking about Epstein. You're still talking about the same influences, the same Jewish this and Judaism that. Like, do you have anything new
Sure,
to add,
no,
Truth?
yeah, no, it's just, my point was that these people are actively, because the last speaker was saying that it's making the whole world hate them. I'm saying that they're actively trying to bring about the end. They're trying to bring about the end times. And that's what's going on. They want to see the end of the world, and that's why they're doing all these insane things, and they want the world to hate them because they say that at the end times the whole world is going to come against Israel and God is going to come and destroy all humanity. So
yeah, I don't think Netanyahu's really thinking about that. I don't think he's religious or anything like that. I think some of these people, the whole Epstein thing wasn't because they want to bring about end times. You know what I mean? They're just demonic. But I hear what you're saying. Let me jump to Del. Did you want to jump in? If not, we go to South.
Yeah, I did. Yes, hey there, everybody. How you doing? You right? Everybody? Is my mic clear?
It's a bit faint, but it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, this was a message to Shola. What she was saying, how she feels. You're really dumb and sort of stupid at not knowing what's
Your
happening in
mic's
the
just
world.
not good
And
enough, Dal. We can't hear anything you're saying. You need to sort
you
your mic
can't
out.
hear me at all.
No, take your headset off.
Hold on 1 second. I'll take my booty off. 1 second.
You know what? You guys and your techie toys, man. The chicks never have this problem. What is going on?
Okay, how about now? Is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah. So, it was a message to Shola. Yes, what she was saying that, and how she feels stupid and dumb, not knowing what's happening in the world and so on and so forth, and how she feels like really, idiotic and not knowing what's happening. It's better to have your eyes open now than have it closed. That's my message. At least now you've woken up and you smell the coffee and you know what the world is about. You know who the truth tellers are and who the false, is who the lies are as well. The world as a totality has woken up to the issues that's happened in Palestine, but not just what's happening in Palestine, but the whole foreign policy of the West towards the third world countries and so on and so forth, and X, Y, and Z. So don't beat yourself about it. We're glad that you've taken the pill, and you've gone down a rabbit hole, and as opposed to taking a blue pill. That's what I'm saying. And to everybody else who's listening on this space, just follow the speakers. You like everything that YouTube Boss Roman is doing. He's doing a fantastic job. The co-host as well, she's been exemplary. So just follow all the speakers. I think they put in a lot of time, effort, and so on and so forth. It's only fair for you to show a bit of support to the cause and struggle, because we can all benefit, and we have all benefited from the hard work that they put in.
Thanks for that.
Thanks, Del. Let's go to South.
Sorry, Beatrix. I'm just going to step down. I wanted to say good night. I'm going to switch down to listener. I appreciate all you guys so much, and God bless a million times. I had a really good time talking to you, and I'm still going to be listening, but I just wanted to say goodbye.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And you're welcome on the panel anytime. Appreciate you, Ryan. South, jump in.
Yeah. So I kind of want to jump off of what Dr. Shola said. I think every time I've been on this space over here talking, it's always been about Epstein, but I'm going to get a little bit about Israel. I'll at least provide kind of my viewpoint, because I never really looked at this as Israel or just Zionism, right? I have a great love for Jewish people. I grew up with a lot of Jewish people. I sent my oldest kids to preschool at a Hebrew school through preschool, so I have a great love for them. But one thing, I see the world in two different types of people, right? There's a lot of people, a lot of grays, but there's definitely two types of people. There are those people I call the supremacists, right? That believe that they're better than others, and that they should, and that they should have more privileges than others. And then there's those people that I don't even have a name for them, or they're just inclusive, right? That have empathy, that want to include everyone, that really respect other people, right? Never look at others as you're better than them. And I feel like the Zionism is something that is plagued in humanity across every ethnic group and every religion, everyone. And right now, and for the longest time, probably since Israel was founded, but it's just getting worse and worse and worse and worse, is the supremacists are ruling Israel. They have a complete stranglehold on Israel. And not only them in Israel, right? But this is also in Islam and Christian, right? We're seeing this movement here with the white nationalists, the Christian nationalists, which to me is very anti-Christian, if anything. And we also see it, across a lot of different religions. I mean, it's kind of inbred in Hinduism with the caste system, right? I mean, that's just like, probably why Israel and India get along very well. But you see it in that society too. But I think it's our responsibility in each one of these different cultures, in each one of these religions, to really watch our house, right? So even though my focus, even though I detest what Israel does, and what I don't want to even say Israel's really that regime of Netanyahu, that regime right there that I detest, because of that mindset of the evil that they have done, not only to Palestinians, to even Jews and other folks. We need to empower, for those people that are not in that group, not in that supremacist group. My view has always been, we need to empower each other, right? We have to clean our own houses. So here I am in the United States. I'm very vocal on X. I do take part in protests, and the reason is because this is my house, right? And I can't allow this evil. I can't allow this mindset to take over my house, right? And impact my children and impact others that I care about too, that may not be in my ethnic group, in my religion. But because it would make me feel more guilty, right? If something happened to these other groups. And I feel like all of us need to not only think of them as Zionists or Jews, but we really need to provide support to those groups, those Jews that are against this, against Israel and that regime, whether it's the Jews that are in Iran, right, that we know do not favor, right, Israel and that regime, the Jews inside Israel themselves, the Jews here at home, the moderate Jews, right, the Reform Jews, even the groups of Orthodox Jews that you see that protest against Israel all the time. Like, we need to provide support to them, and we need to be behind those folks and try to support them as much as possible, because the only way you're going to defang these people is if it comes from the inside, right? You take away their narrative, you take away their power when it's their own people that are rising against them. And I just want to bring that up because I know there's a lot of, Zionism. I agree with you. I hate using the word Zionism because I think it's like anti-Semite. It's been used too much. These are just supremacists, Jewish supremacists, white supremacists. These are folks that think they are better and they're willing to kill anyone else or harm other people to drive their own kind forward. And we really need to do a better job in fighting back against our own that have that mentality, but also empowering those others in other groups and other nations to, for example, Solomon, I've heard you say before, right? Tommy Robinson. That's a perfect example of that mentality in England, right? Conor McGregor in Ireland. I mean, thank God he failed. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking about trying to be president. But, those are the people that we all have to speak against, right? And try to tear down within our own societies to stop this madness from spreading worldwide. Anyway, I'll stop there.
South, I hear some spaces, right, sometimes, or clips of them at least, because I don't go onto them. My God, they demonize the Jewish faith. Like the things that they say about Judaism. And I know that this creation of ISIS and the fake war on terror for 20 years demonized the whole of the Islamic faith. Every Muslim was typecast, right? And I think it would be completely unjust to stand there and let that happen to some other faith because of the supremacy that exists in Israel.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the funny thing, like ISIS started way back in the 80s with the Mohammedan. Did I say that correctly? I always fuck up with the word. Sorry for cursing. I know you don't like cursing, but I always mess up with the words. But yeah, that's that. I agree. That whole ISIS bit, Al Qaeda. Obviously, they were tools, right, being utilized because all of a sudden they all disappear and you don't hear about them anymore.
Well, the leader's like kind of leading Syria now, isn't he? He's top boy there.
Yeah, but then you think you're like, all right, well, if they were tools, right? Were they really evil in essence, right? It's like, did they really believe all that stuff before? Or They were just tools, and they put their guy in, right? He did a great job of taking out the president of Syria, and that's his reward from the West for doing that. I mean, I just don't believe he was really ISIS. Like, he really believed, right, in he didn't have those radical beliefs, right? I don't believe that. I think he was a tool, and he fought for, whether it was Israel, definitely the U.S., the Saudis, and they were successful in Syria, and now he got his prize of being the leader because they can trust him.
Yeah, I never seen a 10 million bounty disappear from somebody's head as quickly as it did from his head. But seriously, I see Ryan's here. Ryan, I sent you a mic. Come on up and join us. Share your truths with us about Israel joining the Board of Peace as well, and also Epstein. Let's go to Ninurta.
Hey,
Ninurta, jump in.
Khaleesi, just quickly, I just want to say thank you for letting me up. I just got to get back to work. I'll probably come back in a little bit, but I just want to say thank you, guys.
Avi,
Retweet the
it's such a pain
space.
that your work gets in the way of our spaces.
It's my Australian
so
times. It's Australian times.
yeah, I was going to ask a question. I mean, like, yesterday I didn't get over
You just interrupted Avi. He was saying goodbye to us. What's wrong with you, Ninurta? Let Avi say his bye first.
He's holding on to holding on
you.
to our conversation from yesterday on Syria. I think he's got some resentment. That's why. But no, guys, thank you so much. Just to kind of obviously to leave, please, guys, retweet the space. Make sure you subscribe, etc., etc. I just want to say thank you so much for letting me up. And yeah, I should be back later. Bye.
Pleasure anytime, Avi. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Dr. Shola's dropped as well. So, Ninurta, go ahead. You're going to tell us about how, people shouldn't invade Western countries, but then you want a whole attack on Afghanistan because they don't subscribe to your values. Is that what you're going to tell us?
No, I was going to pick up yesterday. I mean, first of all, I don't believe in, like, I'm not advocating for my country to be bombed. That's first. Let's be clear. But okay, let's set that clear. Second of all, like, I was saying that, like, I was going to, like, ask, like, if they could explain, like, you say that that's the people were, like, easily manipulated, maybe people didn't understood what I was saying, but my message was overall yesterday, like, about the need to address the agency of the people of that region. So, like, I mean, like, I do, like, and Avi wasn't listening. I don't think people were listening, but I was taking into account, like, there was.
But he's not here now, so let's not address him because he was here for a long time today, and he'll come back later. But let's just talk generally.
Okay, so generally, I was addressing the, like, both external influence and the agency of the people of that region. So, like, one cannot deny that people have an agency, and if it, like, like, the people of Syria, like, they had a choice. And like, I mean, the reason why I don't feel any sympathy for the people of this region, not just Syria, but the region as a whole, is because one needs to go have a look at what the Russians had experienced at the hands of the Wehrmacht and the SS, and also the Chinese, with the rape of Nanking. So I mean, like, what the Syrian people like I find it very hard to feel sorry for people who couldn't stand up to a few thousands or tens of thousands of ragtag militia groups, who were armed and trained and funded by external powers, and they were wielding machetes and AK-47s, and like, they were trained in the arts of guerrilla warfare. They couldn't defeat them. So, like, I mean, and it's not like the Syrian people didn't have a choice. They had a choice. And I saw.
Okay, Nimrod, I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Like, how is that relevant to Epstein and today?
He just has the same script and reads it every day.
No, it's just that I feel like I wanted to reclaim my.
I've just heard you in the space come 5 times and literally repeat the same thing over and over and over again. That's fine. I get it. You want to repeat the same point, but you do understand how these spaces work. Is there's a title, there's a conversation about what the title is, and then that's literally how it works. You coming in and literally making the same point all over and over again. I get it, but why don't you just, like, record it on a tape recorder and then just play it?
I'm not making the same point. I just wanted to, like, defend myself.
It's literally the exact same point the last 5 days you've come. Oh, guess what? The Syrian people deserve it. They should have fought back, blah, 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 blah. Like, I've literally heard the same point over again. Like, I get it. I heard the first time. Okay. Second time. Okay. Now it's like the 5th time. Do you want to speak about something that's in the title? If not, then, wait for us when something escalates in Syria and we do a space in Syria, and then you can just, like, repeat that point again.
I mean, I'll be happy to talk about Epstein, but like I just want to
That is
listen.
the.
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
that is the title.
Yeah, I mean with Epstein, like yeah, it exposes like everything that is like really this like it exposes
You're
how
using the word
rotten
like a
our
lot as well.
societies are.
You're using the word like a lot. You seems like you're flummoxed now. You can't read the same script again.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
Cool. I mean, this is just like. Anyway, let's go to somebody else.
I wanted to go to that Leah chick because she came up yesterday and didn't say a word. And she just came up, put her hand up, and then glitched out. Leah, come up if you're going to speak, because if you don't come up and take the mic now, I'm just going to think that you're a troll, and I ain't going to bring you up again because you requested the mic yesterday, sat on the paddle for ages and didn't talk. So request a mic, and I'll bring you up now, and I'll come to you. Let's go to, I don't know who was waiting first. I think it might have been Soapbox, and then we go to Gentile. Go ahead, Soapbox.
Yeah, I appreciate the space. Appreciate you allowing me to speak. I just wanted to talk about.
Apologize for that. But it was in regards to what he was saying on Syria because I was not understanding his logic, but somebody else had already addressed it. So I do apologize for that. I'm not sure.
What were you going to say, Leah? What were you going to
I
say?
was going to say I couldn't understand his logic, and I know this is not what this space is about. I know it's about the Epsteins, but I was trying to understand how he couldn't see that in that country they were given so much propaganda down their throat that in essence they literally thought they were doing what was right for their country. I was failing to understand how he could not understand that their media and stuff was geared like it was hard to get outside of their own perspective. So what were they supposed to believe? So I'm not agreeing with this whole it's their fault. It wouldn't have been
Okay,
their fault if we hadn't interjected. If we would have minded our business and handled our stuff here on the home front, none of that would have happened. But
okay,
again, I don't see how what your logic was in blaming the Syrians. Like, I get it. Yes, they had choice, but we don't fully know what all the information was being shoved down their throat. And it seems to me that they got fed so much propaganda like we do over here that they just believed. So what else were they supposed to believe?
okay. So allow me to explain. Yesterday there was a discussion about like Epstein and Iran, and of course I was expressing my solidarity with Iran. And I was like saying that I hope nothing happens to Iran, but then I went on like to say that it's not only going to be the fault of Israel and the West, but the Iranians. And to respond to that, like I say that my logic is this: that if the Russians could survive the Wehrmacht, okay, I mean like let's be honest, like the HTS, ISIS, whatever we want to call these factions, there were a few ragtag militia groups with a few machetes and AK-47s. The Russians and the Chinese, they had it far worse. They were like dealing with an existential war. The Russians were dealing with the Wehrmacht, so I don't have to tell you
Take
about the
you all,
Wehrmacht.
take it back there. Like literally, no one's interested in the Russians and the Chinese. What you said yesterday, and it seems as though Leah heard you, right? It was like if anything happens to Iran, it's going to be the fault of the Iranians, right? This diaspora, these monarchists that are sat outside. Whatever happened in which other country did you say it was their fault? I can't remember which country you used. The second country you used, it was their fault. And also, you complained about Afghanistan, the fact that you don't believe in genders and Afghanistan does, and therefore, you would like some sort of regime change in Afghanistan. And I called you out on the hypocrisy, number one. Number two, I even said to you, and that's the point Leah's making, I said to you, if the West hadn't have intervened in these countries, the outcome would have been different. It doesn't matter how much of a revolution there was, the outcome would have been different. It was the West who did it. So that's the point she's making. She doesn't want to talk about Russia and China. Do you want to talk about Russia and China and the history of Russia and China, Leah?
No, ma'am, because they handle their stuff in house. We don't go and mess with them. Again, if we look at all the countries in the Middle East, if you look at everything that happens with every regime change, who is always behind that? Because we don't know how to mind our own business.
But the people
Well,
have a choice in the end. They have a choice.
okay, but you're negating the fact that their choice is based off of the BS that they're being fed. Do they get to, as far as I understand, and forgive me, you guys, if I may not know a lot about how their internet So I don't know what all they get, but to me, it seems like they get shoveled a whole bunch of propaganda. They don't have the resources that we do to look up things on our own and not get flogged and not do, because a lot of those countries don't want Western influence, but yet and still somehow, some way, we still put our stuff over there. So again, it all depends on what all they have access to base their decisions off of. If they're only getting access to what that's being shoveled in the propaganda, that is not their fault, because they're not truly informed and are only going off of what they are given. So it's not fair. Now, there are those who do have access and still decide to go against. Okay, yes, that does fall on them. But to say as a whole, and just say, oh, well, it's the Syrians' fault, is not fair,
Okay, so explain to me the
honestly.
Wehrmacht. Explain to me the Wehrmacht, the SS.
Oh, no, Ritter, you don't understand. Am I speaking a different language here? We don't want to talk about that. Okay. Leah, appreciate your points. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think soapbox has dropped. And let me go to Tiny Hat Notice and I'll come up to you, Chai.
Hello there. So just a quick one. Been listening for a little while, and it's to talk about Epstein and how that builds into a bigger thing with Israel. Israel is a pawn for what the Jews are trying to do through their Talmud, and to understand why Epstein existed, it was to implicate those in the West, to convince us in the West that what they're doing is either normal or to encourage it. And by compromising these celebrities, by compromising these politicians, you compromise the network, the infrastructure within all these countries. So, for example, in the UK, I grew up in Stoke Newington, right next to Stamford Hill, with a lot of Jews there. And it seems there's a lot of ignorance in the country as to what this Jewish power is doing and why it's happening. And for example, they look at Keir Starmer. I think a lot of British people don't realise Keir Starmer has a handler, who's his wife, who's Jewish. And therefore, because it's passed down the matriarchal line, he now has Jewish kids. He now has to go along with whatever Israel needs to do. He's compromised. And ultimately, all of this leads to us being in a spiritual war. And I think a lot of people, whether you're religious or not, they're not understanding this is a spiritual war, which the Jews believe in, whether you do or not. And partly you can see how that's understood by certain societies is Iran. Iran burning the statue of Baal is to show the Jewish community, or the ones that are in power, the ones that are pushing all this agenda, that they understand who they worship, and we're going to burn your God down. And if you study the Bible, you'll know Baal is obviously part of the devil, he's part of evil, he's against God. These Jews literally do not believe in Christ. These nations we live in, America, the UK, we are Christian countries. And to literally sit there and defend what they're doing and not fully understand and not call out Jews, they're saying Zionists, I think we do it to be polite, it is a Jewish issue. Now, I didn't know about this 2 years ago, but pattern recognition, doing my own research, not being stupid, you start to put the pieces together. And so for me, I then look at people who are talking and understand who becomes controlled opposition. So there was a gentleman who was up here earlier who said we should be looking at Tommy Robinson, we should be looking at Conor McGregor. Who are funding these people and why? These people are influential in their countries, Ireland, the UK, amongst the Goyim. And if you get them to push your agenda, the Goyim are not any wiser to what the real agenda is. Child sacrifice is a big thing of what's been going on as well. It's part of what they do to serve Baal. And so for me, Epstein was a tool in order to make that widespread and more controlled in the West. So I just think we just need to be a little bit more direct, understand truly what's going on here, the spiritual war. They want to build their temple. They want to bring back their Messiah. And then us as Catholics, I'm Catholic myself, we're expecting the Antichrist to arrive. Again, not a coincidence. So for people that don't believe in Jesus, that want their Messiah to return, and myself as a Catholic who do believe in Christ, God, and I'm waiting for the Antichrist.
Question to you,
Yep.
evangelical Christians, are they waiting for the third temple to be rebuilt?
I'm not sure. I can't speak on behalf of
And
them.
so this is the issue,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why it's really important that you do look into this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you've explained your thesis, what you said is, which I agree with, I agree with some aspects of it. I disagree with some aspects. And the reason why you think Zionism or the term Zionism is used to be polite is maybe because you don't understand or know the position of Christian Zionism. So their position isn't just to be Shabbos Goy or to be subservient to the Jews, as you per what you call it, but they align with them because of, as you said, because of spiritual reasons. And what is that spiritual reason? Because evangelical Christians, the people who essentially built America, the people who are a large part of America, and obviously to a lesser degree Protestants, for them, they need the third temple rebuilding. And they're accelerationists. So what they believe is that they want to accelerate the destruction that's going to occur in the Middle East, the accelerate towards an Israeli state and the rebuilding of the third temple, because they believe in their own religion that they want to basically accelerate towards the return of the raptor. You know, you heard of the raptor, right? And
It's
the
not in the
third,
Bible, but yeah.
yeah, and the third temple. And so when they support Zionism or they support Israel or they support Jews or Zionism or whatever it is, they're not doing it because they are Shabbos Goy. They're doing it because it's their own spiritual belief. They believe that in the end they believe that they're gonna be in the right, and the Jews and everyone who's not in their belief system will either perish or they'll be given a choice to. With Jews, they'll be given the choice to convert. But the point is, if they don't convert and remain Jews, they'll be murked, and if you're any other religion, you're gonna get murked as well. So the point being, that's the reason we call it Zionism, because what you're doing is you're removing the spiritual component for example, Christian Zionists, not Catholics. I accept Catholics have always had beef with the Jews since a very long time, and they don't have this overlap. But Christian Zionists do. So how do you explain their spiritual position?
I explain it because it's from the Schofield Bible, which is manipulated, which was funded by the Rothschild. And if I ask you Zionism 200 years ago, or we go back to King Edward I with the Edicts of Expulsion, who kicked the Jews out for clipping coins, the term Zionism didn't exist then. So there may have been Christians that did believe in similar to what the evangelicals do, but the evangelicals, what they don't realise, they've been manipulated.
Sorry, go ahead, finish.
Yeah, so they've been manipulated with this Schofield Bible. So their Bible they read is not the same as what majority of Christians, Protestant or Catholics read. Rapture, the word you mentioned,
what was Oliver Cromwell?
What was Oliver Cromwell? I'm not sure. What's Oliver Cromwell got to do with it? Sorry.
Because what it's got to do with is, he's a Protestant, and Oliver Cromwell was a big reason why in the actually it was a real reason why in the United Kingdom we went away from kingship to a parliamentary system, and he turned on the kings because he basically formed an alliance with the Jewish people. And so if you look at even the Protestants in the United Kingdom, they went hand in hand with the Jews at that time in terms of Oliver Cromwell.
But not because not because of their religious beliefs. It's because they were funded. If I remember correctly, he was funded by William of Orange, I believe it was. So by that point, Cromwell, when he came back into power, the Jews had been expelled by King Edward I for 400 years. Right. So this term Zionism is only 150 years old or so. So that's why I do say it is a polite way of describing them, because what would you have said 200 years ago when our ancestors from not just England, from Slovakia, from Germany, from France, from Spain, have kicked the same group of people out for the same things we're seeing today? And I'm very suspicious of people that don't call that out and then try to hide behind the blanket of Zionism when it's the exact same thing Jews were doing
I'll
200,
be
300,
honest
400,
with you,
500 years ago.
Well,
Sorry.
first of all, I'm suspicious of people who come on anonymous profiles and don't want to risk anything. Quite easily could be agents and want to blame specifically Jews with no risk to themselves at all. So that's the biggest suspicion. We stand by what we are. We stand by our profile. We've had the same message for 3 years. We've not changed our position whatsoever. We open the door so that you can even speak about it. And even when you've got the opportunity to speak about it, you're doing it on an anonymous profile. So I'm more suspicious of those people who are afraid to
This is
stand
not afraid.
behind their beliefs.
My previous accounts have been banned, so I've signed a new one up.
What?
So it's absolutely. I would come on my normal profile if
But
I
why
could.
don't you put your picture? Why don't you put your picture in details?
Literally, you can see I've just started using this account in this way. I've just literally renamed it.
Even if you started this account, you can still put your picture up.
What
You only put
picture of
black.
my face or picture of a cartoon? What do you want to put up?
Well, if a
I
picture of your
don't really
face would
see the
demonstrate.
relevance. So it seems now you're
Oh, the
sort of
relevance is really.
you're
I'll
A
quite
explain to you.
picture of
digressing.
your kids,
I'll
I've
bro.
explain
told you
to
where
you.
I'm from. I'm
I'll
speaking.
explain
The
to you.
space is
I'll
recorded.
explain to
You can
you.
hear my voice. I'm not masking it. And all I'm trying
No,
to do is
but
put a
the
point. And now
relevance
you've
is
digressed
wait,
into something where I'm
the
trying to hide
relevance.
myself.
The relevance is very important. The relevance is
Yeah,
very
yeah.
important. I'll explain to you why. Because you are claiming that when you create a new profile, it was a new profile. But when one creates a new profile, they can quite easily put their picture on. Now, the reason why people don't put their picture on is because they don't want to stand by what they believe in because they know there's going to be repercussions for it. And so what they'll do is they'll come on spaces, try and create a certain narrative, and then know that they'll never have the consequences of their claims, first of all. The second thing is when you're on an anonymous profile, no one's able to verify who that person is. They could quite easily be, may not be, may just be a random person, but also could quite easily be an asset, could be an Israeli intelligence, could be a British intelligence, could be anyone, because we don't know who that person is. That's the second thing. So that's the thing with anonymous
So
profiles.
then go by my
The third,
words
the
and
third.
what I'm saying. Have I said anything that's factually incorrect? So for me, the
Well,
relevance of
I'm
where you
gonna,
can
yeah,
see
yeah,
my face
I'm
or
gonna
not.
cover. No, I'm
Yeah.
gonna cover that. No, because you talked about being suspicious, and I'm telling you, because you're suspicious. You said you've got
But just
suspicions, and I'm
because you have
telling
a
you my
profile doesn't
suspicions.
mean you're not controlled opposition, which is what I'm saying. The person that came up here
Yeah,
speaking
no.
about
What it does
McGregor,
is you can
etc.
verify. 1 second, you can verify what the person is, and first of all, no, it does matter because what happens is when someone's got an actual profile, you can verify what the person said. You can stand by the work and the statements and the ideas they put across. When someone's got an anonymous profile, they can be anyone. And actually, a lot of times when people have been doxxed, when they had anonymous profiles, they've had nefarious pasts. And it demonstrates that there is a very good chance that those people did become control of opposition based on their nefarious past. Now, in terms of what you're talking about in terms of Schofield Bible, when was the Schofield Bible created?
Was it around the 1920s, 1910s, I believe?
Yeah, that's about right. When
Mm-hmm.
was, sorry? Yeah, that's right.
No,
Yeah,
just
yeah. When was a Christian evangelical idea and thought created?
I guess it was around the same time when that
No, it
Bible was
wasn't.
introduced. No,
No,
I
it
don't know.
wasn't.
Yep.
It was about 3 centuries before that.
Okay. So what were they calling them then? Zionists? Because that term wasn't around then.
Well, you're talking about Zionists in the sense of having an Israeli state, having a specific state for the Jewish people,
No,
right?
I never said that. I
Okay, so
just the
what's your
term,
definition?
just the term Zionism used. I
Well,
sort of dismissed
what,
that term anyway. But
when do you,
for me, it's
when
Jews.
was the term Zionist first used then? Go ahead. Oh, no,
I
sorry,
guess
what's
the
the
term.
definition of Zionism? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not too sure, to be honest with you, with what they're
Wait, I
saying.
just said it means that. You
Yeah.
said it doesn't. You can't say it doesn't unless you've got an alternative definition. So what's your
Yes,
definition?
to me, the term Zionism is there to mask what Jews are. I guess what people are using as a contemporary term is people that support the state of Israel. For me, the state of Israel is a bigger problem than just the state of Israel. This has been the modus operandi of this
No,
group
no,
of
I'm not
people
asking that.
beyond the state,
I'm not
but
asking you
before the
that.
state of Israel.
1 second, I'm not asking you that.
Hmm.
You already explained that position.
Hmm.
I'm asking you, what does the, because I said, according to the Israelis, the word Zionism means just the state of Israel. You said, no, it doesn't mean that. So I'm trying to understand what you think Zionism means or what you believe it means.
Zionism to me is what people believe, or just what people support the state of Israel. And I
Okay.
believe it was created in what 1880s.
Yeah,
I forgot the gentleman's name, around the 1880s, and by a Jewish congregation or forum. It was Jewish forum in the 1880s, and
yeah,
ever since
yeah.
then, to
1890s, it was
mask
by
what Jews have been
Birnbaum.
doing. So to mask what people have been doing in that faith, we've been calling it Zionism. And my point is to you is before the 1880s, when these people were still doing the same thing in the Bible, they were doing.
Ah,
In
I get
fact,
what
the
you mean now.
first,
I understand your point. I understand the point. Okay,
exactly.
I'll answer your point. So, what your argument is this: that the word Zionism
Hmm.
was only coined around the 1890s by Birnbaum,
Hmm.
which is right. And the
Hmm.
word Zionism specifically, when they coined it, they're referring to Zion. The word Zion, the state of Israel. They claim it's in the
Okay.
Bible. I don't agree with that, but that's their claim. Their claim is the word Zion is in the Bible, and so Zionism
Yep.
is a coinage of that term. Now,
Hmm.
in terms of what Zionism, when we refer to Zionism, and there's a number of academic papers on this, David Miller has written about this extensively. We're talking about Jewish supremacy, this idea of Jewish supremacy. So you can be a Jewish supremacist and not be a Jew. And so what happens is, for example, the vast majority of Jews the vast majority of Jews are Jewish supremacists, they're Zionists. But the majority of Zionists, meaning Jewish supremacists, aren't Jews. So for example, and I gave you an example of Christian Zionists whose ideological belief is what it is, and they believe that they have their position, and their position is the position that of Jewish supremacy, Zionism. So that's the reason why we use the term Zionism, because what happens is when in reality you want to blame just Jews, which is fine, it's your choice to do so, you ignore the fact someone like Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, an example, who's Speaker of the House, the reason he holds the position he holds is because it's his ideological belief. And his ideological belief was before the Schofield Bible. This is the point I'm trying to make, because your argument was, well, they created the Schofield Bible. Now, if your argument is that there was this kind of hidden cabal of Jewish people who would be Zionists then because it's Jewish supremacy, who impacted all religions, which is possible. There's some papers I read where the argument was that even Paul, because he was an unknown person, the claim was that even he was. The claim is that, as you said, Christian evangelicalism is, even Muslims and certain ideologies in Islam as well. So there is these arguments that a lot of these unknown people who came into these religions were actually, crypto Jews or hidden Zionists or whatever it may be, who believe in Jewish supremacy. So coming back to the point, why we call out Zionists and we don't just look at one group or one specific group is because it's quite clear that there are people who believe in Jewish supremacy who aren't Jews, who were there and their belief system was there before the Schofield Bible.
Yeah, but this is my point, is you're using Zionism to describe Jewish supremacy when the religion has that built into itself as Judaism. We are goyim to them. So for me, the Talmud is not just about Zionists reading it, Jews read it as well. And so what you're doing by using the term Zionism is you're allowing the rest of that culture that do believe in the same thing, they're almost allowing what we call Zionists to take all the flack on the front line when they all really believe that. Which is why you don't see too many people now coming out Jewish who are condoning everything that's been done out there at the moment. And for me, I think this is a key. I'm not sure, something went off, but this is a key point for me, is that Zionism, Jewish supremacy, you're hiding behind a few select Jews. But if the whole religion is taught that from young, if they're told they're always above us, if they're told they're Shabbos Goy, they will receive us as slaves when their Messiah arrives, that is already the supremacy built in. And you can't just label that as Zionism, that is Judaism.
Let me just respond to that. And actually, that's just extremism within Judaism. Because you have Jews who... So you believe... Just quickly, before I respond to that. So do you believe in Judaism as a religion or as an ethnicity?
Both.
Both. So what about the Jew who's ethnically Jewish but not religiously Jewish, i.e. rejects the Talmud?
If they do, then I'm not saying those people do not exist, but if they follow the religion, then they will believe in what I've just said, which is Jewish supremacy anyway, and they don't have to be a Zionist.
No, you just repeat it. What if they don't? What if they are, for example, an atheist but ethnically Jewish?
If they're ethnically Jewish, then they're actually Khazarian, aren't they? And they're not Jews from the Bible anyway, which is a whole different conversation. They're Ashkenazi Jew. So that's another thing. The Jews that we know of today. Can you just answer the specific question? That's what I'm saying to you. But I can be a Catholic who then rejects Catholicism. It doesn't mean
you can't be a Catholic and reject Catholicism, bro. Then
so how can you be? How can you be an ethnic Jew and not?
Because you can't be an ethnic Catholic, right? You can be
so an ethnic Jew is what then?
You can be a white Anglo-Saxon from an ethnic
Jew is what then? How do you define an ethnic Jew?
That's what I'm asking you. I
just told you they're Khazarians. I just told you they're Khazarians.
So my point is, if somebody...
Which is why they're white. The Jews of the Bible are not white.
That's fine. So somebody who is an Ashkenazi, right? Someone who's an Ashkenazi, do you consider them... and they don't accept the Talmud, would you consider them or refer to them as a Jew?
In the contemporary term, yes. Technically, from my biblical point of view, as a Catholic, no.
Okay, so now that Jew... Is he somebody who you said that Jews are a problem, and the reason they're a problem is because of their belief in the Talmud? So my question to you is, that Jew, who you just referred to as a Jew, but reject the Talmud, are they a problem?
No, it's only if they follow the Talmud.
Okay. So the issue you've got then, this is where our point of disagreement is, because I do think that there are a number of Jews who ethnically are Jewish, religiously atheist, but somehow claim they reject the Talmud, but still believe in Jewish supremacy. And so I can give you a large number
So that means they're
of,
lying. That means they do follow the Talmud because
well, no,
that's where
because,
it's promoted from. Where else have they got
well,
the idea from?
well, no, because you can believe in supremacy based on a range of things. Some of it will be
Why
the
do they
Talmud.
why do they
But
believe
if
in
you
that
let me finish, do
supremacy, and
you
for
want to?
what purpose? Go
I'm
on.
going to explain to you, but you just interrupted while I was explaining the point that you
Go on.
interrupted me to ask about. I'm going to explain it because it shows the fallacy in your argument. So there are people. So your point is they're lying. They do believe in God, but they pretend they don't believe in God. But in reality, what it is there's a multitude of reasons why someone ends up falling and believing in Jewish supremacy. Some of it is the Talmud, no doubt about it. If you look at many of the debates I've had, I've spoken about this. But some of it also is from an ethnic perspective. They actually believe, from a racial perspective that they have a superiority over non-Jews. And so there's some who believe it from an ethnic perspective, right? They believe that, as you described, they're a Jew, and therefore they are more supreme than a non-Jew. Now, some of it could be because they believe they've got better genetics, better intellect, whatever the genetical makeup of their situation is, or over time, whatever the situation was, they believe, we became more robust, or whatever the claim is. So my point is, for me, there would be, and this is where we disagree, because you actually now said your only thing is not even Jews. Your only thing is Jews who believe in the Talmud. And I've just said, actually, there is ethnic Jews who also believe in, who also do not believe in the Talmud, but believe in this racial supremacy. So actually, your point is a lot more finite, is more specific than even mine. You're just talking about a small number of Jews who you think are a problem. Because I don't know the percentages of who actually believe in the Talmud, but I believe it's not the majority. It's
It's the
probably
majority. It's
it's
80
what?
something percent.
No, the Talmud,
Yeah.
the
The
Talmud.
Talmud, yeah.
So
That's what they.
how much ethnic
So,
Jews?
so what I'm saying to you is, for you to understand, to even be
It's not
called a
80. Where's the
Jew,
data? Where's your data for
when
that? Can you show me the data for that, please?
I don't know how I'm going to show you the data right now, but because I'm on my AirPod, I'm not actually on my phone. It's charging. But what I will say, it's fine. I can come back to you. I can DM you. That's absolutely fine.
That's what they all say, but they never ring it.
I'll do it. But keep your DMs open. And so for me, what I was saying is, to be even referred to as a Jew when you aren't technically even a Jew of the Bible, you're a Khazarian. That's where you're from. That's why we have this issue in Ukraine as well for the Greater Israel Project, right? This is where we need to understand what's going on here. For you to even refer to yourself as a Jew and not follow the religion, why are you even called a Jew in the first place when that isn't even how is an ethnic Jew even come about? A Jew is a religious concept, right? And the ethnic Jew that you and I of today that we're debating are the ones we're talking about, which are Khazarians, which are the white-skinned Jews you see with the hats, etc., with their black coats, etc., etc. So yeah, it's very cute that you can say, yeah, I call myself a Jew and I feel I'm supreme above others. But where has that concept come from? And that concept has come from Judaism and the Talmud. Now, whether you then decide to practice on it or not, that is almost a contradiction in yourself. I get that. They're contradicting themselves, but that's my point. You wouldn't even refer to yourself as a Jew if that was the case. How can you then be a Jew and then say, oh, I'm ethnically a Jew, but I'm above you? So ask yourself, where does that concept come from? Is what I'd ask if there's any Jews on this stage. If you are Jew and Zionism under your definition, I'd ask, where does the concept of specifically being a Jew is above everyone else, even if you don't follow the Talmud? That doesn't make sense.
I just explained to you how it would make sense. And
How would it make sense? Where have they got the
I just
concepts
told
from? Is what I'm asking.
I just explained to you that basically you have this concept, and it's a concept that can occur from a racial perspective, and it can come from a religious perspective. For example, you could be an Arab supremacist, you can be an Asian supremacist, you could be a white supremacist, you could be a Jewish supremacist, and those are not based on religions, those are based on your ethnic makeup. So a person can ethnically believe in the superiority of their race above all other races, and then separate to that, you can also, and this is why people get confused about the Jewish thing, and it seems like you were saying you can be a Catholic, you can be culturally a Catholic, or so, you can ethnically be a Catholic or reject Catholicism or something, because you were applying the Jewish standard onto Catholicism, which doesn't work, because Jews have almost created this unique thing where they are an ethnically can be Jewish, but also you can be religiously Jewish as well. So for example, Ivanka Trump can convert to Judaism as per Judaism being a religion, but she's not ethnically Jewish. But then you could have, for example, an ethnic Jew, I believe what's his name, Larry Ellison, I believe he's an atheist, an ethnic Jew who believes in atheism. But there's many such like that. And again, the percentages vary. Some say the data says that 60% of them believe in the Talmud, some say 50%, some say 70%. So the data varies. But that being said, whatever the data is, it shows that even when it comes to your position, and actually some data says only 20% believe in the Talmud. But that being said, whatever the data is, the point is that your position actually doesn't cover all Jews and it only covers a certain portion of Jews. And so that's what I'm saying. So your position is actually a lot more finite than what their position is. Does that make sense? In terms of all
Yeah,
Jews?
I see where you're coming from, but what I'm trying to say is to really believe that what Larry Ellison is doing, everything he's trying to get, through Oracle data for the NHS, etc., to actually think that they're not following any sort of mandate that is enshrined in religion, which to me would be the Talmud. I'll say it's my opinion. In the Talmud, I think is naive, and I think that's part of their game as well, is to make you think they are atheists when it's not the case. And you said earlier they believe in God. Who's their God? Because it's not Jesus. Jesus is part of the Holy Trinity. It's the Holy Spirit, it's God, and it's the Son. So they don't believe in him. They are literally
God?
Antichrist. That's why I'm asking you, because you're the one that said they believe in God. So who is their God?
Well, is there God? Do they not believe in the Old Testament? Do you not believe in the Old Testament?
God is Jesus Christ. He's part of the Holy Trinity. They only
So
believe in
who?
the Old Testament. I believe in the Old Testament and the New Testament,
Yeah, but you
where the
believe.
prophecy was fulfilled.
Okay, so you believe in the Old Testament God, correct?
I believe in the whole Bible, which includes the New Testament,
No,
where
no,
the
I
prophecy
get
is
that, but
fulfilled.
you. Okay, let me just explain my point because you're not answering it.
Yep.
So the Old Testament God
hmm
is God.
hmm
Now, the difference between Jews and Christians is they both believe the Old Testament is God, but basically Christians believe that the Old Testament God is Jesus. The Jews believe that the Old Testament God is God or Yahweh, and so but they both believe that whoever was acting in the Old Testament is God. It's just that the Christians believe that that same God was still Jesus, and then we saw him reincarnate in human form, came in human form and then reincarnate. Whereas they believe that no, he hasn't. But in terms of the Old Testament, you may give it a different name, but you both believe that that is the God,
So
right?
you think, as a Catholic, I have the same God as a Jew?
No, you're not understanding my point.
Okay.
You're,
Go on.
I'm saying that you, as a Catholic,
hmm
the person you believed, for example, when God commanded in the Old Testament, you, as a
hmm
Catholic, believe
hmm
that it was God who was commanding, and a Jew also believes the same God was commanding, and you both believe in the exact same text, correct?
hmm hmm
So that's my
That's
point.
according to them. Yep.
That's it. That's my point.
Okay, so I would not think any Catholic or even a Jew would say we share the same God, even with the explanation you've given, which is why in the Bible, I think the Jews in the Bible anyway, they were worshipping Baal. They were worshipping the Star of Rephan, which is what we see as the Star of David today. The Satanism is in your face, and we reject that. In fact, Jesus tells us in the Bible to reject that star. They embrace it. They wave it around everywhere. And for me, this is why I circle back to what I said about Iran. Iranians there are very clever by burning the statue that they built up of Baal, because they're referring to those Jews that I'm talking about that worship Baal. They don't worship the same Christ. And then I'd ask you, if if we're waiting for an Antichrist, who is the Messiah that they're waiting for? Who is this person that's meant to be coming? Because it's contradictory to everyone that's Christian.
Well, yeah. Look,
And so for
my
me,
position
these
on
go
the
on.
eschatology, and you can see my debate with the Shabbos, who was a Jewish
hmm
guy, is on that when it comes to the Jews, they're very clear on what their eschatology is. Their
hmm
eschatology is that they believe that the Messiah is going to return. And then, according to a text from Maimonides and some Ashkenazis, they believe that when he comes, there's going to be reckoning. And the reckoning is going to be that the ones who were nice to them, meaning the Muslims, get to be the slaves, and the ones who were horrible to them, meaning the Christians, they're going to be eradicated from society. So that's their eschatology. In terms of the Christian eschatology, in terms of the Muslim, we'll go to Christian then. In terms of Muslim eschatology, the Muslim eschatology actually is the Muslims and Christians during the end of times are going to fight the Antichrist together. They're going to fight some third force together. And so there's going to be some kind of alliance. And once they defeat that person, then they're going to start fighting amongst each other because they're going to both say, the Christians are going to say, we won because of our religion. The Muslims are going to say, we won because of our religion. And then they'll end up fighting. But that's only after defeating the third enemy. And I mean, my thought on the third enemy is the current enemy, the Zionists right now. In terms of the Christian position, the Christian position is that the Messiah is going to return, and according to Revelations, he's going to judge, and anyone who doesn't accept Christianity is going to be basically, I believe, what's going to happen? You tell me. I believe they're going to be.
It's anyone. It's not anyone that rejects Christ. It's anyone that doesn't repent.
Yeah, repent.
That's what.
Yeah, repent.
So it's repent.
But repentance
But
is.
no one's going to be enslaved.
No, but repentance. No, but let me ask you.
Unlike the Jews.
No,
Sully, tag me in.
repentance is accepting. Repentance is accepting Christ, right?
No, repent is repenting of your sins.
Oh, so you can reject Christ, but repent your sins.
Yeah, you can repent your sins,
but reject Christ.
No. Yeah, I guess not
You're wrong.
necessarily. No,
I know you're wrong about that.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you're wrong about this. So you need to
But
look
but
at
what
that.
I would,
No,
but
you
you
need
probably
to-
have to repent and accept Christ.
Exactly,
Sorry, you're right.
exactly.
But what I would say
Exactly,
is
no, I
that
just-
therefore you won't be enslaved.
No, so okay, so I'm glad.
So what's the
I'm
God
glad-
enslaves about?
No, I'm glad you conceded that. Yes, you repent.
Yeah, of course, I'm reasonable.
Yeah, you repent and you have to accept Christ. But my question to you is, if some, and this is where you differ from the evangelical, not evangelicals, because the evangelicals believe that actually Jews are going to be given a special opportunity to repent where other people aren't. And if they repent, they'll be fine. But if they don't, everyone's going to be eradicated. But what's your position on that? What's your eschatology?
That's because they believe these are still the same Jews of the Bible when they're not. These are Khazarians.
What's your eschatology? If someone doesn't accept Christ in the end of times, what happens?
They'll be sent to hell. That's what we're taught. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So yeah.
So, but no one is necessarily enslaved.
So what happens to them on earth?
What do you mean? What happens to them on earth?
So, for example,
we
if
either
somebody
join them in
doesn't
heaven,
accept...
or we either join them in heaven, or we go to hell.
So 1 second. When Christ comes back, and he basically judges on people, and someone on earth doesn't accept Christ, what happens to them?
They will be sent to hell.
Well, they just immediately go to hell.
Yeah, because part of when Christ comes back is we all die. We don't stay alive. Earth doesn't exist anymore. It's done. That's the end of times. It's eschatology. You just said the word yourself.
No, that's not what eschatology is. So eschatology...
It's a study of the end of times.
End of times, no? Yeah. But the study
exactly.
of...
So what do you think is happening after the end of times?
I'm going to explain to you. No, you're not. It's not ridiculous. It's just if you want me to use them terms, I can as well. You're being stupid because what eschatology isn't the hereafter. It's about eschatology is the end of times on the earth. So everybody has a different view about what's going to happen at the end of times on this earth. So when I gave the Jewish eschatology and the Muslim eschatology, it wasn't the hereafter. It wasn't heaven. It wasn't judgment day. It was on the earth. So you're saying Christians don't have an eschatology on the earth? Is that what you're telling me? Which I know they do.
We go to heaven. That's it. We're not existing on the earth anymore. We join our Father in heaven. I don't understand Christ's return. I don't understand why that concept's suddenly new to you or stupid or whatever.
It's not new to me. It's just that I think you don't understand eschatology, but it's fine. No problem.
Okay, all right, that's absolutely fine. But as I've mentioned to you before, you've not really told me who their God is. You haven't addressed the fact that they worship Baal. You haven't addressed the fact that these Jews of today are not the ones of the Bible.
Wait a second, I addressed all of that. I said that their God, up until Christ came, was the same as your God. You both believed in the same God. And so wherever judgments were occurred in the Old Testament, was both of you, both Christians and Jews, believe that was a judgment from God. Now, you call that God Christ, they call that God Yahweh. But in terms of those judgments, whatever those Old Testament judgments were, and they were long and plenty, you both believe that those were from God. So that bit you're both in unison about in that regard. Where you differed was when Christ came, you said, guess what, that God that gave us those judgments, that was Christ. And they were like, no, that God that gave us judgments isn't Christ. That's where the difference occurred. So that's the first
Yeah.
point. So I addressed that already. And your point
Okay.
about that was I don't even get it. I don't even get your point on that. You're trying to say they believe in the Baal, but then they do believe in the same God who made
I
them
never said they
judgments in
believe
the
in the
Old
same God.
Testament. So
I never
whatever
said they believe in
laws,
the same
for
God.
example, the laws in the Bible that said judge, God made a certain judgment. You believed it was from God. They believed it was from God. But then you're saying that when they believed it was from God, it was the devil. So I don't know. You're trying to say your God's the devil. I don't even get that. Doesn't even make sense.
I never mentioned the devil. Sorry, I
A
never
Baal,
mentioned the devil.
Baal is so
But yeah.
Baal is a according to us, Baal is an basically a false god. According to you guys, it's a demonic
Which
favorite.
the Jews
Which
started to
which
worship
according to
instead
which
of
was the
God.
Can
They
which I
worship
believe was
false
the
idols.
Canaanites. No, I believe it was the Canaanites god, and then later whatever happened. But
And
my point
all
is,
the Jews that were in the Old Testament, when the prophecy was fulfilled in the New Testament, they converted to what we now know as Christianity. So for me, when you're looking at that, again, what you've had is what you're calling now ethnic Jews, because ironically that's where they come from, Khazaria, which is now modern day Ukraine. These people have hijacked that religion, and we've now come to the contemporary term to think the same Jews, that's what the evangelical problem is, the Jews in the Bible, they believe are the same Jews that we see today. And that's not the case. That was my point.
Those are trans Semites.
Mm-hmm. That's and if you get to actually contemporary reasons, you actually look at it as well. That's why DNA testing is banned in Israel, for example, and that's why ethnically you can see. And I know people will probably disagree, but it's the truth. You can see on everyone. I implore everyone to go and look. But for most Jews that you deem ethnic Jews, that could be religious as well, but maybe they're not. But if they're ethnic Jews, they're Khazarians, as I say, they have certain physiognomy as well. So, for example, they have their ears below the eye line, slanted slightly back. It's the nose, it's a protruding chin. It could be a combination of some of those or even one of those. And that's where you can define an ethnic Jew or see most ethnic Jews today. And those are the Khazarians that we're referring to, whether they're religious or not.
Now, the problem is people are mixing up phenotype, ethnicity, and race and religion. You cannot have a bloodline to Jacob when Jacob is a fictional character. You cannot be an atheist and still believe in large parts of the Torah. That's like saying I don't believe in Harry Potter, but I do believe in Hogwarts. You can't have a King David and a King Solomon as historical figures when they're not and call yourself an atheist. The problem is Judaism. You don't need the Talmud. The Torah is just as racist as the Talmud. Zionism is particularly a particular sect of Jewish supremacy that adds a land grab. Mount Zion was just a hill in Jerusalem, is saying that God is a real estate agent and promised us land. Whereas in the Torah, Israel is not a land, Israel is a people. It's the tribes of Israel from the Jacob and Esau story.
I completely agree. And that's where I did say at the beginning, I agree Zionism has been used as a term to sort of support the state of Israel and what they're doing there. But this is bigger than that. So,
but listen, an ethnic group is not a race. It's like you could be ethnically Irish based on a shared history of Irish people on the island of Ireland or whatever. You're not a different race from the British, although we'd like to think so, or the French, whatever. You're all part of the white or Caucasian race. But races have multiple ethnicities with multiple histories. Ethnicity is just something invented. Sometimes it overlaps with nationalism, sometimes it doesn't. But Judaism is an ethnic group based on a religion, and within that religion is a concept of a race or bloodline. It's not real, but in their mind it is. But all race and ethnicity is just stuff we assign to people. We're like, y'all are Arab, y'all are Asian, y'all are whatever, based on phenotypical differences. It's arbitrary. It's not scientific. Like you can ascribe that after the fact, but that's not how those things arose. So people who call themselves Jews basically base it on descent. Well, my mom was a Jew or her dad was a Jew, so they think they're a Jew. It's like, but no one does that for any other religion. They're like, well, if my mom's a Christian, doesn't make me a Christian. If my dad's a Muslim, doesn't make me a Muslim. Only if I accept Christ as my savior, I believe Muhammad is a prophet and God. So I have to have certain tenets because those religions are based on belief. Judaism is based on blood. Because it is an intrinsically racist religion.
And where does that
so is
concept come?
Hinduism.
Exactly, and that concept what I was trying to explain
Out of the
to the
Torah.
host was that although you may not be religiously Jew but claim you're ethnic Jew, the concept of being a Jew in the first place comes from religious texts. Otherwise, you wouldn't be called a
No,
Jew in the first place.
you're just less religious than the guy that believes in Noah's Ark. If you still believe in Jacob and Esau, but you don't believe in the Great Flood, you're still religious. You're just less religious than the other guy. You're not an atheist.
Yeah, especially if you
The
call
whole
yourself a Jew.
concept
Yeah.
of the whole concept of Jew and Gentile comes from Judaism.
Yeah, exactly.
You're just people. You're only people. To be like, oh, we're a special people, and God did this for us, and you goyim are like that. That racist belief is from Judaism.
And thank you. You've probably put it in a better way than I could have, but I 100% agree. And that's what I was trying to explain is that, you know, we're playing on words here on, you know, someone who's been an ethnic Jew and someone who's a religious Jew. But the whole concept of being a Jew comes from those religious texts, whether they believe in it or not.
And by the way, though they share a creation story and all that, Christians and Jews, Jesus says about Yahweh that he is not the Father, that he was a liar from the beginning. And Judaism, early Judaism was polytheistic. They had Raphaim and Baal and all that, all these different gods. Just Yahweh was the supreme God, very similar to Greeks and Romans and the polytheistic people that they were copying. It doesn't become monotheistic until around the time of Christianity.
Yep. So yeah,
Like the Talmud was still being written after Christ had died. It's the Torah that they base it on. It's just religion wasn't invented in a day. Like they evolve over time. You have all these different sects. Many Christians don't believe Christ is God. They think he's the Son of God. Catholics think he's God, actual God. Not everyone accepts the Trinity. You have all these different views, even among Christians. Yeah, and about 50% of Christians are Protestants. So it's not like some small sect.
Yeah. So was it Suleiman? So yeah, that was probably
anyway. Judaism is all forms of Jewish supremacy are a byproduct of Judaism because you don't even have the concept of what a Jew is without that religion.
And you said it much better than I could, and that's exactly what I was trying to get the point across. And I think anyone debating against that, I feel now I'm that suspicious is controlled opposition because how can you not understand that concept?
So Tanya, this whole labeling of controlled opposition gets on my nerves.
Listen, I've let you on the space to have the conversation because I like having these conversations. So you're being stupid. You're only in this situation where you're able to talk like this in your anonymous profile because you haven't got the balls to come on your real profile.
Come and talk about what I'm not being offensive.
Yeah, you are.
I've been very calm. You suddenly changed your tone. You do this quite a lot when I listen to spaces. But
one second. No, I'm gonna go. 1 second. Let me be clear on this. The only reason you guys have even got the balls to speak about this is because we opened the door for you to speak about it immediately after October the 7th. You claim your profiles are being blown. Please show me the evidence where you guys spoke about this before or even at October the 7th. I guarantee you didn't. So the people you're calling control opposition are the ones who opened the door for you. And actually, I think you anonymous profiles who make these claims and specifically only attack Jews and want to hide the Christian Zionists, you do it intentionally. First of all, because you want to continue destroying society because they are the ones who have a large part of power as well. Obviously, the Jews have more power, but they have a large amount of power, as do the Muslim Zionists, in order to destroy. And so when you leave them off the table to basically question and you want to continue to do deals with them and continue to trade with them or continue to work for them, that is the real basis of being controlled opposition. So we, as an example, would reject anyone who supports Zionism, Jewish supremacy. And you can actually believe in Jewish supremacy even though you're not a Jew. I'm not sure what Ryan's position is on that, but the point is you can believe in Jewish supremacy, i.e. believe in Zionism, even when you're not a Jew. In terms of this notion that you can, and by the way, the problem with your position is if Judaism is specifically not a real race, what race is it?
What does that even mean? I just said to you that the Jews you know of today are from Khazaria.
Which is?
Ethnic, which is modern day Ukraine. And they've hijacked that religion of Judaism.
So which is what race?
Which is Caucasian.
Okay,
so they're white, which is why you see literally they're white, are they not?
So Jews are white, right?
Yeah, the current, today's Jews, yes. The contemporary, what you know of as Jews are white.
No, he's not explaining it. He's saying that Jews are a subsect of Eastern Europeans, but that still makes Eastern Europeans the larger category. A subgroup of Eastern Europeans is what they call Khazarian. I don't accept this. I'm just saying what he's saying. They're not a race. It's they're trans Semites in their mind. Like anyone that believes the lies of a rabbi can be a Jew of any race. And then in their head, they can think we're all of the Jewish race, but they're obviously not because they're from everywhere. They're from the Middle East, they're from Africa, they're from Europe. They're not a race. They're a bunch of races. It's only in their head that they're a race.
So, so
But
Ryan,
also,
according to
Ryan,
you,
this whole
just a
thing,
quick
right?
question, Ryan, according to you, when you look at Zionism, Jewish supremacy, do you believe that only Jews believe in Zionism, or do you believe you could be a Christian or an Arab to believe in that?
No, anyone can be a dumbass.
And obviously, the distinction one makes is obviously what's his name again? The guy well, he hasn't even got a name. This guy who's on here with a dot. His position is specifically only Jews, and those are the target. And anyone who disagrees with that are controlled opposition. Do you agree with that position?
No, a majority of Zionists are Christian just because there are far more Christians to be Zionists than Jews. Percentage wise, more Zionists are Jews, but on just total numbers, more Zionists are Christian. Like on per
Just to
capita,
clarify the concept
obviously,
why Christians
majority of
believe in
Jewish
Zionism.
supremacists would be Jewish, just like white supremacists are usually white, but not always. But obviously, because that ideology favors them, that tribe. So people, it is racist though. But there are a lot of Christians who they basically believe in Zionism except for the very end where they're like, and then you all go to hell. Other than that, there's overlap.
Yep.
So, what I was going to say, because I listened for quite a while, right? And the YouTube chat is loving the discussion. They actually think that Tiny Hat Notice, the guy with the dot, is the controlled opposition, and they've been calling that out from the minute he started speaking. So, a couple of things. When we talk about Jewish supremacy, there is white supremacy. There is Hindutva, the religion, identical playbook to Israel. Okay, identical playbook to Israel. And it has caste supremacy in India as well. They're Zionists. So that's the first thing. The second thing I'll say, you came on with this, I grew up in London. Nobody asked you where you grew up. And Stoke Newington, which is a Jewish area. And you tried to label the Jewish people in Stoke Newington as being Zionists. Actually, I went
Stamford
to
Hill.
school in Stoke. Wait, I'm speaking. Shut up. I've
Stamford
listened
Hill,
to you long
Biatch.
enough. I did not interrupt you once. Not once. I went to school in Stoke Newington. I'm a Muslim. My family do business with some of the most established Jewish people in Stoke Newington. I speak about it on these spaces. I literally speak about, I went there today. Literally, I have family living amongst them. And they are the people that go out protesting with Palestinian flags. So you're talking out of your backside when you talk about that. Don't come here and try to give yourself credibility by talking about the Jewish people in Stoke Newington and labeling them as Zionists, because I'm a Londoner, born and bred, mate. I went to school in Stoke Newington. I went to an all-girls school in Stoke Newington. This guy is not Suleiman. This guy's talking cap. You've heard me talk about Stoke Newington, Suleiman, right?
I think I've lost audio. I don't hear anyone.
Yeah, same. I thought there was a mid discussion going on there. I was too busy setting something up. Somebody jump in.
Let's go to Chai. Chai, jump in.
Yo, what's up, guys? Um, man, it's good to see you. And I saw Nick give you a shout out and very true words. Great guy. And Beatrix, I'm not sure exactly what's up with the profile, but I love Uma Thurman, so there's that. I was just gonna,
Oh my God, now I know who you
yeah,
are. Okay, so I know who Chai
Chai
is. Go for it. Go
Guevara.
for it.
I plan to open up a coffee shop called Chai Guevara, by the way, when I'm retiring. It's a good pun. But um, I want to say that I think part of the controlled opposition thing is sort of distracting the conversation, bringing it towards like talking about Bao. Where's the smoking gun about that? Right? That's on this side. But on the other side, you can guarantee that they're studying where it went wrong, how they got caught doing this, how they got caught doing that, and learning from it. Whereas we, Goyim, are just sitting around, whoa, Bao, satanic demon. Like, it's not even, it's speculation, it's more fun and stuff, but this isn't really a fun topic. And we could be instead focusing on accountability at the very least. If we think they're better strategists and they're gonna outsmart and keep doing it and learn from this, at the very least we can get accountability and focus on that for what has already happened. But instead I feel like it's being um pushed and pulled. And the other thing is, yeah, sure, I guess control opposition, but there is the other group, right? Obviously, where it's influencers that are doing for clicks.
Yeah, but Chai, just on that, in terms of control opposition, I mean, I do think that not controlled opposition. Obviously, this is just a way of attacking the OGs who basically called out Israel, called out Zionism, called out Jewish supremacy, when these guys probably didn't even know what it was. And that's people like me, Ryan, Beatrix on this space, obviously others who are not on this space. And in reality, what I think is going to happen is, and I predicted this year there's going to be a big purge of mass cancellations, and in terms of, for example, people's accounts being banned. Already, you've seen it. I lost my blue check mark, monetization, everything. And the other thing that's going to happen is there's going to be, we already know it, in the UK, there's a huge amount of arrests happening right now. A huge amount of arrests, and it's all happening to pro-Palestinian people and anyone who speaks out against Israel. Hundreds, if not thousands of people every weekend. And so what's going to happen is these, I'm not saying about this guy because I don't know who he is. This is the first time he's come on the space. And he alleges it's a new profile, which was created in May 2025. But what we've basically got is a lot of these accounts who are anonymous. When they get doxxed, they end up being totally different to who they claim they were. There's not been one anonymous profile that hasn't been doxxed that ends up being who they claim they were. And so the aim of these people is to come onto these spaces to derail, to try and cause harm. And the reason they do it is because they help the Israelis out, unintentionally or intentionally, because what happens is when they come for the mass censorship, do you think they're going to go for an account which has got a dot on it? Or will they go for the biggest names, the biggest profiles? And so someone like myself and Ryan, who was cancelled, I was cancelled, lost our jobs on Creus to fight a fight against it because we put our name behind what we're saying. We put our jobs on the line. That it will be the same people who they come for again. And we don't mind it. I don't mind them coming for us. This is why I've always had a free speech platform on my space. So even when people disagree, like this dog guy who disagrees, but look, could have thrown him off within a second, but kept him on for maybe an hour or something, maybe 2 hours, while I was even setting up my stream. So I was multitasking. But the point is that in reality, what it is when they come for everyone, they will come for me, they will come for Ryan, and we'll be back in the same situation that we were in. And these anonymous profiles will just go back to whatever they were doing. I'll just create a new anonymous profile. And so that's what I see happening, and I'm seeing it happening a lot. Remember, these conversations weren't happening. We were on X Spaces before October 7th. Me and Ryan, Beatrix did a space, many spaces on Israel, Palestine, many attacks. Me and Ryan did spaces, his 9/11 space. I literally lost my job.
I was
Literally
doing
lost my job.
movies on this before Twitter existed.
Exactly. And I literally lost, like many people don't know this, but when I did the 9/11 space with Ryan, I lost my job at that time. And then things change, obviously. But the point is, this is the risks we take. We don't mind taking the risks, but we're not going to take the risks or based on something we don't believe. So when there's something I don't believe, I'll be like, look, I believe X and I believe Y, but I don't believe Z. And if anyone ever questions me, whether it's a Zio or non-Zio, I'll always have the same position. Whether it's the Fed or not the non-Feds who try and come and arrest us, will always have the same position. That, as David Miller said in his paper where he won the legal case, when he was fired for anti-Semitism, he's explained that Zionism, which is Jewish supremacy, is something that you reject. And I believe where I think my position may be a bit different to Ryan's is that I do believe that, of course, there is religious connotations that cause Jewish supremacy, and that religious connotations are found in Judaism and Christianity. In terms of Christianity, I mean Christian evangelical church, and some aspects of Protestant church. But on the other hand, there is this racial part of it as well, which even if, and as Ryan said, even Ryan said, race can be something that is constructed. For example, what was whiteness before the 1920s is very different to what whiteness, who the people who fall into the category of whiteness now. That 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 almost becomes something that is changing and differs based on the time and environment. Italians were considered non-whites. Now Italians are considered white, as an example. And
Are they?
so, I mean, they think they are. Well, my boy Nick Fuentes says he's white. But anyway,
No, Italian's a nationality and language, and it's multiracial in Italy.
true, the southern Italians are different than northern Italians. But if you were to ask someone like, for example, Lucas Gage, he would say he's white. And so, what? So I make.
He definitely is not.
But anyway, I make that point to make this point. Well, don't let him hear that. It's a very important part of his identity. But I say that to make this specific point that of even if Jews, and there is no Jewish specific Jewish race, and this guy Dot says that they're basically white people. There's a lot of people who have maybe similar opinions to him that basically says Jews actually disagree with him, and they would actually consider him, they would attack him for saying, how dare you call Jews white? They're a totally separate racial category. And they think that the crimes that the Jews have committed isn't the crimes that white people have committed. So it's interesting that he has a very distinct position to them, which is fine, which is and I'm glad he was consistent in his point, because I said, okay, if they're not Jews, then what are they? And he said they're white. So that's his position. He thinks Jews are white, and the Jews or the Ashkenazi ones who are committing the crimes they committed, according to him, it's the white people who are committing those crimes. That's his position.
I mean, you understand Jews are white, whites are not Jews, right? Like dogs are animals, but not all animals are dogs.
Exactly.
One is a subset of the other. There's a bit,
Exactly.
just like
But
within the whites,
the
you have
difference
the
is
Irish, the French, the whatever. There's a whole bunch of ethnic groups. The
that's
race
right.
is a larger category.
That's right.
The
But the
religious
point
cult is a smaller category.
That's right. But what happens is if you talk to people on the far right or whoever it is, like Keith Woods or various others, they will reject any notion that Jews are white. And then they've done DNA studies. I read a paper that he wrote where he claimed that they were almost like a new category. They were like 40% white or 50% white, 40% Middle Eastern, and he made an argument that they were a different racial category and weren't actually under the banner of white. Do you understand what I mean by that, Ryan?
Yeah, they would
I
have
think
Turkish admixture and
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly.
Like, I know what they mean. But the thing
no,
is,
but listen,
Judaism is definitely a belief.
but it's an
They're
ethno religion.
nomads.
They're not mutually exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive. But the thing is, you have to remember that, even when a person converts to Judaism, they're considered like, oh, they were long lost Jews. Basically, they were spiritually Jewish the entire time. They just didn't find it, right? And now it's just to close the loop. So they kind of believe that, like, it's not that only the Ashkenazis are ethnically Jewish, but all other Jews are religiously Jewish, just not ethnically. No, like even the Ethiopian Jews, that's considered ethnically
What
Jewish.
about
You know
Ivanka?
what I
What about
Well,
Ivanka Trump?
Yeah,
correct. Well,
that's
she's a
funny.
long lost
With
soul that found her
Ivanka,
way back to
they
Judaism, is what they'd say. You're correct
yeah,
that
with
they
Glock.
think that.
It's
Over here in reality, outside of Judaism, I'm looking at them and going, no, you're not a race. You're a cult.
no, that's true. Yeah, yeah. What's the real? Yeah, that's actually a good point. That's just how
And by the
it's
way,
It's like
expressed, though.
it's like Judaism's passed down from the mother. Like, that's not how genetics work. Like, over
It,
here in
it,
the
but
real world, that doesn't jive.
it's actually interesting you say that, because part of the reason why the DNA testing is banned and all this kind of stuff, and the Khazarian theory and all this, is because there's a certain point of time where there's sort of like a choke point where Jewish people were being heavily persecuted, and they killed off a lot of or they like stole a lot of the women, right? So then the people they switched where Judaism for a short period was carried by the father's lineage. And because women are the ones that provide the mitochondrial DNA, that we don't get that from our fathers at all. Um, you can't really like, and that's more stable, right? It's less like
It's a
variation.
way of finding
Yeah,
out genetic tracing based
yeah,
on
yeah,
the you're right, yeah. But
yeah.
just in terms of that as well, if you were to ask Jews as well, especially before October 7th, maybe slightly there's been a bit of a shift since then because a lot of Western people have started to come out against them where previously they may not have. But they themselves want to basically say they're white. And the reason they want to say that is to basically camouflage within Western society to take power and control over it. And so when you basically say they're white, you're basically helping them because they'll be like, we're white. We're part of Western society. Therefore, you know, this Western society is also our heritage, is our inheritance. So, actually, Dot, what's your thoughts on that? Because that's kind of what they'd be happy with your point because they'd be like point being your name, but they'd be happy with your point because they'd be like, oh, guess what? You're saying we're white, and yeah, Western society is our inheritance.
You're exactly right there. I agree with you, and that's where they've subverted the white Christian nations. What I said earlier. So, for example, that's why a lot of them changed their names.
But can I ask you a question? I do want you to continue. But how is it subversion if your position is they're white as well?
And that is the thing. So, what they will not admit to their Khazarian, the Ashkenazi ones will not admit to their Khazarian background, which is what I'm saying is the white part of it. What someone mentioned earlier, sorry, apologies if that was Ryan, but the true Jews are from Ethiopia. They're brown. It's what I said earlier on, right? So, and they've hijacked that identity. So what they do is they then also hijack the white identity and subvert the white Christian identities in the Christian nations and subvert that as well. But they are white Eastern Europeans. They're not white English. They're not white American. They're not white Irish. Which is why, for example, a lot of Irish people won't realise that due to the matriarchal line, Bob Geldof is a Jew. You know, it surprises a lot of Irish people even with that. So yeah, that's my point.
Dot, for just out of curiosity, so we can tell you're from the UK, but what race are
I'm
you?
mixed race.
Mixed, half black, half
Yeah,
white.
half German, half
Right.
Nigerian. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Sully, it's actually funny what you just said because I was gonna touch on what you said earlier, which is you're saying how can you're saying that the Jewish people would love this point, this talking point, like yes, yes, thank you, yes, we're white, stupid goy, thank you. Um, so I'm kind of wondering, what do you think is actually worse, subverting or not control, like opposition through stupidity, or through actually like planned, where they they're being duplicitous,
Oh no, I
or
think it's
if the
planned. I think it is definitely planned. You know,
well,
by
which one do you think is worse? Because both
Stupidity's worse
happen.
because you can't change it.
stupidity is worse because
They get
you
more
can't fight
trust.
against it because if someone plans something, you can outplan, outmaneuver the person. But stupidity, you can't. But I don't think they're being stupid. When it comes to when you look at what happened with the Jewish people after 1945, after the Holocaust, they decided like who are the two biggest enemies, and obviously they came to the conclusion that it was Muslims and Christians, or Muslims and white people, and so those have been the targeted ways. Now with the Muslims, it's very easy. They look different, the ideology is strong, but they're weak from a war type perspective. So the best way to deal with them is to bomb them. So that's what they did. And with the whites, what they realized is that ideologically they're not very strong, but physically they basically go to war. And so the best way to deal with them is to infiltrate and destroy. And so if you look at Western society, they destroyed it in that manner. My point about the
Gambling, usury, yeah.
yeah, well, that and feminism, liberalism, the destruction of the family, the destruction of religion. For example, the United Kingdom, just 2011 was 75% Christian. Now it's 45% Christian. It's a drop of 30%. Where's that 30% gone? It's not gone to migrants. the drop of 30% has gone to atheism. So that's an example of destruction of religion through the media and government policies. But I say that to make this specific point that
It could be science and education doing that because that's global.
it is global in terms of
Who are the scientists? Who are the scientists?
no, because you even if
Usually intelligent people who reject religion.
well, I think, well, when you look at what happened in the UK, it wasn't just science because it's how you proliferate that type of information, how you display that type of information. And so, such a radical shift in 10 years. And then you look at, for example, the biggest speakers were all anti religion. Even people like Tommy Robinson was anti religion until now, recently he was. And so, anybody, whether it was the right or the left, they all attacked religion and religion became demonized. So, you, for example, if you look at in 2021, when they forced LGBTQ education into schools, there was no religious group. I think I believe the only religious group actually was Muslims who were against it. So it is something that was pushed and proliferated, and they were demonized for it. They were called like barbaric and whatever it may be, backward. E. Pace Morgan famously said, "Oh, go back to Islamabad." So I do think that a lot of this was
But
engineered
that's
as well.
because religion embraced it. Like they have gay marriages now. They're not opposed to it because their religion is no longer against it.
Yeah. So
They
why did
still believe in supernatural explanations for the world. They
religion
just
embrace
now
it?
accept gays
But why did so you talk about Christianity? Like why did they embrace it?
because then they can make money off of gays too.
Or the fact that society pushed them into accepting
Yeah,
it and
yeah,
made them conform to it.
yeah.
I think the church is a business and it does whatever is good for business.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but Muslims also have sort of they collect donations as well, right? But but you see the difference, like you pointed out. So in
exactly.
2022, remember the riot at the Glendale school district when they were trying to push LGBT. All the Muslim parents came and
Yeah, yeah.
were like
Piers Morgan was a
protesting.
big pusher of the LGBTQ
Yeah,
schools. Yeah, I guess when I speak to
But
Americans,
like here's the thing where I live, and I've given this example a million times. But in South Korea, in Japan, Macau, China, we don't have gay marriage, and we don't have Christianity either. We don't have religion, and we still don't have that stuff because you can look at that objectively as just a backwards things to do. But in the West, they're adopting it because they don't have liberalism; they have collectivism. Everybody's a victim category. They have feminism. That's what's wrong with them.
I think
don't
Sully
go ahead, I'm
agrees with
saying.
that,
a,
right? But
a pillar of a pillar of liberalism is individualism. They don't have that. Everybody's their little clique.
where in Asia?
No, in the West, that's what the
Yeah,
Frankfurt School did. Everything they say,
yeah,
they always say that the West is individual, age is collective. Like that's backwards. The
yeah. They
West is
definitely
as
argue.
collectivist as it gets. Everybody's atomized in their own little niche and playing victimhood
No,
Olympics and stuff.
but it varies though. I mean, like Southeast Asia, it's not so much collectivism. So Singapore, it is, but it's government enforced, whereas they have that kind of shark mentality. In Hong Kong, where I live, it's very much every man for himself kind of mentality. It's still very Asian. And from the religious aspects, mostly atheist, but some will be like, "Oh, I'm culturally Buddhist. My parents are, or whatever." Just from my
Sure, but
experience,
you don't have gay marriage and things. So what I'm saying
I
is
see gay
what was
people all the time.
preventing that wasn't monotheism. It was just disgusting. The only places that do have it are Christian majority nations.
Yeah, that's true. I think there's also they got Christians to focus. If you read the Bible, there are very war driven storylines and parts of the
The
Bible
only places
where
with
they
pregnant men and stuff are Christian nations
I know, but
and majority white.
what I'm saying
This
is that
whole idea of like Christian
like
white guy will solve it. I'm like, you guys are the problem. You guys have the most fucked up society.
no, what I'm saying is yeah, I agree. But, what I'm saying is there are parts that are very warlike in the Bible and violent, but there are also the parts like turn the other cheek, you know, all these kinds of like moral, hey, be good lessons. And I think they made it so that that was heavily emphasized, and the more violent parts were suppressed for obvious reasons, like so they don't have a repeat of whatever events they say,
But where
right?
is the turn the other cheek story in the Old Testament? Like one example that's not warmongering.
What I'm saying doesn't matter. It's just what the public perception marketing
It,
is.
it
The
does if you only
marketing
have
when
the Old
people.
Testament and you reject the New Testament, like Judaism. Where is the peace in the Old Testament?
No, I'm not saying that the Old Testament is almost all war, right? But it's what I'm saying is that they pushed onto Christianity sort of an ideology of, hey, we're gonna market only the turn the other cheek thing, and then after a while it became sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy where the pastors are all like, well, we're being told by the media and every TV show to turn the other cheek, but never pick up the cross as a sword, right? So then they become like, well, we need to accept these gay
They
people,
got the cheek
we need to
story
accept
wrong.
this.
Turn the other cheek is talking not about
Sure,
individual
sure, yeah,
conflict. It's talking about ending cycles of revenge that
that's
someone
true.
has to forgive. That's what that's parable supposed to mean. That's not.
But that,
It's
but
not. Oh, just let people walk on you.
but that's not what people in society think, is my point. Like you said earlier about the genetics and ethnicity, people think it's just let people be a doormat, whereas the truth is what you
But
just said.
so this is my idea. I don't think religion shapes culture. I think it's the other way around. Like the culture is the driving force, and the religion will
Agreed,
adopt to
yep.
it. So the religion, if one time it's anti-gay, one time it's not. It's like because it's not making the culture that way. The culture is making the religion adopt to it,
Well, isn't
Yeah, I
isn't
guess the
that
difference,
isn't that true
some
about
more than
and the
Christianity?
others,
culture is
Muslims
being
not so
shaped
much.
by mass media. And who owns that?
Well, Kanye he said he won't tell you what race. I do want to hear from Doc though. We jumped in with Philly called on him, but
Sorry, what would you like to know? I agree with a lot of.
no, Doc,
Oh,
Doc.
sorry, my bad.
If he's on the speaker panel, is he?
Hi, Suleiman was saying Dot
Oh,
is calling Tiny Hat Notice Dot because he can't be bothered to open the profile and see the title. So Dot, it
no,
was
I
to
see
you
it.
Anyway, I got
actually. I don't
Venezuela
know what the
news
question
whenever
was.
this religious stuff is done.
Go for it. Let's go to the
Venezuela
Venezuela
news.
news first. Go ahead, Ryan.
Israel
1
tanker,
second,
the
Shy.
oil.
Ryan, go ahead with the Venezuela news.
Well, Dot or Dot can jump in it with. I'm not going to argue back anymore. I'm done. But I want to talk about Venezuela
Yeah, go
whenever.
for it. Go for it.
So as said, you can go back to my December 11th tweets that said they're going to go into Venezuela and what would happen. They have liberated the oil, and for the first time since 2009, Venezuelan oil is now going to Israel. I guess it was promised to them 3,000 years ago. We all knew it. Paul Singer got the refineries and oil is flowing to Israel. That was the point. It's not America. I told people that all these Fuentes included, like, we're going to take the oil for America, but it's not going to us. It's going to them. And it is. You can look it up in Bloomberg. Oil now flowing post Maduro Venezuela to the Israelis. Gee, who could have not seen that coming?
Yeah, I agree with you there, Ryan. The oil is definitely going to Venezuela. I did do a video on this on YouTube yesterday, and yeah, we said it. I think me and you were in agreement at that point that this is for the Israelis, as Greenland is as well. Greenland, as you know, the main beneficiary of that is Ronald Lauder, a Jewish Zionist billionaire, who's also big benefiting from Ukraine. And guess where he was on? He was in the Epstein files.
I have a huge dump coming in a couple days on British pedophiles and that wing of Epstein. And the reason I'm focused on that is they don't get the sweetheart deal, so they can be punished. So I'm coming out with that in a couple of days.
Yeah. I've got for sure. What's
Just some just
McSweeney,
unrelated to
Mandelson, the
just
whole.
sorry, Ryan, unrelated to anything we've been talking about, just some UK news. Teachers must allow children to change their gender at school under new trans guidance by the government.
What?
Well, it is a
It
pedo
is.
government.
However, it says, however, parents should be told in the vast majority of cases unless there is safeguarded reasons not to. So the parents don't even have to be told.
And they're going to try and blame that on lack of religion or on religion. It's neither. It's who owns your media and the bullshit they're pushing.
What were you saying before that, Ryan? Sorry, I interrupted you.
I was talking about British pedophiles. It actually does happen to jive with what you brought up, because why would they implement such a ridiculous thing in British schools where they won't tell the parents that they're going to transition kids? Well, you look at Starmer and the leadership and all the other Epstein Island participants, and you can see why. Who are they working for? Because it's not the British national interest. Why did they attack Jeremy Corbyn and label him an anti-Semite to push him out of the Labour leadership so they could get Keir Starmer? And who did that? Go back and look at it, and then compare to the Epstein files. You're gonna find a pattern. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, I agree with that. Rupert Murdoch was also instrumental in that as well.
Rupert Murdoch had Epstein stay at his house, and apparently Glenn Maxwell hooked up with Tony Blair. Tony Blair was banging Rupert's wife. I mean, it's just Trailer Park Boys up in here. It's just like degenerate billionaires.
Sully, I wanted to ask you. Yeah, it's very true. Sully, I want to ask you, what's the connection between Ronald Lauder and Greenland and Ukraine? I was interesting.
Oh yeah, so basically Ronald Lauder, I wrote a Substack on this, I think about a month ago, whenever it happened, but Ronald Lauder went into Greenland and he basically started making deals, and he has a business partnership with the current foreign minister of Greenland, her husband. That's the same person Trump's going to negotiate with. So what he's done is he's placed himself in a strong position where he's getting a lot of the business dealings, and he'll have access to the rare earth minerals both in Greenland and in Ukraine. So him and Trump are going to have access to both of those through Greenland and Ukraine through various proxy groups. And even Ukraine as well, he's been given that deal. And as you know, Ronald Lauder is a Jewish Zionist billionaire. And he's actually all over the Epstein files.
Yeah,
Suleiman, sorry, I think your YouTube's gone down.
Yeah, it crashed because my laptop died. Because what I did was
Were they floating his name to be the new Federal Reserve chairman too?
No, his son-in-law.
Yeah, his son-in-law, not him.
It's one of them. Yeah. Ding.
No, it's funny. He's a billionaire by way of Estee Lauder, the cosmetics company, and it's kind of interesting and maybe worth pointing out that a lot of the products in cosmetics are made with petroleum-based materials. So the oil connection with Venezuela and stuff, and being able to control petroleum prices definitely affects his bottom line.
Yeah, because the heavy crude's hard to convert into gasoline anyway. This is why you should buy cosmetics from South Korea. Boycott these pedo rings and all their businesses.
That's why Exxon didn't want to get involved.
Yeah.
I'm just being an Asian nationalist, but I feel like you should boycott. Like, don't buy Victoria's Secret. Don't buy anything from any of these people. Get it somewhere else if you can.
It's like the buy black movement. Buy non-pedophile.
Buying non-pedophile might be anti-Semitic, but I'm not giving money to pedophiles.
Oy vey, anti-Semitism at a next level there, Ryan. Disavow him. Elon Musk, I just disavowed him. Give me my blue check mark back. Let's go to Josie. Josie, jump in.
Yeah, what's up? So anybody who wear Estee Lauder
cosmetics. Now it's a good time to boycott. Are all the ladies gonna boycott Victoria's Secret as well? I don't know. Chanel makes a much better foundation. Giorgio Armani as well. Honestly, I don't trust straight men making stuff for women. Like, to me, that's it
Why?
never went
Why
well.
they'll be better than the
You
guys,
think
are
they're
they?
straight? You think
And
that people
and
at Chanel are straight?
and even if they're straight or gay, they'll probably make it better than women anyway.
Sure, but boycott is still outer. Like, that double wear foundation is not even that great. I know they make more shades. Maybe that's why they're going for Greenland, because like all the really, really snow bunnies are there. Okay, but like, no, just boycott that stuff. Okay. Ryan, I wanted to ask you, like, did you ever fall in love with Joe Rogan or something? Because like, why did he bring the grocery store guy to talk about Epstein when you've been doing that for like, man, before I was born? What's up with that?
Yeah, I don't know. But like Rogan did it, Tucker did it too. How Ian became the Epstein guy, I have no idea. Because Ian will tell you himself that he grifted from me. Like it's not his fault. Like if you're asked to go on those shows, you got to go on those shows. But I feel like he should have dropped my name when he was on the shows, and he didn't. But Rogan, he's not going to have. Like they also talked about Anunnaki and all kinds of bullshit, you know, like and that's the whole point, is to bring up the dancing Israelis and Epstein in the same sentences as, you know, Anunnaki and astral projection or whatever. Just make it all sound silly.
Well,
And
that's what
that's
the
what he
whole
did.
episode was about, right? It was about conspiracy theories, and so when you put 9/11 inside this vacuum of conspiracy theories or the Israeli connection to all these things, it's a way of actually diminishing it and make it sound cuckoo.
It is. If you wanted a guy in the chair to talk about conspiracies, that should have been me. We could have walked from New Mech all the way, definitely 9/11, and definitely
Yeah, but
Epstein,
then that's not a
all the
conspiracy.
way through. Real things, real conspiracies, none of this kook stuff. But
You broke up, Brian. But then that's not a conspiracy anymore. It's like legitimate factual information,
Yeah,
which is
like,
what they don't
did
want.
you drop off dirt on them? Or sorry, like, I know he's like falling down, but when you bring him back up, I was thinking, like, did you ever like drop like receipts on those people so like they don't want to bring you back up, bring you back on their show?
No,
Like,
it's a
I
game.
was.
This is what I'm trying to say. It's a game. Those people who are able to expose their lies, so Ryan in terms of 9/11, me in terms of October 7th, they never want us on these mainstream platforms for that reason. So as an example, what's his name again? Piers Morgan wanted me on for like all this gay stuff, like
Nah.
Russell Brand and what was the other one about this Hizb ut-Tahrir doctor, but not October 7th. And the reason is because they want to keep the mainstream position. So they want to keep the mainstream position about the lies about October the 7th, and they want to keep the mainstream position about the lies about September the 11th. And the real reason is because they want to hide the real involvement of the Zayos.
You should go on Piers Morgan. Even
Now, I
like
just
that
told
would
you,
get you the
no,
foot in
no,
the door.
yeah, I mean, for other stuff, maybe. Maybe that was the wrong decision. I don't know. But I was like, I was trying to leverage, and I was like, I'm only going to go on if you bring me on for October 7th. So I kind of leveraged the October 7th situation, which didn't really work out because nobody wants to talk about that. They prefer the kind of Dave Smith, Cenk Uyghur position, which is, oh, October 7th was evil, it was horrific, blah, da, da, and then it's literally the whole Zayo position. And then the only difference is, oh, Israel killed a few too many people. So they prefer that
Yeah,
narrative, and they prefer pro-Palestinians who have that position.
they have a
You know, it's,
phobia of Arabs talking about October the 7th in favor of Palestinians because it's like I don't know, they hate it for some reason.
Yeah.
um, it's funny. They also play kind of both sides. When we talk about 9/11, they were trading stock options before, right? And the FBI investigator said it was innocuous, whatever, just a coincidence, of course. But then you also see in Israel, some people, at least they got like arrested, but there's definitely more out there that were doing insider trading on Polymarket based on Israel striking Iran and stuff,
But
and they
Suleiman,
were working the military.
I think that the Zios are smashing your space. Like Ryan was about to answer me on like, did you drop dirt on like Rogan and these guys? And poof, like he disconnected, and now he's stuck in listeners. And the Zios are everywhere.
This is
Oh
what
no,
they
he's
do.
back.
This is what they do. They attack our space. They don't want the truth to come out. Ryan Dawson is back though. How you doing, Ryan? Was there anything you wanted to add?
I was asked, like, did I drop receipts on these people? No, I have receipts on Rogan. That's what's funny, but I haven't dropped any of them.
Does
And
he know?
yeah, I don't think I'll ever. I don't know if he knows. Like, I got plenty on him,
I think he knows.
but I have no.
I think he
But I was
knows.
just like, well, that would be dumb because I could release them whenever. I just don't see the point. I feel like he's still a net positive, but yeah, I mean, it could be as simple as he's afraid. He's got a lot of money and a lot to lose, and if he had someone like me on, yeah, I could change the world.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, I hope we're
Just
gonna see
imagine
you
if
on
I
those
wasn't
shows one day.
banned. If I wasn't banned in 2008, like everyone would know about Epstein, and everyone would know what actually happened on 9/11, and everyone would know what happened to the Kennedys. Like all these mysteries, all these things that we're going to release the files on MLK, RFK, JFK, and Epstein. Like I already did that. I put out the list, like all that everyone's starting to learn now. It was like, oh my God, Les Wexner's a co-conspirator. You know how hard my palm hit my head?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, gee.
And like you guys
It's
didn't
so
know that
frustrating.
there's even a girl on TikTok that wrote a song in like if it was like 2015. Like I know Victoria's Secret. She's an old dude in Ohio or something. Like
Yeah.
and she took
No,
that like
Leon
she
Black rape
actually
kids. No shit.
yeah. She said she actually shot out your documentary like years ago.
Do you know, Ryan, the way I found out about all the work that you have done, impressive work you have done on 9/11 and Epstein, was through Suleiman. He talked me through your map that he bought because you've got a whole Epstein map that links everybody. He told me about it. He sent me the links for the documentary. And I'm not joking. There's not one interview or podcast he goes on, which if it touches even remotely on 9/11 or Epstein, he mentions you before he mentions anybody else. And credit where it's due. And he always gives you credit, always. And I'm not sure a lot of other people
He's
do.
a G, and that's super rare though. It's like I hope you watched the 9/11 documentary too. It's solid, but
I did because he sent me the link and he's the one, which is disappointing to say that I didn't find out about it through any other means because it's phenomenal work. But he's the one because I knew you. I just didn't know all the work you'd done. And he's the one who was like, look, there's this Epstein. So I said to him, get me, and he's going to get me a copy of the Epstein map. And I said, I want to frame it and put it in my office. And he was like, you want a map of pedophiles in your office? And I was like, yeah. I said, because you made it sound like so impressive. I want it on my wall. So we literally spoke about it a few days ago again. And I reminded him and he said, yeah, I'll get a copy from Ryan. I should have asked him for it and then bought it when I was in Korea, meeting him. But I'm not joking because I watch all his interviews and all the streams he does. Even when he's interviewing people, he always mentions you. 9/11 or Epstein, he says, look, I've learned so much from Ryan's work. And I'm not sure a lot of people do that. So, credit to Suleiman because he always brings you up
if
and gives
people
you
were
full
to
credit
do
for the work
that,
you do.
I would get on Rogan. The thing is, these other people, I didn't even have Twitter till 2023, and I don't have anything else. I'm not allowed on anything else. I can't use the financial stuff either. I can't use PayPal or Patreon or Stripe or any of that stuff. That's how it'd be very hard to find me. Like I had Odyssey when Rumble came out, when BitChute came out, but no one goes there. They're all on YouTube. When someone wants to see a video, they go to YouTube. They still do. And so I was almost invisible. And it was very frustrating watching people like discover stuff I said back in 2007. They're like, oh, there's this guy Epstein. And I'm just like, ugh. There is a man named Tim Kelly. We did a show on it. It was like 2015 or 16. And it didn't resonate. It's like when I talk about Robert Miller or Peter Nygaard or Mike Jeffries or any of these other pedophiles, it doesn't. They don't care. It's like, oh, and I'm like, are you listening? They're raping hundreds of girls. It doesn't matter. Somehow Epstein caught on, and I guess because the media tried to attach it to Trump with the Acosta stuff, and so for the first time, it was on television. So all these millions of people heard about Epstein. That's what happened. All these other pedophiles, it's not on TV, so it doesn't exist.
Did you?
Yeah, well, he put the link to your documentaries in the groups that we're in, and I'm talking like WhatsApp groups. And I remember back in the day, he put it in Telegram and he introduced people and said, "This is Ryan Dawson. He's done groundbreaking," is what he called it. I remember work on 9/11, on Epstein, and just watch it, promote it, plug it. It's important to get his phenomenal research out there and stuff, and that's what introduced me to it. So yeah, I'm really glad, because you have done a lot of great work, and I agree with Suleiman, and he's plugged a lot of it in the background, a lot of it. So yeah, good.
No,
And
I
you
wish
know
I
what?
wish more were
I
like
find a
that. I
lot of
tried to hook him
people.
up with some guests. Did you talk to Larry, by the way?
Yeah, that was sorted. Yeah, I've got him tomorrow, Ryan.
There you go.
And a lot of people, Ryan, right? I noticed that don't plug you, use your research as though they have just discovered it, which is shameful, because when Suleiman mentions it, he mentions your research, and that's an
Oh,
injustice
there's
to
a
you, to be
girl who
honest,
made
that
her
other
whole
people
career
don't.
doing that. I would do a show on Sean Atwood, then she'd sit on Twitter and do all the points I just made, knowing I'm banned on Twitter and can't say anything.
Yeah, never listen to
This is
somebody
what
that
people
has no
do.
integrity like that, because somebody who has no integrity will have no problem lying to you or taking money. Like, if you have no integrity somewhere, you won't have it elsewhere. That's just my 2 cents. Like, if somebody doesn't give credit, don't even listen to them.
Well, the listeners don't know that they're stealing someone's work often. And they're like, well, I heard it from this person first. I'm like, well, that person isn't banned on everything, and I am. When somebody's pretty much isolated off the internet, it's very easy to just go grab everything they've ever done and make it your own, because they won't be around to say anything. And that's what everybody did. I watch it happen. I've even said on stream, watch everyone say this now. Like when I explained what happened to Robert Kennedy, now everyone acts like, oh, that was St. Caesar, right? Like you didn't fucking know that until I told you.
Yeah.
There's some very big shows that we all know that did that. And I'm like, I'm not telling you other stuff anymore, because you just run and say it to your audience like you found that out on your own. You didn't know any of this.
Yeah, and it's like giving
Keith did
credit
that
to
to me. Like I
somebody.
explained 9/11 to him, then he starts talking about 9/11 in Israel. I'm like, you didn't know shit.
Like, giving credit to somebody is not going to make you lose listeners. Like, I really don't understand why people don't bother to just say shout out to this guy. Like, it really won't make you lose listeners. I just don't
I
understand why people don't
always
bother.
promote Grant Smith, Justin Raimondo, whoever, Mike Rivera, like the people in my films. I try and source them and put them in there. I even interviewed Grant, put him in NUMEC, for example. Like, I don't get it. Why not? If somebody's doing the legwork, like the goal's to move the needle, right? So we need people to know who are the people you need to listen to and read their books and listen to their podcasts or whatever they're doing. If they don't find them, like, what is it? You're just trying to get your view count up and fame or something? I don't understand what's so hard about retweeting. Why does Jackson Hinkle just copy and paste my shit and then stick it on his page? Like, is your retweet button broken? But this is what these people do. And if they're doing it to you, they're doing it to other people. I'm like, how much of this content is just crap you're grabbing from other people and you never credit anyone?
The only criticism I have of Suleiman when it comes to your work is the suffering and the teasing he does. So when he was in Korea, he called me up and he was like, I am watching Ryan Dawson's documentary on 9/11 and it is phenomenal. And he was talking me through it. And I said, oh, send me the link. And he was like, I can't. He goes, I got the early release. You're just going to have to wait until it's
No, he
released. I'm
got
not
to
giving
watch
it to
it
you.
with me. We watched it on a laptop in his hotel. So like there
Yeah,
was no
and he
link.
wouldn't send me the link because he told me about it the next day, and I was like, "Oh, just send it to me. I
But
won't tell
there was
anybody.
no
Let
link.
me watch it." And he's like, "No,
Like
you're gonna have to wait."
we watched it from like a USB. Like it wasn't online yet.
How romantic.
But he didn't tell me that. But he was just making me suffer and everything.
Yeah,
And he was like, "You're gonna have to
you're gonna have
wait
to
like
wait like a
everybody
goy.
else."
When I do an Epstein miniseries, he's gonna come to Korea and watch it and call you and be like, "I'm watching the Epstein documentary.
Definitely, I'm
Holy
coming.
shit, you
I'm
have to
coming.
see this." Oh, sorry, there's no link yet.
I'm coming. I'm definitely coming back to Japan.
That's literally what he did, Ryan. That's literally what he does to me. And then and then like literally I was like waiting, waiting and waiting. And the minute it came out, he sent me the link and he said, "Now you go and can watch it." Literally, this is how he teases me. So and he did it to a lot of people, by the way. He put it in a group and said, "I've watched the
He's gonna
most
send you
phenomenal
four.
documentary, but you guys can't watch it."
He's gonna send you 4 one-word voicemails in a row. Nanny, doot, nanny, doot, boo, doot, boo. That might be an American thing. Nanny, nanny, boo, boo. It's like, I know something you don't know. He called a bunch of people and said, "I saw it, you didn't. Haha." That's funny.
He did, and he put it in groups saying the same thing. I've watched the most phenomenal documentary, and I was in those groups, and I was like, and people were saying, "Oh, send me the link," and they were like, he was like, "I can't. You're just gonna have to wait until it comes out." He does a lot of plugging, and rightly so, because you've put a lot of time and effort into it, and I think he's got a lot of respect for your work and admiration. So it's
I had to
groundbreaking.
delay it because Charlie Kirk got killed on the 10th, and I was like, I can't release this tomorrow. No one's gonna care. They're all obsessed with Kirk. And that didn't stop for like 3 months because we had Candace Conspiracy Land for about 3 months. So I released it on October 7th, this memorable day. Felt fitting for 9/11, but kind of bad timing because that's when Twitter got nerfed by AI and just all these other things started happening. I said, oh, well, it's out. But many people still haven't seen it. And a lot of people think they already know everything about 9/11. I'm like, I promise you do not. But it can only lead a horse to water.
Ryan, we need an Epstein documentary now.
Then I needed money because that would take a lot of time to create.
You need investors?
Yeah, could do a similar thing. It just took me like 3 years to get money for 9/11. But then again, I was also blanket banned. So
I definitely know people. How can I reach out to you outside email?
You can DM me on Twitter, or you can Ryan Dawson on Telegram, all one word.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll try to work something out.
Cool.
I thought about that, and I thought miniseries because I'm in my head. I'm going through it. I'm like, that's like 10 hours long. Can't do that. And I have to break it into pieces.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I think that would be a great idea because it just gives the normies a bit more. It breaks it down a lot more, and that's always important, I think, because there's 2 ways of going about these type of documentaries. Because I've been thinking about this a lot. There's either a way of doing it where you make it like a movie action style. You can watch it on the theater. People will have an idea about what it's about. They'll say, "Oh yeah, that's what Israel behind Epstein," but they won't know the depth or breadth of the points, and therefore they won't be able to relate the points that well. But it's like a movie. People will be able to watch it. It'll get high viewership. The alternative to that one is you do a deep dive, and then you have to do it under like a multi-part, multi-series type thing, and that's what you're basically going to have to do.
I don't think action movies doable, like with actors and stuff. It's going to be like a documentary with lots of files and putting in together what happened and what they did.
No,
because
I don't mean
I
an
can't
action
pay.
movie, Ryan. I mean like 1.5 hours where you don't go into the details. You can make it like a documentary. It's like surface level where people are entertained, but it doesn't give you the depth of the information. So that's one way of going about it. You get high viewership, but people don't learn. The other one is you do a long multi-episode series where people learn, but it's not this kind of 1.5 hour easy to watch on a movie theater type of thing.
No, I'm going full autism. Like other people can make the entertaining thing. You don't need me for that. What you need me for is details. So I have to do the details.
Recreating the scenes, that would be epic, but expensive. But that would be cool.
Whoa, Hosey, are you sick? Why do you want to recreate the Epstein scenes?
Oh no, I thought the 9/11
See,
scenes.
it's always the Jews. Like we're
No,
like,
no, we
listen,
don't recreate the
we're like,
Epstein scenes. No,
we're
no, no,
like,
no, 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 no,
we're
no, no,
like.
no, no,
Oh,
no.
guess what? Epstein documentary, multi-part series. There's two options of it. Trust the Jew to be like, guess what? Recreate the abuse. Come on, what are you
No,
doing,
no, no, no,
lady?
no. I meant
You're
the
proving
abuse
Dot's
of
point.
the
You're
World Trade
proving Dot's
Center.
point.
Just have midgets doing sex
See,
scenes.
yeah, like Stephen Hawking with all these midgets. You're proving Dot's point. It is all Jews.
Ugh. No, no, no. I meant the abuse of the World Trade Center. Nothing else, okay?
I don't know. I've changed my. I don't know. I think after that, I might have changed my opinion. Maybe it is all of them. Let's go to Rapiez. Rapiez, jump in.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm just following up.
About Dot. Is this your cousin? Jokes. Okay, let's go to what's his name? Who was that? Who else? We'll get somebody else. Let's go to Soapbox. Soapbox, jump in.
I appreciate the space. Thank you for letting me speak. I mean, I just really wanted to talk about the corruption going on with the DOJ, basically, and I mean, basically them not redacting the victims' names and just releasing it to the public, and how corrupt they are, and how like Pam Bondi not even acknowledging the victim sitting right behind her, and how disgusting it is. It's like, I mean, you're the attorney general of the country, and you can't even acknowledge the victims of the Epstein file. It's like, what's your job? Like, what are you doing? And for her to try to like be combative with Thomas Massey when he's sitting up there trying to do his job and be a patriot for the country and like get answers for the American public, it's like for her to be like evasive and try to be argumentative is, I'm just confused with the position of the DOJ and like what Trump is trying to do. Like, you're not implicated in the file, so why are you trying to fight so hard to fight against these victims that just want justice for people that abuse them? It's like, I'm just confused with the direction the country's going and how it's so corrupt and unjust. But I appreciate you for letting me speak.
So what's your point? The way that the files have been released?
Yeah, I feel like they shouldn't have been released the way they have been released. I mean, obviously, I mean, for you not to redact the victim's name, it's like it shows how corrupt the DOJ is and how they're trying to weaponize the government.
They're trying to weaponize the government? I don't understand that part.
They're obviously trying to weaponize the government. They weaponized it for years. Biden did it to Trump. Trump's doing it to the victims of the Epstein files. He's doing it to other politicians, Democrats. I mean, he's going after a lot of people, a lot of people.
So what you're saying is they're playing both sides are playing party politics?
I mean, I'm saying that the government's obviously corrupt. It doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you're corrupt, and they've been weaponizing the government for a long time. I mean, that's blatantly obvious. I feel like it's just getting worse and worse, and now they're attacking victims. Like, for you to go after victims, like, that's unprecedented. It's crazy.
Yeah, we've had mass resignations in the UK and across Europe, like ex-heads of state, etc. And the only country that hasn't had any ramifications is probably America. They're just getting on, they're just like, oh yeah, nothing to see here, move on, which is surprising. But kudos to the American people because they're like, nah, we ain't having this. Something's got to be done about this. It's not going away. I thought by now it would be yesterday's news. But it's not going away, and I suspect that's why Netanyahu's gone to America to try to like kind of get the Iran war going so that this whole thing can be history and people can move on. So maybe you've got a point there. Appreciate that, soapbox. Let's go to Jira. Jira, go on. Jira, you there? Okay, Jira doesn't, or Jira doesn't want to speak. We'll drop him. Let's go to, we've got another dot called Punch Made Devs. We've got 2 dots, I think, on the platform now. Punch Made, Punch, what is it? Punch Made Devs, go ahead. Dot, Punch Made Devs, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll be dropping you.
No, sorry, I'm let the other dot speak. I've spoken, haven't I? Thank you.
Yeah, no, you can stay on, but the other dot is not responding, and I don't know why. These people come up. Punch Made Devs, go ahead. These people come up, they sit here, and they just want to sit on the panel and squat rent free and not speak. Right, I'm dropping you. 1, 2, 3, you're gone. I've got no tolerance for these people. Let's go to Josie. You've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Me? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
you
I
can.
didn't get the full name. What Ryan was talking about earlier, a lot of truth to it. Again, the thing is that Jewish is an ethno religion. Okay, so you can be ethnically Jewish, or you practice Judaism. If you converted to Judaism, you're like Messianic Jew. And there's even I wouldn't say like a denomination, but it's even now when they ask you in Israel like which denomination you're following, like there is even like Jews for Jesus is in there, which is like, well, converted Catholicism at this point. I don't know, but it gets trickier. I think it's one of the more progressive portion of it. But anyways, so I am an ethnic Jew, right? However, I am a Catholic. And I can tell you right now that really what makes a difference is who you grew up around, who's in your network, and there's also a lot of infighting between like the believers, that the people that actually like believe in God and practice Judaism and or believe in Jesus Christ, but you have like also the secular Jews who simply grow up around the like you pretty much have the connections, but you worship yourself because they're seculars, right? A lot of those people, they're the liberals, the progressives. They dump a lot of money into BLM back in 2020, 2021. There was a lot of infighting within Jews about like those two groups of people, which we don't really talk about because it's just like we don't like to make that type of fight like public, but I think it's very important to make the distinctions between like seculars and believers, because the secular ones, imagine having like the nepotism, the money, the connections, but you worship yourself and you're not afraid of God. Like that's some dangerous stuff there. And yeah, I think those people, like, we really need to make the difference between the two.
Yeah, 1 second. I want to go to Dot to respond to you
Yeah.
on that, but just give me 2 seconds, guys. Couple of things. We are going to be moving to YouTube at some point. Yesterday, as you know, we did a live stream, and the topics we talked about were really important. I hope you didn't miss it. One was the Catholic woman who was fired for again because of Zionism. Catholic woman Kari Pergine Bola, as you know, was fired from the Religious Liberty Freedom because of her Catholic belief and because she was against the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. So that was one of the videos we did. We did Howard Lutnick administer visiting Israel. We did Pam Bondi destroyed by the house. We did Netanyahu arrives at the White House, and will he force them to go to war? We talked about Iran, the protest, and Baal being set on fire. in Iran. We did that as well, and we talked about the Venezuela sending oil to Israel. So they're like small little chunks, like 10 minutes each. So it's easy to digest as an information perspective, because the spaces obviously go on long. We have different ideas and thoughts or whatever. But these are just concise ones on the YouTube. Also, we interviewed Scott Ritter today. That was a fire interview. We got big streams, big interviews lined up. Remember, we did a video on Epstein and the Mossad Israeli connection, because a lot of people aren't talking about that as much. They're talking a lot about other things, but not that specific connection. So that's another thing. So do check it out, the tweets and the next. And guys, wait, YouTube, apologies, the YouTube crashed. It was completely my fault. I take 100% responsibility. If I told you what happened, you would laugh. What I did was, I got this iMac, and you know, these iMacs are so hard to use, bro. But they stream well. And you know, the power lead that goes in the iMac, put it in there. The other lead, rather than put it in a power connection, I put it in my multi-port, which was connected back into the iMac, so it wasn't charging it all that time. So that was a mess up. But anyway, apologies for that. We will start the YouTube stream immediately after this space. Bro, you know, it's your boy. He makes errors sometimes. Sometimes it happens. Anyway, let's go to Dot, and then we'll take it from there. Go ahead, Dot.
Cheers. I just wanted to ask what to the lady that was speaking. My space is not refreshing, so it only shows like 4 of us up here.
It's Josie. She's a Jewish woman.
Josie,
Desires.
yeah. So I just want to understand, as an ethnic Jew, right, without referring to the religion, how do you define yourself as an ethnic Jew? Genuine question.
Mima, dad, no. Okay, no, sorry. I had to. Me mom.
What does that mean, though? How do you define yourself as what's an ethnic Jew, without referring to the religion?
Me mom was Jew, so it's passed down. It's me mom. Look into it.
Dot, are you getting her kind of joke on me mum?
Me mom died in the holy. Sorry.
Dot, are you getting it?
No, not really. No.
So do you remember when Nick Fuentes was on Piers Morgan, and he was talking about the Holocaust, and he said me mum?
Okay, no, I haven't seen that. No, I haven't. Sorry. Apologies.
Oh, have you not seen that? Oh, Dynamite. You have to see it. They rolled on some old Zionist guy talking about the Holocaust and his mom and his dad and his cousin, his sister and his brother and his uncle and his auntie, and you know, somebody was done by Stalin and somebody was done by Hitler and somebody was done by some. They all escaped anyway, but. And then Nick Fuentes lost it, and he was like, "Oh, look, we're so tired of hearing about this. Me mom, me dad, me mom, me dad, and me mom." Was literally trending on Twitter. I think people were making merchandise of it. That's what Josie's kind of taking
That
upon
was
on me,
so
mum.
funny, just the way he said it. But it's like Jewish ethnicity is passed down through the mother, so that's why I said like it's me mom, me mom's me mom. You know, that's it's passed down matriarchally. Is that a word? Matriarchally. It's a matriarchal ethnicity.
Yeah. So, out of interest, is that linked in any way, in your opinion, to the religion?
Possibly. That's a good question, actually. I know, like, okay, if I really need to get it, do you want me to get into it, or?
I would love to, because
answer his
please.
question. I think he wants
okay.
you to answer his question.
Okay, so, years ago, there are people that left the other continent because things got a little sketchy, right? And in some places, depending on who gave you a path to go overseas, so I am French, right? Practicing Judaism was not an option. Converting to Catholicism was pretty much the only way. A lot of Jews converted to Catholicism years ago. And if the ethnicity was strictly... Oh, sorry, my AirPod just died. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just quickly get your point.
Okay, good. Yeah, so if it was passed down, like you converted to Catholicism, but the lineage is passed down from a woman to another woman to another woman, the descendants, until the matriarchal line is broken, it makes you Jewish ethnically. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, so it is essentially tied to the religion. Then their ethnicity is what I'm
The
saying.
land of
So
Israel as well.
because you said you've converted, what did you convert
I
from?
did not. I did not. It was ancestors. But further than that, I would like to not dox myself
Oh yeah,
on
no,
the
no, I
personal
appreciate
level
that.
like that.
No, no, it's just they must have converted from Judaism, right? And then the way you maintain that Jewish heritage is by saying you're ethnically Jewish, even though
I'll
you may
ask
be
my
another
grandma.
religion.
That's actually a good question. Maybe it was like the land of Israel directly. Maybe they were Catholic over there, or they were Jewish somewhere else. I'll ask her. Actually, that's a good question.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a deep question, deep conversation.
Yeah.
Cool. Dot, what's your view on somebody who is Jewish ethnically says, I'm not Jewish, I'm Christian now?
I ask exactly what I've just asked: is how did you even become ethnically Jew without being religiously Jew in the first place?
Well, they might say, well, my parents said they were Jewish, my grandparents said they were Jewish, but I reject Judaism. I believe in Christ as my savior. I am a Christian. I accept Catholicism.
Yeah, I'm sure in fact, there are plenty of people
There's
like
many.
that.
There's
As I
like
said, Bob Dylan is Irish, but is ethnically, I guess, through the matriarchal line Jew. But my point is to even get to that concept, what we were discussing before, is they must be tied to the religion itself. Because I'm not hearing what the definition of an ethnic Jew actually is.
It's ethno religion, so you can be either ethnically, religiously, or both.
Yeah, I understand that concept, but I'm asking for a layer belief that, which is, how are you ethnically defining you are Jewish?
Well, yeah, it had to come down to
Where are you
religion at some
from?
point. Yeah,
Which part of the world are you from? What country are you from? What's the dialect? Without it being
no
tied to
comment.
religion?
No comment. Plead a fifth.
Poland.
Good one. So Dot.
My sister's a lawyer. Okay, I don't want to be doxxed. Thank you.
Okay, Josie, that's fine. This is the Jews, bro. They're never honest. They're never straight, transparent about things. Jokes. So, Dot, if there's a person, so there's two people. One is someone who says, I reject even this notion of there being ethnic Judaism, right? I'm a white person. You guys might call me ethnically Jew because of Wikipedia, but I'm not ethnically Jewish. I'm a Christian and I accept Christ as my savior. Even if, like Wikipedia, as an example, said that, look, their granddad died in the Holocaust and they were Jewish, in your view, how would you consider that person?
I'd consider that person whatever religion they are until they can explain to me the concept of an ethnic Jew. We're still not getting
Yeah,
to the
they're
point.
rejecting it. They're rejecting it. I'm saying this person in
I
this
reject
thought
it. I
experiment.
reject it as well. So I probably agree with them 100%.
So, but you would consider them. You would consider them a Christian then, right?
Yeah, Christian, definitely.
Because then they'd be white and they'd be Christian.
Of course, they'll be white and Christian. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if they're from the current Jews, if they're claiming they're from that bloodline, then it's Khazarian. That's why if you look in Hollywood and the music industry, a lot of them are Hungarian Jews. Obviously, Hungary borders.
Cool. And then let me ask you another question, if that's all right. If there's a person who says, look, ethnically, like, okay, maybe my parents or grandparents were Jewish. I'm not too sure about that. I've seen the data. Jews could be white. They could be ethnically like a new kind of hybrid between Jews and whites and Middle Easterners. They could be whatever, right? Whatever it may be. But I accept Christ as my savior, and I'm now a Christian. Do you consider them a Christian?
If that's their religion, then yes. But
okay. And what about the third person, which is somebody who says, guess what? There is an ethnicity called Judaism, and then there's a religion called Judaism as well. I'm still an ethnic Jew because it is a distinct a distinct ethnic category. That being said, I don't accept the Talmud. I don't accept Talmud, because Torah you both accept. I don't accept the Talmud, and I believe in the New Testament, and I believe in Christ.
If they said that, then what I'm basing it on is their religion. So
Okay.
because I don't believe in ethnic Jews, because no one's explained to me what's the
And
definition
so
of an ethnic Jew, what do they look like, what's
yeah,
their,
I
you know.
understand.
Hmm.
And no, the reason I'm asking the question is because it's fair. I think you're being consistent in your position.
Hmm.
The thing is, why I asked those questions,
Hmm.
it was because of this.
Hmm.
In my view, there are many people who are Jews who we would say ethnically Jewish who convert to Christianity, and the problem is that they they claim they believe in Christianity, right? So either they're lying, obviously, so there's a possibility because they could be crypto Jews, right?
Hmm.
On the other hand, so there's that one. So that one, I think both of us in agreement. If
Hmm.
they're crypto Jews, they're kind of still Jews, right? They're just pretending to be Muslim or Christian, right?
Hmm.
But if there's a Jew who says he's converted to Christianity,
Hmm.
accepts Christ, but somehow is still a Zionist, from your position, that guy would still be a Christian. But because I believe that there is some kind of, not I believe, because there is some kind of claim that there is some kind of ethnic component to it, I would still have, or people would still have question marks over that person. And what I mean by that is, I'll explain what I mean.
Hmm.
So, like, do you know Seth Dillon?
Yep.
The Babylon Bee guy, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so he's ethnically Jewish,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
But he says, I'm not ethnically Jewish, I'm white.
Hmm.
Right? He says, and if some people ask him, he'll say, I'm white, and then others people ask him, he say, look, yeah, according to your guys, yeah, I'm ethnically Jewish or whatever, but like some people consider me white, some people can consider me ethnically Jewish, and that's fair because you'd consider him white. Other people who are far right who also say that Jews are a problem, they would consider him Jewish, and they would say calling him as white is that you're actually being a subverter. So
Hmm.
and so why I'm saying that is he, as an example, is someone who claims he converted to Christianity,
Hmm.
but then I have question marks over him because if you look at him, he claims he's converted to Christianity, and yet ideologically, even though he's a Christian, an evangelical Christian, he still believes in like Zionism, he still
Hmm.
believes in Jewish supremacy, he
Hmm.
still believes in all these ideas. And so I would have question marks over that person. But the reason I'd have question marks over that person, but not you, like you're a mixed race guy,
Hmm.
you may or may not have been born Christian, but even if you haven't, even if you were converted, I would probably have less question marks over you
Hmm.
because you're just like a mixed race guy who became Christian, right?
Hmm.
But someone like him, there's question marks about that because of the kind of ideological basis that he's pushing. Does that make sense?
100%, and it's also based of your knowledge of the past, which would be a lot of Jews before have converted to other religions in order to subvert them. In the first place, they stay loyal to being Jews, but they'll pretend to practice Christianity. It's happened throughout history. So yeah, I understand where you're coming from, why that would happen. But it's also what you said as well. There is no ethnic side to being a Christian. So when you have a black Christian, you can almost take that, or an Asian Christian or Chinese Christian, you can take that almost at face value. But if these Jews also believe in an ethnic side, which I still need to understand what everyone feels this definition is, then because I see that as tied to the religion, therefore, no matter what you say you are, you're an ethnic Jew as a Christian, you're really a Jew, aren't you? That's what you really are, and it can come across as subversion. Do I have to take you at
Yeah,
face
I'm a
value?
Jew.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm a Jew. Literally.
Yeah, but that's
Well,
tied.
wait,
But
let me ask.
that's tied to the religion. I have to take you at face value. You're a Catholic, fair play. But for me to really understand, I need to understand exactly what I was saying before. But I think you were
Look up
taking a minute.
Jewish law. It's very clear within Jewish law. You can literally read it. I'm gonna give you an example.
Hmm.
Gary the numbers guy, Gary Greenberg, right? Greenberg, that's a very Jewish
Yes,
last
I'm aware.
name.
Yeah. Hmm.
His dad is Jewish, right? He grew up in Judaism itself.
Hmm.
However, he does not follow Judaism, does not practice Judaism, but his dad is Jewish. Is he a Jew? Yes or no?
So if he practices Judaism,
No, he does
then
not.
yeah, he does not. But you're saying he thinks he's sorry, I missed that. He's ethnically Jewish.
His dad is Jewish. He was raised Jewish.
So you would when you say he's raised Jewish, do you
Well,
mean in the
his dad,
religion
you
then?
know, because like your dad does like Shabbat, like the whole family has to, because you know your dad's the boss.
So I feel anyone referring to themselves, this is my opinion, sorry, anyone referring to themselves as an ethnic Jew is actually referring to the Khazarian bloodline. It's not the Jews of the Bible, which I think is what they're trying to push and what they've subverted with, as I mentioned earlier, with the evangelicals. So it's Eastern European, which ultimately is
So a
is a white.
Soviet Jew is the same as a Sephardic Jew, in your opinion?
Well, yeah, because you've got Spaniards and they're all white
No, his
Europeans
position would be
essentially.
different. Your position would be different, right? Because you don't believe in a Jews being a distinct category. So you would say a Soviet is an Eastern European and a Sephardic is from that area. So you're
Spanish,
yeah,
Spain,
Spanish. So
yeah.
your position would be they're not the same, right?
But they're both white.
Well, okay. Spanish,
Yeah.
there's a
Well, the
disagreement on whether
Sephardics
they're
are
white
not
or not.
white.
Yeah, without getting too not too technical, but
Yeah.
you classed in general Spanish, like we were saying about Italians earlier, as
So
white.
is Drake
So
white?
Drake is a Jew due to his mother being Jewish. Clearly, you can see that she's got Khazarian features passed down. She
What's
claims to be a Jew.
Khazarian?
Khazarian, Ukraine.
Never met a
So
Khazarian Jew.
Ukraine, Hungary.
So Doc, like what it is, and I think this is where you're. And by the way, I'm not saying I disagree with your position.
I can't talk because it's playing music. So. Am I using it?
She fell down.
I don't invest in technology the way you would.
So you think that I would get
I think
clobbered
you
in
were
that
picking on
argument?
him. It was a technique. It was a technique. You're picking on him. You didn't want him to say what he had to say, and you just basically utilized that technique to frustrate him.
What was he going to say?
He didn't have to answer anything outside of his point, and you changed
You
it
think that I'm
into.
scared of hearing something, so what am I scared of hearing?
That's not about you being afraid of anything. It's about you not being too lazy to have the discussion. You're lazy.
Kind of. I've been accused of that.
Yeah. And instead
You're
of
closeted.
you're lazy, and it's just easier to utilize that tactic instead of addressing what that person has to say.
You're
But
repressed.
I wanted to, if you don't mind, and it's a pleasure to talk with you as always.
You as well.
Thank you. The whole thing with me judging people for having tattoos, I'm starting to feel guilty about it. I'm prejudiced against people who have tattoos. Am I wrong for that?
To each their own.
Yeah, like there are people that have admirable skills, talents, and abilities, but they got the sleeve of tattoos on their arm, and it's like, I mean, we're talking chefs and
How many tattoos do you have? Do you have any?
None. I don't like pain. And that's why I'm prejudiced against people who have tattoos. It infers to me they like pain, and I think people who like pain are sick-minded. Am I wrong?
Do you like inflicting pain?
No. I don't like it. I've tried to do it. I don't like it. I've tried to inflict pain on. Do
you like giving other people pleasure?
I am a compassionate person, so pleasure, that's stepping over the line.
What's over the line?
So
you like having no effect on people?
No, I'm gonna explain myself. I do like the reward
of someone acknowledging that I gave them pleasure, I do like that. Like that was my ball. That was the ball I wanted to bounce. When I realized that sometimes I'm sorry, there will come a time when somebody doesn't deserve the pleasure you can give them. That's when life became complicated. It's like,
That's
damn,
when you. That's when you.
I got all this pleasure I can give you, but you don't deserve it. That
And
became
you stop
difficult.
giving. You stop the pleasure immediately. You
I
ruin
had
it for them.
I had to evaluate who deserves pleasure. And this is my conundrum.
Do you
Who
ever
am I?
start giving someone pleasure and then decide no, they've been bad, they don't deserve anymore?
I wouldn't start it to begin with. Well, no. I'm gonna, you know what? I have a bad habit of simplifying um a situation. So I'm gonna give a movie reference, if you don't mind. It's real simplistic for people to understand the analogy of why somebody would deny another one pleasure. It was in The Family Man, starring Nicholas Cage, right? And whomever hadn't seen that movie, I apologize, but this is the reference. You know, he got his wife on the staircase, and they're about to get it on, and she.
No more talking for you. You've been bad, Mela. Bad, Mela. That's enough talking, Mela.
Thank God.
What did I do wrong?
I
You're
just wanted to
yapping.
be withholding. I just wanted to deny you the pleasure.
Oh,
You didn't do anything wrong.
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Perceiving that somebody doesn't deserve something is kind of arrogant.
This is why women shouldn't be
It's
pilots.
like, decide from the beginning. Don't do it in the middle. Like if you're
You
going
learn things
down,
in the process.
I'm sorry, if you're going down on a woman and she doesn't respond the way you think she should, or if you're going down on a man and he doesn't respond the way you think.
Thank God. Thank God.
Are you flipping me off?
Me? No.
Sorry, you were just going down on. What were you saying about going down on a woman?
Yeah, going down on a woman or a man, and you stop because you just decided they don't deserve it. That. I think you should follow through. Yeah, like okay, you decided in your mind.
I hope you're not a pilot.
Activity, but just follow through and don't do it again
This
if
bitch
you
can
think
land a
they don't
plane.
deserve it. But don't stop in the middle of the situation. Don't do that.
Good girl.
Dusty. This chick can't land a plane to save her own life. Never be a pilot. This is why women shouldn't be pilots.
Who's this young lady that we got on the panel with us? Is she?
Would you go down on her?
Is she mystical? No, I'm not.
I'm
no.
straight, you degenerate.
Mela, you've got to stop lying to me about your curiosities.
Real?
For real. Don't you want to be happy?
Aren't you trying to program me right now?
Maybe.
Aren't you trying to plant that in my brain right now?
Can be worse than what she already
I didn't
got
plant
going
it there.
on.
I'm just watering the seeds.
Yeah, you're actually trying to cultivate a mentality I don't have.
I think you do.
That's a colonizer.
True.
It's called grooming, but that's for children.
That's why you're wearing that hat. By nature, you're a colonizer. You're going to tell people what's good for them when
We
they
was
already know
kangs
what's
and
good for them.
shit.
Do you know it's good for you?
Of course.
Aren't you divorced?
No.
I thought you were divorced.
Well, that's what you get for thought.
Well, then, correct. Are you in a relationship with a man?
Yes.
Okay.
What the
I stand corrected. I
hell?
apologize for making assumptions. Does he know that you're bi?
I'm not. I literally don't
All right. If
have
you had
those
to choose,
ideations.
you have to choose one of them.
I don't
What
have
about
these
me?
ideations.
Thank you.
You have to choose one.
I invite
Who do you choose?
someone. No, I invite this conversation with everybody understanding
Of the women on the panel, who would you choose?
me.
That's narcissistic.
I would make love to myself.
Ew.
Yeah. As opposed to all the options up here on this panel, I'm choosing me.
That's the most EBT topic of conversation I've ever heard.
Now, if I ever decide to get freaky and make a video of me making love to myself, I know who to send it to.
TMI. And then y'all
What about you?
crapping on Marte for come on. Come on.
Go ahead. What do you think?
Me?
That sounded good, didn't it, Dusty?
You know what?
That
It did
sounded
sound
good.
good.
That made you sit back in your seat like, wait a minute now.
It sounded good, but you know what? These fuckers didn't donate. And I have a headache for some reason. So let me set up the redirect. And we will get out of here.
This for all the boys in the backyard still under 2% milk.
What's that?
Word of mouth. Shit went south. Picked up.
Okay. They're trying to sell me something? What's new? Anyways. God damn, you going at it. Damn. Okay. Oh, you probably sent to Teriak. Oh, you probably sent to Teriak. Oh, well. It's almost 4 a.m. Like, y'all should be, like... Do we have it in the shorts? The shorts feed? Okay. Oh, well. Okay. Let me just test this thing here. Oh, well. Okay. Let me just test this thing here. Oh, well. Two watching. Give me 1 second. Dee-da-dee-da-da. Da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da. What was I watching? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. We don't need copyrighted stuff. No! Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop, 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 stop.
Find a Planet Fitness near you and get your first month free. Deal ends February 13th.
Shipped same-day delivery is there for you when your leggings have seen better days. Get a fresh new pair.
Okay. I think that was outro. Poor guy. Imagine putting up with, like, this much bullshit. Okay. My channel. Da, 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 mhm. Okay. What's that? Oh, he's not even debating. He's just playing games. Boo. Where's my history of like stuff that I watched? I can never find it. Live. Oh, we got another viewer. Hi. Whoever is here, welcome. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Ba 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 ba. Where is my... Ha! Need like the shorts history. Well, that had to be like... yesterday. I was watching that yesterday. Nope. What was the channel? I got tech team in Israel. That was funny. I just need to find it. I need that one.
Tech
is what it is. I understand how these.
I will say that tech teams in Israel, Jewish partners in business.
It is what it is. I understand how these things get attached to my name. It's very inconvenient for me. I have Jewish business partners. I have tech teams in Israel. I have things going on.
Teams in Israel.
Teams in Israel.
Tech teams in Israel, Jewish partners in business.
It is what it is. I understand how
I
these
got
things get
tech
attached to
teams
my
in
name.
Israel.
It's very inconvenient for me. I have Jewish business partners. I have tech
Jewish
teams in Israel.
business
I have things going
partners.
on, and I have tech teams in Israel.
Tech teams
I got
in
tech
Israel,
teams
Jewish,
in Israel.
Partners in business.
It is what it is. I understand
Dude,
how
that
these
shit
things
got
get
me
attached to my
rolling.
name.
I don't even
It's
know
very
why.
inconvenient for me. I have Jewish business partners. I have tech teams in Israel. I have things going on, and I have tech teams in Israel.
I got tech teams in Israel.
Jewish partners in business.
It is what it is. I understand how these things get attached to my name. It's very inconvenient for me.
Look,
I
I
have
was
Jewish
just
business
shit all
partners.
day.
I have tech teams in Israel. I have things
teams
going
in
on,
Israel.
and I have tech teams in Israel.
Tech teams in Israel, Jewish partners in business.
It is what it is. I understand how these things get attached to my name. It's very inconvenient for me. I have Jewish business partners. I have tech teams in Israel. I have things going on, and I have tech teams in Israel.
I got tech teams in Israel.
Jewish partners in business.
It is what it is. I understand how these
I
things
know,
get
but
attached to
it's
my name.
so
It's very
funny.
inconvenient for me. I have Jewish business partners. I have tech.
I will say that I think I got the message. I got the message.
I just need to find the one.
Tiny cube replaces.
I don't know if it's the brown skin night.
I was.
Sub that in?
What's the one that Sneeko does it? Nice.
Don't.
Okay.
We are basically
I don't want to get like demonetized and stuff, but like, I got tech teams in Israel. You guys need to understand when Sneeko does it.
Ironically enough, in that PVD podcast, they're bragging about how I have tech teams in Israel. I do business with Israelis. I have a tech team in Israel. So you do business with the modern day Nazis right now, but you're going to point at me and say I'm horrible for listening to a song?
I have Jewish business partners. I have tech teams in Israel. I have things going on.
Ironically enough, in that PVD podcast, they're bragging.
That's what I freaking hate, like watching shorts. Because,
Ironically enough,
like,
in that PVD podcast, they're bragging.
What was? Yeah. Oh, that's that one.
What do you feel about Israel?
I'll tell you. So
Oh my God.
Jewish people and Israel, there's a separation, of course.
Absolutely.
And I criticize the world governments all the time. And
Did he get 7K for this pot? This is the most obvious apology tour I've ever seen.
Wow.
Bro.
I have not been short of criticisms for the state of Israel. I've criticized Israel for lots of different things over the years. So pro-Israel as in, do I think Israel should exist? I mean, what do you mean pro-Israel or not? I don't often say complimentary things about Israel as a government.
Do you believe the history of the land? Do you believe the history of the mentality?
Leading question was rape and Israel. It's just the pot started off with rape in prison and do you love Israel?
Of the Israeli government, do you believe that two nations should be able to coexist?
I think that the nations should be able to coexist now. I'm really not a believer in inherited guilt. So I'm a half black man. I'm the descendant of slaves. I don't think that white people inherit the guilt of slave owners. And
I have a black friend. I support Israel.
I'm not going to get before that. And my point on this being, this isn't 1947. This isn't 1948. I wasn't around back then. Every Israeli person I know was born in the modern state of Israel. They're 20, 30, 40 years old. They were born in the modern state of Israel. And, you know, all the various messes that happened all across the world in the 1940s. And
are the majority of Israelis right now all from Poland and Ukraine? The majority, they're brand new.
Early 50s have nothing to do with them. I do think that the two states should be able to live in peace. I think both of them are often guilty for, you know, various things, provoking each other.
Everybody provokes it.
And this is the world. And I've criticized Israel very heavily. And if you're going to ask me, because you'll find my old opinions on Israel, I've criticized Israel heavily for the overuse of military force. And a lot of Jewish people have got mad at me for that.
Israel.
But if you take what I say about other countries, I've criticized the American government for the overuse of military force more than any other government. It's not personal. This is my point. The government I criticize the most in the world is the English government. I'm English myself. That doesn't mean I'm anti-British or I hate all British people. Right. So, do I like the state of Israel? Frankly, not very much. Am I an anti-Semite? Do I dislike Jewish people?
Good.
No.
Segue.
That's a very different thing. That's a very different. I just told you I'm dating an Israeli girl right now. Yeah. She's Israeli.
Oh my! I've got tech teams in Israel. I've got a Mossad girlfriend. Oh my God, bro! Oh my God! This is worse than parody. I can't even like clip farm or do a react. It's just, it's sillier than anything I could have said. There's an IDF soldier right here. I've got an Israeli girlfriend. Two-state solution.
That's a very different thing. That's a very different. I just told you I'm dating an Israeli girl right now. She's Israeli.
The timing of this is so funny too, because they do all this like, no, I'm not an Jewish people are not responsible for Israel. And then Epstein files drop, and it's like, goy.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah. No, long brown hair and blue eyes. But
have you seen some blonde hair, blue eyes?
Yeah, but she's stunning anyway. But again, involved in my company, so I live in Dubai. My tech team's actually, you know, mainly Israeli dudes. You know.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Have you ever seen a fold? Have you ever seen a fold like this from Escape the Matrix? Like, let's contextualize this and remember that these aren't just two random influencers with suits on. These are the people that championed escaping the Matrix and resisting the slave mine, fighting back.
Involved in my company, so I live in Dubai. My tech team's actually, you know, mainly Israeli dudes. You know, these are guys I rely on who can pull the plug on my entire company. You know.
Okay. Well, why don't you just lead with that? Why don't you? What do you say fuck me for? And continue to. It's starting to make sense. Again, I don't understand why they're doing these podcasts. It's not helping them out. Podcasts are supposed to help your reputation, supposed to clear your name. This is just a humiliation ritual, bro. All this is doing is hurting you. And honestly, this probably wasn't even going to get any views. 1,000 views in 3 hours. But hey, I found it.
Mainly Israeli dudes. You know, these are guys I rely on who could pull the plug on my entire company. In my group of friends, we're a multiracial,
I don't know about you, but I don't think you're a free man escaping the Matrix if Israelis can destroy your business like this. If you have people within your team that can destroy your business whenever they want, you're not a free guy. Then your speech is going to be limited based off of what they want. That is the Matrix. You just in one sentence described how you are controlled by the Matrix. What do you want him to say? I don't know. Be honest. Talk about how he was listening to the song. And this was Tristan. He did. I don't know. He did he was doing this in the club to that song. And then maybe it sounds like the people that run his business said, no.
The ethnic group. So, yeah, the state of Israel has got no love for me. I don't have much love for it, but I'm not an anti-Semite who hates Jewish people and necessarily attaches those two things.
It is funny too that they've been beefing with Hassan Piker for years, and that's exactly what Hassan's take is. That is identical to what identical.
Fuck no, baby.
Blaming capitalism and fascism. What the fuck? It's the Israeli government. It's Netanyahu. It's the government.
That's it. I didn't even have that. Ugh.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Or vibe coding.
Do I like the state of Israel? Frankly, not very much. Am I an anti-Semite? Do I dislike Jewish people?
Good.
No.
Segue.
That's a very different thing. I just told her I'm dating an Israeli girl right now. She's Israeli.
Oh my! I got tech teams in Israel.
I got
a Mossad girlfriend. Oh my god, bro! Oh my god!
I got a Mossad girl.
This is worse than parody. I can't even clip farm or do a react. It's just it's sillier than anything I could have said. Said Tristan Tate did a pod with Mark Shapiro.
I got a Mossad girlfriend.
No way.
Whoever this guy was, Hitler, I think he was
oh my
the
god
greatest influencer of all time. He convinced
what the if he says it
people that this is the right race, and we still have that today.
Yeah.
With social media following, all that stuff.
I criticize the world's governments all the time. I've criticized Israel for lots of different things over the years. The government I criticize the most in the world is the English government. I am English myself.
I bet you 99%.
We Americans, we need Trump to go invade so we can take all the oil for us Americans. I'm British, and I'm starting the Bruv Party.
Of the stuff is bullshit. It is all mostly fabricated, exaggerated, and lies.
But when I saw the media sensationalism, this is the left trying to drive more division because all of
the left.
Mm-hmm.
The left. Just like Matt Walsh, Epstein was the left.
My Jewish friends were smart enough to know. They saw this incident, they messaged me. They said, Tristan, who put the song on? And I said, I don't know. Everything's on me. Everything that happens, everything bad that happens in my life is on me. Personal accountability.
So, Chad, when Brad says that, okay, you're cloud chasing this too much, this pod dropped 2 hours ago. 2 hours
it's just
ago.
as important as discipline, hard work. It's part of it all. In a weird way, when you try and find the silver lining, you become grateful for it. In Dubai, it's full of rich kids.
I'm a man of my word.
They have no idea what the value of a dollar is.
Yeah.
Bro, what is that? Is that are you booting up a computer?
Guys, Mark here. We're back at Shapiro TV, and we have a special guest.
Right? I know. You're saying, holy shit, they can't stop talking about it. I know. It doesn't stop. This apology tour just keeps on, almost a month later.
Another special guest. We have the youngest Tate. We have Tristan here, and we are here to be unfiltered, and we're gonna
unfiltered. So then play the song. Unfiltered. Okay, the new intro song to fight back against wokeism. Na, 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 na.
Da, na, na, na.
Anything, and he can ask me anything. And
except about Epstein.
The only question he can't ask me is Was
Are
I
they
ever
matching?
raped in prison, or did I have unconsensual sex? And the answer is no.
Whoa.
They do rape people in prison. They definitely do.
This
Yeah,
is
not Romanian
severe.
prisons though.
No,
Romanian
they
prisons
got
they don't
girls
have.
that come in
What
there.
the
Well,
fuck?
no, they don't have any of that. I don't know. I guess everyone's just.
Bro, why did he talk about the first thing he started talking about was rape? This is what I'm saying. I'm getting fatigued. How is that the first thing you say? How?
Right?
How is that the literal first thing you introduce your guest on? Rape in prison.
Eating it in the shower, but.
Oh,
a story
tech teams in
circulated
Israel.
the Romanian media that I slept with a female prison guard, but I can't deny or confirm that rumor.
That's a crazy thing that you say that, because the prison that I
He's bragging about sleeping with the female
Allegedly,
guards.
in my opinion.
after the first two spots, which was
You want another
Otisville,
one?
upstate New York, there was either 5 or 6 female prison guards
Well,
that were walked off
You're just going
for having sex
Yeah.
with inmates.
And you know, when you're in jail, even if they're not that good looking, they look better every day. Every day that goes by, the girls look prettier and prettier, you know?
Bro,
So
if a girl has breasts for me, that's fine with me.
A 5 quickly becomes a 9 after a few months.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Here in Miami, we have a selection. So we've got
A
9,
selection,
10, and
that's
11,
not
but then there's the
misogyny?
level of how crazy they are.
Yes.
And how full of shit they are.
Yeah. Miami
So-
girls. Miami girls are quite crazy. I've got to say. I've seen a little bit. I've sampled
Boo.
various flavors here, but they're pretty insane. You know, I tend to date Eastern European Russian girls because of where I live, who are a lot more kind of cold, but often more calculated as well, which is scary. You know, you were telling me your story.
My
It's so cute. Like, they got matching suits on.
Oh,
Looks good. Nice.
right?
Wow.
Oh.
Looks great. They coordinated.
my marriage story, the real piece de resistance was that
Yes,
there was
the
somebody
resistance.
in our stratosphere, and she thought he disrespected her. And there's a bodyguard that I use sometimes when I travel, because when you go to some events, I'm sure you guys get.
I've got guys with me now.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
I have to.
Yeah. I have an Israeli soldier who's sitting right here with his piece. He works on it.
I got tech teams in Israel. I've always criticized the Israeli government, and there's a Mossad agent in the room with him right now. It's like, it's beyond parody. It's almost not even fun. It's almost not even fun to JQ anymore because of just how in your face it is. Right? Don't you guys kind of miss when it was this niche, schizo, investigative, it was more crazy? And then now it's just like, and now Tristan is sitting with this dude here, the yarmulke bigger than Ben's, the other Shapiro, and he's like, oh yeah,
The office. Yeah. I have an Israeli soldier who's sitting right here with his piece.
Oh.
He works out of the office.
Nice.
yeah, he just kind of threatened you. He's just like, okay, if you get out of line, IDF right here.
And she tried to contract him to take a hit on a very well-known local celebrity, social media guy.
Because she felt offended.
She felt offended. I'll tell you who it is, Daniel G.
You sure can pick him.
Bro.
Take that
All the
Whoa.
other knew that something was wrong with her.
Yeah.
But nobody was going to tell me. My kids didn't tell me. Because they're like, Dad, you're in
Is this a podcast? Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck is that
People
guy?
aren't here to hear you talk about your kids. I'm not gonna. They want to hear. Some people want to hear him talk. Why is he acting like people care?
love with her. That's what they said after the fact. So, and I fell in love with her kids. So,
Sub only on.
it's on me, guys. It's on me. So that's why I wrote the check.
Well, that's my whole, and you know what? That's my philosophy in life as well. It's on me. Everything's on me. Like everything that happens, everything bad that happens in my life is on me. I accept it. Personal accountability is just as important as discipline, hard work. It's part of it.
yeah.
Yep.
So,
Yep. So, one, you're here because of our mutual friend.
We have a mutual friend, indeed.
And two, you just got involved in something as an outsider.
How much do you think they got paid to do this pod?
Yeah.
And
A
got
lot.
pulled into something. So I'm going to just ask you, are you pro-Israel? What do you feel about Israel?
I'll tell you. So the
Oh my God.
Jewish people in Israel, there's a separation, of course.
Absolutely.
And I criticize the world governments all the time. And
Did he get 7K for this pod? This is the most obvious apology tour I've ever seen in my life, bro.
I have not been short of criticisms for the state of Israel. I've criticized Israel for lots of different things over the years. So pro-Israel as in, do I think Israel should exist? I mean, what do you mean pro-Israel or not? I don't often say complimentary things about Israel as a government.
Do you believe the history of the land? Do you believe the
What
history of the mentality?
Leading question was rape and Israel.
Yeah, right? Sus.
It's just the pod started off with rape in prison and do you love Israel?
Of the Israeli government, do you believe that
I mean,
two nations should be able to coexist?
I think that the nations should be able to coexist now. I'm really not a believer in inherited guilt. So I'm a half black man. I'm the descendant of slaves. I don't think that white people inherit the guilt of slave owners. And
I have a black friend. I support Israel.
I'm not going to demand them for that. And my point on this being,
I have a black friend.
this is 1948. I wasn't around back then. Every Israeli person I know was born in the modern state of Israel. They're 20, 30, 40 years old. They were born in the modern state of Israel. And, you know, all the various messes that happened all across the world in the 1940s. And
aren't the majority of Israelis right now all from Poland and Ukraine? The majority, they're brand new.
Yeah.
Early 50s, have nothing to do with them. I do think that the two states should be able to live in peace. I think both of them are often guilty for, you know, various things, provoking each other.
Everybody provokes everybody.
This is the world, and I've criticized Israel very heavily. And if you're going to ask me, because you'll find my old opinions on Israel, I've criticized Israel heavily for the overuse of military force, and a lot of Jewish people have got mad at me for that. But if you take what I say about other countries, I've criticized the American government for the overuse of military force more than any other government. It's not personal. This is my point. The government I criticize the most in the world is the English government. I'm English myself. That doesn't mean I'm anti-British or I hate all British people. Right. So, do I like the state of Israel? Frankly,
God
not
damn,
very much.
boy.
Am I an anti-Semite? Do I dislike Jewish people?
Good.
No.
Segue.
That's a very different thing. That's a very different. I just told you I'm dating an Israeli girl right now. She's Israeli.
Oh my.
Scribe is how you stop explaining the same thing over and over at work. Watch this. It'll change your life. Raise your hand if you told your boss how to do the same thing more than once. Thought so.
I got tech teams in Israel. I got a Mossad girlfriend. Oh my god, bro.
I got
tech
teams in Israel.
This is worse than parody.
I got a Mossad
I can't
girlfriend.
even like clip farm or do a react. It's just it's sillier than anything I could have said.
He does it so well though.
There's an IDF soldier right here. I've got an Israeli girlfriend. Two-state solution.
That's a very different thing. That's a very different. I just told you I'm dating an Israeli girl right now. She's Israeli.
The timing of this is so funny too, because they do all this like, no, I'm not an Jewish people are not responsible for Israel, and then Epstein files drop, and it's like, goy.
Yeah, Jewish.
Blonde hair, blue eyes.
Yeah.
True.
Long brown hair and blue eyes. But
have you seen some blonde hair, blue eyes? Girls?
Yeah, but she's stunning anyway. But again, involved in my company, so I live in Dubai. My tech team's actually, you know, mainly Israeli dudes. You know.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Have you ever seen a fold? Have you ever seen a fold like this from Escape the Matrix? Like, let's contextualize this and remember that these aren't just two random influencers with suits on. These are the people that championed escaping the Matrix and resisting the slave mine.
Right.
Fighting back.
It's kind of sad.
Involved in my company, so I live in Dubai. My tech team's actually, you know, mainly Israeli dudes. You know, these are guys I rely on who can pull the plug on my entire company.
Oh, tech teams in this.
Okay. Well, why don't you just lead with that? Why don't you? What do you say fuck me for? And continue to. It's starting to make sense. Again, I don't understand why they're doing these. It's not helping them out. Podcasts are supposed to help your reputation, supposed to clear your name. This is just a humiliation ritual, bro. All this is doing is hurting you. And honestly, this probably wasn't even going to get any views. 1,000 views in 3 hours. But hey, I found it.
Mainly Israeli dudes. You know, these are guys I rely on who could pull the plug on my entire company. You know, in my group of friends, we're a multiracial,
I don't know about you, but I don't think you're a free man escaping the Matrix if Israelis can destroy your business like this. If you have people within your team that can destroy your business whenever they want, you're not a free guy. Then your speech is going to be limited based off of what they want. That is the Matrix. You just in one sentence described how you are controlled by the Matrix. What do you want him to say? I don't know. Be honest. Talk about how he was listening to the song. This was Tristan. He did. I don't know. He did like. He was doing this in the club to that song, and then maybe it sounds like the people that run his business said, no, 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 no.
The ethnic group. So,
I mean,
yeah, the state of Israel has got no love for me. I don't have much love for it, but I'm not an anti-Semite who hates Jewish people and necessarily attaches those two things.
It is funny too that they've been beefing with Hassan Piker for years, and that's exactly what Hassan's take is. That is identical to what identical. Blaming capitalism and fascism, and it's the Israeli government. It's Netanyahu. It's the government.
Take the energy to actually hate someone, then you're the one that's going to suffer. So, and I respect the answer, and I respect being so candid and transparent.
Yeah.
Because, look, okay, everybody in society.
What he just said is, Tristan, he just went, good guy. Good guy. Good job.
Good guy.
You did great.
Lady has an opinion, okay?
Something
And
on.
I'm sure you would, I would, any one of these guys in the room would fight for your...
And for the people watching this on YouTube after, when I upload this, I have to keep fixing the chat, turning it sub off this, because you have cloud chasers and stuff trying to, they're really upset that I don't view bot, and it's just, that's what I deal with on Kick, so.
Right, have your opinion, okay? There's nothing wrong with having an opinion.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm not a huge fan of Bibi.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
A lot of people aren't huge fans of Bibi, but he's good for Israel. Okay. I recently met his son, lovely kid. Okay. But I don't
Oh
really
yeah,
know
lovely.
him. It takes a while.
Lovely
to get to know
people.
someone.
Lovely people.
You've got to see consistency.
Tate's went from escaping the Matrix to doing
Not trolling,
podcasts
do you
with
do
people
any
with
content
direct
besides
connections
this
to
Nazi
Netanyahu.
shit? Chat slowing down, you've lost 400 viewers since Action Man went live.
Thank you for the
Shit
thank you for the
blows.
$20.
Consistency. Is Bibi good? Bro, I'm not a geopolitics professor. I don't know that stuff. I know how.
And to be honest, I was gonna move on, do Monkey, go IRL, and do Normie, but just literally just because of the situation and everything and this going on, just gonna. I was gonna end the stream.
Eric treats me, and I know how I treat him. And that's what matters to me, okay? Do I have I'm friends with tons of rabbis, okay? Tons of super political guys, okay?
Okay.
You know, from our president. And do I hang out with him? No. You know, do I have cocktails with him? Well, he doesn't drink, okay? But do I agree or disagree? I don't agree with everything they do.
Yeah, of course.
Okay? And I'm never gonna be that way.
Yeah.
At this point, you become an amalgamation of your experiences. So I'm glad you said that, okay?
Yeah, and I told you I'm going to sit down and be honest with you.
Yeah,
and certainly I would look ridiculous if I were to sit here and reverse my previous opinions, like I suddenly changed my mind last night. But
like you did about the song.
Hmm.
I think it's time we bring the Nazi salute back. And Tristan, what about what he played at the Bugatti? Again, it's...
I think what's also very important to note is the people who don't like the state of Israel, I guess you can include me in that group, aren't the same as the people who hate all the Jews. Because the people who hate all the Jews hate me. You have to understand, I'm a mixed race person. The Groypers.
And again, this is why I'm talking about this.
Sneeko, you are the most
Because
important
he's trying
voice of
to
the youth
reframe
right
this
now.
argument
You can.
And make it seem... Oh, Poopy Pants, thank you.
God bless.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Poopy Pants. He's trying to say, I'm not like those anti-Semites that want to gas everybody. I'm not saying I'm an anti-Semite like Sneeko who wants to put him in a gas chamber. Going on I didn't say that. I don't believe that. He's trying to separate himself out of fear.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just...
And again, to his face, he was telling Nick Fuentes, and I hope he sees this. He was saying, Nick Fuentes, you're the realest hard R alive.
Oh, what's up?
And then they're like, okay, racist jokes aren't appropriate, whatever. But to his face, he was glazing the fuck out of Nick. He was nonstop glazing Nick Fuentes. Then he goes on this podcast 3 days later and starts saying, I'm not like those Groypers that won't
Angry
gas
Casper.
them. I'm just critical of the government.
Oh, did he read here?
Oh, we fixed the audio.
I'm an Orthodox Christian because the people who hate all the Jews hate me. You have to understand, I'm a mixed race person. The Groypers, you seen this crew?
Yep.
I get called, my mother's a race mixer, my mother's an XYZ, I'm a mutt, I'm a Mongol.
Right. My point, to his face, glazing Nick nonstop, like an Israeli Mossad honeypot operation. And then on this podcast with the Zionists, the Groypers, the Groypers, they're racist, anti-Semite Nazis.
Well, these people who hate all the Jews have no love for me or my brother.
Again, did you just hear it? Clear as day.
I got
And
tech
let's see
teams
if-
in this.
I really want to see if they start being consistent about it. And Nick's my friend and everything, but bro, Tristan Tate just said the Groypers hate all Jews
Oh, thank you, Dusty.
to a Zionist with an IDF soldier in the room.
Brother. I'm an Orthodox Christian.
We got no donos, but it's okay.
Dynamic. You know, they don't like my brother's religious beliefs. They don't like that we're brown. They don't like that my dad was black. So the same hyper racists who hate all the Jews have no love for me. So I find it ironic that people who don't know me.
And I told you, Nick, I said they were going to throw you under the bus just the same way they did to me. And this was recorded weeks ago. Obviously, they're not proud of this. I saw a post saying that they didn't want their community to go clip up the stream because of how embarrassing it was.
What?
Maybe it was another reason. That's why I think they didn't want it clipped up. But right here, he's throwing you under the bus and saying, look, I'm not like those anti-Semites. I'm not like those gas chamber worshippers. He's throwing you under the bus the same way he did with me.
And by all means, not everyone knows everything about me. When they try and put me in that group, I'm like, if you put me in that group, they lynch me. Like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm criticizing one of the many governments that I like to criticize.
Look, the fact is that there are people who will look at you and just criticize you without even giving you the benefit of the doubt of holding your own opinion.
I know, and no, bro, Catholics and Nick that believe in loving everything. They believe love speech, loving everyone. Tristan is just, and also he's a Orthodox Christian. He's categorizing that movement as a Nazi movement, which is not. That's not what it is. It's an America First movement. The Groyper movement is an America First movement, and they also believe that Christ is King. And you saw that Jeremy Boring was extremely upset about that, saying, "Oh, Nick Fuentes only says Christ is King because Jews aren't able to say Christ is King, and it separates the two." They hate the fact and they seethe when you say Christ is King. That's why I tweeted that a couple of years ago, specifically when they started labeling it as anti-Semitic.
What do you mean?
For Tristan to glaze in person to Nick's face, shake his hand the same way they shook my hand, and then go on these podcasts with Zionists and switch up, it just shows like real rat behavior. Real rat behavior. No, the Groyper movement is America First, which means no foreign aid. Well, less foreign aid and restrictions on immigration, and especially to Israel because that's where so much money goes. Did you see Trump just tried to bypass Congress and send $6 billion more to Israel without a vote?
And holding on to it.
I
You know
don't
what it
know
is?
towards your
The
goal.
incident
What?
at the club. I genuinely believe, when I look at the media using it to slander me or my brother, this isn't Jews. This is the left. I understand people who don't know.
Holy fuck. The Matrix is now the left. According to Tristan Tate, the Matrix is the left. It's not Epstein. It's not Israel. The left. The left. No, actually, Tristan, Benjamin Netanyahu said, saying free Palestine is saying the new HH. Leftists are categorized the same way. Leftists are predominantly anti-Zionist and free Palestine. The same position that you just started this podcast with.
Some of them may have got offended. But when I saw the media sensationalism, I'm like, this is the left trying to drive more division. To me, who's a Republican, I mean, I swing hard for Trump. All of the Republicans here down in Miami, many of them are Jewish.
You know, again, like, how do you start off by saying you don't like the state of Israel, but also you're a huge Trump supporter? Trump is the biggest Israel shill that we've ever seen in America. Trump was on stage with Mark Levin, put his arm around his shoulder. Mark Levin said, "You're the best you're the first Jewish
that was
president."
just cringe.
And Trump's like, "Yes, I am. I'm a good guy."
You're the good guy.
How are you how are you a Republican in America when you just said that you're British and you criticize the UK government? How are you an American Republican but also Britain first? None of this makes any sense.
Because I genuinely believe, because all of my Jewish friends were smart enough to know. They saw this incident, they messaged me. They said, "Tristan, who put the song on?" And I said, "I don't know." And they knew it wasn't me.
No, you didn't. You said it was me. No, you didn't. You said it was me.
You know, I think they were smart enough to know that everybody in the club heard that song, and it wasn't me who played it. But because I'm Tristan Tate and
We know who played it. Chad, tell him. I'll put Chad on the screen. It's getting botted right now, but
No, it's not
briefly,
just Israeli positive.
Tell Tristan
you
who
ding
played the
dong.
song, because for people that take absolute and utter accountability, look at a live stream. It's not hard to figure this stuff out. The clip is viral out there.
Andrew Tate.
Oh yeah, it's Just spell it with an L. Spell it with an L.
It's right. Andrew and Tristan Tate in the club with the song on. Well, so how many people were there? Maybe 1,000? Was it me? No. And that's all I can say. So
Are you slow? There's not 1,000 people in a nightclub. What do you think that you were in an arena? There's probably like 150 people there.
I'm not going to apologize for being in the club while that song played, because I don't, that's funny, I don't actually listen to music ever. I'm a bit of a weirdo. I don't know any of the songs that played that night. I've heard that song before, and I've commented on it on a podcast. And what I said about the song on the podcast wasn't, yeah, it's a great song, I can't wait to go to Miami and blast it next year because that's going to annoy people. Of course. Yeah, I was asked about the song on the podcast, and I said, the man who wrote that song is an expert at controversy, at offending people to go viral. That's what he's the best in the world at. And I said to the guy, you're an English podcaster here in Dubai talking to me, asking me about his song. That's why he put those lyrics.
Whoa. Hitler. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
That's all I ever had to say about the song. Next time I heard it was when that kid in the van played it. And I don't want to say it was intentionally.
You see why, people are saying, oh, you're dragging this, you're trying to clout chase. It's like that kid in the van, to my face, shaking my hand, calling me a friend, Andrew saying he wanted to do videos in New York. Let's do an RE video in New York. Well, I absolutely and utterly want to do a video with you in New York. Is it asinine to say that I don't want to do a video with you? No. Because I absolutely and utterly do. And on the podcast, that kid in the van who played seething and groveling.
Malicious towards myself and my brother.
You
to get us caught up in
are
this, but it was certainly very stupid. I think that these streamers...
How about immature?
Yeah, immature. Immature is the word.
Immature, okay. Holy fuck, this is so bad, bro. You know what? I really didn't think we were going to do... Hold on. Where's the video?
This is funny.
It was immature. It was horrible. I was horrified. Someone link it in the chat.
This event is going to teach you how you can get started investing in real estate for as little as a few $100s using some...
I'm going to mute it for YouTube. Obviously know the song playing. Yeah, hallelujah. Yeah, immature. It's so immature. How could they? How could they? Oh, wait. Oh, what? Immature. What an immature song. Immature. You're saying this is the gayest beef in LARP? It's not a beef. It's not a beef. I'm calling out the lies on my name that they are doing to
That's so entertaining.
with IDF soldiers in the room. This is my life. This is
no donos, guys. What the fuck?
It's clout chasing. They're doing an apology tour to Zionists, trying to ruin my life.
I think these streamers, they care about the clicks, the viral moments. They got what they wanted. That's a huge win. I'm a business person. I'm a politically driven person. I'm trying to build connections. I'm trying to make friends.
I'm trying to network and just be a good boy. I don't want to escape the Matrix. I want to wear my suit.
To use me for your clicks in a way that hurts relationships I have. This landed on my friend Eric's desk, when people like yourself were calling him. And it's like, well, congratulations on the viral clip, guys. But even me, I have a lot more guns pointed at me than you do. You're just going to get thumbs up or thumbs down in the chat, maybe banned from a
And then you took all that and pointed it at me.
Nightclub. I'm trying to do real things in this world, and you're slowing me down for your clip. So,
I know, he's saying that he's dating an Israeli girl. Does he know that Israelis spit on Christians in Tel Aviv? Does he know
That's
that?
not true. I mean,
it's not a
some
conspiracy.
do, but...
That guy Brandon Tatum, he went on a podcast with
That's
Netanyahu
one
and said,
dude, and he's
I was
black.
Spit on one time.
What do you expect? He's black. He's black.
I was very offended.
Come on.
By, I guess, at least ask me. Hey Tristan,
Yeah, they're a little
I'm going to play the Heil
racist-y,
Hitler song in this
I know.
van. I think that will be funny. Can I do it? You're on the stream. I'd say don't put the song on. There, problem solved. Ask me before you play the song.
Or just ask me to turn it off, or ask anyone who played it to turn it off.
Yeah.
Say, hey, I don't want to play this song because I have an Israeli girlfriend and I'm doing a tour speaking with Zionists on podcasts and it's going to put me in trouble. I have tech teams in Israel. Can you turn off the song?
What is this nigga saying?
Everybody would have turned off the song. Everybody. But you just didn't want to look like a pussy. You didn't want to look like a little bitch. You didn't want to switch up on Escape of the Matrix.
I mean, the whole video, I mean, they streamed the
black?
whole thing. Obviously, no one asked anyone.
He
I was listening
black.
to country music with Justin Wallace, having a wonderful time.
This is really stupid, chat. I know this is stupid.
I'm not an
was
anti-Semite.
that
I got a
your brother's not
Muslim
there,
girlfriend.
okay? And I'm gonna just, for lack of a better word, the idiot, because he's an idiot, okay? And I've called him an idiot before.
Boo. That's kind of gay.
Lack of a better word, the idiot, because he's okay.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna just, for lack of a better word, the idiot, because he's an idiot, okay? And I've called him an idiot before.
Me and him
All right?
don't really like each other.
And for him to do that, to realize that, and there are people who believe that the Holocaust never happened.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, I had a grandmother that had the numbers on her left arm.
Viva!
And some of the crazy stories that she would tell my mother and my mother would tell me.
Is he talking about me or talking about Nick? It's me, right?
No, I had a grandmother that had her.
Me mom died in a holly.
And for him to do that, and I've called, I'm going to just, for lack of a better word, your brother's, the thing that caught me was that your brother's not there, okay?
Yeah.
And
I shouldn't be.
I'm gonna
It's
just,
so
for lack of a
bad.
better word, the
I
idiot,
shouldn't be
'cause
laughing
he's an
at
idiot.
this.
Okay.
It's
All right.
so bad.
And you're a subversive Zionist who's here to take our country of all of its resources. And your suit sucks.
Oh, hello, dark humor.
And you're ruining the reputation of people who did a lot to wake people about the Matrix. And also, nobody knows who the fuck you are. And nobody's watching this podcast. And you paid him what? How much did you pay these guys to even show up on this shit podcast that's 30 minutes long? Nobody's here to watch you. Literally nobody knows who you are. You're just another guy with a real estate company. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Bro, you're just another one. You're just another one. Did you go on the Epstein Island too?
Okay. And and some of the crazy stories that she would tell my mother and my mother would tell me, because she only spoke Yiddish. She didn't speak English. And to see the fact that she was
I
marked.
think somebody viewed my stream, by the way. I think there's 1,000 fake viewers in here. I think somebody's trying to discredit because they're mad that Eddie pointed out a dumb bot. But Kick knows that. Like, so whoever's trying to bot my stream to ruin my reputation, do you think that Kick's not aware? Do you think that Kick doesn't know what's happening? Really? Do you think that this tactic's going to work?
Like a cattle.
Yeah, someone's literally doing it right now. This is...
Okay. And to know that whoever this guy was, okay, Hitler, was he really a strategist? I think he was probably the greatest influencer of all time because he convinced.
Yeah, that's a very fair point.
An amazing thinker.
It's an interesting way.
He convinced people that this is the right race, not the wrong race, and we still have that today.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. We do. Epstein's saying that everyone is goy and subhuman. That we do have that today. We literally have the ideology he's describing is exactly what is all over the files.
Pro-Israel.
whether
Epstein wasn't
it's
pro-Israel.
or whether it's social media followers.
He had a fucking mosque on his island.
And we react to a lot of your videos. I don't know if I've ever reacted and said you've said something stupid. I know I probably said your brother has said something stupid.
But that's perfectly fine.
But like we do it.
Oh, it is?
One, sometimes we do it for click.
Okay. I said, that's perfectly fine for you to spit on me and call me stupid. That's perfectly fine. Yes. But when I do it, Sneaky's saying things. He's insulting me on stream, so of course I'm gonna rat him out.
Yeah.
And two, sometimes I don't really understand what he's talking about because I don't even know the social media guys that I comment on.
Yeah.
I don't know who they are.
You just hear
like I didn't
someone
know who
saying
Gary
something.
V was until they told me this is Gary V or this is the Beast.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know who these guys are.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm an apartment guy. I'm a real estate developer. So, and this has become, like I told you before, this is harder than real estate.
Yeah.
This is a lot of work. But I think you were just a byproduct of being there. And that's my position, and that's what I've told some of these people.
I appreciate that. I feel like the guy who played the song could have done that without us there, and it wouldn't have been an incident because no one cares what this guy does. This is the problem.
Well, you obviously do because you're groveling in front of Israelis on a whole tour.
Good guy. Good guy.
So when you're around people and people care what these guys do. I mean,
yeah, it just shows their mistake. They
gotta
actually
go make
do believe
daddy
that.
coffee.
The reason that I'm getting thrown under the bus is because they thought, this Sneako's just an influencer. He's absolutely and utterly irrelevant. Shit did not pan out how they thought it was going to pan out. Turns out, Love Speech got a lot more motion than whatever you got. Look at the...
I like that.
Look at the reception everywhere on all social media platforms. You didn't think this was going to happen. Stupid.
Oh,
They're supposed to analyze the chessboard.
Stupid.
Stole that shit. Give me that top G.
Stupid.
I'm almost
Longer
40.
speech.
I'm 10 years older than these people in the band. I'm a father. Like, people care what me and Andrew do, and they care what moves we make.
Yeah, so then maybe if you're a father who's 10 years older, why'd you invite Clav, who just turned 20, who just was a teenager, and a bunch of, like, me and Nick are in our 20s? Then why are you even partying with us in the first place?
Right?
That's why it was such a big news story and such a big incident. And also, to be fair to the Jewish community, a few of the people who came out and said, I can't believe Andrew Tristan take it. I'm like, well, first of all, I was like, whoa, 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 slow your horses. But I get it. I mean, I'm the descendant of slavery. The N-word is a word that, you know, every time I say it myself to my friends, you know, because I'm a mixed race person. But if someone says it in a malicious way, it's like, there's a certain reaction that you can't really describe to other people. So I understand the lyrics to that song. I don't get why.
Tristan Tate is offended by words.
Me personally hearing it doesn't fill me with hate, fear. I just think it's stupid. But I do understand that I'm not a member of the community that it's aimed at. So it's, yeah, I don't think I'll be ever associating with that guy again or letting him near me. And we've had our kind of internet beefs over the last 3.5 years. Like, he attacks me, I attack him back. We don't really have this friendly kind of relationship.
Well, I guess I can't do any reaction videos to you guys anymore now. Is that?
I suppose,
that's
Bran.
now off the table?
Good to see you.
So the only person we haven't settled our beef with is that retard Wes Watson?
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I actually, I just watched, before I even got into social
Why
media.
is he making this about himself? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I watched his videos and I thought they were inspirational.
Yeah.
And I was driving down the causeway, Venetian Causeway, and he was renting a house there early in the morning, and I was put my window down to tell him, bro, thank you so much. And he's like, roll the fuck out.
Yeah.
I don't know who you are, just get the fuck out of here. And I was like, okay, bro. And then I knew a few guys that were, I'll call them Wes Watson disciples.
Yeah.
I wish him the best. Okay. You know, nobody should spend time in a cage. And he did actually,
People should be punished for their crimes if they commit crimes, right?
actually motivate some people. I don't have anything, and I've asked him.
What are the comments on this video? GTA 6 will be out before the Tates finish their apology tour. Top comment.
Pretty much.
Tristan was smiling and laughing when the song came on, and not once did he say turn the song off. As soon as criticism comes their way, they shift blame. Yep. Bro, this has 1,000 views, and still everyone knows the truth.
Ouch.
You know, let's sit down. Not even a podcast. Let's just sit down, have coffee. Okay. I mean, Eric, I shit all over his program. And then he calls me one day. I pick up the phone, and he's like, "Hey, Mark, this is Eric." I'm like, "Eric, who is Spofford?" He goes, "I want to talk to you about my program. I think you got it wrong." And I took the time, which is what my father would do, to get to know him and his program. And then I apologized publicly, and I was wrong.
And that's why I appreciate you reaching out to sit down with us, because you know, people are sending me
Oil Lives Matter.
Oil Lives Matter, GLM.
clips of. I mean, frankly, I think this guy's a moron. I don't know if you like him or not. Dave Portnoy ranting and screaming about me and my brother. I'm just like, why not just message me and ask me? You know. So this is why I super appreciate your time.
Because he can't virtue signal off of that.
He's another guy you can talk to.
Thank you, boss. Thank you for helping me.
I don't reach out to him, and I don't necessarily want to or care. I was just using him as an example. I'm like, I understand that there are now clicks to be made, if you about this various incident, and you know, half of me every day, half of me just wants to delete all my social media profiles and just go off and enjoy raising my kids. You know.
Then do it.
Do it.
Then do it. That would be a way better decision than this humiliation ritual. Leave. Quit. Just quit.
Well, you got money, man. Like, what are you
saying,
doing?
like, oh, I'm miserable. I don't want to do this. If it wasn't for racism, I would end it. Like, then just quit already. I could be on a yacht. I could be an actor. I don't want to be an actor. It's asinine, stupid. But I absolutely and utterly could.
Like, I'm the internet.
Just quit, bro.
I'm fatigued.
That's usually my opinion.
Yeah, I'm fatigued with the internet. So
if I don't
I'm
talk
fatigued.
to my youngest, who's 20, she's a car girl.
Yeah.
I don't have my phone, but we have a little dog. She got the dog groomed this morning, and
Chad, do you want your daughter to be a car girl?
you know, first thing is a picture. First thing in the morning, calls me.
Yeah.
Okay. My adult daughters, I have a strained relationship with them because of the time.
The chat is wild,
I
bruh.
wish it wasn't, and I'm never going to give
Okay,
up
happy
until
around.
it's better.
Yeah, good.
But kids, your family.
Chat, you could hear people talk. You hear the people talking in the background. This is clearly part of some business deal. They're probably doing like real estate or something, and the podcast was just part of the contract where they were contractually obligated to do the show. Like, you can literally hear people in the background doing a deal, right? You hear it?
But
Has Kyrie texted you back?
I don't know.
I don't want to talk about it.
How was the math test?
Don't want to talk about it.
kids, your family, people who are there for you when you go through a storm, that's all that matters. Okay?
Yeah,
Money comes and goes.
I've got some of those people in the building right now. People like Justin Waller, they've always been there for me. Andrew, these are like true friends. When you go, and then what
Shout out to Justin Waller. He stayed to his word. Apparently, I still got the suits. He got me some tailored suits. Shout out to you, Justin Waller. I appreciate it, guy.
I only did 4 months in prison, but I went through quite a storm over the last few years with the media as well.
Man, the jail thing has got to
And
suck.
I bet you 99% of the stuff is bullshit.
Oh yeah, no,
because it's all it is all mostly fabricated, exaggerated, and lies.
Well, here
the ultimate goal
to diminish our influence and to take
to
steal
diminish
our
your
money.
influence and take your assets.
Take
away.
my money
That's
away.
what they do.
Yeah.
They have the craziest laws. Look, if they could indict, if they could change a civil law to indict a president, because it was a misdemeanor. Yeah. They changed that law. Of
course they did.
To go after him, and now that he actually proved them wrong.
Oh man.
Come on.
Yeah.
Okay. Where is the real justice? Okay.
Yeah, because you go through it all, and then it's in my case. I won't bore you. In my case, it was actually this isn't strong enough to stand trial, and no one cares, and everyone moves on with their day. I'm like I was locked in my house for 2.5.
Okay.
But you know,
It's just
tough
heard these
time-
talking points a billion times, bro.
Yeah.
And your mom and dad
What the fuck are you talking about?
idea what the value of the dollar is.
Yeah.
And your mom.
Great podcast. What a pod. Banger. That's what I'm talking about. That's the prime podcast tour that the Tate should be on.
Myron just went live with his brother. Skip to like
Myron's going
minute
live with his
30
brother?
on his
Send me the
YT
clip.
channel
I'm not
at
gonna- I
Ryat's
don't need to
Report.
watch the whole shit.
And your mom.
Banger.
I wouldn't have noticed it sitting in there.
Yeah. When I point it out, it's obvious because it used to be.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe your brother caught you.
You know,
Who's a better fighter, you or him?
Oh, Andrew's better.
Yeah.
To say the least. So,
the one thing that
Okay, we'll skip on. But yeah, ready for this to be. I mean, yeah, they're begging me to fight. $1 million to go clear their name. But man, you can't stop the top G.
Crappity crap. Here it is. Oh god. Dear Myron. Is my mic? Okay, no, it's not me. My bad, it's not me. Hold on. Jail's not that bad? Okay. You enjoy it. I'm not into it. That you was hidden. Yo, that's me. God damn it. I hate this thing. X is so dumb. That's Bret. Enjoy. Just gonna get demonetized. I'm going to bed. Da ba da ba ba.
I gotta go make my man's lunch, his coffee. Enjoy that in the meantime. I will be in the chat watching with y'all. So you can send donos. Don't be shy.
I was muted. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm live streaming this right now as well. We are live on all the platforms. Just got off the plane not too long ago, actually. And we are here. So let me look here and see if we have any chats. Man, it's been a minute since I've been on here for a bit. And yeah, guys, we're live on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, everywhere right now. I just got back, landed not too long ago with my guy Bret. We were there. Vlog is coming very soon. Covered a bunch of stuff. We did a bunch of interviews, met a bunch of people. At this point, I think we took hundreds of pictures, man. A lot of people were there at AmFest. A lot of people recognized, which is a good thing, I guess, because that goes to show that the message is spreading and we're waking people up. Obviously, there's a lot of people that aren't so happy that we're waking people up, but, you know, it is what it is, I guess, right? Shout out to Goss690. He says, I was going to say, F the haters and welcome back. Yeah, appreciate you, my friend. Let's see here. What else we got? And if you guys want, just so you guys know, I am live streaming this, this space and live streaming this stream in general. But I am live on all platforms: YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Party. Well, Party I think is down right now. Why Party? Stream key, I gotta fix it. We'll handle that. Let me see here, guys. And so you guys can hear me. Were you guys able to hear the music earlier or no?
Yeah, Baba, we're gonna bed. Come on.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it
All
kind
right,
of sounded like you were on noise isolation, though.
It was noise isolation? Is that what I
Yeah,
have?
you know, like when it kind of sounds off. We could hear it, but like,
Oh shit, how do I fix that?
you go. Remember, I showed you how to do it, or you're from your computer, right?
I'm doing it from my computer right now, yeah.
All right,
So-
don't worry about it then. We could hear it clear enough. It's not worth really fixing.
Hold on, let me see here. You guys can't hear this? Y'all can't hear that?
No.
Nah.
That song's a banger too, man. It was like literally perfect.
We know what song it was, though.
Yeah, let me microphone set. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Toggle noise suppression. Just turn it off, you said, right?
Yep.
All right, let me turn it off. All right, now can you guys hear this?
You're muted.
Can you? No, I wasn't muted. I was playing it. Y'all can hear that?
No.
Oh, I know you guys can hear it. I'm on a Twitter space right now. So that's why. Here, let me share screen so they know what the hell I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm on a Twitter space. That's why you guys can hear it on stream, but they can't hear it in Twitter space, which is why it's fucking dude. Twitter's so fucking garbage, man. I hate Elon Musk. Oh,
right?
He's such a fucking loser, bro. Fucking guy, man. Holy shit,
New promo code should be L Elon or something.
bro. He's a fucking loser, man. All right, let me read some of these other chats. Emma says, Martin, see how they just trying to stop you and Fresh from getting an event. Also, do you see Jake Paul and Tay fight? Yeah, I did see. Drewski says, it's funny as fuck. The whole first day, they were laughing how you didn't get in, but they were screaming and crying about their merch. Yeah, they were, bro. They definitely were. I don't think I'm going to be on YouTube that long, though. I'm going to keep it 1,000 with you guys. I'm going to be on here for maybe a little bit on YouTube because for me to say everything that I want to say is going to create problems. So definitely for YouTube for obvious reasons. Let's see here. And then Unforgiven, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Okay. So I guess I'll kind of give the overview. So I was at Uncensored America. I was at AmFest, okay, in Phoenix, Arizona. I was there with Uncensored America. Shout out to my guy Sean. Speaking of which, by the way, I will be at University of Michigan January 15th, okay? University of Michigan January 15th. I'm going to set up a table there. change my mind table or a prove me wrong table, whatever you guys want to call it. I will be out there January 15th, University of Michigan. It's going to be a good time if you're in the Midwest, or if you go to that school, or if you're in Michigan or whatever, come on out. We'll probably be out there, I think, from 12 to 1, if I'm not mistaken, and then we're going to be back out there again after 5. And the reason for that is because they have a free speech zone where you can, with the state schools. Well, let me talk about this real quick too, because a lot of you guys message me all the time on Twitter and all these different platforms saying, yo, bro, come to my school. Guys, this is how this works, okay? If you want me to come to your school, you have to make an Uncensored America chapter, okay? When you make an Uncensored America chapter, then I can come to your school, because what ends up happening is I can only go to your school if there's an Uncensored America chapter, because they're the ones that petition to set up the table and everything else like that. The other thing also is that I can only go to public schools. I can't go to private schools, because private schools can just shut you down for any reason, okay? Private schools don't have to adhere to the Constitution when it comes to freedom of speech and stuff like that. So that's the problem, okay? So if you guys want me to go to your school, don't be one of these numbskulls. Oh, come to my school, bro. And then I say, all right, cool, make a chapter. And then you guys, hey, you come to my school. You got to make a chapter with Uncensored America. Hit up my guy, Sean. Okay, he's here on Twitter. He's on Instagram, whatever. Hit him up. And then we'll be good. And then I can come to your school. And then private schools are a bit harder. I'm not going to lie. Private schools are a bit harder. So yeah, just stuff to keep in mind. What else do we got here? Shout out to you, R. Carnate, for subscribing on the OSS, my friend. And it's been a while since I've done an X Space. It's been a very long time. This is the first clan meeting, I think, in several months, and I haven't done it because, quite frankly, Twitter sucks and it doesn't make money. It doesn't make sense to be on here. You might as well just stream. And also another thing I realized is, like, Twitter isn't fucking real. Like, going to Amfest made me realize that people recognize you from, like, TikTok, YouTube, streaming, Instagram. Nobody gives a fuck if you got a big platform on Twitter, bro. Nobody gives a shit at all. Like, there were a bunch of people there that have, like, big followings on Twitter. Nobody gives a flying fuck, bro, at all. Nobody cares. So for any of you guys that want to be like creators or anything like that in the future, like, I don't suggest like putting all your marbles in the basket of X at all, right? Besides the fact that Elon Musk is a retard, X is just not, it's not real, bro. It's really not real. Like, you could build a following on X and shit like that, cool. But if you actually want influence where people like really fuck with your shit and support you, you got to be like on the real platforms. You got to be on YouTube. You got to be on Rumble. You got to be on Kick. You got to be on Party. You got to be on, Instagram, TikTok, even though I fucking hate a lot of these fucking applications for obvious reasons. We know who runs them. But from there, that's how you actually build influence, because a lot of these people on Twitter are fucking no names, nobodies. And then also, like, that anonymity, like, you sacrifice being like a real person, because a lot of people are like to be anonymous on Twitter, or they don't want to, like, really be out there like that. That's fine. You can go ahead and make your tweets and be an anon, but no one's gonna give a fuck about your opinion or what you got to say. Like, we live in an age now where it's like social media is rivaling TV. It's rivaling Netflix. It's rivaling streaming services. So people need to be able to know, like, and trust you. And unfortunately, by you just being a weirdo on X, right? Nobody really gives a fuck. Like, they're just gonna be like, oh, this guy's not real. I can't trust this guy. Like, he's on Twitter. So for any of you guys that like actually want to get into anything and do like get a name for yourself, you gotta be doing video content, bro. People are gonna trust you and like you way more when they see you, and they know that there's a real person behind the microphone versus like here on X where it's a bunch of fucking retards. This shit ain't real. Okay, what else? Okay, so let's talk about Amfest. So I was there with my guys from Uncensored America, getting a bunch of people to sign up, joining chapters, whatever it may be. And met a bunch of people, shook hands, took, like I said before, hundreds of pictures. I recorded a vlog. Brett, when's it gonna come out?
Should be within a few days.
And Brett runs my Myron Gaines clips page here on Twitter, by the way, as well, for those of you that are wondering. So yeah. So day one, we get there, right? And I was there for like the whole day. And I guess in the middle of the day while I was there, security just came out to Fresh and told him to leave, right? They didn't give him a reason, nothing. And at this point, like I had been there for hours, right? So, and I got mobbed, dude. I was actually, I mean, it's a blessing in disguise. I never go outside, chat, right? As you guys know that watch me stream. I don't go outside. I stream, I film all day, right? I do my show, I do Fresh and Fit, etc. So I'm inside all day filming. So like when I go outside, that's kind of like when I start to realize like, oh shit, like, you're reaching a lot of people. So when I went to AmFest, I did not expect to get mobbed the way that I did. And it was awesome. I didn't say no to one person for photos, shook hundreds of hands, man, so many people. It was awesome. But I did not expect that many people would recognize me. And, which is a blessing. I can't complain. But the reason why I'm telling you guys this is because when they kicked Fresh out, I was like, why Fresh? He didn't do nothing. Like, he doesn't even cover politics, right? And at that point, everyone knew I was there. So I was like, okay, like, did they want me gone? And then Fresh was like the crossfire. What's going on here? But long story short, guys, with Fresh, it was like a name mix-up. Now, let's go ahead and discuss the lie that some of these idiots said, basically saying I got kicked out. Let me see here. We're at 1,500. All right, I'm going to give the censored version now, and then I'm going to go ahead and be a bit more uncensored and say what it really is once I get off fucking YouTube for obvious reasons. But yeah, so there was a rumor, right? Because what ended up happening was I was talking to some people shaking hands or whatever. And at this point I had been there for like 6-7 hours, right? And everyone knew I was there. So security comes up and says, hey, can you just come with us real quick? I was like, sure, no problem. Right. I'm not going to, be an asshole, right? And like be rude to these guys. Like they got a job to do. Right. And I'm glad, right? Because obviously with what happened with Charlie Kirk, security was heightened. Right. So, I'm there and they're checking my ID and my pass. As you guys know, I have a unique name, right? The name didn't match my stage name. So that's where the discrepancy was. And obviously they had to communicate this and, talk with people from AmFest security, whatever it may be. So that's where the confusion was. And then, we figured it out and I was good. And I just went right back in like nothing happened. I didn't get kicked out. So like when people were saying, oh, you got kicked out or he didn't get denied. Number one, I had been there for like 6-7 hours first. Then they pulled me to the side. And then when they pulled me to the side, I was there for like maybe 5 minutes, right? And then it was a confusion. I spoke with someone from AmFest, and then we're good. I went right back in like nothing happened, man. And shout out to them for being polite and nice. I have nothing really bad to say. But yeah, my unique ass name is what caused the discrepancy. And AmFest, they had heightened security this time, guys. Like, I mean, we saw what happened with Charlie Kirk. Unfortunately, we know that there's crazy radical leftists that want to kill conservatives. So that's what happened, dude. So people are stupid. People are really, really low IQ, and they wanted to run with this whole, oh, yo, bro, oh, this guy got kicked out, blah, blah. Not true at all. Not true at all. So, but obviously they're going to run with a lie. And it's crazy because like people kept posting that on Twitter, and I was like, are you guys fucking stupid? And then the next day we showed up, right? And I was there, and Fresh was there with me. And it was fucking hilarious. And then we had that legendary picture with Jack, which I'll talk about that here as well. Not right now for obvious reasons, because we're still on JTube. But yeah, and then they fucking lost their minds about that. So which one is it? Okay. Is it that I got kicked out, or I was in there with a Cookie Monster fucking hoodie? Like, what's going on here, bro? You know what I mean? Like, dudes are losing their fucking minds. So that's kind of what happened there. Let me see here. Let me read some of these chats. Okay. Shane Beard says, how many of you know the creator of the app Locals was an actual Israeli spy? Oh, well, I guess we're all getting spied on. Restless Tribal says, why you say Elon is rich, or what am I missing? The thing with Elon is that he's not as smart as people think he is. His entire brand and everything that he built up was propped up and bought on people's stuff. Was propped up and on people's, actual ingenuity. And he's just like really good at taking credit for people, others' work. That's really what he's good at. And I got retards in the chat saying, did he get kicked out or not? You niggas are stupid, bro. Yo, I hate stupid people, bro. We got to shame some of these niggas. Dude's name is Dork Breath. You're a fucking retard. Like, people are stupid. People are so fucking stupid. As a matter of fact, you probably spin dreidels. Holy shit, niggas are retarded. Bro, god damn. Okay. God says, the reason you guys were kicked out was simply because they didn't want you waking anybody up. But bro, the thing is that I didn't get kicked out. And when first got kicked out, like I said before, it was a name mix-up. So yeah, but no, Musk is a retard. And he wants to bring more H-1B visas here. And he's not really a conservative. Dude's a Democrat. Dude's a progressive. He only got behind Trump because he had to do it to save himself. That's the only reason why he did. Bro took my check mark away for talking about the H-1B visa, and it's still gone to this day. Fucking stupid. So, yeah. And then some idiot in the chat says, Myron, you're literally black. Yeah, you're fucking stupid. You're low IQ as well, bro. Yo, well, let me say this, bro. One thing that this ordeal showed me is that people are really dumb. Like really, really dumb. Like it actually amazes me how many people have low IQ. Like if a story comes out, right, and it's not true and it's proven to be false, like demonstrably false with proof, people will still go with the lie. I saw so many fucking dumb chimps literally reposting the lie and then not correcting it after the fact, right? Now, if I was like, you know, a Mordecai type motherfucker, I'd be suing all these niggas, but I'm not going to do that, right? It's stupid. Like, there's no point. But it just goes to show that people run with the lie if it gets more views. And this is kind of the sucky part, right, when it comes to social media, because a lot of influencers, a lot of podcasters will go ahead and lie and run with that lie because it makes them money, because they're not held to any type of like journalistic integrity, right? So this is where you kind of have to be intelligent enough to be like, oh, okay, these dudes lie and they don't correct the lie, I can't watch them anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it's really on the listener to have the discernment to figure out who's worthy of listening to and who's not, and who's gonna like be honest and who's not, and who's like trying to make a quick dollar, right? You guys already know I'm demonetized on fucking YouTube, right? I don't got to fucking lie for shit. I could just call it like it is. As a matter of fact, the reason why I'm demonetized is because I tell y'all the fucking truth, right? It's literally the reason that I got demonetized. I was literally one of the first people to like notice on a wide scale. Right now, everyone is noticing, which is fantastic. But I was like one of the first people to do that shit back when it wasn't safe, before October 7th, before the genocide, before people even knew what Gaza was on the map. I was talking about this shit. So, you know, it is what it is. I got some Elon D riders in the chat. I'll never understand you niggas, bro. He doesn't even know you guys exist. Like, he doesn't even know you niggas exist, that you guys are sitting here in the YouTube chat, like, simping for him. So, fucking retarded. Someone said, Dom Looser is amplified by X, and that's your man's. Well, here's the thing. Dom just makes good content. He actually got demonetized on X, and they stifled him for a long ass time, and he still is cooking. So, nice try though. Young Don couldn't wait to make a video. Yeah, bro, he's a bum. He's literally a bum, and nobody watched him. Bro was a hardcore Christian, and then he like becomes like a pagan or says I'm spiritual. Bro, that's like what women do. Oh, I'm spiritual. I'm spiritual now. You know, I'm a Pisces. Like, what, bruh? Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Like, a lot of these, I'm telling you guys, these reaction YouTubers are fucking retarded, bro. And this nigga's like never had a real job, never done nothing but YouTube. That's why I can't respect 99% of these fucking streamers, bro. You know, I can't respect 99% of these streamers because these niggas have never had a real job. They've never had to clock in nowhere. They've never had like any real landscaping job. Like, these dudes over here yapping on a mic, and it's like, bruh, you've never done anything. Shut the fuck up forever. Right? Like the retards that are talking shit about Andrew and Jake Paul. Oh, they lost a boxing match. Bro, shut the fuck up. You've never fought in your life, you fucking loser. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Half you stupid niggas can't even spell box. like what? You hooked on phonics ass niggas can't even fucking spell punch or kick. And dudes want to talk shit. You got a triple chin, fat as fuck, talking shit about Andrew Tate from your couch. He's in a boxing ring, you're on a fucking couch. shut the fuck up forever, bro. Shut the fuck up forever. Even Jake Paul. Look, I'm not a Jake Paul fan. I think he's a simp, right? I think he's a simp. Logan, simp, right? These dudes are normies. And he's one of them boys, by the way, too. Bro, throw on that yarmulke real quick. But I respect the fact that he fought a professional fighter. You know? Like, I'm not going to let people just shit on him for losing a boxing match. Like, look, we can make fun of him on other shit, but we're not going to sit here and say he's a bad fighter or say that he's a pussy or anything. That takes so much heart, bro, to get up in there in a ring and fight with millions of people watching, triple chin losers that have never accomplished anything in their life. Niggas have been lifelong spectators, never stepped in a Coliseum not one time in their life. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. Like, and that's how you could tell, like, people just never did anything. Like the losers that say, Myron, you're gay. How am I gay? Niggas take a picture of when my teammates broke into my room when I was a Division I athlete, saying that makes you gay. Bro, you fucking dumbass, chimp ass, Jaquarius motherfucker, never made it out of high school, never played a sport, never did nothing, right? That's gay. Bro, have you ever been in the military? Have you ever met anyone from special forces? Have you ever been in law enforcement? Have you ever been on done anything with other men with a shared fucking goal, right? Like, have you ever been played sports at a high level? No? Oh, okay, that's why. You're like, this is why niggas be saying this dumb shit, right? Like, and I've explained this story a million times. Dumbasses like Tariq Nasheed, right? Who's married to a Jew, by the way, FYI, hilarious, right? Oh, you gay, bro. Nigga, you literally take a fucking marker and draw on your beard. You look crazy. And your face is fat, right? You still over here crying about fucking reparations in 2025. Fuck you talking about, bro? Systemic racism. Nigga, I haven't seen a Klan rally ever. I'm the only one doing Klan rallies now. What are you talking about? Niggas over here crying about fucking systemic racism. Bruh, I'm the only real nigga doing Klan meetings now. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. So, yeah, they say some dumb shit about, oh, you're gay because your buddy kissed you on the cheek or some shit like that, or whatever, like, oh, these white boys, blah, blah. Bro, I was a Division I athlete. I was a rower in college. We used to row on the rowing team. Niggas were out here competing against Harvard and Cornell and all these other schools that none of you dumbass niggas would ever be able to get into, by the way, right? You hooked on phonics, dumbass primate motherfuckers, right? Fucking baboon-ass niggas talking shit. Hooked on phonics, man. Niggas got to use their fucking pointer finger to read a book, bro. Niggas look at a book like, hold on, shit. Let me use my pointer finger to read the shit. Niggas read like this, bro, right? These are the niggas that, like, literally, when you used to be in school, right? And you play popcorn, and you be like, all right, whose turn is it to read? You know what time it was? You said, I want Aquarius to read, because you knew it was about to be fucking laughing time. You knew everybody was about to start cooking that nigga and can't read a book. And we're all there watching him read, right? Because we're all on the same fucking page. For example, let's go ahead and look at page 176 here of Kamala's book, which, by the way, I was mentioned by former vice president. Meanwhile, you dumbass niggas can't even spell vice president, right? Hold on. I think it's page, what is it, 176? Hold on. Let me go ahead and read this shit like a Jaquarius would. Okay, here we go. Speak about the bro vote. Nah, bro, we'd be roasting that nigga, right? We'd be like, what the fuck? Bro, it's the frat boy flank, retard. It's flank. That's an L. It's not an I, okay? It's reductive terms, sir. Reductive terms. So, these niggas can't even read and they're over here talking shit. But yeah. Anyway, before I was talking about the whole situation, yeah, people will sit there and run with a lie as much as they can. That's what they do. They want to run with the lie. So Fresh goes in. They tell him, hey, come with us. They don't explain to him what happens, whatever. We get it squared away. Next day he's in there. I'm in there. I'll actually show y'all niggas a video real quick. Let me play this shit. Hold on 1 second. Just.
Got your coffee? I got your coffee. Where do you want it?
which won the Academy Award for Best Picture. But here's where her story shifts. She started having symptoms, hair loss, panic attacks, her teeth were falling out, and doctors kept brushing it off, saying that it was just stress and hormones. Until finally a doctor diagnosed her with the worst case of celiac disease in the She's been open about collapsing on sets and suffering from exhaustion, and she says the networks started punishing her for being sick. After fainting on set of Blood, she was put on an unpaid leave. This became a very public dispute between her and CBS, and that's when Hollywood stopped calling. So she had to take a different path. She wrote a book about her diagnosis and is on the New York Times bestseller list. She's also an advocate for celiac awareness, and she opened a Gluten Free Bakery. Most recently, she wrote, directed, and starred in a film called Fresh Kills. So Jennifer may have been pushed aside once she had a public battle with CBS, but she came back stronger, louder, and is doing it the way she wants to. This is Maria Gonzalez, and this moment meant everything. Just 23 years old, competing on home soil in Madrid at the European Athletics Team Championships 2025. The pressure was real. Maria entered her strongest event with the crowd behind her. But her first two attempts were invalid, and suddenly it all came down to one jump. The stadium fell silent as she sprinted down the runway and landed a clean jump of 12.85 meters. It wasn't enough to advance, but it was still a strong performance on a big stage. This is Maria Gonzalez. Listen up. Combination goal in my 20s. Don't need much attention. All I ask is for some cuddles here and there. And if you give me that, I'm having your baby. Yes, are burning masks. She is killing people. 6 years, but they should. Islamic regime was being hostage for 6 years. Should wear warm stay at home. Should eat their wives if not by religion. Kill should blow up yourself and blow up Charter of Human Rights. Human respect. Just being enslaved and taken hostage by this freaking Islamists. Islamizing.
is en español. Slice of Super Bowl viewers during halftime. It also could have been that people turned it off because the game sucked. Did you like the halftime? You know what I think is so amazing though? As I said, there were 0 words spoken in English, so I thought I was watching a Joe Biden speech. But it's not amazing that money to the birthdays merchandise. A week later, we reported 6 million viewers. You saw there for the people who were in the crowd trying to act into it. They were when Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Wright was trying to act like Somali food. The chicken deal. Speaking English, every song becomes a B-side. You know, you see a famous band, say this, you'll go, sometimes songs, or if you guys call them songs it's everybody loves to get somebody from the halftime show.
complete in the abayas and just black, like black
You know
abaya,
why?
long.
Because they're scared of their daughters being raped if they show hair or face or any type of body, you know?
Well, but it's a social conditioning thing, and we should have seen it because he did this in Idlib. Everyone who pretends that this man just walked out of a cave like yesterday is insane, and he literally was ruling in a part of Syria for 10 years, and he kicked out the Druze, he forcibly converted some of the other ones, he stole their property. Like, he's been doing this for a long time, and so frustrating.
There's no way that
And
that
it
guy
makes me
doesn't
so-
go. There's no way that guy doesn't go to whorehouses. Somebody's got to take one for the team, and when he goes to the whorehouse, make sure he has a lasting visit.
In what way? In what way?
Lasting visit. Lasting visit.
What, give him a gift he can't. Give him a gift he can't. That'll last for life. That'll last for life.
Just a lasting visit. Just a lasting visit.
I agree. I agree.
نو څنګه چل دی خیلی برابر است په ټیک ټاک
What?
What happened? Excuse me? Did I bring up a Muslim by chance? Let me see.
Yes. Looks like that. Tasir Ula. Tasir, Pakistan. Tasir, say Hindustan Zindabad.
हाँ जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद
Okay, cool.
Are you a Paki?
He is.
What?
तस्वीर भाई सुनो समझ में आ रहा है ना क्या कह रहा हूँ
क्या कह रहे हो
What's going on? Wait,
कहाँ से हो
He's not patriot.
What's so funny? Speaking Hindi with him, you want to sing?
no, but we think it's funny that you're Muslim too?
No, Sam is Hindu, he's a friend.
Oh. Wait, no, Tasir.
Pashto.
Yeah, Tasir, where are you from? Like which part of Pakistan?
From Peshawar.
Peshawar. Oh, so you are an Afghan.
Wait, he doesn't take a shower?
Afghan, yes.
Okay.
Did he just say I
He's
don't
from
take a shower?
Afghanistan? No. So, see, in the northwest region of Pakistan, that is Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and, Peshawar and all that region. So, a lot of ethnic Afghans live there. So, he's from that region.
So, what are your thoughts on Syria?
Yes.
Yes.
को हिंदी नहीं आता है
I think he doesn't speak English well.
He has voted yes on Syria.
So you don't like what's happening in Syria either? Okay. You think we should?
I
turn
don't
it
think
into
he
a parking-
understands us. Yeah, he doesn't understand us, and
Tasir
he
thinks we
probably.
should turn Syria into a parking lot. I agree, Tasir.
Ask him if he
I
supports
didn't say
Baluchistan.
parking lot. I said jet skis and water and the Grand Canyon.
Listen, Cam, you can change your username all you want. You will always be Cam to me. Let me make a coffee and I'll literally be right up. Okay, you don't go anywhere. Stay there. I'll be right up.
True. All right. I'll go with that.
I mean, there's
They
a whole
get each
economy.
state, yeah.
You could do also. They can learn how to what do you call it? To snorkel. I mean, there's a lot you could do.
That's true.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Damascus should be Idlib should be a parking lot.
Water parks. You can do water parks over there. Slip and slides. You could do
Is there
Olympic
enough
training
water?
for diving.
Why you guys are saying my dream?
What'd you say?
Why you guys are talking about my dream?
Lazy Susan. They can make a lazy.
And no,
like
it's
a
the
lazy river.
Muslims' fault
They
because
could
the
go around, for hours
Arab,
on little
the Arab
things.
Muslims.
Damn, that'd be a nice border, just a lazy river.
Yeah. What else? What else?
We should make a river between Israel and Jolani State, so you will not have these people. Whenever they try to cross, they're gonna drown. No crocodiles.
No, that causes a problem for the Druze and for the Kurds.
I just
You
gotta
wanna
make coffee.
it,
I'm fucking dying.
family friendly.
Yeah. Well, we have a corridor we can make.
What do they call that? David's corridor?
David
KG?
corridor. We can create David corridor.
Okay.
It will
You mean
also separate
between
the Sunnis and
Kurdistan
Shia
and
from
the
each
Druze
other
areas?
forever.
The Druze state and the
You can
Kurd
even
state is
build
the
a
David corridor?
desalinization thing over there. You can. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to do when you don't have terrorists in your country. Lots of open space, farming. You know, you can grow pineapples maybe there. I don't know what kind of weather do you need for pineapples. We could figure something out.
I think the Israeli Israeli Air Force, sorry, should train in Idlib on how to flatten like jihadi cities.
No, we're building water parks.
We could make a big. We could add a skate park too.
Skate park is great for the kids. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Could even build like
Yeah.
patio covers because it's extreme heat over there, so they can skate during the day.
Pavilions.
You know, you could do those like things that have spray water, like in Vegas.
Yeah, the misty stuff.
We could do
They put
misty
it-
stuff. There's lots to do. Lots to do.
Restaurant Row. I mean,
Yeah,
they need one of
Restaurant
those
row along
probably.
the river. Tons of restaurants. I mean, the
Yeah.
Gazans are building restaurants like 5 a day. I mean, you could even import them just to build that and get them busy doing something in another country. Lots of possibilities,
build-
you know? Just ask me. I'm very positive on this aspect. Very positive.
You know, Syria needs to be rebuilt. I'm liking this idea.
I'm There's a ton of money that can do this. So it's great.
It's better than what's happening now, so.
Everything is better than ISIS veterans taking over a country.
You can build a soccer field, a baseball field, a football field. I don't know.
Yeah. Concert halls.
A concert hall. You know, you could even do like Shakespeare in the Park over
Opera
there.
houses. Yeah.
Like an outdoor Shakespeare in the Park, you know, with the like seats that like, you know, that you sit up. They could do live plays.
We could have a speaker's corner.
Maybe not so much.
Okay, forget the speaker's corner.
Outdoor movies, you know, with like, you know, drive-up movies.
Yeah, drive-up movie.
I don't know. The possibilities are endless when you're not a head shopper, so.
That's true.
But what do we do with all the head choppers? That's the question.
Wait. It's Valentine tomorrow. Who has a date tomorrow?
At the Damascus Drive-In Theater.
Yeah.
Wait. Who has a date tomorrow? It's Valentine. Nobody?
Well, technically, it's not a Jewish holiday, so we just call it like a Saturday night date.
Yeah, it's
It's a
Shabbos.
bad day.
It's Shabbos tomorrow.
Well, nighttime is not
Shabbos
Shabbos.
times day.
Well, it's Saturday, right? So Saturday after the evening, you're allowed to do some other stuff.
I stayed up because I have an appointment for spray tan, and if I go to sleep, I'm going to miss it. So I need to get it before.
Wow. That's funny. I do that all the time when I get on a phone call with Ben and Starker and someone else. And whenever I get on a phone call with them and there's something interesting, I always end up going to work without sleeping, because if I do sleep, I will not go to work. I will lose my paycheck.
Hang on. Who's Josie?
She's who? Which one?
She works for Myron Gaines.
Oh, she's
Let's hear
requesting.
what she has to say.
But
Yeah,
I have a
she's-
question to Stealth. Stealth, when are you gonna come to Kurdistan? I know you've been to Israel multiple times. Why didn't you come to Erbil one time? Be my guest.
Can Israelis, like with Israeli passport, come now to like KRG?
She's special, like the short bus type. What's up? Good morning.
I have an American passport. I'm not Israeli, but I don't know about.
No, I'm asking for Israelis. I'm just interested.
I'm not traveling anywhere that's not America, with the exception of Israel, because I fly Al direct, and I've been only to Israel twice in 25 years. So I like to stay in America. Like I'm a very big America person. I feel safe here. I have all my guns. And when
We
in
have plenty
Israel, when
of
I can
guns.
get
We
a
use it on the Israel.
Stealth, have you been in all 50 states?
let me think. I try to avoid commie states, but let me think. I think Washington State I haven't been to because that's communist. And
You know,
I
I invited you because you like the stuff that exists in Erbil.
the spray tans and nails and hair and shopping.
Yes, everything, whatever you
Ah,
want.
very
And
nice.
it's also super cheaper than America. Like if you get your nails done for $100, you get it here for $20.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. If you
Yeah.
get your nails done or like hair done, let's say if it's in America, it's for $500. Here it's gonna be $100. Hair is always like more expensive than nails and like eyelashes, but eyelashes are also very cheap. Like you get them for $60.
I have
Yeah.
long lashes, so I don't need lashes, but plus I don't want to put anything
Yeah, I
in my
also
eyes.
don't do lashes, but we do it for weddings stuff.
Oh yeah. You could put your own though by yourself, you know.
I love nail art and all that stuff, but I just can't. I can't rock it at all, just because it's like chemicals. Just like they chop all that stuff off. Like I wish I could be like all feminine and have like the nice nails and everything, but I do stuff with my hands, and it handicaps me.
No, you can have different shapes and also different models that will not bother you while you're working on stuff. Like there is ways around it.
Yeah, like I could just hire somebody to do my stuff, but I really hate having strangers at my house. I don't like having people like around. I just dislike that a lot. So
Why you
I'd
didn't bring
rather.
someone in your house? Just go to I don't know, nail
Go to
shop.
a nail salon.
Yeah, like
No. I mean, like the stuff around the house, like that requires, to work. That requires me to work with my hands.
Michal,
What?
Green Press just responded to me with a amen.
Green Prince. What,
Tell him
Mossad?
to come to the state.
Tell him we love him.
Yeah,
come
tell
to
him
the
tell him
state.
to respond to me. I like write comments to every one of
Do
his
not respond
posts.
to Patriot. He's in love with the Shah supporters. He removed me
Tell him
from a
to at least
space
head in the
for
tunnel and
them.
listen.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tell him to
stealth,
at least.
stealth. Did you see the post? Like I don't know if it went viral yet, but it was pretty much a statement from Hamas that they would pay or give like the widows of over 50,000 dead
Yeah.
soldiers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what?
Yes.
Oh, it's a genocide. I'm like, oh my god, you were right. You were so
I was
freaking
always right.
right.
I was always right.
Oh my god.
But did you see the announcement then from the PIJ terrorist group? They have their own group of like 16,000. So basically, nobody died that's not a terrorist at this point. Maybe there's a handful, maybe 1,500, but maybe not even that. So
I mean, I'm sure that there were like mistakes were done. It's like IDF soldiers are like what 18, 19. They're under a lot of like it's very like it's like stressful situations. Like I'm sure there. I mean, 12% is like what 12% of IDF death were like accidental other IDF soldiers. But it's like I don't know. I'm just like so flabbergasted by all that because it's like
yes, of course they lied. Listen.
oh
Satellite imagery over Sudan showed killing fields with blood all over from the atrocities there. Women, children, everything.
oh yeah, definitely.
You don't see any of that. What you see is rubble because the buildings were collapsed. But before they collapsed the buildings, they gave them like 3 weeks to evacuate all those areas. Anybody who stayed was all terrorists or spotters for terrorists. So that's it.
Or
Yeah, and
retarded,
it's
so.
What?
that's what my friend Brian Suits. I don't know if you know him. He's been on Fox News a few times. He's like a Purple Heart, not Purple Heart, but like I mean, very decorated soldier that went in Afghanistan and Iraq and all that stuff. And he was telling me like, do you know another army that sends warning messages and comes knock on the doors of the enemies? That hey, we're about to bomb here, y'all might you might want to leave. I'm like, you do have a good point. I have never heard of that in you know in wartime. I mean, I'm not very well versed in wartime
US did a
history.
little bit
And
of that.
that's one of the criticism that I have about Israel. The only one.
Can I jump in? Because there's somebody,
Josie, I
Jerome.
have a question. When are the
Wait.
Americans gonna deport the nigger Amru Fad or whatever his name is, Myron so-called? When are
You really
the
want?
Americans
You
gonna
really want
deport
to
this
make this
nigger?
space about him? You really want to make this space about him? We're having a great
No, I
discussion
just
right
say
now.
deport the nigger back to Sudan. What is he doing in America?
Okay, you submit your.
Wait, can we get Jerome? And I hope I didn't just chop up your name or something. But she's had her hand up for like, I don't know, 10 minutes.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. Give me a chance to ask you something. It's a very different question from your talking now. I want to ask you all if you know if Muslim Abdi and Ilham Ahmed are officially in the Munich Security Conference. Did anybody know something?
No, I hadn't heard that.
I have no idea.
Are these terrorists that need to be killed? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's the leader of the
SDF leader.
SDF. That's the leader of the SDF.
SDF leader, the guy who literally.
Who, Muslim Abdi?
Yeah, his name is Muslim Abdi Kobani.
So is he a terrorist or not?
He's not.
No, he's the leader of the SDF.
Okay, just wondering. I was just asking.
He fought with the
he's a good guy.
Americans against ISIS.
Thank you. Yeah.
He's the leader of the
Seriously
Kurdish
though?
forces in Syria. Stuff.
Seriously though, I love Kobani. That is the best yogurt that exists on the planet. I've tried the other brands and they don't even compare.
Same.
Kobani is actually a rice brand.
I just want to put on the record, Patriot, I don't believe in using the N-word. Somebody who's a Muslim from Sudan is not an American, African American. There's a difference. Thank you very much. Just want to say that.
The Jews are the most discriminated minority. We can use the N-word.
I also disavow that. I disavow that.
Okay, freedom of speech.
Y'all can debate that some other time.
Freedom of speech, but you don't gotta use that word.
We have amazing Americans that are African and black that love
We
Israel.
have amazing black
and I would
Americans.
and they're very supportive. Reverend Washington, I saw you have an amazing rapper that's from Lago.
Dude, the N words are the one on EBT and Edward Net and like
Yeah, we can debate
they're
this
like
some other time.
ghettos. You can be white and
Can
an
we-
N word. There's plenty of those
Let's
too.
just segue away
get rid of the
from the
N-word.
N-word.
Let Myron
yeah.
Gaines debate this.
Yeah, let's have Myron Gaines come in here and debate this.
Oh,
But
you
let's
wish. You freaking
Absolutely
wish.
not.
My fellow
Absolutely
Americans,
not.
I want to
He's
segue
not
away
allowed.
We
from
were
the
having
You
a
guys
great
know that
discussion
Josie
about
works for him,
Israel,
right?
and now you gotta talk about.
Okay, you guys, we're not talking about that piece of shit on here. Okay?
Josie is
He's
welcome.
not-
Myron Gaines is not.
Also, he's not invited. So, period. The end. And Mark, hey, what's up, Mark?
And Josie, you are invited. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Mark, you're up.
Hey, Mark.
Mark.
Can you hear us, Mark?
I think he got a phone call.
Mark Ryan.
Wait a minute.
It's double unmute. It's double unmute. It was muted.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Hi. How are you?
Good, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to be really respectful, okay? And I know you don't want to continue on that subject, but I just need to ask Josie one question.
Oh God, I'm leaving. Bye.
No. Stealthy's not gonna ask you can come back. Oh no, she left. She probably has to go for sport 10. Alright, fine, go ahead. I didn't have my coffee yet. You really gonna do this to me?
Okay. So I assume you are Jewish, correct?
See.
Okay.
What's wrong with that question? Is she?
I should say. No, sorry, I just when I don't have coffee, like I'm like half functional and I'm already like half retarded as
But
it is.
how
so
can
I'm
you
like,
work for this retard? Were you that desperate for a job that you would work for Myron?
Wait, guys, listen, we're all friends here, and let me just tell you, I have heard this discussion with Josie at least 180 times. I don't want to hear it again. Go back to the 9 trillion spaces she's come into and had this exact same discussion. I don't want to hear it again.
What's going on? What discussion? What happened? I was doing my
Yes, Josie is Jewish.
I
Yes,
don't
she
wanna
works for
talk
Myron. It doesn't matter what.
I don't care.
I know it's
I'm just edgy. That's
I
all.
want to make
My
her my
friends are
Valentine.
edgy.
Josie, I want you to be my Valentine.
Josie
I
and
already
EMB.
have
Giving
man,
you
but
space.
I
EMB,
appreciate it.
you and wait. You want her to be your Valentine? What about me? I thought we were in love or something.
Yeah, like she wants you, bruh. She wants you,
I
bro.
love you too, but Josie got to me today. I was
That's
listening. No, she's such a fuck up. She's such a chaos agent. She's so
You love
crazy.
me. Stop it. You
You
just can't
know?
get enough of
Yeah,
me.
It's so true. It's so true. I
that's
was
true.
hating.
That's
It
true.
was
I
like
heard her in spaces.
I went from
Everybody should
true
be
hate
like
to
And I
true
don't
love.
believe
Like
she is Jewish. Like, if
everybody should
yes,
I
be
don't
it's like,
care
wow,
what she's
couple
Jewish. She'll
levels.
never tell you if she's Jewish or not. Who
Couple
cares?
levels if she is Jewish. Couple levels.
Everybody
Bullshit.
should be like EMB. Instead of asking the same old questions, you could go at her for 100 different other things. So
Accept her for what she is.
You have whoever said, "Oh, I don't think she's Jewish." I've heard you fight for the fact that I'm not Jewish more than I've ever heard you claim that Epstein was not Jewish. So maybe you should get your priorities straight, sir.
So what if he was born Jewish? You are also claimed to be born Jewish. We have fuck ups like
Do
you and like
you
him.
claim Epstein or
Every
not?
people have that.
Okay, I'm a fuck up.
What?
So what? Can you put up with a fuck up for a few minutes? Do you mind? I didn't
Yes.
want to make this space about me. Just so
Okay,
we could
Mark
like
Ryan has his hand up.
Look, I don't know her, but she's
I'm muting
better
again for
than
a
Jenny
second.
right now. So
I'm
can you
muting
guys all
again
leave
for a
her
second.
alone?
I don't want to have a space about Josie. I have literally heard this a million times. It's not interesting. If she wants to participate, let her participate. You want to call her a chaos agent? It's funny to talk about. But I don't want to just ask the same question she answers in every single space. It's boring as fuck.
Yeah.
And I just totally got an idea from the chat, Patriot. I'm so gonna be fucking the Shah for Purim. I'm literally gonna dress up as the Shah with the Burger King hat and everything.
With the Burger King hat? Nice.
Yeah, everything.
Yes,
Everything.
go.
Wait.
We're
You're gonna
gonna be
wear a
with the
prosthetic
gang.
nose? You're gonna wear a prosthetic nose?
Yeah, you need a prosthetic nose.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
You're gonna need the amount of clips you're gonna need to make that hat stay on your head. It's gonna like hurt your brain. You have no idea what you're getting into.
I'll glue it
Oh
to
no,
my
no,
head. That's fine.
I've done it before, but you know, if you walk for a long time and you have like shaky, yeah, that will come off.
I am definitely going to be the Shah for fucking Purim. That is going to be awesome. I'll get that general's jacket with all the medals. You know.
Halsey,
Yes.
but it would be funny if you put hijabs on your daughters.
No.
Oh,
No,
that would
don't
be
do
so
that.
edgy. I love that idea actually.
It is funny and edgy, but I don't use my kids like I would never ever.
Yeah, no, that's yeah. But as an overall
Oh my
idea,
God,
it's
Halsey,
great.
It gave me an idea. You know how when Shah is next to his wife and is saying that women can never be leaders and all of that, right?
Yeah.
Incompetent for such jobs. So I think what you should do for that holiday, and since you're gonna be Shah, yeah, Shah believe that he's a messiah, or the Muslim messiah, by the way. He saw Ali in his dream, so you should talk about that. And then when in the interview also he talks about like woman did not produce anyone, and then the wife started crying in front of the camera, and she was like, what do you mean, what do you mean, and stuff like that, but she didn't really say it. So
Yeah,
I
but I'm
think
not
you
gonna
should
be interviewed
redo
for
the
Purim.
video with a woman. I don't know, maybe you can do it with Aren.
But I'm not going to be.
I
I'm not
think he
gonna be
has
interviewed for Purim.
He has what?
I think he has borderline personality disorder because sometimes it's like he posts some stuff about women. Oh, women are great, beautiful flowers, and then you see the haram police beating the crap out of them for not wearing their hijabs properly, and then like trashing his wife and everything. I'm like, what is wrong with this guy? Like,
oh no,
and
so
then
we're talking
he
about
goes
two
on and says,
different
"Oh,
people.
women are wonderful." I'm like, are you serious?
No, that's Khamenei. We're talking about Shah.
Yeah, the show, yeah.
Yeah,
Want to hear something?
Khamenei beats women up to death because of hijab. Shah used to not allow the hijabis on TV or any governmental offices. So when the Shiites or the clerics got in, they made sure to make all of the people who get accepted into the high position in the government gonna be the ones who were previously banned from these institutions. So
Then
literally, it was.
can't they just pick a leader? That's complicated.
It's not complicated. So basically, you have two type of Persians. You have fundamentalist Shiites, and then
Okay.
you have the like secular, so-called secular, whatever. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so the secular ones wanted to rule like any other country with the kingdom, whatever, but they wanted to oppress those who were too religious for them. So when the two religious got in, they revenged on those who actually made them suffer. So that's why when they today kill women without hijab, it's not from today. It's from 100 years of memories and stuff in their heads. The people who are in the government.
KGG, I got it. I'm gonna dress up like the Shah with the big nose and the Burger King hat. But when I make the
Okay.
jacket when I make the jacket with all the medals on it, I'm gonna make all of the medals
But
the
wait, I
flag of
did not finish my
Kurdistan.
point. So Shah right now, if you see his crowd, no, I want to explain the Shah
It's a
crowd
good
first to you.
idea.
No, because people never understood the Persian problem, and that's why you keep getting into the same problem over and over. So the Shah ones were the ones who hated all of that, right? So now they got to be abused by the same one that they abused previously, right? Now they want to go back for revenge, and that's why they don't care how many people die in that country, as long as they install one stupid, pumpkin head guy. So
I'm rooting
it's
for
all
the
about
Kurds. That's all
revenge.
I know. I just know I'm rooting for the Kurds.
Thank you.
No, you know what I want? And KGG, just please keep your mouth shut for this because it's important and I really want to get it out before I'm done. I want not only the Kurds to get their Kurdistan, I want them to go completely mask off the moment they declare independence, and all this we're peaceful and just want to be Western shit go right out the window and just start slaughtering motherfuckers like Jolani and fucking Erdogan and all of them. Just army fucking invasion. We're taking over. Like we have fucking paid enough.
Fuck no.
That's what I want.
Wait,
I wouldn't mind seeing that too.
Why? That's not our society. We don't go and behead people. What's wrong with you, Halsey? Fuck off.
No, you don't have to behead
First
them.
of all, I don't think
Who
it's
said
going
A
to
boy
happen.
can dream.
A boy can dream. Seriously. Don't have to be so serious all the time, but how awesome would it be? Iraq, Kurdistan. Syria, Kurdistan. Turkey, Kurdistan. Iran, Kurdistan. Hey, we're Persians. We want rights. We'll give you your rights. Here's a crane, asshole. Like, fucking seriously. Like, just full mask off. Like, we run shit now, and that's all there is to it. Like, that would be fucking amazing.
That would be awesome.
I don't think I want to oppress other people. I've went through that, and I don't think it's
I didn't
nice.
say
You
oppress
don't
them.
have
I
to
said
oppress
kill them.
them.
I said kill them, not oppress them.
I know what you're talking about. I don't want to use that word. Because oppressive regimes do kill Kurds every day, but I don't think we want to do that to anyone.
That's what payback is for, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Hamani, like, check out this crane.
Oh no, Hamani is
You're
definitely
going up,
my
bitch.
go-go. I do anything to that motherfucker.
I saw them do their braids and stuff. Like they put like bullets inside the braids as like they do each other's braids and stuff. Like that's some propaganda I am falling for. I am rooting for these chicks.
Oh yes, we've got a Canadian Muslim.
Who?
Where'd he go?
Oh, he left already?
Yep, he left already.
Lucy, did you braid your hair too?
I wish, like with the
Damn.
curls and stuff, it just pops out of everywhere.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Michal, did you do it? Because Starker did.
Yeah. I mean, I got curls and that, you know.
You just have to make it wet before you're doing so.
Yeah, I do that. It
Oh,
still
is that
pops out
how
of
it is?
everywhere. Even if I have like the level 10 whole gel, I still have to reapply. So I'm like, yeah, I'm still leaving it
Wait, let
down.
me look at you.
Wait, what
Wait.
type of curls do you got? Like what?
Oh,
What?
the heavy ones.
The
The heavy
3A.
ones?
No, I'm sorry.
3A?
Like, yeah, 2C, 3A, 3B.
But I think you can do it. Yeah. I have a niece that has similar hair.
Yeah, I could.
don't
I could.
even.
It just ends up falling out, so I just end up like leaving it
Yeah,
down.
but you will need some type of it's like a gel, but it's much more of a cream. It doesn't like
Yeah.
get sticky or whatever. It just like makes it stay still, but it's not like hard. It doesn't get hard. It's like a gel, but it's not a gel. It's like a cream.
Yeah, but then I
And
need to do a clarifying shampoo, which is like what I try to avoid to do too often. So the whole purpose of having braids is just like it's not worth it anymore. So
I know.
yeah, it's okay. I
The
just leave it up.
purpose. Oh, what the hell?
I used
Why
to
is he
have like
being
a
a hoe,
wavy hair, but I
co-pilot?
don't anymore. Michal, what type of hair do you have? Sucker has curly too.
I have wavy hair.
Wavy?
You got wavy hair.
Like a 2B?
Yeah, I guess it's curly if I do the whole scrunch and diffuse.
Oh, I hate diffusing so much.
I got a bunch of fucking pale just coiling off of my head.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cute.
Dude, seriously, Starker looks like. If you want to picture Starker, he looks like a female Gene Simmons.
Yeah.
What is
I
that?
look better than Gene Simmons.
That's
Come
why
on.
I said a female and not a male.
Slay.
That's why I said a female and not a male.
I don't know who that is. Can someone put a picture of that person?
It's the lead singer of Kiss.
Huh?
She don't know who that is, man.
That's a good point.
I'll
KBG,
find a
I'll
picture.
DM you.
Hang
Give me
on.
a sec.
Just because
Oh,
all of
okay.
you are fucking American, it doesn't mean that you have to gang up on me on a name.
No, actually,
I don't
that's
know
my
who
name
that
on
is
the
either.
streets.
Okay.
They call me Rockstar
Just kidding.
out there on these streets. You know, I should just fucking run with it. You know.
Wait,
I'm trying to
Michal,
find a picture when he was
you lived in
younger.
America, right? Before?
I did.
Where did you live?
That's a little personal, KGG.
No, which state? I mean, not.
Are you doing an interrogation on me?
No, which state?
Which one do you think?
I don't know. New York, LA, whatever.
She'll never get it. She'll go through all
No.
50 states and not get it.
I bet you won't ever get it. Keep going.
Okay. Don't say Massachusetts. Whatever that is.
When you get it, I'll tell you, though.
Florida.
Okay. Wait,
No.
Detroit.
No.
Detroit's not a state.
No, I know, but there's a lot of Jews there.
I said, wait, I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
Oh, my ex.
Come on.
Okay.
Shoot.
If anybody here knows where the Holy Land Foundation was when it was raided, well, I lived a few blocks away from it.
She's getting detailed now. real
Oh
specific.
shit.
What?
Is that New York?
What? You guys
Nah,
don't
that
know?
was in what? Dallas? It was
In
Houston.
2008?
Close.
Houston?
Close.
Okay.
You're from Florida?
No, Oklahoma?
I'll give you another clue.
No, it's
Starker. That
Barbecue.
kosher that kosher grocery store.
No, the Holy Land Foundation was a Muslim charity that got raided by the FBI for funding Hamas. They were a front group for the Muslim Brotherhood.
Are you from
Weren't they
Arizona?
based in Houston?
That was in
Oklahoma.
Richardson. No.
Oh,
Kansas.
okay.
Kansas.
And that happened in 2008.
Missouri.
KGG, me and Achi were gonna move to this place.
Minnesota.
Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally the
Texas!
kosher grocery store that they were looking
Wait,
at.
Texas?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
wow.
said Texas
Now I
like 3
you
times.
more.
That's not fair.
Wait, now I like you more because
Chicks.
most of the good people that I meet. Sorry for the New Yorker. I love you guys too, but Texans have like a spirit that is different from the other Americans. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because you can always tell a Texan. You can't tell them much, but you can always tell one.
I mean, respectfully, you can tell a New Yorker when you see a New Yorker.
That's true too.
You can hear them on Spaces. You freaking damn know they're from New York.
No, no, no. Wait. You say the weather here is like 60-degree, and the New York will be like, in New York is this. I'm like, nobody
Yep.
asked you.
It's like, don't ask, they'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have
Yep.
to ask a New Yorker that are from New York. They can straightforward tell you when you don't need to know.
They will say, "Oh, New York, do you want some coffee?" That's, yeah.
Let's see, 10 votes and 80% say we are retarded. This is awesome.
I don't know why we would need a poll for that. Everyone knows we're retarded.
So I've noticed all of my friends that I met on
Are
Clubhouse.
retarded?
So I've noticed all of my friends that I met on Clubhouse. I knew which all of the New Yorkers that like I knew who was from New York. I never knew all of my other friends which state they were from because they never mentioned it. They literally never mentioned it. And I never asked. But all of the New Yorker always made sure that everybody knew that they were from New York.
But you know what? There's a disproportionate amount of Texans on X, I think. Either that or I just see them more often.
No, I think there is more.
Right?
Yeah. But I love New Yorkers too. They have like a, a classy type of tastes in some areas. So
Fuck
I like
New
it.
York.
Hey.
You're a cowboy.
Hey, Halsey.
Hey, we stand
Boy, easy,
stand
boy.
with the ultra-Orthodox communities, okay? They are in New York as well.
Halsey, aren't you basically a New Yorker? Come on.
No,
I
there's
mean, New
there's a
Jersey, New
very
York.
big distinction. I am 10 miles from that fucking urine smelling, human misery infested, pot fucking smoking on every corner shithole. Fuck that.
You forgot crackhead.
No, it's Halsey.
Yes.
Halsey, I love you too.
I didn't say anything about you, Miri. You're a beacon of light in New York City. We all know that. But I'm just saying, fuck New York City. I only go there if I'm like absolutely forced to. Like, I fucking hate
Welcome to Muslim Brotherhood.
Exactly. You know?
Oh yeah, the first free grocery store that Poly Market opened in New York City today, by the way. The lines look just like communism used to look like. Ain't that funny? And notice that kind of people waiting outside. It's all brown people.
We've got Xavier. We have a new speaker, y'all.
Xavier.
Hey, how's it going, guys? How you
It's
doing?
going all right.
I wanted to ask, just you guys are having a great conversation and all, fun and whatever, but what is your opinion on why the UN finally, who paid who, or how did this happen that the UN finally declared the IRGC now a terrorist state just after 2 days ago? They were congratulating the IRGC for their anniversary. I mean, what kind of bullshit, crazy madness world do we live in where the UN is actually doing something good for the world?
Wait, what they do? They did that?
Javier, what did you say?
They just basically condemned the IRGC as a non-entity just recently, just today, I think, or
Did
yesterday.
they really as a
They-
terrorist organization?
Yes.
They're also about to fire Francesca Albanese.
What?
Yeah.
I'm speechless.
And guess who's the one pushing it? Guess
Wait.
who's the one pushing it?
Wait. No. There's a plot here. There is a plot here. You guys don't understand. There's a plot. You know how like there's a destruction plan on the Gaza border?
Sure.
So UN is shifting for it needs to shift from the Shiite Islamic world to the Sunni Islamic world. So you guys did not do anything, like literally.
Well, I mean, the UN recently announced that if America stops funding them, they're going to go bankrupt, and they're financially in really bad straits. So I'm thinking either Trump told the UN, we'll fund you as long as you start doing what we want you to do, or you're right. This might be a Sunni thing with Saudi Arabia back in, because isn't Turkey Shia predominantly?
No, it's a Sunni Muslim Brotherhood.
Okay, so then there you go. That's probably what happened then. They
Yeah, I
gave
think
the
Turkey
UN
happened.
probably buku amount of
Turkey
money
tried to
to.
convince my people to fight for their battle. We're like, no, fuck you.
I don't. Can I ask you one more thing? I don't understand Trump dealing with Erdogan. Does he not understand Erdogan's like main purpose? I mean, he has an intelligence community. Does he not understand that the caliphate is rising and has taken over Syria now? And the only thing that was pretty much discouraging that kind of maneuver was Iran and their influence with Assad. And now that Iran's going down, does Trump not understand that El Shara and all these puppets, they're just part of a larger caliphate that's trying to take over the Middle East?
Doesn't look like he does.
Okay.
I think it's much more complicated than people think. So, okay. Turkey is a wild card and has been a wild card for a long time because of the geographic place that they have. You're talking about the Turkish Straits and all of the Turkish race, right? So basically, the Turks have been playing the double game, like with the Russia and also with America for a long time. But the reason that America haven't been punishing Turkey as they should be, because they're afraid if they do, then when they leave NATO, they will join the Axis of the East. And I don't think that should be a concern by America, because I don't think Turkey will ever do.
So, can I ask you a question? With the Middle East being so chaotic, and due to Islam, of course, you can't really blame anyone but Islam. As I personally, I don't think it's a religion. I think it's a cult, and I think every country in the world would be better off.
They stolen Judaism and changed the laws and added some spices into it, and they said this is Islam.
Right. Well, I won't say that because Judaism was around thousands of years before Islam.
Yeah, they
Islam.
took the Jewish book. What do you mean? Like
They
all
took
of the laws?
they took the Jewish book and they took part of the Christian book too, and they stole Jesus, and they should just give Jesus
A
back.
little bit of Jesus, a little bit, not too much.
Well, they
Well,
said
they
that.
didn't. I mean, don't blame it all on. No, part of their religion is Christian. KGG. They stole from both books.
Yeah, they did.
Oh no, they did. But in terms of the laws in Judaism and Islam, they're very similar.
No,
but
we don't chop off heads.
But the difference, wait, the difference between Islam and the Judaism, it explains to you where the law comes from and how it became a law and what is the rules to the law to be applied and all that. In Islam, they forgot about all of that and they added some shitty fucking 5-year-old type of laws into it. And they said, this is a new religion, you should all follow or you're gonna be dying. So
yeah, but I don't.
but for Christianity, they do have like a little bit. So, guys, you're not gonna debate me on Islam. I fucking studied Islam and I fucking studied
we don't have
Christianity
child
and I
brides and
studied
shit like
Judaism.
that. We don't have child brides. We don't do shit like they do at all.
You can't compare Islam to
is
Judaism.
okay. Child brides is also another thing that I don't want to talk about. But if you really want me to talk about, Aisha is actually like by the evidence they have, actually, she was not a 6-year-old.
Correct.
She was 9.
No, she was not 9 either.
That was a different
Actually,
calendar.
18.
Yeah, that was a different calendar.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, so
but still, no, that's right. They're not into 9-year-old girls. They're into 9-year-old boys. My bad.
Yeah, true. But my problem,
yeah, that's
the
true.
reason I don't talk about Islam is because I fucking hate it, and I always I like to say Muhammad is a pedophile, Muhammad is a child molester. It's just fun to say it,
Yeah,
okay?
but Islam's
But it's
I don't
not
know.
true. This is the problem.
the problem with Islam is it's labeled a religion. That label needs to be taken from it. It is not a religion. It is a cult. They're using Western constitutional authority to protect a cult
No,
that is
it's
going to
worse. It's a
destroy the
political
West.
ideology. It's worse because it's a political ideology, and it needs to be. And it's a conquer. It's a conquest ideology.
Yeah.
Ken.
Can we go over
Yeah, I think that Islam was
Muhammad's
created to take over lands.
fondness of the Al-Zut?
Yes, we can. Does everybody know about this?
What happened?
We want to
Muhammad
talk
and his.
about Muhammad and his fondness of the Al-Zut.
Yes,
What is
we
Al
would.
Do I want to know about this?
The book of Mahomo.
Yeah, yeah, that one. We need to go over this story of Muhammad
Please
when he
educate
went.
this masses.
Yes. So Muhammad had a friend, a scribe that traveled with him, right? And one night they went off into the desert to the lands of the Al-Zut. Now, some people say these Al-Zut were Sindhi. Some people say these Al-Zut were genies, were jinn, you know? But Muhammad went to go and meet with the Al-Zut, and he was surrounded by the Al-Zut, and they rode him all night like a horse. And then they came to Muhammad's scribe, and Muhammad's scribe was like, "Oh, dude, I better sit down. If I sit down, they'll leave me alone, you know?"
Is this before Muhammad rode his donkey chicken person to heaven or after?
Well, hold
Wait,
on now.
Halsey, just to let you know, this
We'll
is a
get
true
there.
story. This is true, what he's saying.
I know.
Yeah, this story is
And so
hilarious
then,
because he was gangbanged.
yeah.
No, but KGG, he liked it, though. Let's continue.
So, at the
Well,
end
you
of the
had to
night,
spell it out for everyone, huh?
yeah, at the end of the night, the Prophet Muhammad came back to his friend all shot out and tired, He was wide-assed, you know. Or he was tired. He was tired, excuse me. He was tired. That's how you get. He was tired, and,
So you had
they
to sit
went
on a dick
to.
because he was tired?
No, I don't know. They went to Denny's. It was either Denny's or Waffle House. They went to Waffle House, and I guess then they took over the Middle East with that Waffle House energy. And it's all because of that one night with the Al-Zut.
I cannot tell you in the slightest how fucking offended I am that you would tie Waffle House to fucking mezzanine. Like, fucking
That's
seriously.
supposed to be the Protestant Christians that see their boyfriend Jesus at the Waffle House at 3 a.m. You're mixing it up.
You know
Waffle
what?
House
I've
is
never
I was
been to
drunk at the Waffle
House.
House, and
Okay.
Jesus was sitting across the table from me.
You know what? I questioned your translation because I heard they went to In-N-Out Burger.
You know what? They could have gone to In-N-Out Burger, except
No, they got Bible verses at the
Can we
bottom
go
of their container.
straightforward?
Yeah,
Because
they
I'm not
do.
American and I don't understand all of the fucking, symbols that you fucking
Can
give me.
we?
In-N-Out Burger
Can we
has
make?
3 options on the menu and it's very popular. It's just burgers and fries.
Yeah, it's good. Well, if you get it the way I get it, it's good.
I get the
Look, we
secret
need
menu.
to just take a poll. We just need to make a poll. Somebody make a poll of where did Muhammad go?
He
with his
definitely went to
partner?
In-N-Out. He couldn't resist, even though there was Bible
He went to
verses.
In-N-Out. Went to get some In-N-Out after he got some In-N-Out.
He went
I took my sister and my mom to the most expensive restaurants in California. Where did they go back? Not once, not twice, but 3 times. In-N-Out Burger. 2 days in a row.
Fuck yeah. See, that's because that's fucking product quality.
Who
And for
here
all
is
you
a
folks,
protein style 4x4? Protein style 4x4. Anyone here?
yo, Yo,
One
that's my
way
shit.
or another.
I'm
You
gonna
gonna
But wait,
get
wait,
your
wait. I
get
gotta
waffles.
ask
You
you.
gonna
Do
get
one
you?
way.
waffles.
How do you get your burgers though? Besides protein style, do you put regular onions, grilled onions, and chopped chiles,
Grilled
or
onions.
just grilled onions?
Grilled
Next time
onions,
you
no
go,
tomatoes, extra sauce. I do that 4x4, so the 4x4 is like 4
Wait, but
beef
onion
patties.
makes
4
you
patties.
smell.
Yeah,
You
it work out.
non-kosher eating heathens.
You put some
Seriously.
cheese and bacon on that.
Okay, two
No,
things that I
there's
never
no
go
bacon.
with. And
There's
the
no bacon.
onions
It's
and
just the
garlic, two
burgers.
things I will never have. Like yesterday, I ordered an American burger, and it had garlic sauce in it. And I immediately threw it out after one bite, and I went to wash my
Garlic
teeth.
sauce.
You know
Yummy.
what, KGG, you need to get your booty out here so we can get you some In-N-Out burger.
Yeah.
Okay?
Who puts garlic sauce on their burger? Did anybody here put garlic sauce on their burger?
I put burger on.
Uh,
I put freaking garlic on
It
everything.
has it in the
I
mayonnaise
put
or
garlic on
whatever.
everything, but I put garlic sauce on pizza, not on burgers.
The
Yes.
garlic.
Okay. You.
So the garlic sauce is mixed with mayonnaise, and they put it into the bread of the burger, like on the top.
See, KGG is white.
You don't like
Okay, so
garlic
nobody
butter?
does that.
Damn.
I don't know what you
never
guys
met
call
some.
it. Maybe it's butter or whatever.
Maybe you just don't like garlic. I mean, some people don't like it. It's a
No,
strong
I
taste,
like
but
the taste. It's just I don't want to smell. I'm
so
like
okay.
anti-smell.
Here's what you gotta try though, okay? If you like that garlic sauce on pizza, okay, like it's chopped garlic and olive oil, okay? On your pizza, instead of having the tomato sauce, okay, you find a good sweet barbecue sauce that is kind of close to tomato sauce, but like not on the like too much, like not too brown of a barbecue sauce, if you know what I mean. Okay? You top it all off, like it has to have chicken at least, some white purple onions, okay, and mascarpone cheese. It's absolutely delicious.
Sounds perfect.
Yes.
Mascarpone cheese.
I'm scared of that.
Yes, sir.
I'm really scared of that.
Mm.
That's gonna make me
Heathens.
California Pizza Kitchen used to make barbecued pizza like that with the red onions.
Bro,
No
when I
way.
was
No.
in, when-
Listen,
bro,
we're
bro,
talking
wait.
we're talking French pizza here.
If I
Bro,
ever meet you
EMB, you
guys
want to
in
hear
real
something?
life, please do not
Guys,
eat
wait.
garlic. Yes, even
What?
talking next to me and having garlic smell, it irritates me. Thank you.
KGG, be silent, you heathen. Garlic should go on fucking everything. What are you talking about?
You heathen. I will
If
never
I
meet you.
I have like
I
200
will
heads of
never meet
garlic in
you.
the ground
Halsey,
right
this is a
now.
ban.
Huh?
You're a vampire.
I grow garlic.
KGG, you're offending us. You know we're all Mediterranean over here, okay?
We're all Ashkenazi.
Wait.
Fucking garlic is in
Wait.
everything.
Michal, you also eat garlic?
What? Don't
I
insult
mean,
me.
find
Of course I
me a
do.
Jew who doesn't eat garlic. Like, what even are you? Respectfully.
I mean,
Not Jewish.
seriously, KGG, don't insult me.
KGG,
Of
my
course I eat
sister.
garlic. I eat lots of it and all different kinds.
Oh my
Well,
god.
wait,
Roasted.
wait, guys, give me 1 sec. EMB, you've got to hear this. When I was in college, they opened up one of those gourmet pizza places, and my roommate came back with a pizza. I swear it's gonna sound disgusting, but it was the fucking greatest thing I've ever tasted in my life. It was a pizza, no tomato sauce, but barbecue sauce, cream cheese, chicken, and bacon on a pizza. It was literally like heaven.
It sounds like
with the
Josie's
right
pizza.
cream cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the right cream
Is there
cheese, I
something
can
wrong
believe
with
it. Yeah, but it has to be like a very like desserty type of cream cheese,
Well,
like not your traditional Philadelphia cream cheese.
But you needed the red onions, like Josie said. You need the red onions.
Yeah, the
It wasn't
sweet
on
red
there, but
onions.
I bet you it was even
All of
better.
my
I
friends are
love red
garlic
onions.
eater.
Sometimes they have it in the sauce though, so you don't really need to
Jersey
add it.
has
Some
great
barbecue
pizza.
sauces have it.
KGG.
She was so
Yes,
close.
my
I
love.
thought she was like really
Tell me
redeeming
you're
herself
not
as
a
white.
garlic eater. Tell me.
I thought KGG was
KGG,
redeeming herself
I
as
love
white. Wait, guys.
caramelized onions and garlic. Oh my god.
I thought
Roasted
that KGG
garlic.
was
What's wrong
Amazing.
with
KGG was
me?
redeeming herself.
All
I
of
thought she
my
was
friends
redeeming
are
herself
betraying me.
as white by claiming she puts mayonnaise on shit. But then when she said she doesn't like garlic, I'm putting her back in the brown category. Sorry.
Oh,
KGG.
I dip my chips in Miracle Whip. Like I'm that white.
You know what I fucking dip my chips in? I think it's like I
You
dip
guys
them
don't
in
know what
fucking
I'm
ghost
going
pepper
through.
sauce. I
I'm
love really spicy.
traumatized.
Oh my god, that's so Mexican. What are you, a beaner?
I love
KGG,
spicy shit.
KGG, let me
Oh, give
introduce
me
you
some
to like
tums.
a KGG. Have you ever had garlic mayonnaise? Oh my god.
Yes, I have,
That is
and
the
I will
ultimate
not have it
Ashkenazi boy
while
slop
I
on
know
earth.
that I will meet people or I will have anybody next to me.
She was literally just talking about garlic mayonnaise on the so-called American hamburgers.
That's
Yes,
what
The
I
and I
just
said
said.
that
You
American
I
Maybe she
will
burger.
doesn't
overredeemed
like
yourself
garlic.
as
She
white.
doesn't like garlic. Like, it's
No,
not
I
that
You
big
like
of
almost
a
garlic.
redeemed
I
deal.
just
yourself as
don't eat
white
it
by
because it
saying it.
smells.
The
You
American
know what?
burger. It's like
Aren't all burgers American
I
though?
was just
no, but
about to
Like,
say,
isn't
like,
that the
In
deal?
Erbil they have to call it the American burger.
well, it's like what do they call Chinese food in China? Food. Like, I mean, same
Halsey,
thing.
Halsey, have you
I don't
ever
see
dipped
what
your
the confusion is about. I mean, is there a Kurdish burger? Is there a Turkish burger? An
Wait, hold
Iranian
up.
There's a
burger?
Kurdish
Yeah,
burger made out of
KGG, what
goat.
would go on a Kurdish burger? If we went
Goat,
and ordered a Kurdish
fucking
burger,
chimichurri sauce, and like
Let's
Wait,
invent
no,
it.
it's a good question. KGG,
It
what
is a
would go
good
on a
question.
Kurdish burger?
ground goat, fucking
First of all,
what's
the
that tea?
fucking
What's
burger did
chai
not
tea?
Goat
exist.
Chai
cheese.
tea
That's what I
sauce.
forgot. Goat
Wait,
cheese. My
the
bad.
fucking burger did not exist until you guys invented it. So shut the fuck up. There's no Kurdish burger.
And it's the
America,
greatest
that's
invention
right.
since sliced bread.
Halsey,
America.
Look,
Halsey, have you ever
we're
Halsey,
inventing it.
Halsey,
What?
have you ever dipped your French fries in garlic mayo?
Yes, but
Oh yeah.
But
I literally put like
you guys
sriracha or
wanna
something
wanna
really
know
spicy in
about
it.
the Kurdish
Otherwise, I
burger?
don't like it.
KGG, KGG, you
Too
are
much
a
mayo
minority
talk
group.
in
I'm
this
sorry.
joint.
Okay, so you know why? You
Too
know what
much
is
mayo
the
talk.
Kurdish burger? What does it go with?
Chai tea.
What's it go
No,
with?
kebab.
Ah,
So
Kebab's
you
good.
put a
no.
Oh
kebab
my
on
god, a
your
kebab
burger?
It's a
burger.
You
kebab
can't
burger,
combine the
Cheese
literally
on
two.
with
it.
cheese.
Fine.
Wait,
Okay.
it's
So
it's
you put a
Mm.
kebab
it's
on
a
top of your burger. Okay.
it's a kebab cheese and what slice of what's it called, tomato and
No, that's like a Allahu Akbar burger level. Like,
look.
no.
Have a non-halal burger. You can have like a bacon kebab.
Wait, are you a Muslim?
No,
No.
fuck the Mozzies.
You
Okay.
know what? You know what I've
Please
been doing? I've been
stop.
putting fucking Hawaiians on all my shit. Man, that Hawaiians is
No
fucking, that's
Mahomo.
where it is. No muhomo.
Dude,
No
I
I put
love
Mohammed is
it,
Hawaiians
good.
on
but
fucking everything. I drink that shit in my coffee, man.
But
I went
wait,
through a
Hawaiians.
phase
whenever
where
I
I
say
went through a
Mohomo
phase
on
where I did
Discord
that.
in the other server, they don't understand what I'm trying to say. I say Mohomo and they don't understand. And then I have to explain that he was homosexual and we call him Mohomo because it's in, you know.
And then it's not funny anymore.
KGG,
Once you have to explain it,
Yeah,
it's not funny
exactly. Yes,
anymore.
Michal.
Yes,
You
you
know
know it was a
what?
Jewish princess that murdered him, right?
You don't
based.
know about that. You don't know about my big fight with when I broke up with all of the Arabs. It was over Sophia because
Yeah,
I
she killed
said
him.
if I was alive during Muhammad time, I would do exactly what Sophia did, but I would not poison him. I would just literally kill him.
It took him 2 years to die, and it was a painful, painful death.
No, no,
She's
no.
like my,
Month, 1 month.
she's my hero, heroine.
No, he died after 40 days, but they didn't announce it.
No, he died. He died after 40 days.
Yes, that's
Oh my
why.
god.
So the Muslims did not want. They wanted to try that. This trick to say that he's a holy, and you know how like they lied to everyone. They said he can never be killed because God is protecting him. So what they did, they said no. Sophia's poison did not kill him. He was he was still alive after like 2 years, but it was actually 40 days, and he was
What?
sick the whole time, and they did not announce it until it was like his body was rotten after 40
What?
days.
Because it was so
So
embarrassing.
Yeah, that's some faggot
Wait,
yes,
shit.
wait. So
That's
when
some
because
did
faggot
he
his
shit.
whole
fly?
his whole identity was around that he's holy and God is protecting him. Nobody can kill him. Even if you try to poison him, he will not be killed. That was the theory. So since that was the case, and he died from the poison, they had to hide his body in his room and say he is actually in his room praying. He cannot meet anyone. And then his body started smelling, and they had to bury him after
That's
40 days.
disgusting. Like, I'm barely to my second
So
coffee
he
yet.
didn't fly to Jerusalem. Excuse me. He didn't fly to Beit al-Maqdis on a winged horse with a woman's face?
No, he dreamed about it. He did not
So he
actually.
didn't he didn't fly there. So
No, he did
That
not
this
nigga was
fly.
on
He
shrooms
dreamed
or some
about
shit.
it. He dreamed about it was a prophecy supposedly.
uh-huh.
Okay, that's what the
So he
Muslim that's what the Muslims are so obsessed with. They're saying it was a prophecy by God to our Prophet Muhammad, so we have to do it. You get it? That's why they're so
did he
consistent on it.
fly? Did he fly to the moon?
He
Did he
did, and
fly?
he also
That's the Mormons.
no,
That's
no, he's not a
No,
well.
Mormon, but he's
no,
close. He's
he
close to
didn't fly to
Mormons.
the moon. He said the moon split. He split the moon.
Oh yeah,
Did he
that was
split the
because
moon?
the kuffar, which is the infidels, did not
Starker.
believe in him.
Wait, I
What's
thought the
up?
Mormons were the one who had
Starker.
intercelestial sex or some shit like that. Now
What's
Muhammad is
up,
part of
Mary?
it. I
I
mean,
mean,
that's
what's
messed
up,
up.
Jewish RN?
Starker, don't you know that Muhammad was the one who inspired Frank Sinatra to write Fly Me to the Moon?
Fly
He
me
did.
To
to
Oh,
the
that
the
makes
moon,
sense. You
moon.
know what?
let
Frank
me
Sinatra.
play
Wait, you
among
guys,
the
can I?
Oh my God, Juicy,
stars.
did you just think about that at the
Frank
same time?
Sinatra was a Muslim, and not only
Let
was
me
Frank
see
Sinatra a
what life
Muslim.
is like on
Wait,
Jupiter
wait.
and
He
Mars.
was a Shia and he supported the Shah.
No. Frank
No
Sinatra
No,
was
he
Muhammad.
also
didn't.
a
No.
Palestinian.
Okay, so the
No
But
Shiites
he
Muhammad.
was also a
actually.
monarchist. He
Wait,
also
wait.
loved Reza
You need
Pahlavi.
to you need to
No
understand
Muhammad.
where the
He
Shiites
was a
come
crop
from.
top kafia fighter.
No, that you need to know the Shiite story. How did they become Shiites? So it was the grandson of the Muhammad, okay, that went to the Persians and tried to convert them, and the population over
KGG,
there.
are you good at making sandwiches?
And they killed him.
Yes, and they killed him. And then when they killed him, and they were like regretted it because they became Mozzies afterwards, and they started worshiping him forever, and that's why they beat themselves to death in the streets of Texas, because they killed a guy that was holy supposedly, yeah, and they regretted, and their only way for their
Hey,
fucking
KGG, Halsey wants you to make him a
What?
sandwich. A
Yeah, but
burger with
after.
garlic, actually.
Ooh, what in the
What would
Yeah,
opium
go
you
on a
guys, can
train?
we
Curtis
get Renzo
sandwich?
up here? Cause and then Mosfet wants to
I'm
speak. We're
fucking
gonna.
with you. I'm fucking with you.
All
Josie,
right.
Okay, first of all,
you're
you do
making me
not
a
try the
sandwich.
Kurdish
all
food,
right,
or
all
you
right, all
will
right.
stop being an American. Okay. Second,
Order in the court. You guys, we have Renzo with his hand up, and then Mosfet.
oh, I do not see the hands.
Okay, Renzo. Renzo, what's up, Renzo?
I want to tell you
A bunch of
all
amputees with their
something
hands up.
that you should pay very close attention to. This is my Renzo imitation.
Well, Renzo's not talking, so
I
that was good, EMB.
Yeah.
I want you all to know that
Shut up,
we.
monkey.
Hey Renzo, I want to
Hey,
tell you
Shabbat
people,
Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to everyone.
Now, I don't know. KGG, it was you who say that Muhammad flew to Jerusalem in his dream?
Yeah. See, he got some in and out, and then he got some in and out, and then
No,
he
that's
flew to
not.
Jerusalem
Magic
on a
carpet
That's
horse.
ride.
never.
Yeah.
No. Okay,
No,
let
that
me
was the
straighten
Shaw.
this up. It was never
Was
happened.
was it the Shaw?
Muhammad had a
The
dream
Shaw did the magic
that
carpet ride.
he flew to the further mosque. It's
So was
never
it an opium
mentioning
dream? Was he
Jerusalem.
smoking that shit?
He went in his dream to Al-Aqsa, which was not in Jerusalem.
Is Al Aqsa in the Quran? Where's it at? Where can I check it?
Yes, but not the Al-Aqsa in Jerusalem. In Quran, it says there were two mosques, Masjid al-Adna, the closest mosque, and Masjid al-Aqsa, the further mosque between Taif and Mecca, near the village of Jurania. He couldn't fly to Jerusalem even in his dream because there were no mosque in Jerusalem. There was not a single Muslim in Jerusalem during Muhammad's life. So get these things straight up.
So you're saying that he didn't fly to Beit al-Maqdis. He flew to this place called, what was that village called?
It's called Jurania.
Jordania. But then I heard the motherfucker couldn't read, so because he couldn't read, maybe he flew to Beit al-Maqdis by mistake because he thought it was Jordania.
Whatever it is, but even many Jews, many Zionists don't know this. There was no single mosque during Muhammad's life in Jerusalem.
Did the Muslims know that? Do they know that? No. Okay.
No Mahomo.
No muhomo.
I feel like it's wrong to make fun of the like mentally disabled. You know, people with like IQs under 80. So
It's
like,
really not. I didn't see
it's
that in the
not.
Ten
I
Commandments.
thought that was illegal in Florida to make fun of like mentally disabled or mentally challenged people.
We made fun
Stay
of
out of
Biden.
Florida.
Jenny's not in here. What are
We
you guys
made we
talking
made
about?
fun of Biden for 4 years, and it was a blast.
You do have a point. You do have a point, sir.
Wait, Mosfe's had his hand up forever. Mosfe, hey.
I don't even remember where I don't even remember where I put it up. Oh yeah. Who's that singing Fly Me to the Moon? What
Frank
Everybody?
Sinatra?
No, I
Oh.
know who
Oh, that was Josie.
it was Joe. Okay, that's what I was trying
No,
to
it was
figure
only
out.
Halsey.
I know it was Frank Sinatra, you fucking knuckleheads. I wanted to know who was singing it well. That was Josie? Okay.
That was
Nice
me.
voice. That was a nice voice.
Oh, thank you.
She's a
KGG,
lounge
I'm
singer.
trying. If somebody's not gonna speak, can they drop? If otherwise,
I can
KGG,
drop.
you have to wait.
I'll
You have to
drop.
wait in line, KGG.
Get another co-host.
She's dying to talk. Okay, Halsey, grab another co-host. My screen's all messed up right now.
So you might gotta reset the space if it's all messed
Why
up.
did Noam leave the space?
I don't know.
He wanted to go and read about Hegelian dialectics.
Ah? Hmm?
So he wanted to go and read about Hegelian dialectics, you know?
Yeah, well, we
What
have
the
a new
fuck is
host,
that
so
guy? No. Sorry.
Wow.
I speak English and
Rough.
French. That's a yeah.
Josie, do you ever go into the
So to
French
Renzo's
Jewish
point,
spaces
wait.
on X?
I need to respond to
Sometimes yeah,
Renzo.
but there's yeah, but
She's
But
always
before you
in
guys move on to the
South's
next
place.
topic. So Renzo, yes, that's true. Actually, there was no mosque, and it's impossible to have any mosque in Jerusalem at that time. Sorry for my, translation because it was from Arabic to English. But he did not fly to Jerusalem because at that time there were no mosques at all in that region, specifically not in Jerusalem, and the Muslims still did not reach to Levant area during Muhammad time. Also, we did not have anyone who was a Muslim in our areas. So, for example, in in Syria, Iraq, Iran, Turkey, Israel, Lebanon, all of these areas, and Jordan did not have any mosques at the period of the Muhammad. The conquest of Islam started after the death of Muhammad by his four companions, which is Ali, Abu Bakr, Ali, and Omar, and there's another one, Uthman. So the four people who took over Islam and conquered the land, it was actually his friends, his four friends. It was not Muhammad himself, and that's why it's impossible that he flew to Jerusalem. Not only that, Al-Aqsa Mosque, it has to be in Saudi Arabia because the only place that Islam still existed in the whole world during Muhammad time was only in Saudi Arabia's today map. So today, like maybe even smaller, not even fucking bigger. Like all the region that was on the Gulf, that was not Muslims. That was not still yet conquered by the Muslims during Muhammad time, and even UAE, Qatar, and all of these areas were not still Muslims during Muhammad. After Muhammad death, they conquered it. So yeah,
No Muhomo.
yeah, we didn't have
Yeah,
any Muhammads,
but
but
KGG, you don't know that he had a magic carpet?
he did have a magic carpet in his dream, and that story actually comes from a not actually Persian, Indian, but Persian stole it and they made it theirs. But it's actually an Indian story about a guy, which is they call him Aladdin because they Arabized it, but it was actually an Indian story. Even if you look at the pictures that they draw about it and all of that, even the way he's dressing, he looks like a Sikh. You know, the Sikh from India, literally, Aladdin looked like that guy. So if Aladdin was a real story,
Dude,
it's
I
not from the
served with
Arab stories or Persian.
Aladdin.
It's literally from India.
I
Sikh.
served
The
with
Arabs
Aladdin.
stole a lot
He
from
was in the
India.
Air Force with me.
Yes, the
He was a
Arabian
hella
Nights.
cool dude.
Yeah,
Ali Nasr
it's called
Aladdin.
Arabian Nights, but it's actually not Arabian. It's Indian Nights. Sorry, guys, I had to do that.
Yeah,
Arabian Night.
Or Jeets After Dark.
What was the
Nah, you know what?
horse's
That
name?
story of Shahrazad is actually pretty cool.
KGG, what was that horse's name?
What?
The
Al
horse's
Zut.
name.
It was Al
Michal,
Zut. We
Michal,
rode. We
can
And
you
called
it
the
was an
horse
ass.
Al
It
Zut.
wasn't a
Michal,
Say
horse.
it.
It
Michal,
was an ass.
Can you unblock Chris? Because he's a good dude. Let's get Chris in here.
Oh, Chris had me blocked. Tell him
Doesn't
to unblock
matter. It
me.
doesn't matter. Just unblock
EMB.
him.
EMB. If
Also,
he'll leave
if
me
Chris is gonna
unblocked,
come
I'll
here,
leave him
he has to
unblocked.
apologize for what he
Damn,
said
I don't
about
understand how
Obladi.
people block me and then
Wait,
they
who's
want to come
Chris?
in my
It's
space.
a
Shit.
new every day is a new day. It's like a new lifetime on X.
EMB,
Just
I
fuck the
totally
blocking. Forget it.
listen. They'd want to
Okay,
tell
It
him to
doesn't
maybe
unblock
matter
me.
who you
I
I
block.
like
fucking blocked
Chris,
Ritter.
but
It
let's
doesn't
not
matter
stop talking
what you
about
think.
Obladi.
You can't handle the truth. Just
Let him hang on for.
just
Wait, EMB,
unblock
hang on
him
for a
and
second. Hang on for a second. I'm not
come
gonna block you
on,
until you and
please.
I
No,
get this figured out. Listen, I don't block people. Okay,
All
he
right.
blocked me.
I
Just to
don't
let you know.
care. I don't care. He wants to come into the space and he's a good dude. Let him come in and let's just move on. He's not
Who's this Chris, man?
You know, I was about
Chris.
to unblock him, but now I'm like, dude, I don't want to. The more you're talking, the more it's like souring the situation.
Oh, okay.
You know what? Let's just do this. Chris Piss!
Are y'all talking about the Australian guy?
I just unblocked
No,
the guy,
no,
but I
no. Him
swear
you
to
could
God, if
block.
he's gonna be a
wait.
fucking baby and block me again, I'll block him back.
Okay, fair
Okay,
enough.
Because
fair
I never
enough.
did
But
shit
not
to him
only that,
ever. I
Michal.
don't know what the fuck is his problem.
Michal, there is something else I need to
He's
say.
What?
spicy, that's
Obladi,
all.
No,
Obladi
EMB,
is
I'm
not only
serious.
my friend.
I don't even know the
Wait,
guy. He fucking blocks me randomly for no fucking reason.
You
I
know,
don't
yes,
even
sometimes
know who the hell he
sometimes
is.
that happens by accident, believe it or
yeah, it
not.
doesn't
Like
That's
happen by
No,
gay.
accident. You have
EMB, listen to me. That's
Wait, what did he say
coincidental. That's
about
the only
Obladi?
reason.
No,
wait.
no Mahomo.
He went to
No
Junie's space.
Muhammad.
Well,
Dude, EMB, just listen to KGG because seriously, this is
wait.
retarded as fuck. What?
Okay,
Oh, sorry.
so I don't I like Chris. He's a good guy. All of that, but he's
No
American. He doesn't
Mahomo.
understand. Wait, he doesn't understand a lot of Middle Eastern stuff, and he went to Jenny's space and bashed my Israeli friends, which is Obladi. Obladi, not only my friend, he's my family. I will die for
No
that guy.
homo.
Okay. Anybody talks shit about him, I don't care who you are. You can be my brother, you can be my sister, you can be my father, you can be my mother. If you talk shit about Obladi, you're gone. So the fact that
KGG, I call Obladi Harta Varta. So what, are you going to
For the
block me
record, I
now?
unblocked the goober
no,
Uber.
no, I
Okay,
know
I
you
just
do it for
unblocked
fun.
him for the record.
Yeah, but I'm
Okay.
just saying he went to Jenny's space and started bashing all of us, okay, for Shah supporters, and he talked shit about
And
Obladi, which is
there it
one of the
is.
and
Oops,
I
I
said
there it
no
told
more
is.
And
homo.
That's right. It's all
don't
about
ruin
Jenny.
friendships for political
Whoops,
opinions,
why
man.
there it
That's just
is.
my
You
two
No,
talking
it's
about
just
cents.
Chris
because
Uber?
Jenny's a fucking retard.
So I see I didn't miss much in the hour that I
Josie,
left
you
because
know
we're
who
still
Jenny?
Are
talking
you
No,
about
no, you
kidding?
did.
You
You
Jenny?
missed
missed.
all
You
the
missed a
fun
good. It
shit.
was a good hour. It was a perfect hour. It was a
Okay,
perfect
let's
hour.
bring this
Okay,
Chris
what
up
did
so he
I
can
miss?
speak for
what did
himself.
you
Nothing.
miss?
Nothing. You didn't miss anything. But it was a good hour, and whatever. Come
Well,
on.
EMB,
Let's
that's
just.
why you don't have to push the envelope.
I
Listen,
EMB,
went to
dude,
Mama.
they went to the extent saying that Obladi is supporting the mullah's regime and he's an agent,
his
and they
fucking
tried to
wife
dox
called me
him
an
on a
Arab,
fucking
EMB.
stage full of enemies, full of fucking Horanians that we don't know who they fucking are. Jenny was trying to find the location
Jenny
of
called me an
Obladi.
Arab, EMB. Seriously, that's his wife, okay?
Wait,
Huh?
Sorry,
who?
I'm
sorry,
not. I'm not defending or condemning. I'm just. Whatever. Whatever.
sorry.
EMB, I love you, but you have to understand that that person, what he did, he has to apologize for it, or I'm not gonna forgive him.
Well, let's
Do
bring
you
him
How's
up
want
this
to
so we
okay?
can
ride or
discuss
Muted?
these
die?
things
La
with
na na
him.
na na.
Are they muted finally?
He won't.
Sorry.
He won't
Hold
I'm
come
on.
sorry.
up. I already unblocked
Can,
him. He won't
can
come in.
Miriam.
Wait a minute.
Can Motek.
Can you hear me?
So
No
what
one
do
can
we
hear
Who?
me?
have here
Stop
now?
sending dick
Yeah,
We
I
pics.
can
can
hear
hear
you,
you.
Halsey.
I can hear you,
Halsey,
bruh.
I just wanted to tell Sorry that while she was gone, we have solved all of the problems in the Middle East by saying that the Shah will come back and he will take all of us.
And
Listen,
you
okay,
spoke
Tajikistan.
behind
that's
my
fine.
Sha
back,
na
I'm
na na
sure.
na.
Wait a
Just
minute, guys. Listen to me, please. Number one, Chris is a good guy. I know he had a dust up with Michal. They could probably work it out pretty easily. Secondly, fuck anyone who supports the Shah. Thirdly, you can love Obladi all you want. He went around telling people I was a fucking Nazi because Noam embarrassed him in his space. So I'll criticize him all I want.
Yeah,
Like
but wait, Halsey,
seriously.
just to let you know, if you didn't already know, I have nothing. I don't even know Chris Uber. I don't know who
I
the
know
fuck he
we
is, and
discussed
he
this. That's
continues to
why I
block
said
me
you
for
could
no.
probably work it out.
Yeah, probably,
Wait, you
but
even made
if
him a
his wife
co-host.
would chill out, like,
Wait,
damn.
wasn't he
Who?
your co-host?
Who?
Yeah, because Stacy let him co-host, and I had no problem with it. And then he just dropped off like a baby and just went and blocked me for no reason. Dude, I
And
have
started a
no
space
problem.
with Jenny talking shit about you.
Yeah, and then went straight over with Jenny and started talking shit about us. That's it.
You know what? Can we just
Halsey,
save
Halsey,
all
I
Well,
this
agree with you.
maybe he's
motherfucking
seen
pillow
Halsey,
the
talk?
error in
Because
his
we were
ways.
having a
So
good time before we start talking about that goddamn Jenny again. You know what I'm saying?
Seriously, Jenny
Halsey,
is like the what?
Okay,
Poison
he's an
Jenny.
old
Halsey, fuck
hog.
the Shah and fuck anybody who attacks you. I will stick a
Yeah, we
steel-toed
just.
boot up
Oh
her
my
ass.
God.
Anybody who attacks
I
Oh
know.
my
Halsey,
god,
I will fuck
enough.
them up.
We heard you a million times.
As
And Jenny needs to get
Jewish
fucked.
RN's
Sorry.
legal
like
representation,
literally,
she
it's been
meant
a
that
long time.
figuratively. Okay, carry on.
Wait, can we have Masve? I keep messing up his name up here because his hand has been up for like an hour, maybe two.
Oh, no worries. I heard EMB say he was not here to offend or condemn. I would just like to point out that I am here for both of those things. So if anyone is interested in that, I'm available. I charge the IRGC much higher. I'll give you guys a friends and family discount, but just let me know. I'm here.
Okay.
That was great. Josie.
Yeah.
I say
But
conflict is gay.
But Juicy, I no, really, like they were trying to dox Obladi and to find his location and his name, and she was saying that he's an agent and the Israelis should actually take him seriously, and they go after him and they try to find his location and attack him. So I
That's
do
not
not
Well,
think.
nice,
that's
but
So I don't think people like messing up with the life of my Jewish friends, especially Israeli ones, is a fucking funny joke.
yeah, no,
I
I
never
totally
said
get
that.
it, but like you need to understand, like I know because like even like just a few months ago, less than a year ago, I used to really go fight other people's fights and just get involved. And it's like you gotta take care of your own battles. That sometimes it's some issues that
Oh
you
no,
need to let
I
two
take care of
people resolve
Obladi's and
between the
mine at the
two of
same
them.
time. Don't worry about it.
It's
No, but
just
Jenny,
it
wait,
brings a lot of
Josie,
issues
Josie,
for no reason.
you're making my point. You're making my point exactly because the thing is, I don't know the guy. That's all I'm saying. And like, you know this girl Jenny, Josie. Do you know this bitch
Is
Jenny?
that the chick? Is that a chick I told
It
her
looks like
once
versus
to get back
Maxis
in
or
the
something.
kitchen? So I bet she hates me.
Don't worry,
She probably hates
everybody hates
me.
her. She hates
She
I
does.
everybody, and
don't
everybody
hate
hates
her.
her.
I don't hate her. I just think she hates me, and she probably does.
Don't worry, you would hate her if you knew her long enough. But I was just gonna say, Josie, I have no problem with the guy, but he just I don't even know him. That's what I'm saying, and he'll block me because he's one of those people that blocks people, talks shit about them behind their back, so you can't talk back. You can't
That's
even
so
defend yourself.
gay. Is he straight?
Yeah, he's straight.
Oh my god,
It's
Len, there's
totally
stuff in the
gay.
chemicals in the water that turn the
Michal,
frogs gay,
Michal,
like
to be honest, talking about
Yeah.
somebody, at least let him defend himself. That's all I
He's
true, true,
sorry.
advocate
He's
true.
We
for.
been
unblocked
sorry,
him. He can
sorry.
come and defend himself.
Sorry. He's been unblocked for at least 10 minutes now. He is welcome to come in here. Where is he?
In the tunnels.
You know, he wasn't, I got the request for him to come in through a third party.
Through
So it
Jenny?
wasn't
Was
even
it
him.
Jenny?
No, I wouldn't even, no, not a chance.
I'm just
No.
saying you embarrassed me
So
by saying I blocked him when he blocked me. I only look. The thing is, Jenny's the issue, and he blocked me, so I blocked him back. It's not like I go around blocking people. I host spaces. I don't block people, but like he's got something's wrong with him. I don't know, and I wish he would come in here. He can say it to my face, although he'll scream and call me anti-American or whatever. But
I condemn everyone equally.
me too.
why not? It's been fun though. I honestly, I just come for the laughs. I like sense of humor over everything. I love Obladi because I just, he says the fucking craziest shit and it's great.
That's the only thing I like,
That's all.
dark, is humor. Everything else, not a fan.
Now I feel bad because I only had two people on this whole platform that I can't stand, and Jenny and Leslie. Now I have Chris. I don't want another enemy. I would like to make friends with him. Bring him in here.
Don't feel bad. They're avatars on Twitter.
Can I
Stop.
ask a pertinent question?
Exactly.
None of it matters. None
Exactly.
of it matters. I promise you. It's avatars on Twitter. None of it matters.
100%.
0% of it matters.
100%.
It
Can I
spells
ask a pertinent
zero
Exactly.
question, guys?
energy.
Can
Exactly.
I ask a pertinent question, please? Mazva, I'd like your opinion. It's now 10 o'clock at night on a Friday in Iran. We do not know Donald Trump's wishes or timeline. Do you have an opinion? I mean, I could see
Next
I could
month.
see him starting tonight.
Nothing's gonna happen.
I
It's
think
gonna be
it's
like
tonight.
psych.
I think it's tonight, or we're not going to see anything until after Ramadan.
No, we're not gonna see anything. It's all bluff, man. He's all like
I think it's
teasing and
bluff too,
poof,
Mosfet.
psych.
Didn't he say a month yesterday, Nazareth?
No, he set a timeline that he set that the quote unquote mullahs know and nobody else does, that he gave them on around February 1st.
I'm
He
talking
didn't
about
tell
yesterday.
anybody. I didn't hear him say anything about any
Month.
specific
He
timeline.
said a month.
Yeah, but aren't they supposed to get together next week?
Yeah.
I think, wasn't it that they found out that through intelligence agencies that Iran managed to acquire like Russian and Chinese weapon that pretty much makes it unnecessary for Iran to even have a nuclear arsenal because all their ballistics can pretty much like do the job. And that would be why they're like, yeah, maybe we might want to rethink this whole thing, you know? That's kind of what I understood. I could be wrong. I mean, we don't know
Nazif,
what's going on over there.
what is with the Ramadan thing? I can't quite figure that out. I'm sure there's an easy
I don't know,
answer.
maybe when they're intermittent fasting, they're angry.
Maybe when they're
Intermittent fasting.
fasting.
It's so true, though.
To wait, I
I mean,
mean.
after 48 hours of fasting, like, I get pretty salty too.
You know what? I did a fast for like 14 days, just a water
Wow.
fast. It's a long story.
I did that too, but I did it with the lemon and cayenne pepper. Remember that one?
Everyone stop. I condemn all of you for talking after Shaya's question and distracting from the question. The answer to your question, Shaya, is generally speaking, Western liberal democracies tend to avoid, if they can, attacking during Ramadan, not for the enemy. It's because the allies in the region, right? It's about that. It doesn't take anything off the table. Precisely, it's not like we haven't before. But it has nothing to do with like compassion for the IRGC and much more about the surrounding countries and celebration of their holidays. Generally, we try to avoid that window. That's the answer to your question. Now the rest of you can go back to your debauchery and I'll continue to condemn from the corner and judge you.
And what about the fact that on Yom Kippur the neighbors didn't seem to care?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
They didn't seem to care on Simchas Torah either, you know.
I
Kind of
Ben,
feel like fuck their feelings, you know.
Yeah, that is a
Personally,
damn good point. I really don't care about their feelings. They did that on, like, it seems like on our holidays, especially Shabbat, they like to
Of
put,
course. Of
yeah.
course. That's why I said the enemy. That's why I said the regime. That's why I said that. Like, I was very precise in my wording here, right? They do quite the opposite thing. But there's all right. I'll just judge from afar, and I'll mark up those of you who have poor critical listening skills.
okay.
And speaking of from afar, Maza, would you put me on your DM again? Give me a follow. On
Yeah,
my old
brother.
account, you
Yeah,
did, but
brother.
on this one, I got
Yeah.
knocked out.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man.
I think what Mazva meant is the surrounding countries that celebrated, that we are allies with, because that's what I thought of last night, and that's why I asked the question. But I'm done now because I have a headache. Okay.
Well, it's a good point, but it would also be a good time to fake them out.
So we only got 4 days left because it starts on the 17th, if I'm right.
When's the next new moon?
17th.
Well, that's the beginning of the
17th.
Lunar New Year too. Huh.
Right. However,
That's right.
We all know they freaking believe
Last
in
night.
numerology and astrology, so.
However, Donald Trump is going to be loath to start some kind of kinetic action during market hours or even during the market week. I'm sorry to be so
Well, you know
capitalist, but
what?
that's why the weekend's likely.
The stock market is closed on Monday, so this would be an opportune time.
Correct. Yeah,
Why is it
Good
closed
point.
on Monday? What
if we don't,
holiday is it?
President's
don't-
Day. President's Day.
you add up the moonlight and the fact that Donald Trump, for some reason, announced the fact publicly he's going to Fort Bragg today. I if it doesn't come tonight and extend till Monday, then I don't. Then I'm as confused as anyone else. But I think it's coming this weekend.
Josie, sing the weekend.
No,
Masvid,
Josie,
we're
can
gonna
you
hold
sing?
you to that.
Can you sing? I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
Oh no, the weekend song. Something.
What weekend
something.
song?
I
It's
don't
the
know.
weekend. What are you talking about?
It's Friday then.
Mikal, you should
Yes.
never sing.
Thank you very much.
Ever. Don't ever sing.
I've been
Don't
told.
worry, neither should I. So, like, you're in good company.
No problem, but we need Josie to sing.
Eh?
Yeah.
I have a feeling EMB is secretly
En
has a great
français.
En
shower
français?
voice.
Jose, chante en français, oui. Frère
Oh,
Jacques. No.
Champs-Élysées. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, Champs-Élysées. You know, type shit.
Okay, I mean, wait, you speak French?
Oui, monsieur.
Cool.
Yep.
I don't know what to
Ben oui,
say.
est une
Sac
Montréalaise.
passé. Sac
It's
passé. Bon temps roulé. Pain au
it's good.
chocolat.
It's good.
That's Creole, my dear. C'est passé.
It's
Oh,
good to
Yes.
know
Mossad
we have.
here.
Oh, good. Mossad's
We
here
have
too. Good.
Hey,
What's
Mossad.
We have.
fellow
up?
IRGC members.
Hello, Mossad
Yeah.
trainer.
Dude, honestly, I'm gonna be so for fucking real. I spent my life being scared of the IRGC and its proxies. I don't know how the fuck monarchists are more scary to me now. Like, I don't get it. Like, someone fucking make that. I have never been harassed by the pro pallies, the wingnats, the groypers, fucking white
The
nationalists.
crop top kafias.
Yeah, I have never been harassed by anyone more than a monarchist for asking a fucking question. Someone make that make sense to me. Seriously.
No,
Sure, okay.
they're
They feel
Welcome
like
to the
they
club.
own you. They feel like they fucking own you. And they want you to hurry the fuck up and bomb Iran so they can
you
get
must
their
fall in
Shah back
line.
in power.
And that's democracy. That's what they call democracy.
You must fall in line.
No, I just don't like we're all on the same fucking side here. Like, let's just be so for real. Like, nobody wants the goddamn regime. Honestly, I don't give a fuck who replaces him as long as he's not a piece of shit and trying to kill me and my people. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. Like, why can't that be good enough? And that's what I got harassed for saying.
Wow, that's crazy.
Hey, Jose, what's up, baby?
Was good.
Anyway, so I'm glad I found my fellow IRGC people.
The GC haters.
So
Yay.
so now we
Wait. They
have.
accused
It's
you of being fucking IRGC?
Yeah, bro. They accuse me of being fucking. Honestly, I think.
me too.
I
Me
think
too.
that's the weirdest thing I got called. Like, people call me a jeet all the time, and a man. Like, fine, I get it, because of like the way
Right.
I shit post. But
They call me a
IRGC, like,
man
really?
too. You know what? Fuck it. Now y'all in the club with, Ben, Starker, and Pell and Halsey up there. Now all of y'all is in our club.
Wait, Masfay, they called you IRGC. You too?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of
I
here.
had the audacity to explain logistics, right? Like how long it takes to do stuff. Like how dare I?
I feel
How
like
dare
fucking
I?
Anne Frank in the attic, no joke, fucking DMing people to be like, what the fuck is happening? I'm not
Oh,
kidding. We're like a
I
weird
swear.
underground
No,
Jewish
join the
network.
club.
so
Join the
Mossad.
club.
So
And
Mossad.
Frank in the Haddix
No,
vibes.
literally, it's like fucking Anne Frank in the attic, no joke.
Mossad, relax. Right? They're relax. They have a 89 million to 1 advantage and are losing. So I don't think you have anything to be worried about.
No, but at what point are we gonna realize that like everyone, like I remember when we went through that whole like Saudi push and everyone was like, all right, Saudis, we're friends. Nope, fucked us over. When are we gonna learn?
These towelheads always try to play both sides. Like,
The
they'd never learn.
Saudis.
Yeah, EMB, remember
Michal,
that
your
one
space is
moment?
going to get big. Michal, your space is going to get bigger and bigger because the only one that's going to be on the monarchist side is Jenny at the end of the day. You know that.
Do you think
Can
she'll
we
ever
just
switch?
not? Can we just ignore Jenny?
Yeah,
Like
let's not talk.
every time you bring that individual up, just brings down the motherfucking vibes, you
We need to
know?
have a drinking game with if somebody says the name Jenny.
No, just leave her. You know, just
Hell
like
yeah.
let her go.
Hell
Like just
You
leave it
have to
alone.
buy
motherfucking yeah.
around.
You know what?
Anytime somebody
If
says
you
her
say
name, you
Jenny,
have
you
to buy
gotta take a
around.
motherfucking shot.
No. Leave her alone. Listen, she's the one that called me IRGC yesterday, guys. Just like let it go with her. It's like not that
You
deep.
gotta take a shot.
It's not that deep.
Is
Let that go with her.
Jenny?
You gotta take
Yeah,
four
So
sure.
motherfucking shots.
Somebody
I
needs to
have
make a song about her.
I have a
No, it's
business
like a
plan for the
Blackpink
world.
chick, Jenny.
Oh
Like it's
wait,
Jenny,
Masve,
Jenny,
what's your
Jenny.
business plan? I love a business plan.
So I have a business plan for the world, right? And um, I don't want to say the United Nations because that shit sucks. But in order to be registered as a country, right? So in order to be recognized, you'd have to donate a certain percentage to this business, right? And this business has one existence, and we're going to put it in like I don't know, some place with a lot of space, sub-Saharan Africa, Siberia, whatever the fuck. It's going to be a nation state without a flag, right? Like no territorial boundaries. It exists for one function, right? It's going to have a dictator that answers to the globe, a huge military and logistics force, and it just sits there. Its sole
Isn't it
function in
what
life,
Dubai is?
no, its sole function in life is when the world nations run into something like Iran or like the IRGC, these are the motherfuckers we install, right? For like 20 years, right? Like, here's your job. Clean all this shit up, get the society ready for Western liberal democracies to join the community of nations, and then they pivot out.
Okay, what if they decide to clean it up with Sharia law? Then we look like fucking
No,
clowns.
no. This would be a carefully selected group of people. This would be a
And who would select it? How would we ensure that it's
I would myself
you
personally.
would?
I would personally validate them all. It would be a secular, completely secular society. They would have no ideology, right? They would just be about law and order.
Okay,
So
can
But
I
we
they
have
have
bang
to
no
put
Muhammad?
them in the
morals.
Arctic.
They have
In
no
the
morals
Arctic.
based on God. You know, they don't fear God, but they're gonna be fully secular and apply stuff equally and not backstab you. Like, I
I'm
mean,
not
maybe
It
worried
you're
should
about
probably
be
their
in the
value
trolling. You're not taking this
Arctic.
too
judgments.
seriously, but
Yeah.
And in the Arctic is where we have the prisons of these people so that they could cool off.
Okay, Sin, but
Wait,
where are
can't
we
we
gonna move
just
the
convince
Palestinians?
them to be fucking Masorti?
No,
they're
but where are we gonna move
Jordanians.
the
They can go back to
Palestinians?
Jordan.
All right,
No,
fair.
Masorti, like traditional. You know how that we got like traditional Jews in Israel? Like,
The ultra
they'll make
Orthodox.
no Masorti, man. Like,
Mm.
they'll watch the football game on Shabbos, and then they'll go to shul and daven, make kiddush. Maybe they'll go drive to the park. Masorti,
If
Masorti.
anyone wants to drop, Cyber wants to come up, but I can't let him up as we're full. So if anyone's not
I'll drop.
speaking, I can't even see who we
You can
have in
drop
there.
me.
I can drop.
No, stay.
No. We need you. We need you here.
Boo.
We need the French speakers because, like, we're gonna conquer France pretty soon.
Mossad,
We're gonna
when do
need.
you go to Israel? Mossad.
She left.
Assad dropped for me.
Wait, who sacrificed
It
themselves?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Shlomi, hello, Shlomi, hello.
What up, Cyber?
Hey, hello. No, let me shut up.
So,
What do you mean?
Masve, what are we calling this? Are we calling it like Whitewater?
Shalom,
And
Shlomi.
Oh, it's a great question. I would say that, like, that's a corporate naming right, as I think that we should, I think we should use some free market capitalism and let some corporations step up the name, and I don't care. I don't have a dog in that hunt, but think of how useful this would be, like a non-political nation state whose sole job is to restore order when shit goes bad, like all the Christians getting murked in sub-Saharan Africa, and drop those motherfuckers in there, right? Like, it'd be useful. It'd be useful to have a nation state with no alignment, of just pure
the Swiss
mercs.
Guard?
Yeah, kind of almost exactly like that, only more lethality.
And do they have like funny costumes too? And like, if they do have funny costumes, can we have like a costume competition to find the funniest costume?
No, no funny costumes. No, we want to project authority. So what,
Well, I thought that's how we were gonna get like all the liberals on board, that we would let them like design the costume. So we go to like Manhattan or whatever in San Francisco, and it would be like, guess what?
We're not. Cyber, you're thinking I'm trying to gather consensus here, and I'm not. Like, this is going to be a decree, right? I'm not looking for, community of opinions, particularly from that community.
What happened?
I have no idea. And frankly, I thought the United States, I
Mazda's
thought
muted.
we were that nation, right?
I think we should elevate Mazda's civilian rank to Lord High Commander.
Absolutely.
Protector of the realm.
Hey, Maimon, is that you? I recognize your voice.
Dude, I definitely, you do not want me to have that kind of authority. I promise you. That would not end well for society.
Yeah, but certain societies, I'd be okay with that.
For sure. But I'm telling you, you give me access to the nuclear triad, like that is, I do not have the self-restraint. I'm just telling you right now. Like, I don't.
Nor do I. I'm with you. Yeah, right there. I'm right there with you.
I would violate every Stark treaty that's ever even been conceived of. The mutually assured destruction doctrine. Yeah, I would wipe my ass with that piece of shit. And I would.
Mazda, I say the same fucking thing all the time. People are like, how come you never run for him? Like, you do not want me elected to shit. And no one is electing me to shit because I would bomb the fuck out of everybody. Like, we would need to end the START treaty because I would use all the nuclear bombs and we would need to make more. Like, seriously, I would be the worst fucking president ever.
People think
See, that would be the most honest president, actually.
People think
the difference between you and them is that they lie about it. You're honest.
I would make him look tame. Like, he is way too patient. Like, I would have, you know how many ships it would be at the bottom of the sea right now? Like, any nation that fucking pissed me off. The first time Europe was like, wah, about NATO, bam, 24 ships in the fucking bottom of the ocean. You want to try that again, motherfuckers? Like, I would be ruthless. So I would be like, I know that I would be impeached. So I'd also be moving at a really high pace, right? Like, I figure with bureaucracy, maybe I get 7 to 10 day windows. So I have to maximize the amount of shit I can do in that time. So yeah, I wouldn't last
And you
long.
hit while the iron is hot, right?
Yeah. I missed that. What was that?
Noam, come on up. What's up?
I just want to say, Josie, you here?
Yes.
I voted for you. Don't worry. I made sure to click the link you sent me, and I voted
No,
for
don't
you.
do that.
I'm joking. I'm not retarded. Don't worry.
Thank God.
We all voted for you, Josie. Everybody voted for Josie.
It actually warms my heart
What's
that
Josie
like
running
so
for?
many people actually would have taken the time to vote for me if that thing was real. Like, oh my God, I hate those freaking niggers abroad. My bad. Pardon my French. But they're from
no
Nigeria. You know, Nigeria.
Nigers.
And don't worry, Josie. I don't click any links, and no one should. Don't click a link ever on social media.
What's going on?
It's really
Someone sent me a vote thing, and I didn't.
Oh, don't touch it.
It's a virus. It's a virus.
Yeah, the
What
thing
about
is that
sign
like
this
sometimes they
petition?
even go talk to your friends and like they pretend to be you, and it's like if you host a lot of spaces or like you work in the podcast scene, it's like it would be, you know, you don't really think it could be a virus because it's like somebody you talk to every day that sends you that. You're like, oh sure. That one's a little trickier than the other ones.
Damn,
Wait,
what about someone
they're
who
still
said
doing that shit? What do they do with this virus? They hijack your account or whatever?
It's not a virus. It's a phishing link. They
what
just
about
get.
says please sign this petition?
Oh, okay. So they just jack your info.
Most of those things are phishing links, and again, most of the time, there's no issue with clicking the link. What happens is that it brings you to a site that looks very similar, like one-to-one almost, to X or something like that, and it asks you to log in, and then it logs your information. So if you ever click a link by accident, and it brings you to something you need to log into of something you already have, don't. Just don't. At all.
Oh yeah, because they
Okay.
lock you out of your account, and then like I think they want like ransom or something, and then they use it to promote that Melissa CC bitch and her financial advice stuff, like taking financial advice from a woman. First of all, don't do that.
What are
Second
you
of all,
talking about? Look at Nancy Pelosi. She's fucking balling. All right.
who do you think
Ooh,
purchases
touche.
her shit? That's a man. Come on, everybody knows that.
No, that's Nancy Pelosi, man. You can give Nancy her fucking credit where it's due.
Even if that were the case, the exception does not make the rule, okay? Like, most of the debt in this country is driven by women.
Josie,
Yeah,
also, just to
I
make a
got some
public
debt.
service announcement, racism is not only acceptable in this space, it's highly encouraged, so feel free.
Nice. I found my people. Let's go.
Yeah, Joseph, maybe you should spend more time with us instead of the fucking schizos.
Yeah, that's a good
He actually
idea.
does. Like
Who are the
almost every time I go into a
schizos?
Jewish space, there's Josie.
The fuck? Oh shit. Yo, Halsey, check the group chat, homie. Check the group chat, dog.
Anyways, how are you fine gentlemen and gentlewomen doing this fine evening? Haven't seen you guys in an hour.
You missed the fun. We were having a lot of fun. But we'll have
I'm
to do it
sure
fucking
I was
again.
busy
amazing.
then.
I got
I'm
another
fucking
military
amazing.
question for Mazza. How long
I'm
can the
home. I'm home. I'm in sweatpants. I'm getting ready to fucking play Call of Duty and just be irresponsible
Which
for
one? Which
like
one, Master? Which
12
one?
hours today. I don't know.
Which Call of Duty?
I don't know. Whatever's on the thingy. I don't know. I
Mazza?
haven't touched a controller in a really long
Play
time.
Black Ops 2. That was the best.
How long can the U.S. stay at full readiness in the Gulf without problems?
Forever.
So why don't they just park there? Like if not,
Well, I mean,
if nothing
yeah,
happens, they can just park there.
it's about resource management in other areas, right? It's like these assets. It's a couple of things. You have fatigue on people being downrange that long, but also we need a heavy footprint in Southeast Asia and the South China Sea right now, and we need a heavy footprint in the Caribbean. And so we're pulling to some degree from both of those places. So like, I guess your question is definitely applicable. There is a limitation to how long we can maintain this footprint where we start losing in other areas. There's a risk that we're emboldening in other areas. I don't know exactly what that number is or like if it's quantifiable exactly, but yeah, we can't be there for forever. But I don't know exactly what it is.
I'm gonna make another disclaimer that I have unblocked Chris, and I'm indefinitely unblocking him. That's my public service announcement.
Why do men block women?
Because
It's
foids are
simpler
a
that way.
distraction.
Why was that?
Because some men don't like boobs.
No, because foids are a
No, it's
distraction and they spike our cortisol levels.
Yeah, don't spike me cortisol.
You
Oh,
keep
that's
my
what it is.
cortisol out of your mouth.
I have no idea what it is.
It's a
That's the
fucking
stress
hormone. Makes you go
hormone.
bald.
Oh,
Cortisol makes you fat.
well, I have a
Cortisol
shitload of
doesn't
it then.
look
It's because all of the foids I'm around.
I feel you, man.
What is a foid?
It's how incels call women.
Oh, God.
You've never heard it?
I've heard it. I just
What does
never
it
bothered
mean?
asking.
I love how we're all jester maxing here. It's amazing.
Oh, somebody's been on Kick.
Kick? No, it's X.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Kid
I
is
know.
funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Dome, I'm going to be very upset if I get to Israel and I find out that you've started introducing all of these cancer words into the lingo there, like into the young group. So
Bro,
please don't do that.
explain to me how I can translate the sentence jester maxing at the club that a foid won't spike your curacol levels as you want to goon and
Mock
peep.
them
How do
harder.
I translate that into
Wow,
Hebrew?
no
I can do
wonder
it. Wait,
these
I can do it.
motherfuckers are
I can
incels.
do it. Just say Amy Musa.
Damn.
As long as you mog frame them, you're okay.
No, not mark frame. Frame max. No.
No, it's mog frame maxing.
Mog frame.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see,
No,
this is the
frame mog. Frame
incel.
mog.
See, look at how these motherfuckers talk, and they wonder why they can't get laid. And they go and shoot the place
I'm in
up.
the
It's because
rage
they
bait
fucking talk
maxing
like that.
business, so
I have an actual business idea to fund maybe Masvidal's private army. I think what we do is we start making like prosthetic chins, like out of silicone or whatever, the way that, or like latex, the way they used to make like fake noses that you guys like you'd wear like for like Purim or whatever for Halloween, and we just sell
theatrical.
like these. Yeah, we just sell like theatrical chins of different sizes and widenesses, and we like it's like Botox for men or whatever, or like toupees. It's like toupees for the whatever you want to call them, genetically unlucky.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in
No, they got a
California, we
website
just
that
call
does
those
that.
Beverly Hills plastic surgery clinics.
Yeah, we call them Merkins. Merkins.
But these are temporary. They're kind of like the stick-on lashes the girls have, where they just like glue them on for the night or until they get
Yeah,
sweaty. So
Merkins.
it's the same
You
thing.
know, you gotta have people wig out with their Merkins. Yeah.
They could just be like fillers, like they melt after like a week or two.
No, I think because it's for guys, they have to be glue on. They have to be able to like take them off, because otherwise, like when your hair, like when your like beard grows, it would be like uncomfortable.
Who's that
Yeah,
guy?
but those always look like
Clavicle.
shit.
Clavicle.
Clavicular? What a terrible name.
Yeah, that hombre. You gotta market it to his crowd. That's what you gotta do.
Like
By the way,
clavicular, it's
Josie, how are
like
you holding up since the incident?
I'm staying out of it. I mean, at first I was like, dude, just blame it on me. Like, just
No,
say that I
not that
texted the
one.
DJ.
Not
Cause
that
like,
one. Of Calvicular getting frame mogged by the ACU frat leader. Are you doing good?
oh, I don't really care about those people, to be honest. They're above my, they're below my tax bracket, anyways. Like I don't know. That's just a universe that I like. I'm too autistic to math together. Like the math is not mathing. Everything they do makes no sense. There's no logic. Anyways. The club incident, I'm telling you, I was like, dude, blame it on me so I get banned from all the clubs across the country. That's like my dream come true. Like, give me this good of an excuse to not be able to go to one of my friends' stupid club events. Like, please. Like, I'm too introvert. I hate loud music. I hate people. Like, this is the dream. But nobody believed me.
Wait. You legit work for that lame Myron Lames?
Yeah, she goes to the store and finds the tightest jeans they have, and then she takes them to the tailor and gets them tightened up.
No, he needs to
Even
get
more
new ones. I
so.
keep telling him.
So this is legit. You like really work for Myron Lames?
No, we're friends.
Oh, okay.
That's worse.
But can we like not make a
At least,
space about this?
at
It
least
gets
the other
old.
way you were getting paid.
Right?
No, I thought we weren't going to talk about this, but I do. But Josie, if you ever want to DM me, I'm interested to know. I have a few questions.
Ask Leslie.
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 Yeah.
Wait, Leslie Young?
Shit.
No way. What? Ew.
Shit.
Now I'm thinking, which one?
Oh, then it's
Oh,
not
I'll
her.
DM you. I'll DM you.
Okay.
Damn, we got like a big ass room over here.
Okay, so business idea, like for upcoming warmer months. If you see like crop top kefiyas for sale, support small businesses. Okay, that's probably me, cause I think that could be a hit.
You know,
I'll
you
talk
know.
to Stealth
Wait.
about like some copyright like trademark deal. You know, we can make behind the scenes for me for stealing your idea.
Okay, Josie. You know how girls always wear those like sarong, like the silk things on the beach, like go over their bikini so they can pretend like they're not just wearing a bikini like into the restaurant.
Yeah.
Are we onto something?
Yeah.
We just make keffiyeh ones, and we could put the words on them. What words do we put on them? Like around the outside.
Gays for Gaza.
No,
Or
no,
like
no,
a gay
no.
flag with Palestine. Or
Gay. I like gays for Gaza.
It has to be more nihilistic.
Gaza strip. Gaza strip. I
The
think like we
Gaza
just make like
Strip.
crop
I
top
mean,
kefiyas with like the
that's just the
silk
best name for a
top
strip
as like a
club, though.
match. We got like a discount if you buy both. And it's like crop top kefiyas is gonna be slaying downtown New York with that stuff, with the ultra orthodox protest, you know, like that's gonna be a hit. Catching.
How come I can't? I can't add you, Miri. I'm trying. We have too many speakers.
And
I
now I
would
gotta split the
volunteer.
profit
I'll
with
drop
Cyber
down.
and
I'll drop down.
Stealth.
But I
I
gotta
would
go because I have to.
volunteer.
I gotta do stuff for Shabbos. So yeah, Josie.
Damn
One
right.
day,
Get
hopefully
the
you'll.
hell out of here, Cyber. Go away.
Josie, one day, hopefully we'll be able to get you away from Myron and the rest of the brilliant culture warriors on X.
Hey, listen, money talk, bullshit walks. You know what I'm
I know.
about.
I was about to say, do you have a job offer for her?
Listen, I'm the hardest working motherfucker you guys could run into. Just saying. I am not
Evidence
politically
to the
correct.
contrary. Evidence to the contrary. I've eaten breakfast, dropped off numerous children, cleaned a rifle, and you're still on a Twitter space. So, like, evidence to the contrary.
You don't know what I'm doing while on a Twitter space, sir. If you cannot multitask, that sounds like a personal problem. Pardon
Multitasking
my
is a
French.
myth. It's a myth.
No,
If
it's
you're
not.
doing
It's
more
my
than one
reality.
thing, you're not focusing on the other thing. Hey, don't mind
I
me. I'm
don't know.
just
I'm
here to
just fine
judge and
right now.
condemn. I apply it equally across the board.
Do you know how many live streams I started, moderated while folding laundry and cleaning up the entire kitchen while on a space and then coiling my curls simultaneously? Like I'm killing it over here.
EMB, how do you do your curl coiling? Do you
I was just
often mix
thinking
that?
about that.
Yeah, it's a
Notice how he
challenge.
cares about the curl coiling and not how like my
Uh,
laundry is folded or how I'm cooking and
I'm like,
cleaning.
I
Like
could
no,
use
he cares
somebody to
about the
fold the laundry
curls.
too. Yeah. Oh, I'll give you a
Well,
job.
all the other tasks are my wife's job, so I don't worry about those kind of things. So like the
So you
curl
can focus
cowling
on
for
my
me.
nails and my curls. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I think
I love
that's
that
fair
attitude.
condemnation.
Josie, I have to tell you that I've hosted spaces while being charge nurse on an inpatient psychiatric ward and taking care of violent, aggressive, chronic masturbating patients. Have you done that?
No, I think we have a winner here. I think I'll take second place. That's pretty baller.
Definitely.
Well,
yeah,
see what
but
happens when you like kill it too hard. Like nobody ain't got shit to say now.
Jewish, you have too many spaces with the Saudis and that Alan Miller or whatever his name is, and those people. Yeah, there's a lot
Who?
going on there. Too
Listen,
much.
listen. Halsey has not been around lately hosting spaces, and I find spaces where I can find spaces, okay? And certain people annoy the fuck out of me, certain people whose names you have already mentioned, who are in all kinds of Zionist spaces, who annoy the fuck out of me, so then I don't go in those spaces, and those people actually welcome me and love me.
They, you know what? Goddamn.
Jewish,
Damn.
What?
you damn
What?
right. You tell EMB you go where the fuck you want to
Yeah,
go. It's
no,
not
she can
his
go anywhere
goddamn
she
business.
wants, of course. But that's.
I don't know.
I thought
You know what?
we
Like,
got rid of the Saudis.
no, you can't get rid of those motherfuckers. Come on, man. They got that oil money.
Yeah,
Got
they've
that
been pretty
oil
chill
money.
with us for a minute. So I mean,
Utsli, what's happening, Utsli?
Actually, I'm
Hootsley.
fucking arguing with Hotha right now.
Oh shit, Utsli. Haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he has not been in our not been around.
Yeah, Elsie's a cool guy. I like you.
You know, I might be more retarded than Noah.
No one's
Don't
more
worry, I
retarded
No,
than
take I
him.
there's
take the
no way
first
that's
place on the
true.
retardation scale here. Don't worry about it. You're safe.
Utsli, come on, what's up? Tell us what's going on. Give us some pearls.
I said Shabbat Shalom.
That's it. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom
Shabbat
u'mevorach.
shalom u'mevorach.
Ach yakar.
Yeah,
Good sleep for Prime Minister of Israel.
this AI makes me busy. I try to understand what he wants from us.
I don't know who would want to be prime minister of Israel. Like, I don't even like hosting Shabbat dinner. Like, fuck that.
Say
Can't
Sarah
you
for
fucking
president. Screw
delegate?
it.
Can't you just delegate that shit if you're the prime minister?
Just get BB out of here. Put Sarah, fucking queen, in here.
Shabbat
What's
dinner
wrong with?
is the best thing. If you have problem with Shabbat dinner, it's maybe the food. You need to change it.
Yeah.
No,
Get
it's
you
definitely the
some.
people.
The people. Damn, bro. I don't know what to tell you, man. If you can't decide who comes to your house for Shabbat, bro.
No, you can change the people. You make your family bigger.
Am I the only one, or have any of you ever had a adverse reaction to lidocaine?
You know
No.
what?
I have.
I've had
But Mazda, I
lidocaine.
agree with you. You can just change the people you invite and make it 0, which is what I do.
I use a
I think
benzocaine
this is the
instead.
problem. He invites the people and all the zeros come.
Yeah, adverse reaction to lidocaine. That what's up with
This is
that?
the first time it ever happened to me. I just got out of the dentist. You
Oh, you had
entertained me
the.
during my dental appointment. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
What's the
Never had
reaction?
an adverse reaction to lidocaine before, but I felt like I was going to puke and pass out.
Oh wow. I don't know if it's injected. That's bad.
Yeah, injection of lidocaine.
Did they give you something?
Yeah, I had a tiny little cavity, so they had to fill it. So they gave me the
No, I mean
injection.
after the reaction.
Oh no. I'm
Just
a
take
freaking
Benadryl.
No, I took care of it. No, I take care of myself. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm
Just
walking it off.
yeah, just
the
drink
dentist,
water. You know.
the dentist before he
Yeah. When I get home, I'll drink some water. I'm almost home. I decided to walk.
in on the lidocaine? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I want
We
the
can hear you.
opinion.
Yeah, I'm a retired dentist. It wasn't the lidocaine. There's epinephrine in the lidocaine, and
Yeah,
it
that's what
causes.
that's what my dentist told me. She said it's probably the epi.
Yeah,
But I've
it's the
never had a
epi.
reaction like that before.
Well, the reason is she picked up either an artery or a vein by accident. That's what happens. It's actually not. It's actually not the. It's not probably lidocaine or carbocaine. It's that she picked up accidentally a vessel. And if you look at the back of a dental syringe, you will see it has a closed ring. And the idea is that when you administer the anesthetic, you pull back on the ring. And the reason is if you see a tiny drop of blood into the carpule, you know that you are in an artery and therefore you should relocate. But sometimes stuff happens and it's the epinephrine, it's not the lidocaine.
Take note, everybody, that we just got a class lesson here.
You did.
Thank you
You're
so much. That was amazing.
Yeah, it might hit your nervous system, so you might feel anxious. Just like breathe normally and just try to calm yourself down so you
And
don't
by the
panic.
way, for those of you who are interested, a lot of the reason that during the COVID vaccine that a lot of people got myocarditis was because nurses and even MDs are not trained to aspirate when they give an injection in a muscle. They do not have that little ring on the back of your normal medical syringe. And what happened is believed that randomly a lot of those injections were put into an artery and it went straight to the heart, causing the myocarditis reaction.
Huh.
You ask a nurse or
Okay.
even an MD if they
I am a
aspirate
nurse.
when they,
I'm a registered nurse.
and you'll know that you are not taught to aspirate.
Correct.
Why? How come they don't teach to aspirate? Because I saw that going on, and I saw people requesting for them to aspirate, and they didn't want to.
Because they don't understand it. They don't know the reason why. They're not taught.
How do you do that? What is aspirating
Okay, so remember on the back of your dental syringe, I said you'll see that little closed metal ring where the thumb goes in. And when you place the needle where you want to place the anesthetic, for instance, you'll put a little bit in and then you pull back on that ring with your thumb. If you see in the clear carpule a drop of blood, you're trained to relocate so that you do not put the anesthetic into the artery, hence causing an epinephrine reaction, which is what unfortunately this young lady today had. So as such, MDs and nurses, you have a registered nurse here, they are not taught to do that. I don't know why they're not taught to do that, but they are not. And because of it, if they inadvertently, and statistically it will occur, for instance, in a deltoid muscle or in your, gluteus, you will occasionally put it in a small arterial. It'll happen just statistically if you give enough injections. And when that happened, it mainlined it right to the heart and it caused a myocarditis reaction,
Can I ask
particularly
you a
in young
question?
men. Yeah.
Should I wait to take my propranolol, even though I'm not taking it as an antihypertensive, but it is an antihypertensive? I take it prophylactically for migraines. Should I wait on that one?
In
I'm
terms
thinking
of the
probably
fact that
yes.
you just had this reaction today?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that the epinephrine reaction is very fast and it resolves, as you saw,
Okay.
I'm sure it resolved
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
quickly. It's just the
Yeah,
2 or
yeah.
3 minutes you're going, wow, I think I'm going to pass out. I feel
Yeah.
terrible. I'm dizzy. I'm
Yep.
wooey, and it passes. And it has
Yeah,
nothing to
yeah,
do.
it passed.
Is that like a vasovagal?
Yeah, just boom.
Kind of. Yeah.
It's like injecting epinephrine into your heart.
So maybe a little ice pack on your neck or something.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's not the issue. It's just your body quickly metabolizes it. It's not that. It's only 1 to 50,000 typically, and the reason it's put in the anesthetic is because in the local area where the anesthetic is placed, it causes it to accumulate and remain in that area for a longer period of time when you use epinephrine. That's why it's used. By the way, it is available without epinephrine, and so for some patients who are chronically experiencing the same problem, they can give you the anesthetic without epinephrine. They all have it, and you can ask
Yeah,
for
so
it.
my dentist said, since it's never happened to me before, that if it happens again, then she won't give me that fee in the
Yeah,
future.
and again, I guarantee you, I gave roughly 100,000 injections in my life. You're going to statistically, inadvertently pick up an arterial, and there's a very large artery in your. Was it a lower anesthetic or upper? Lower jaw or upper jaw?
It was the upper near my molars.
Okay, there are arteries there. I mean, it's more classic in the lower when they do a mandibular block because that artery is quite large, but it can happen in any arterial. It doesn't matter. Any small artery
Yeah.
will happen. Put it right in your heart, and all of a sudden you go boom, boom, and
Yeah, don't worry about it. Like I've had that stuff happen to me
yeah,
while on ADHD medication with our like stimulant and caffeine. Like, yeah, it's scary at first because like
yeah,
your system, that's the way that your system reacts. That's what epinephrine does to your body,
sure,
right? It's like an emergency reaction, but like you're gonna be fine.
exactly. It just passes,
No,
especially
I'm
when
a
your body
registered nurse. It
metabolizes.
takes a lot more than that to scare me.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, but it makes you like kind of like jitter, like shaky. That you're just like, whoa, what the heck is going on here? Like just like my secret for that is eat popsicles. Like popsicles is just because it's cold and everything. Like I don't know, made me feel
Classic
better.
reaction. Classic reaction.
Especially frozen stuff.
This is very important stuff. I think you need to tweet it, even if with the video to show what to do, like an AI video that will explain.
Wait, former dentist, would eating like vitamin C, would it help technically to flush it as an epinephrine?
Nah, your body just metabolizes it, and literally
Yeah.
the amount that's there, your body metabolizes it in 5 minutes.
Yeah, because I was injected. Yeah. Because I know that like the absorption, like the pH of the whole system can affect it, but that's when it's oral administration, not if it's straight in the artery, yeah, that wouldn't change anything.
Okay, so what do you do if somebody before he injects you the injection shouts Allah Akbar?
Push harder.
Inject them twice. No mahomo.
Aim for the artery.
Just telling you're on your period. The ones that get it, get it.
Call Mazda
No, I
and have
didn't get it. I'm
have him
just
drop the bomb.
Utsli, that's Islamic acupuncture.
Yeah, but they don't aspirate with any of the vaccines they give. So why aren't all the rest of them giving myocarditis?
Because they didn't hit an artery.
No, I'm saying, but on the kids' vaccines, they're giving like 70 per kid in
Well,
America.
no, it has to do with the spike protein, particularly. It's not that the fact that it went in the artery; it's the fact that that particular vaccine, you're introducing the spike protein, and it immediately went and attacked the heart muscle. If they hit an
So
artery,
they don't. Right. But they should aspirate anyway, right? On all vaccines, no?
yeah, I would think so. Yeah, but that's my training. But in particular, the COVID vaccine, because of the way, I mean, there are other vaccines that could pass through the arteries and do no harm, no damage at all. I mean, I'm not aware of that. I don't know any research on that. But in particular, on the COVID vaccine, you're introducing a spike protein immediately directly to the muscle of the heart. And that's what happened.
I remember the H1N1 vaccine, and was it the HPV vaccine? Like I had some weird like reaction to it. Like I was not feeling good. My dad had to pick me up from school. Yeah, that was a weird one.
Listen, in Israel we have a lot of Muslim doctors. They practice something called Islamic acupuncture. so they don't miss the arteries. They use very big knives.
Listen, the Mossad, they just like pretend to like spill some Coca-Cola on you and magically it hits your artery and magically you're done. And then you have to go beg the president for a freaking antidote. That's some real shit.
Oh, you're talking about when they tried to get that guy in Jordan.
The ones that get it, get it. The ones that
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, but
No, that one was botched though. That's how we know. You know.
Dude, the Mossad is so freaking good at what they do. Like, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
Not enough.
Pretty
We'll
good.
see with this Khamenei if we will get an injection of 500 tons on his head.
They didn't do so well in Qatar.
That's what we think.
I don't think they will attack in Iran. I think they will do like they did with Maduro or with Nasrallah. They will attack just him and that's all.
Chicken tikka masala.
What happened to Halsey?
I don't know. Yeah, like what Mossad did in Lebanon. You know, pack those motherfuckers out.
Listen,
The like what?
This
I
is
said
the
I
best.
like what they did in Lebanon.
I like it so much that I talk about it all the time. My fucking 8-year-old.
Listen, in 100 years from now, they will say that this is the best. This is the best hacker attack ever.
What?
Nobody hacked a phone like they did ever, and in the next 100 years, still nobody will do that.
I mean, Pegasus is friggin' dangerous.
No, it's not Pegasus. It's they put a bomb in the phone.
No, they put bombs in the pagers, and that wasn't there for like 10 years.
They did it in the phones too. They did it in the phones also.
Yeah, they did
Oh,
it
that's
in the
why my phone's made in
refrigerators,
Israel? God
in the
damn it.
And in a fucking toaster. They got a toaster too.
And the walkie-talkies. And the walkie-talkies.
And the
what I love is
walkie-talkies.
that was the Mossad agent who came up with that was a woman.
Nice.
It's not
And they
real
didn't
good for the
approve it at
Allahu
first.
Akbar set. They don't go straight to it. They're 72 virgins if they're killed by a woman.
They
So
probably
if
just
you're killed
can't
by a pager,
process it.
where do you go?
It's not just 72 virgins, you guys. It's you want to be grossed out. It's little boys too.
No, definitely.
Boys, they like livestock.
No, yeah, but they get 72 virgins and a couple of little boys. I'm not kidding you.
Because it's not haram to lurk on little boys because they're little boys. They're not women. So it's not haram. It's like, what the fuck? Which is like, never heard from like any like Muslim that actually has like above 100 IQ even know the existence of. So that's gotta be some third worldist shit.
You know, boys don't cry.
Well, they have a thing with little boys, especially in Afghanistan.
No, in Iran too. Like they trans them if they're gay. Like what the heck?
Yeah, they do. Iran has like the most bottom surgeries of anywhere in the world.
They have the most hanging off of cranes too for stupid reasons.
Yeah.
In
but
Iran,
in
it's
Iran,
not allowed to be. In Iran, it's not allowed to be gay, so you have to have a sex change.
Yes, he's right. He's right. If you're not allowed to be gay, but so they make you have a sex change operation.
So you don't get hang off a crane, which makes no fucking sense.
That's the option. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And you have like the hair that's falling out of your hijab, and the haram police comes beat the shit out of you. Like, make that make sense.
I don't think it's
like
that though. I think they tell us. I think they I think the people in Iran are fucking happy, but now they're pissed off because there's no fucking money. And all of their issues have been because of the fucking money. At least the Persians there.
Listen, there's two types of people in this world who like money more than the others. It's the Jews and the Persians. So the Persians are pissed, and I mean their money is not worth anything. They're pissed off.
Well, Jews, we always have money, so we're never pissed off.
Exactly.
So
That's a motherfucking lie.
you know,
Listen, the exception doesn't make the rule. If that's your problem, that's a personal problem. But
Starker,
No,
everybody
I got
knows that
money.
you
I'm
have a
just
big
angry.
Listen, Jews don't
Starker.
like
You got the Jew gold, Starker.
Jews don't like money. Money likes us.
yeah.
He's
Let's
jumping
go.
like Super Mario to grab them coins, you know?
Grab my coins like Mario.
Give me my coins.
My shekels.
My shekels.
The $7,000.
Yeah, 7,000 shekels.
Man, if they were
Grabbing,
giving out $7,000 check to post pro-Israel propaganda, we would be going at it. Like, yeah, I mean,
Nah,
let's face it.
they told me I would get schmeckles if I posted the propaganda. So I've been going
Like,
pretty
oh,
hard, you
you're
know?
paid opposition. I'm like, I fucking wish. It's like, where do I sign up?
Nah, you've been getting the schmeckles too. You know, everybody's been getting the schmeckles instead of the shekels. And
How and where do I sign up?
what, you want the schmeckles? They're in your fucking
Fuck yeah.
replies.
Listen, I take gift cards, I take XRP, Bitcoin, whatever makes you happy, I'll take it.
Ooh,
The
yeah.
dollar's going down against the shekel, so.
I said schmeckles. Schmeckles.
That's going
I'm
down
not getting
too.
any schmeckles.
Yeah, I get all the fucking schmeckles. They told me shekels. I've been getting schmeckles. You know, they're all in my fucking comment section.
It's not the quantity, it's the quality.
Well, they're low fucking quality and they need to step their fucking game up, man. They're all
If
in the
I ever
fucking
make a
replies.
Oh, you mean the anons?
If I ever make a shitcoin, I'm gonna call it a schmeckle.
You should make a shitcoin called a schmeckle. You know?
I might. I will.
Do it. Do it.
I mean, Zcash has been picking up.
The what cat? They made a Zico coin?
You know, Zcash, so Zio coin, but it's called Zcash.
We should make a fucking Zico coin
It's
too.
not Jcash.
Jcash? I don't know.
No, look it up. Like, it's really been picking up. I would say, like, before 2028, I would buy a few.
Why not
But,
a
you know,
Gootsly coin?
I don't understand the people that hate Zionism. Like, there are more Zionists in the world, a lot more, like 50 times more Zionists in the world than Jews. There are more people that are not Jews that are Zionists than Jews, because Zionism is like pro-Israel. People that like Israel, like pro-Iranian, pro-United States, pro-whatever. So what's the problem with being pro-Israel?
Because we have a special word for it called Zionist, which we've
Because
already.
Jews, when they explain the word Zionism, they start to speak nonsense. It's because the Tanakh, it's because whatever, the Talmud. No, it's pro-Israel, that's all. People that like Israel, not because we want the land and not because nothing. When I'm a Zionist, I'm not religious. I'm not making people buy land in Israel. I don't care if somebody will buy land in Israel. I just like Israel. This is why I'm Zionist. That's all. Pro-Israel. That's all. This is the only explanation that needs. When somebody asks what's the meaning of Zionism, he will not, he does not need to speak for half an hour to explain it because it's stupid. It's stupid. The explanation
You're
is
either
confusing.
Zionist or jihadist.
You lie. You are pro-Israel or not? Okay, no, you can be. I don't care. Okay, I can be. I don't care if I'm not pro-Israel. But you can be again. You can be anti-Semitic and hate Israel, and then you will say, no, I'm not against Israel. I don't want to kill Jews. I'm just against Zionism. Why? Because some Jew gave me an explanation that Zionism is buying land or whatever.
A lot of people think that it just means being pro bombing the shit out of Palestinian children in buildings, which is like, if that's what you believe, it kind of makes sense that they react that way. But like I really had like a big revelation when I saw I saw that whole shit from like Hamas directly, that they were just like, oh yeah, we're going to like pay some kind of reparation to the widows of 50,000 dead Hamas fighters. And I'm like, wait, they've been telling us that it's a freaking genocide of innocent women and children for 3 fucking years. I'm like,
Yeah, but
wait a
did
damn
everybody see
minute.
that news?
Every nation that will be attacked will kill the enemy. Okay, will destroy their houses, will do whatever they need to survive.
Yeah, but they've been slandering the living crap out of this one, like really bad. And then I'm just like, I think we got you guys. I think the West got
Yeah,
tricked.
but once doesn't matter because they're always going to believe that even after the truth comes out.
Oh yeah, definitely. But it's like, and turns out that the people in Israel, a lot of people complain and they say like, I don't support sending money to Israel or aid, which is fair, right? But then you ask Israelis, and most Israelis aren't in favor of taking US aid at all. So it's like,
yes,
I don't want
people
US
don't want
aid.
aid for. They don't say it's aid. They call it buying us out. They will tell us to protect ourselves or not protect ourselves. You get weapons or not. We buy weapon. You will give us the weapon that we bought. If you will not give us the weapon that we bought, we will buy it from somewhere else, like we did with Biden. When he didn't give us the weapons, we went to India and bought from them. We don't need. You don't want to sell us? No problem. We'll buy it somewhere else. We will buy it from Russia. We will buy wherever we need the weapon to protect ourselves.
well,
If
it's
you will
not
not,
about
you
it's not
cannot.
about who you buy the
You cannot
weapons
go. You
from. It's
cannot.
about
You
who
cannot go.
gives the money
Just a
for
second.
you guys to buy the
Listen.
weapons.
You
And
cannot.
most
You cannot go.
Israelis are not in favor of that because it puts them in a position where the US can tells them what they can and cannot do. Which when I saw that, I'm just
It's
like,
worse
wait,
than
the
that.
Israelis do not want necessarily US money. The US citizens don't necessarily want to send Israel money. Like there's an
Listen.
agreement
It's worse.
there. So what is
It's
going
worse.
on?
It's worse than that because we have more to sell than the United States has to sell. We can sell a
Rega,
lot.
Utsli, I have something to say to the fucking Franco guy named Josie. Some disgusting fucking Frenchie. What? Why is a fucking Franco Shigoy having anything in her filthy French mouth talking about Jews?
Well, hold on now.
No,
Stalker,
Wait a
somebody
minute
can get the
now.
swimming center back in the kitchen. What kind of sandwiches can you make?
Ew, like, what kind of
Ew,
sandwiches do French dogs eat?
I don't know. They kind
I
of
hear
eat
God
French
dirty.
dogs eat
damn.
off the floor, bitch. French dogs eat off the floor,
Okay.
right?
God damn.
Oh, they ate croissant, no, the liver.
Where'd EMB go?
Who's letting a fucking Franco guy
You were
talk? Why?
we were having fun here. What are you, like some kind of like paid
Ew, I
opposition?
can even hear the fucking French slime in your voice. It
Oh my
fucking is so
god.
disgusting.
This
I
one's trying
think
to
Ew.
cause
Does
Josie's.
division.
anyone know where French,
Um
does anyone know about fucking Franco guys?
mm,
Do you guys know about them? First of all, I hear she's a fucking
No.
major Jew coveter, which makes sense. Of course she is. Like, the only fucking thing worse than being a Jew to like those French people is actually being like a fucking francophone. They're so filthy. The filthiest species of Canadian is the French.
Okay.
Can you even deny it? No. Oh, it's so sad. They're so tragic. It's a tragic species, the French. Very tragic.
Are you done?
I could go on. I mean, I could totally go on. I
Yeah,
could, but I mean,
go off, Queen. Let's go.
I know
Wait, hold
you
on.
French people love to be humiliated, even more than Muslims.
No,
Is
I
that why?
just don't give a
How
shit.
does that look when you and Myron Gaines are like? How do you out humiliate each other? I wonder. How do you out subjugate each other?
Oh my god. Okay,
Are
so we
you
were having
like?
fun.
Do
I
you
think I'm gonna
have like
close
a fuck it? Do you stick your face in his ass first, and then he licks it off you, or just go the other way around?
Check it out. A woman sexualizing another woman right off the bat. The misogyny.
I don't. There's no sexualizing French dogs. You people are just unilateral filth.
Okay.
I think
Anyone who
Josie's.
thinks that a Franco goy, and a she goy at that, has any capacity to be sexualized beyond the fact that they'll
You
fuck
done yapping?
anything and they lay down for anything is a
God
joke.
damn,
To
land your
hear a
plane.
fucking French dog, imply that there is even the capacity to be sexualized is
Made a
hilarious.
dog, made a
Oh my
dog
God.
ask you a question.
I
Do the
think
French in
Josie's
Australia?
Jewish though. I think
No, she's not. This bitch is no Jew. Starker, come on.
Do the French in
Starker.
Australia that got killed by those jihadists, like,
Are
were they
you gonna
worth
try
killing
and
too?
talk about a French in Australia because you think you're a fucking Jew? Bitch, you are nothing but a dirty fucking francophone.
Is that
Please.
Jenny talking?
No.
No, that's another
Wait,
one.
I don't know. Josie,
No,
you're
that's
Why do
not
you
Jewish.
Jenny. That's
even
not
try?
Jenny.
Why
Yeah,
do you
I'm
even
Jewish. I
trifle
don't
with
know
the fucking
what kind of
You're
crack she's
not a
on.
Jew. That's fucking
Look at her
hilarious,
fucking hair.
guys.
We have the
She's
same
no
fucking
Jew. This
hair,
is not a
okay?
She's
Jew. Not a
that one
Jew.
is crashing
Not
out.
a Jew. Exercise your discretion, fam. You know it when you hear it, and there is no like a French Jew from fucking
Bro,
Quebec. Are
she's
you serious?
annoying.
You're French.
Women, get back in the fucking kitchen. Go make a man a sandwich. You're yapping. You can't land your plane. Shut up. We were having a nice conversation here.
I know, because these people are unfortunately like kinder than me. No, bitch. No, you're a French Franco dog.
Out.
No, you're a goy. You're a she-goy. You should fucking know your place. Get back to your fucking dépanneur with your fucking dirty fingernails. Your fucking lumberjack shit. No, it's so disgusting. You Myron Gaines fucking dick sucker. You're so
You
disgusting.
sound like you live in Toronto or something.
I'm from Toronto.
Oh.
See, even like you even know
I knew
you know
already.
your place. You
Yeah,
know
but
your
don't call me a
place,
fucking.
bitch.
But don't call me a fucking goy
Of course,
though.
I can come in anywhere I want. Why do you think I was able to get into mic so quick and fucking tell you what's up, bitch?
God damn, you Canadians are fucking savage, yo.
We're not. She's not a Canadian. She's a francophone.
Okay, your
You
point.
know
They
what?
are
All
the
you
lowest
motherfuckers eat strange
species of
bagels. You're
Canadian.
all Canadians to
No,
me.
wrong.
I didn't come at
Francophones
you.
are a complete different species. They are the lowest species of Canadian.
We would call you the same. You know that your city is dirty as fuck and it's expensive as fuck and it's full of fucking Jeeps.
Are you poor? You're a goy. You're a poor. You're
No,
a poor
I live in
goy.
California. What are you talking about?
Oh, right. You know who lives in California? The fucking most pathetic people.
A lot of Jews.
Bitch. You're no Jew. You're just desperate to not be a fucking Franco goy. I would be too.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm Jewish. Like what the fuck do you want me to tell you?
Recite the Shema, bitch.
I can't. I'm secular as fuck. I'm ethnically Jewish. Sorry.
There you go. Anyone
That's
who
definitely
fucking
Jenny.
trifled with this little French bitch thinking that she was a Jew, you can get over your fucking naivete.
I do not practice Judaism.
I could have told you. If you practice Judaism, you know the Shema. You don't know the Shema.
I do not. I said I do not practice Judaism.
So you're not a Jew. Therefore, you're not a Jew. You're a liar. Like a francophone. Francophones are liars.
God,
they're goyim.
this bitch
The
is
dirtiest goyim. The
Is she Jew or
dirtiest
not?
goyim.
I'm Jewish. Can this woman fuck
everyone
off?
knows what a Jew I am.
You're
I know
fucking
you want
annoying.
me to fuck off. You're French. You're French. You know in your mind.
I'm
You
gonna
know in your
give
heart
you
and
the
mind.
silent treatment so we can get back
Of
to our
course you
delicious
are.
conversation.
Of course you are, because you're a francophone shigoi, the lowest form of the shigoi.
God damn. Can't we all just get along?
No,
Yeah.
we can't. We don't. If you get along with like subspecies French shigois, we're not the same, Sharker.
You
We're
sound like
not.
you take black dicks, just saying.
How do you know what that sounds like?
I don't know. I've seen quite a few 304s in my life, unfortunately. You sound like angry for no reason. Like you got the ish. Like what
I
the heck is
hate,
going on?
because I hate French goyim. They're the most disgusting of the
No, I'm
goyim.
talking to black. I'm talking to niggers. Like, come on.
What
Stay on
about them?
topic. Stay on topic here.
No, the topic here is filthy subspecial French shigois. That's the topic.
Cool. You sound like
That's
you're
you,
40 and you
bitch.
didn't get dick down in the past 10 fucking years, okay? Like, keep your mouth shut, please.
Keep
You're being
saying
annoying.
anything you say to me is so trifling and irrelevant because
She's fucking
there is
annoying.
nothing that a French dog,
Alright, sorry, I didn't mean
shigoi.
for this to happen. I'm gonna head out right now so she shuts the fuck
You
up. Okay,
should
thank
get
you.
the fuck
Bye.
out, bitch. Correct. Wipe your hands on the fucking